In the world of LNXNG, where monstrous beasts wreak havoc, Su Chen has traversed this realm for 2.5 years. Just a moment before the college entrance examination, he awakens his own unique ability, the achievement system. By merely accomplishing various feats, he can earn a multitude of rewards. Surprisingly, his first reward is as follows. Compulsory contract. The host can forcibly contract any beast they come into contact with. The beast cannot refuse. This ability allows him not only to enforce contracts with wild beasts, but even to commandeer those already bound to others. As the examination commences, an unforeseen revelation strikes. The belle of Yueyue No. 1 High School is, in fact, a beast herself, a nine-tailed fox of his 7th rank. Gazing at his compulsory contract skill, Su Chen's mind ignites with a daring notion. Such a captivating nine-tailed fox must be compelled to return home with him. As he ascends and levels, the shape-shifting beasts he encounters become increasingly diverse, and the atmosphere grows ever more peculiar. Qingluan's Songstress, Vampire Queen, Snow Woman Loli. Others might exclaim, "We asked you to tame beasts, not to captivate goddesses." Chapter 1. The Achievement System. I'm so nervous. I wonder if I can get into a prestigious university. Just you? Dream on. Getting into a junior college would be remarkable. Oh, heavens, I just need to contract a beast ranked just above 100. In the classroom of Yueyue No. 6, a group of Sunto graduates is gathered, their faces awash with anxiety and excitement. Among them sits serenely, fixated on his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen as he repeatedly peruses the bestiary of higher-ranked beasts. 2.5 years have flown by. I never imagined I would be here for so long. He murmurs. Indeed, he is a traveler from another world. On that fateful night 2.5 years ago, he had intended to return to his room to play on his computer. However, upon opening his door, he was unexpectedly thrust into this new reality. The technological advancement of this world parallels that of his previous life. It is plagued by creatures known as beasts. These beasts have ravaged humanity, with conflict persisting for centuries. It is said that when beasts first emerged, humanity faced utter defeat, losing at least 2/3 of its territory. Only with the advent of beast taming techniques did humans begin to regain their capacity to retaliate. Beast taming allows individuals to forge contracts with these beasts, becoming beast tamers who summon them for battle. Consequently, the educational focus has shifted dramatically from fundamental sciences to the in-depth training of beast taming. The choice is stark: to live as an ordinary person in the inner city, leading a mundane and precarious existence, or to aspire to the glory of a beast tamer, all hinging on this. College entrance examination. At that moment, a teacher clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, Yueyue, strides in, exuding an air of maturity and confidence. She claps her hands, and the classroom falls silent. The examination is about to commence. While you all should be quite familiar with the rules, I will reiterate them. This exam is conducted citywide, with a total of 18 testing zones available. The closer the zone is to the front, the greater the difficulty, but also the higher the probability of encountering higher-ranked beasts. The assessment spans 3 days. Your task is to contract beasts within this time frame, and, with any remaining time, enhance the strength of your contracted beasts. At the end of the 3 days, your contracted beasts will be evaluated, and that will determine your examination score. Remember, do not aim too high by choosing excessively challenging zones. If you fail to contract a beast, you won't even make it to junior college. You might even perish in the testing zone. All right, I can see your ears are practically calloused from listening. It's almost time, everyone. Please activate the terminal devices at your desks and select the testing zone you wish to challenge. Yueyu's serious demeanor prompts a wave of excitement among the students. The prospect of encountering a high-ranking beast in the testing zone and successfully subjugating it is a dream shared by nearly every student. However, Su Chen remains remarkably calm and pragmatic. With the weakest physical attributes among his peers, mediocre academic performance, and a rudimentary grasp of beast taming, how could he possibly aspire to the pinnacle of marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner? Is still daylight. I might as well select the 18th testing zone and take it easy. Life is tough for a traveler without cheats. Just as Su Chen prepares to click on the last zone, a sudden mechanical voice reverberates in his mind like a flash of lightning. Ding! System binding in progress. Binding complete. Achievement system activated. Retrieving completed achievements. Finally, the system has arrived. He exclaims, recalling his previous obsession with various online novels and the concept of systems. He had not anticipated waiting a full 2.5 years for it to manifest. Moments later, the system's prompt resonates once more. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked and acquainted with romance. At 18 years and 3 months, still no girlfriend as a man. Isn't that a failure? Earn achievement points, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Achievement points have exceeded 100. Reward skill compulsory contract. Compulsory contract. The host can forcibly contract any beast they come into contact with. The beast cannot refuse. Compulsory contract? No way. Su Chen is astounded that I in this world. Establishing a contract with a beast typically requires one method of feeding the beast and binding it while it is too exhausted to resist. Of course, there are intelligent beasts that may choose to ally with humans based on various factors such as talent, background, strength, or appearance, seeking a better future. Yet, such cases are exceedingly rare and nearly negligible. However, the skill of compulsory contract is altogether different. According to its description, as long as the user can touch the target beast, regardless of the beast's consent or strength, they can effortlessly subjugate it, making it their contracted beast immediately. This is utterly outrageous. Still, Essen rolls his eyes and mutters, "System, who says I don't have a girlfriend? Isn't my right hand a valid option?" The system disregards Su Chen's grumbling as the prompt continues. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked traveler. Have all those who went missing throughout history perhaps traversed to other worlds? Earned achievement points, 50. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked orphan. With parents either deceased or absent. Is this the protagonist's standard configuration? Earned achievement points, 50. Congratulations, host. Achievement points have exceeded 200. Reward skill insight. Insight. The host can perceive the true information of all beasts. What an extraordinary skill. As Su Chen expresses his astonishment, the retrieval of achievements comes to a halt. Perhaps these are all the achievements he has amassed over the past 18 years. At that moment, a cerulean translucent interface subtly manifests. Name. Su Chen level. First stage, second tier. Physical strength. 8.0 demonic power. 11.2 skills. Beast mastery, compulsory contract, insight. Achievement. Points. 200200 contracted demonic beast. None. Is this my attribute? Su Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon the attribute interface. Setting aside the physical strength value, the figure of his demonic power piqued his interest. It seems that my demonic power test from 3 days ago yielded this very number. The only asset Su Chen could boast was his demonic power, which was slightly elevated compared to that of an ordinary person. Demonic power, akin to the cost in a card game, directly determines the quantity and strength of the demonic beasts one can contract, continuously increasing with the elevation of one's own level. Should one lack sufficient demonic power, even a contract with a formidable demonic beast would render summoning impossible. But if the disparity is too great, one might even suffer a backlash from the contracted beast, leading to a catastrophic surge of demonic power resulting in death. Physical strength, on the other hand, presumably represents the fundamental quality of one's physique. Among high school seniors, the benchmark for demonic power is set at 10 points, and it is likely that the standard for physical strength mirrors this value. Gazing at his attribute interface, Su Chen could not help but exclaim, "It seems I am indeed lacking in exercise." That said, given the existence of such a powerful auxiliary ability as the compulsory contract, should he not venture into the first trial area? To languish in mediocrity would be an affront to such an advantage. With this thought in mind, Su Chen decisively clicked on the highest difficulty level of the first trial area. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed. Su Chen's figure appeared to be swept away by a tempest, vanishing from the classroom without a trace. On the podium, Zhang Yi stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. She had just earnestly lectured on the importance of recognizing one's limits and avoiding overambition. Yet the academically and athletically underperforming Su Chen had unhesitatingly chosen the most challenging first trial area. Was he courting disaster? Chapter 2. The school bell is actually a monster. As a dazzling white light flashed by, Su Chen found himself instantly transported to the entrance of the first trial area. The dusky forest. Towering trees reached towards the heavens, their dense branches intertwining to form a vast shadow. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting only faint beams of light that dappled the ground, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness, reminiscent of death, inducing a sense of oppression and unease. It was no wonder it was called the dusky forest. It was indeed profoundly dark, Su Chen muttered to himself. He glanced around and noticed that 8 other students had been transported here, one after another. dressed in identical sky blue uniforms. It was evident that they were all top students from Yi City No. 1 High School. Among them were 7 sturdy boys exuding confidence and pride. The sole girl stood tall, her sweet visage and fashionable attire making her strikingly eye-catching. Su Chen recognized her. She was Lin Yueyue, the school belle of Yi City No. 1 High School. However, he had heard that her family was not well off, and she too was an orphan. It was unexpected that such a girl would venture into the first trial area. The 7 boys from Yi City No. 1 High School displayed curiosity upon seeing students from another school. The mortality rate of the first trial area had historically exceeded 90%. How could ordinary students dare to venture here alone? Was it a mistake, or were they simply naive? Su Chen paid little heed to their gazes. However, the next moment, he froze in place. Above Lin Yueyue's head, there was a brilliant blue system interface. Name, Shan Yueyue. Species sequence, 007 Nine-tailed fox. Level, First Order. 10th stage, physical power, 589590. Demon power, 256256. Talent skill, Mirage, skill, Foxfire. Bond value, 0. Mirage, can create illusions centered on oneself, altering one's aura. Su Chen rubbed his eyes and blinked several times to ensure he was not mistaken. He gasped in surprise. The school belle Lin Yueyue was actually a monster. Moreover, she was a transformed Divine Series beast. Was it her unique talent skill that allowed her to disguise herself as a human? A monster masquerading as a human to participate in the examination. What could be her intention? However, amidst his astonishment, a daring thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. This was a 9-tailed fox of the 7th sequence. If he could enforce a contract with her, wouldn't his future soar to unprecedented heights? It was known that the beast sequences numbered up to 999. Those beyond 500 were classified as low-tier sequences, devoid of any talent skills and possessing minimal intelligence. Akin to the lowest tier of soldiers. Sequences numbered 100 to 499 were considered upper tier, possessing unique racial talent skills and significantly stronger than their lower-tier counterparts. Beastmasters with more than 9,999 demon power typically contracted beasts within this range. As for the top 99 sequences, they were known as Divine Series beasts, incredibly formidable. And few beastmasters could triumph over them at the same level. It was exceedingly rare for a beastmaster to contract such a creature. Of course, the ranking of Divine Series beasts did not entirely reflect their strength, as ultimate power would also be influenced by levels, skills, and environmental factors. Nevertheless, the opportunity to contract a Divine Series beast was one that should be seized. Yet, upon inspecting the 9-tailed fox's demon power, Su Chen furrowed his brow. A demon power of 256, though one of Su Chen's few strengths, was still 2.5 times less than hers. Even if he were to force a contract with Shan Yueyue right now, given his current demon power, he might very well perish from a backlash. Perhaps he should first contract a lower-tier beast to practice and enhance his demon power. Besides, with so many students surrounding the little 9-tailed fox, attempting to contract her directly might invite trouble. Su Chen whispered to himself, contemplating his next move. Just then, a formless shadowy figure appeared unexpectedly before everyone. As shock rippled through the crowd, the figure spoke. Welcome to the first trial area of the Dusky Forest. I am the examiner for this examination. This is your testing ground. The beasts inhabiting this area are primarily above sequence 300 and at least first order, 5th stage. They possess considerable strength compared to you, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Of course, there may also be beasts of higher sequences present. The specifics are unpredictable, all left to fate. As the examiner, I will ensure the safety of the resting area. What transpires within the Dusky Forest is beyond my control. If you are fearful now, you may withdraw and choose another trial area for assessment. The final words of the examiner sliced through the silence like a sharp blade. 2 boys trembled slightly, their faces paling. Yet, perhaps due to Lin Yueyue's presence, they held back their fears and remained silent. Noticing the lack of response, the examiner declared, without further ado, the examination begins. With that, the examiner's figure vanished into thin air. Yueyue, we promise to help you capture an upper-tier beast for your contract. One of the boys exclaimed. Yes, Yueyue, just trust us. We will ensure you get into the best university. Thank you, everyone. Please stay safe. Lin Yueyue replied, her voice sweet and sincere. As soon as the examiner departed, the 7 boys surrounded her, fawning over her like sycophants. Su Chen shook his head, inwardly muttering, this human girl's appearance is surely an illusion. They might be terrified once they see her true form. With that thought, he turned his back and charged into the Dusky Forest. The students from Yi City No. 1 High School scoffed at Su Chen's solitary venture into the Dusky Forest. Top students from prestigious high schools like theirs would not dare to explore the first trial area without a contracted beast. Su Chen, with a physique likely weighing under 120 pounds, would probably soon become fodder for the monsters. Chapter 3. The first contracted beast. Having ventured merely a few hundred meters into the dusky forest, Su Chen felt an eerie presence looming. A black magic wolf, standing just over a meter tall, emerged in his line of sight, baring its teeth and glaring at him with fierce eyes. Species sequence, 385. Black magic wolf. Level, First Order. 6th stage, physical power, 209215. Demon power, 6666. Talent skill, keen scent. Skill, bite, keen scent. Can sense the movements of all entities within 300 meters through smell, First Order effect. Excellent. To encounter an upper-tier beast right off the bat is unexpected. I shall seize this one for now. A slight smile crept across Su Chen's lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. He leaned slightly forward, legs bending in preparation, ready to counter the black magic wolf's assault. There was no need to draw a weapon at all. With a lethal strike already at his disposal, what need is there for weapons? Of course. In the eyes of the Hamo Lang, Su Chen's movements were merely a provocation. With a ferocious howl, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Su Chen with incredible speed. Although Su Chen's physique was nearly 2.5 times inferior to that of the Hamo Lang, he could not be so easily dispatched. In that fleeting moment when the Hamo Lang leapt, he swiftly retreated a step, instinctively shielding his neck with his hands to avoid a fatal blow. As anticipated, like ordinary wolves, the Hamo Lang preferred to target the neck of its prey during an attack. Its sharp fangs sank deeply into Su Chen's right wrist, piercing through flesh and causing blood to spurt forth. Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Chen decisively activated his forced contract ability. A mysterious light emanated from his hand, enveloping the Hamo Lang in an instant. Forced contract activation successful. Engaging in contract. The Hamo Lang seemed to hear the system's notification, its eyes widening in disbelief. It attempted to resist the binding force of the contract, only to find it as immovable as a mountain, utterly beyond its capacity to withstand. Had it the ability to speak at that moment, it would surely have uttered 3 letters. Contract successful. In the next instant, an overwhelming force of attraction erupted violently, sweeping through like a tempest and shredding the Hamo Lang's corporeal form. Under the influence of this force, the Hamo Lang's body transformed into threads of energy, merging seamlessly into Su Chen's being. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of your first contract. The first contracted beast is of the upper tier. Could this signify that you are the child of fortune? Achievement points gained, 80 points. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of the beast's first kill. Contracting the beast should also be considered a kill, yes? Achievement points gained, 40 points. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 300 achievement points. Reward, 5 points of free attribute distribution. Su Chen paused for a moment, inquiring, free attribute distribution points? Are they used to enhance physique and demon power? Indeed. However, the minimum unit for each distribution is 1 point. Very well. Let us allocate all points to demon power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power value, 66,162. Exhilarating. Feeling the transformation of his demon power, Su Chen murmured with satisfaction. To enhance both demon power and physique, aside from certain exceptional treasures and consistent training, the swiftest method was to elevate one's level. In this world, to ascend in rank, one must harness the power of contracted demon beasts. Each demon beast harbors a demon core within, serving as the wellspring of their strength. Upon devouring the demon core, a contracted beast not only amplifies its own power, but also generates a unique energy that nourishes the beastmaster, assisting them in breaking through levels. Without a contracted demon beast, one could only absorb the residual special energy lingering in the air, slowly accumulating for an upgrade. After 2.5 years in this world, Su Chen had finally broken through to the first stage, second tier, with a painfully slow progression. This recent upgrade had only provided a meager 0.3 points of dual attribute enhancement, which was abysmally low. However, unexpectedly, the system's rewards had directly granted him an increase of 5 points in demon power. Truly, a product of the system is always a premium offering. With a wave of his hand, the recently contracted Hamo Lang was summoned forth. Its inky black fur bristled as if electrified, filling the air with a palpable aura of menace. Yet, seemingly due to the binding power of the contract, it could not launch an attack on Su Chen, instead howling in discontent like a domesticated dog. Spend a few days with me, and I shall provide you with demon cores to consume. Once I contract that 9-tailed fox, you shall be released. Lowering himself, Su Chen affectionately stroked the Hamo Lang. Although it could not speak, it could somewhat comprehend human language. Recognizing that Su Chen would offer it demon cores, it finally ceased its howling. Good. Lead me to the demon beasts you can conquer. A woo. The Hei Mo Lang responded and began to guide the way. It must be said, the disparity in strength between upper-tier and lower-tier demon beasts is stark. After only a few steps, 3 first-stage, 5th-tier demon beasts, numbered as 740. The Hei Mo Lang suddenly emerged from the sides. Within less than 10 exchanges, all 3 were left lifeless in a pool of blood, their necks effortlessly severed. Regrettably, no system notification accompanied this event. Su Chen, expecting achievements for triple or quadruple kills, grumbled as he lightly patted the Hei Mo Lang's head, declaring, "Those 2 demon cores are yours. Go and consume them." Upon hearing its master's command, the Hei Mo Lang eagerly began to rummage through the carcasses of the black pythons. Its claws, razor-sharp, easily tore through the flesh until it unearthed an untainted, irregular crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, exuding a faint green glow. Carefully, the Hei Mo Lang grasped the crystal in its mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of devouring a core. If demon beasts can consume cores to level up, can humans also elevate their levels through the consumption of cores? Achievement points gained, 40 points. At that moment, Su Chen felt a warm current beginning to surge within him. This warmth was akin to a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing his body, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. He closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the flow of this power. Finally, after the Hei Mo Lang had consumed all 3 demon cores, Su Chen successfully advanced to the first stage, 3rd tier. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of leveling up through cores. The speed of leveling up through core consumption is rapid. Should the host consider trying to consume a demon core as well? Achievement points gained, 40 points. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 400 achievement points. Reward, a silver short dagger. As the system's voice faded, a dazzling silver light abruptly flashed. In an instant, a short dagger, gleaming with a silvery radiance, materialized in Su Chen's hand. However, instead of feeling elation at the sudden appearance of the dagger, he could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. At this moment, what he truly needed were those 5 points for attribute distribution, not a new weapon. While the short dagger appeared to be quite exquisite, both in sharpness and craftsmanship, Su Chen's physique could hardly harness any real power from it. Forget about this trivial matter. Let us continue our journey, little wolf cub. A woo. Chapter 4. Shan Yueyue. Meanwhile, to the east at the entrance of the dim forest, a burly, crew-cut man was wielding a sharp axe, engaging in close combat with a tree demon that bore a ghastly visage. After cleaving it in half with a few strikes, he sighed in frustration. Why are all the beasts beyond the 800th tier? The muscular man furrowed his brow, voicing his discontent. Standing beside him, a tall young man with glasses swiftly produced a demon core he had just extracted from the tree demon. Adjusting his glasses, he coolly assessed, "Brother Lei, should we consider casually contracting a demon beast? We can always dissolve the contract later. Relying solely on our combat skills is not a viable strategy." Upon hearing this, the muscular man turned his gaze towards the beautiful Shan Yueyue, who stood nearby in the shade of a tree, her lovely face etched with concern for their safety. Perhaps it would be best to wait. Yueyue has yet to contract a demon beast. Why should we rush into it? However, Yueyue does not harbor any fondness for such low-ranked monsters. It is merely a transitional phase, so what can be done? Enough talk. Enemies are approaching once again. No sooner had the words left their mouths than several tree demons appeared around them like phantoms. The 5 young men tasked with guarding Shan Yueyue swiftly drew their weapons and charged at the oncoming beasts. In the midst of this tense battle atmosphere, no one noticed the hidden expression of exasperation beneath Shan Yueyue's worried facade. Why are these weak monsters all that appear? Could they not send something formidable to annihilate these people? The reason she risked exposure by using the skill Jinghua, Yueyue, to disguise herself and participate in the college entrance examination in human form was simply to escape from Yi City. Each human city, including Yi City, is surrounded by a barrier that isolates the inside from the outside, regardless of whether they are inside or outside the barrier. Any non-contracted beasts cannot break through the limitations of their rank, and those below rank 5 cannot enter from outside the barrier nor leave from within. In her childhood, she had followed a tide of beasts, carelessly breaking through the isolation barrier of Yi City and swimming into the city like a fish in water. However, a twist of fate struck suddenly. Before she could leave, the human forces descended like divine warriors, swiftly eliminating the main forces of the beast tide. Simultaneously, the isolation barrier of Yi City was reactivated in the blink of an eye, trapping her within the city. Many remnants of beasts left in Yi City, particularly those of higher ranks, were captured by humans and reduced to commodities for the wealthy, sold mercilessly. The lower-ranked beasts were exterminated on the spot, turning into crystal cores. Fortunately, she possessed a unique skill, Jinghua Yueyue, that allowed her to alter her appearance and aura. This skill was exceptionally powerful. Even beast tamers above rank 5 found it challenging to discern her true identity. Utilizing this extraordinary ability, she successfully concealed herself within Yi City. However, due to the barrier, she had been unable to break through to rank 2 or higher for over a decade. Fortunately, due to the protracted conflict between humans and beasts, there were many orphans, and identity checks were not overly stringent. Under the guise of Lin Yuer, she integrated into human society, seeking an opportunity to circumvent the isolation barrier of Yi City and escape. Her persistent efforts over the years bore fruit, and she finally uncovered some clues. The 18 trial zones utilized for the college entrance examination in Yi City were not actually located within Yi City, but rather in a temporary base northwest of the city. There was no isolation barrier established here, only a few humans of ranks 4 and 5 stationed. While her Jinghua Yueyue might not deceive the unyielding rules of the isolation barrier, could it not fool these humans? Thus, she decided to participate in the first trial zone, which had the fewest participants and the highest difficulty of beasts, planning to disguise herself as one who perished within the trial zone, awaiting an opportunity to escape gradually. However, the ideal was grand, yet reality was harsh. The boys from Yi City High School, filled with fervor, closely followed her like eager guardians, leaving her with no chance to escape. Had she known, she would have transformed into a less attractive girl. To Shan aside. Nonetheless, it was too late to lament what could have been. After all, even as a beast, she being a girl, naturally did not wish for her transformed appearance to be too unattractive. Years ago, she could not have anticipated that her beauty would lead to such trouble. She gazed thoughtfully at the sky, murmuring, "I recall that each trial zone is monitored from above. I must find an opportunity to die reasonably." Time passed, and half a day slipped away in the blink of an eye. The dark forest was teeming with various kinds of beasts: bears, wolves, snakes, tree demons, flower spirits, and many others. However, no beast could rival the formidable black magic wolf. It effortlessly faced 2 or even 3 opponents at once. Thanks to the black magic wolf, Su Chen's strength significantly improved, successfully advancing to rank 1, stage 4. His physique rose to 9 points, while his beast power soared to 168 points. Meanwhile, the black magic wolf also broke through to rank 1, stage 7, with a beast power of 68 points. Originally intended merely as a transitional beast, its strength proved unexpectedly formidable. He truly wished to keep it. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Chen quickly shook his head, dismissing that idea. The nine-tailed fox, a school beauty, possessed a beast power of 256 points, and the reward system for achievements was distributed every 100 points. Moreover, the system was not like that of online games, which allowed one to view unachieved conditions. Thus, he had no way of knowing what the rewards for each stage were. Accumulating 256 points before the assessment concluded was already a significant challenge for Su Chen. How could he possibly spend 68 beast power to reserve a spot for the little wolf? Just as Su Chen fell into deep thought, the black magic wolf once again showcased its might. It lunged at a black python, swiftly severing its neck with its sharp fangs. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved the title of Nemesis of Serpents. You have swiftly slain 10 serpent-type beasts. Are you perhaps seeking to indulge in snake soup? Achievement points acquired, 30 points. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So 10 kills also count toward achievement points? Moreover, it only counts the species, not the rank numbers. I did not expect you, dear system sister, to be so considerate." The system remained silent. Yet, for some reason, Su Chen felt as if he could see the system's sister pouting her lips, looking quite smug. As night fell, the dark forest did not differ much from the day. The black magic wolf, having exhausted its strength, saw its physique drop to 15 points, significantly diminishing its combat ability. Observing this, Su Chen decided to find a place to rest. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a massive tree hollow. The towering tree had a radius of over 3 meters. Resembling a circular cavity, one might mistake it for a small paradise. However, as soon as Su Chen stepped inside the hollow, he caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him. Chapter 5. Methods of utilizing achievement points. Normally, with the black magic wolf's innate skill, it should have sensed the anomaly from several hundred meters away. However, this time, it was only upon seeing the beast's figure within the hollow that the black magic wolf finally reacted. Species rank, 352, Ghost Bat. Level, rank 1, stage 6. Physique, 158. Beast power, 95. Innate skill, Echo Sound Barrier. Skills, Ultrasonic Wave, Soul Capturing Melody. Echo Sound Barrier, can establish a sound barrier, rendering enemy detection skills ineffective. No wonder the black magic wolf could not detect it. There was a counter-radar detector in place. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he quickly extended a hand to restrain the black magic wolf, for he still desired a peaceful night's sleep. Being a nocturnal creature, combined with the echo sound barrier's counter-detection ability, the ghost bat was well suited to serve as a guard. With a shrill screech, the ghost bat emitted a sharp warning upon noticing a human intruding into its territory. Yet, Su Chen showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he retrieved an object from his waist and hung it by his ear, advancing step by step with the black magic wolf. At that moment, the ghost bat was thoroughly enraged. With a piercing screech, the sound reverberated throughout the entire space. Soul-capturing melody. The Hei Mo Lang howled incessantly, seemingly exerting all its strength to withstand the indescribable agony resonating through the air. However, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed, as if immune to the sound's influence. Yueyue stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, incredulous. Could he possibly be a formidable being of the second or third rank? Just as Yueyue entertained this thought, it suddenly detected, through its echolocation, two soft yet remarkably dense objects flanking Su Chen's ears. Squeak! Yueyue couldn't help but emit an angry shriek. How outrageous! This human dares to disregard martial ethics and wears earplugs. Moreover, they were specially crafted to counteract sound-based techniques. Although the damage from sound-based attacks is generally low, they are intangible and exceedingly difficult to guard against in sudden circumstances. Yet, when preemptive measures are taken, aside from explosive sound techniques that create shockwaves, the damage from other types is nearly negligible. Naturally, the Academy would not allow students to recklessly enter the trial area to battle with demon beasts unprepared. For instance, soundproof earplugs that resist sound-based techniques, water that extinguishes flames, and frost that heals and detoxifies are all provided to each examinee. Little did he expect these provisions would become useful so soon. While Yueyue was still in shock, Su Chen had already appeared before the nearly adult-sized Yueyue like a wraith. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Witnessing this, Yueyue was struck by an unsettling sense of foreboding. It attempted to flap its wings and flee, but Su Chen had already seized its wings with a grip as firm as iron. He chuckled, "Hey, I'll need you to keep watch for me tonight." Yueyue struggled desperately to break free from Su Chen's grasp, but it was far too late. Mandatory contract initiation successful. Contracting in progress. As the system's notification echoed, a mysterious light surged from Su Chen's hand, enveloping Yueyue completely. Contract successful. Yueyue was left bewildered. Why had it been bound by a contract so inexplicably? Soon, it transformed into strands of energy, reluctantly merging into Su Chen's body. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment of abundant demon power. The total demon power of the contracted demon beasts is less than 10 points from the upper limit. What if the demon beasts level up and their power is insufficient? Acquired 50 achievement points. It seemed that demon beasts possessed a unique means of communication. After Su Chen released Yueyue, the Hei Mo Lang, like a seasoned veteran, began to engage in an animated discussion with Yueyue. Before long, Yueyue accepted the reality and settled into a watchful position on either side of the tree hollow. With the assurance of a secure rest, Su Chen began to meticulously explore the functions of the system. Name, Su Chen. Level, 1st rank, 4th stage. Physique, 8,490. Demon power, 163,168. Skills, Beast Control, Mandatory Contract, Insight. Achievement points, 480,480. His gaze gradually settled upon the achievement points section, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Initially, he had not perceived anything amiss. Yet, why did achievement points, like demon power and physique, have a slash to distinguish between the upper limit and current value? Did achievement points have other uses? Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind, seemingly in response to his internal queries. Consuming existing achievement points allows demon beasts to learn all skills within their racial sequence, assisting them in leveling up and rapidly restoring their combat capabilities to their prime state, among other effects. Su Chen nodded, inquiring further. So, if I spend achievement points, it won't affect the additional rewards gained from every 100 achievement points, right? No. As long as the host acquires 100 achievement points, an additional special reward will be granted. Can I preview the upcoming rewards? Or perhaps check the completion conditions for other achievements? No. How frustrating. What kind of game doesn't he allow previews of achievements? Su Chen rolled his eyes and then turned his attention to the Hei Mo Lang and Yueyue standing guard outside, opening their system interfaces. Skill 2, Hunting Heart. Passive skill, increases physique recovery rate by 50 during combat. Cost of achievement points, 50 points. Skill 3, Blade of Sound, inflicts damage on enemies using sound as a blade. Cost of achievement points, 80 points. Can he only see information about the next possible skills? Su Chen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although the expenditure of achievement points was not excessive, there was no need to invest in their training. After all, these two contracted demon beasts were merely tools to assist him in leveling up and did not require extensive nurturing. He could always learn later if he encountered a demon beast he could not defeat. As for the cost to enhance their levels, it was uniformly 20 achievement points for each minor stage increase, a remarkably low expenditure. However, Su Chen speculated that the cost would gradually increase after reaching the second or third rank. He wondered if he could gather enough 256 demon power points by tomorrow. Hee. Little Yueyue, your good brother is coming. Lost in delightful fantasies of the nine-tailed fox, Su Chen gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 6. The Demon Beast Tide. The following day, the morning sun did not penetrate the vast tree hollow. The entire dark forest resembled a mysterious painting, with only scattered light filtering through the gaps in the branches, casting a glow upon the carpet of fallen leaves below, akin to the faint flicker of neon lights in the night. Su Chen emerged from the tree hollow and stretched widely. His gaze fell upon the He Mo Lang and Guei Fu, noting that their current physique values had diminished by several points. He understood that they must have diligently stood guard throughout the night to ensure today's demon beast hunting operation proceeded smoothly and that they could continue their vigil tonight. Su Chen knew he needed to take action. System, how many achievement points are required for their recovery? Restoring the He Mo Lang's state requires 20 achievement points, while restoring Guei Fu's state requires 10 achievement points. Will the host proceed with the expenditure? It appeared that the He Mo Lang required more points due to having fought all day yesterday, still not fully recovered. Su Chen nodded. All right, proceed with the expenditure. Restoration in progress. Restoration complete. As the system's voice concluded, a mysterious and powerful force surged forth. This energy seemed to emanate from the void, both enigmatic and life-giving. It abruptly enveloped the He Mo Lang and Guei Fu, bestowing upon them an unparalleled sense of comfort. If the He Mo Lang and Guei Fu could speak at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded and exclaim in disbelief. Reflecting on their earlier inexplicable contract, they might feel they had encountered an extraordinary human. The demon beast hunting activities continued. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment of Tree Demon Slayer. You have slain 10 tree demon-type beasts. Is this to prepare for a bonfire tonight? Acquired 30 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 500 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Wow. System, I love you. Upon hearing the system's notification sound once more, Su Chen was so elated he nearly shouted. Finally, he has obtained 5 additional points for the allocation of free attributes, signifying that he is one significant step closer to bringing the little Yueyue home. System, I wish to allocate all points to the demon power value. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power value, 163,218. Delightful. Su Chen's heart brimmed with joy as he issued a command to the He Mo Lang, little wolf cub. Let us proceed. If possible, choose paths where flower spirits and bears are known to roam. A woo, the He Mo Lang responded with a growl, then dashed southeast alongside the Guei Fu. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of Bear Slayer. 10 bears and 20 bear paws. Are you certain you can consume them? Gained 30 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of Flower Spirit Slayer. Such delicate and adorable flower spirits, and you were able to take action against them? Gained 30 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of Wolf Slayer. Do you desire wolf meat hot pot? Gained 30 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 600 achievement points. Reward skill, Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body can immunize against all damage for 1 second. First tier effect, cooldown time of 1 day. Just 1 second a day seems rather unhelpful. System sister, I would appreciate another 5 attribute points. Su Chen sighed, having just surpassed 600 achievement points. The journey to 700 points appears daunting. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. As dusk approached, a gentle evening glow illuminated the horizon. After a day of leveling up, Su Chen successfully advanced to the 5th stage of the first tier, raising his demon power value limit to 222 points. At this moment, he was searching for a tree hollow to rest for the night. Suddenly, the He Mo Lang emitted low, fierce growls towards the east, tugging at Su Chen's pant leg, seemingly attempting to drag him in the opposite direction. The Guei Fu beside him also grew restless, pulling at Su Chen's sleeve with urgent squeaks. As if sensing a tremendous danger looming, Su Chen's heart tightened. Although he could not discern what was amiss, he hesitated not, immediately sprinting westward. He raced through the woods until the panicked shouts of male students echoed from the eastern thicket. Damn it! How could there be so many demon beasts? What bad luck. The moon bear I contracted has perished just like that. I warned you not to provoke that thing. Now look, Yueyue can barely run. It's fine. I still have enough stamina. I can carry her. You all need to distract those demon beasts. Alongside this, the colossal crash of falling trees and the thunderous roars of various ferocious beasts reverberated throughout the forest. Su Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Although he had not witnessed the events unfolding behind him, the sounds indicated that the students from Yicheng one high school were facing a tide of demon beasts and were desperately fleeing for their lives. Moreover, amidst this onslaught of demon beasts, there was likely a powerful leader compelling them to scatter in all directions. With this thought, Su Chen unhesitatingly consumed 10 achievement points to restore the Hei Missouri Lang's condition, swiftly mounting its back and racing northward. Indeed, within less than half a minute of Su Chen leaving his original position, he beheld a tide of demon beasts surging forth. An unstoppable deluge that ruthlessly engulfed the once serene woods. Their sheer numbers were astonishing, likely numbering in the hundreds. Su Chen found himself atop a massive stone, his breath quickening as beads of sweat formed on his brow. His gaze fixed on the distance, it resembled a scene ravaged by locusts, sending chills down his spine. Isn't this the testing area? Why are there so many demon beasts forming a tide? Yet, recalling the third regulation of the examination, only the starting point is a safe zone, and examiners will maintain order there. Any other locations are susceptible to unforeseen circumstances, with examiners refraining from intervening. Perhaps this is what they refer to as an unexpected situation. Suddenly, Su Chen's attention sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure not far away. It was Yueyue, surrounded by 10 demon beasts. These beasts, fierce and menacing, seemed to regard Yueyue as their next meal. Su Chen was momentarily astonished. Isn't that my little Yueyue? How could she be trapped by these ordinary demon beasts? As Yueyue timidly retreated, a colossal tree completely obstructed Su Chen's view. Although he was confident that Yueyue would be unharmed, she was his contracted demon beast, and now alone. He felt compelled to investigate her situation. With the Guei Fu's sound barrier for cover, detection was unlikely. With this thought, Su Chen directed the Hei Mo Lang to run toward Yueye's location. Chapter 7. The Little Fox's Thoughts. Meanwhile, within the monitoring hall of the examination committee headquarters, the examiners of the 18 testing areas and several university professors sat upright, their attention fixed on the enormous screen, observing the general situation in each zone. Testing Area 10. The Desolate Valley has a commendable trio. One contracts ranged output, another contracts a frontline tank, and the last contracts group control support, working together seamlessly. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair praised, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His gaze remained fixed on the trio on the screen, nodding in approval. Although the demon power value limits of these 3 students appeared relatively low, the strength of the contracted demon beasts was quite limited. Yet, through clever teamwork, they achieved an effect where 111 surpassed 3. In this fiercely competitive era, many students harbored ambitions of standing alone, developing independently. However, this trio showcased a unique spirit of collaboration, promising a bright future. In contrast, a short-haired female teacher wearing black-framed glasses leaned despondently against her chair, seemingly drained of all energy. Her fiery red lips parted slightly as she murmured, "It's unbearable. In the testing area I manage, Moon Mirror Lake, all 17 candidates have perished." The slick-haired man was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. "Isn't there a genius from your school, Zhang-san? He also died." The short-haired female teacher nodded. "Yes, he was too ambitious. Instead of starting his exploration from the shallow area to contract a clam spirit, he insisted on challenging a merman without any contracted demon beasts, ultimately falling victim to the seaweed demon and drowning in the lake." The slick-haired man pressed further. "What about the others?" The short-haired female teacher sighed softly. "Their situations were similar. I had emphasized the importance of caution, yet no need to say more." Upon hearing this, the slick-haired man displayed a look of regret. Each year, numerous candidates perish during the examination, often due to the conflicting desires of ambition and caution. Contracting with demon beasts is entirely within the student's control. They could easily contract a few lower-tier demon beasts to enhance their overall combat power. Once they encounter a desired higher-tier demon beast, they could dissolve the contract without significant loss. Yet many students insist on forging contracts with higher-tier beasts, fearing that prior contracts with lower-tier beasts might become a point of embarrassment. It has become increasingly difficult to comprehend the origin of this idle burden that seems to require repeated emphasis. The man with slicked back hair turned to the female teacher behind him, who resembled a college student, and inquired, "Molly, how are things on your end?" The beautiful teacher known as Molly sighed and replied, "Luck has not been on our side. A surge of monstrous beasts has occurred, and 5 fatalities have been confirmed. Upon hearing this, the man with slicked back hair and a short-haired woman promptly rose and gathered beside Loli to observe the situation in the first trial area. Each trial area was monitored by aerial cameras resembling satellite surveillance. In the dimly lit forest, the dense foliage obscured visibility almost entirely, making it difficult to comprehend the circumstances within. The man with slicked back hair frowned slightly. Has a surge of monstrous beasts really emerged? And in the first trial area? How unfortunate. After all, the trial area was designed to simulate the most authentic wilderness environment and would not intervene unless second-tier or higher monstrous beasts were born. Such occurrences of monstrous beast surges in the trial area every few years are not particularly rare. It serves as a grim reminder for students regarding the brutality of battling monstrous beasts. Loli shook her head in dismay, her gaze falling upon a boy riding a black demon wolf on the monitor. This student from Class 7 had managed to evade the monstrous beast surge. Yet upon witnessing other girls surrounded by the beasts, he foolishly sought to engage in a heroic rescue. The trio let out a collective sigh as their attention shifted to the boy on the monitor, lamenting the folly of youthful bravado. In the depths of the shadowy forest, Yueyue retreated until her back collided heavily with a sturdy tree. 13 monstrous beasts surrounded her like ravenous wolves, yet they hesitated to approach, apparently sensing a formidable pressure emanating from her. Slowly, Yueyue lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings. She meticulously observed every detail until she confirmed that the situation here could barely be perceived by the outside world, at which point a barely discernible smile graced her lips. This should be safe enough, right? With that thought, Yueyue raised her hands, and an unusual wave of energy radiated from her palms. In the next instant, all the monstrous beasts seemed to be enchanted, charging towards her in a frenzy. Yueyue screamed in terror, but her voice was insignificant against the cacophony of the rampaging beasts. Her delicate form was swiftly overwhelmed by the 13 monstrous beasts, blood spraying like a fountain and staining the earth beneath her. The silk school uniform was shredded by the beast's claws, tattered pieces fluttering through the air. The nauseating stench of blood pervaded the atmosphere, inducing revulsion. Simultaneously, the large tree behind her suffered collateral damage from the violent feeding frenzy of the beasts. After a violent shaking, the tree was cleaved in half and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The tragic scene before her evoked a sense of lamentation. However, Su Chen, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. From his perspective, he too witnessed Yueyue being torn apart by the beasts, yet inexplicably, her system interface remained active and was continuously moving. In contrast, the interfaces of the surrounding beasts were disappearing one by one. Based on previous experiences, the disappearance of a monstrous beast's interface indicated death. If the interface remained, it signified that the beast had not perished. How could it be that while the beasts feasted upon Yueyue, they ultimately succumbed themselves? Could it be that this entire scene was merely an illusion crafted by her? What was her intent? In less than half a minute, all 13 beasts that had encircled Yueyue were torn apart by her own hands. Each death was accompanied by a spray of blood, mirroring the horrific scene, and the ground was stained crimson. Concurrently, Yueyue deliberately severed the large tree behind her, attempting to mask her traces. Although the scene appeared somewhat crude and haphazard, it should suffice to avoid detection for the time being. This interval should be enough for her to escape this dreadful place. With that thought, a subtle smile graced Yueye's lips as she gently crouched down to collect the monstrous beast cores scattered on the ground. Previously, she had been unable to break through the barriers in Yi City, but now, by consuming a few more beast cores to stabilize her prior training, she should be able to ascend to the second tier. Such trivial obstacles could never thwart this young lady. Just as Yueyue hummed a tune, preparing to consume the core in her hand, her expression suddenly sharpened, her gaze fixating intently on the bushes not far away. Who is there? Chapter 8. Exposure of Movements. Not receiving a response, Yueyue narrowed her eyes slightly and conjured a faint purple fox fire between her fingers. With an imperious tone, she declared, "Will you come out on your own, or shall I compel you?" As the final word left her lips, she unhesitatingly flicked her delicate fingers, sending the ball of fox fire hurtling towards the thicket. In an instant, the flames erupted, stirring a cloud of dust. In her recollection, the 7 sycophants from Class 1 in Yi City had perished in the beast surge, leaving no chance for survival. According to previous years' experiences, even when a surge of monstrous beasts occurred, as long as it did not involve the safety zone, assessors typically refrained from intervening. Thus, the most probable explanation was the presence of other divine sequence beasts. A soft cough emerged from the dust cloud, and Su Chen slowly stepped out. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yueyue was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was the student who had acted alone yesterday. Despite his strength being less than half that of her weakest sycophant, how had he managed to survive this brutal beast surge? Su Chen wore a look of exasperation, inwardly lamenting his predicament. The ghost bat primarily relied on echolocation to perceive its surroundings, so it was not deceived by Tu Shanye's illusion. He could barely discern through his senses that it was not Tu Shanye being devoured by the beasts. Rather, she had successfully retaliated against all of them. This scene startled the ghost bat, causing the sound barrier to waver slightly, which Tu Shanye perceptively noticed. It was toxic. Su Chen awkwardly twitched his lips, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. I merely passed by. Feel free to carry on, fair lady. Currently, his demonic energy was insufficient. He could neither fight nor force a contract, as that might lead to backlash. It was certainly not the time for confrontation. Given that this illusion involved over a dozen beasts and all movements within a 10-meter radius, the consumption for Tu Shanye was indeed considerable. When she severed the tree and left the scene, she had effectively dispelled the illusion. This meant that all her previous disguises were now laid bare. How could she possibly allow Su Chen to depart? Although this approach carried a risk of exposure, it was far better than letting Su Chen leave to inform others. With this thought, Tu Shanye's gaze became resolute as she raised her delicate hand once more. Mirror flower, water moon. In Su Chen's perspective, Tu Shanye still appeared flustered and bewildered, akin to a frightened fawn. In truth, the genuine her had already taken a swift step forward. Her figure approaching Su Chen with ghostly swiftness, each stride imbued with a lethal threat, as if she intended to rend Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. Observing the system interface drawing ever closer, Su Chen's heartbeat quickened alarmingly. He understood that Tu Shanye intended to silence him permanently. Was it truly necessary to resort to such measures merely for having witnessed her self-indulgent suicidal performance? Although Su Chen longed to voice his grievances, evidently, he lacked the luxury of time. With a physique value surpassing his own fivefold, even if he were to guard his vital points, he would still likely be effortlessly vanquished. Thus, he invoked the ghost bat, summoning the soul-capturing melody. The ghost bat emitted a piercing cry, even without Su Chen's command. The ghost bat instinctively understood Tu Shanye's intentions, knowing precisely what to do at that critical moment. In an instant, a shrill sound wave erupted, resembling a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Tu Shanye, caught entirely off guard, was struck directly in her mind by the soul-capturing melody. In that fleeting moment, her body appeared frozen, rendered immobile. The illusion of mirror flower, water moon was abruptly shattered, and she now stood merely 2 meters from Su Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swiftly mounted the black demon wolf and fled into the distance. As Tu Shanye regained her senses, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood seeping from the wounds. Damn it, do not think you can escape. She relinquished her human illusion, transforming into a towering Songlong Huang, a majestic wolf of 2.5 meters, and pursued Su Chen with all her might. This too was an illusion, yet the form of the Songlong Huang mirrored that of her true 9-tailed fox self. In this precarious situation, should Su Chen manage to escape and raise the alarm, human reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive. Given the existence of the illusion, the humans would not overlook any trace, conducting a ruthless sweep of the entire first trial area, sparing neither 1 nor 1,000. Even though she possessed the talent skill of mirror flower, water moon, enabling her to disguise herself as any type of demon beast, escaping under a comprehensive onslaught would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, she had survived in human society for over a decade, during which she had gleaned that there were no records of any illusion talent skills among the divine sequence demon beasts. Therefore, no one would ever suspect the existence of such a skill. As long as she eliminated Su Chen, the fact that she could utilize illusion would remain undisclosed. Once everything concluded, she could transform into an inconspicuous little demon beast, find a hiding place, and escaping from Yi City would merely be a matter of time. Thus, Su Chen must perish. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the College Entrance Examination Committee, numerous examiners gathered before the monitors of the first trial area, captivated by the sight. Is that the Songlong Huang of the 111th race sequence? How could such a demon beast appear in the first trial area? When did it infiltrate? Could it be that the demon beast tide was instigated by it? A barrage of questions surged through the headquarters, echoing like a tidal wave. Yet, this wave of inquiries quickly dissipated, replaced by a chorus of regretful sighs. Given the current situation, it seemed merely a matter of time before the boy riding the wolf met his demise at the jaws of the Songlong Huang. The Songlong Huang possessed an immensely powerful talent skill, the majesty of the wolf. This ability instilled a formidable sense of dread in opponents of equal or lower rank, rendering escape nearly impossible. Moreover, the Songlong Huang boasted not only immense strength, but also exceptional defensive capabilities and agile speed, embodying an amalgamation of damage output, tanking, crowd control, and mobility as a graduate contract demon beast. In the wish list of the Beast Tamer Association, excluding divine sequence demon beasts, that Songlonghuang ranked second in the hearts of many. The emergence of such a nearly perfect demon beast within the examination was truly unexpected. Regrettably, the survivors in the first trial area were few and far between, and it seemed no one possessed the strength to tame it. Nevertheless, rules were rules, and no one could contravene them. Even if divine sequence demon beasts appeared within the first trial area, as long as they remained outside the safe zone, examiners had no grounds for intervention. All the educators could envision was the boy's despair as he faced the Songlonghuang, witnessing his own flesh being consumed, yet powerless to claim it as his own. It was indeed a lamentable sight. Chapter 9. The Ghost Tree Demon King. Feeling the murderous gaze behind him, Su Chen experienced an involuntary acceleration of his heartbeat. His mind raced, contemplating strategies for survival. Even the black demon wolf faced a significant disparity in physique value compared to Yueyue, and it seemed only a matter of time before he would be caught. Was this the harbinger of a premature demise before the journey even began? Suddenly, the surrounding trees began to stir like a disturbed swarm of bees. A vine, as thick as a thigh, lashed out like a ferocious python from the front. The black demon wolf reacted swiftly, leaping agilely to narrowly evade the attack. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, 2, then 3, and ultimately 7 vines launched a fierce assault upon Su Chen like bolts of lightning. The black demon wolf immediately halted, deftly weaving between the onslaught of vines. Following the path of those vines, Su Chen's pupils constricted in horror, a chill coursing through him. They were 7 humans ensnared by the plants. More accurately, 7 corpses. From their attire, it was evident that these individuals were the 7 students from Yi City No. 1 high school who had previously surrounded Yueyue. Is this the withered wood puppet? Could it be the ghost tree demon king? Before Su Chen could finish speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. Dozens of vines, thicker than his own body, surged forth like dragons emerging from the earth, clawing and snapping at him. Following closely behind, a towering tree not far ahead suddenly began to move. Its colossal trunk resembled the leg of a giant, each step causing the earth to quake. All the attacking vines and roots connecting the students' corpses emanated from this very tree. At that moment, its system interface came into view. Race sequence, 122 Ghost Tree Demon King. Level, 1st stage, 10th rank. Physique, 325,330. Demon power, 158,162. Talent skill, Withered Wood Puppet. Skills, Hibernation, Vine Attack. Bond value, 0. Withered Wood Puppet can create wooden puppets using corpses as a medium. Indeed, it was this entity. What good fortune? Su Chen said with a hint of excitement. Little wolf cub, help me fend off one of the vine attacks. Upon hearing this, the black demon wolf hesitated momentarily. This is the attack of the sequence 122 Ghost Tree Demon King, not the sequence 822 Tree Demon. Taking this level of attack could cost me half my life. Perceiving the black demon wolf's reluctance, Su Chen added, after this, I will set you free. Otherwise, we shall die together here. At that moment, Yueyue had also caught up. She displayed no surprise at the emergence of the Ghost Tree Demon King. After all, the demon beast tied in the first trial area had arisen due to those 7 sycophants provoking the Ghost Tree Demon King. She had not even noticed at the time. And now it seemed that Su Chen's escape route led directly into the territory of the Ghost Tree Demon King. It appeared that even fate was favoring her. Yueyue refrained from unnecessary chatter, prioritizing the elimination of Su Chen to avoid prolonged complications. She bared her pristine white fangs, conjuring a pale purple fireball within her mouth, which she then launched directly at Su Chen. To the other demonic beasts, it appeared as if the Tsang Wolf Emperor had unleashed a ferocious assault upon Su Chen. As a member of the Wolf clan, the Hamo Lang harbored an innate fear of the Tsang Wolf Emperor. Its body trembled slightly, however, bolstered by Su Chen's promise. It ultimately resolved to take the risk. With a leap, the Hamo Lang surged forward like a flash of lightning, charging towards the robust vine that was thicker than a human. It exerted all its strength, enduring a strike from the vine. The crack echoed sharply as the vine lashed against the Hamo Lang, producing a clear sound. A mournful howl reverberated through the sky as its vitality was instantly halved, blood gushing from its wounds and staining its fur. Su Chen, honoring the Hamo Lang's trust, firmly grasped the vine extending from the Gui, Shu Yao Wang. Release the Hamo Lang's contract. Release the Gui Fu. Congratulations, host, for achieving the contract release. You have callously abandoned the tool beast that stood guard for you all night. Does your family know of your disregard? Achievement points acquired, 50 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chen nearly uttered a string of elegant exclamations. Why must the system always accompany achievements with such baffling rhetorical questions? It felt as though this system was designed solely to vex him. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. Initiate forced contract. Forced contract initiation successful. Contract in progress. In an instant, a faint green light enveloped the immense form of the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang. The Gueyue Shu Yao Wang wore an expression of astonishment, as if bound by an irresistible force. Was this the power of the contract? How could this be? Why could I not resist? Contract completed. With a crisp sound, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Gueyue Shu Yao Wang, towering at 20 meters, disintegrated in an instant, transforming into countless shimmering particles of power. These particles, drawn by some unseen force, coalesced into a surging torrent that swiftly merged into Su Chen's body. At that moment, the teachers observing the first trial zone were left dumbfounded. The Heimo Lang and the Gueyue Fu were equally bewildered. What manner of ability was this? Yueyue gazed at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Just as she was still immersed in her shock, a thick vine suddenly lunged toward her without warning. In the Beastmaster space, Su Chen had reached an agreement with the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang. Should it repel the Song Wolf Emperor, he would release it. The Gueyue Shu Yao Wang, being quite straightforward, understood that under such circumstances, it need not be overly verbose to avoid a disastrous outcome for all involved. Thus, it decisively lifted Su Chen with the vine he had seized and drew him back to its side. Subsequently, it unleashed all remaining vines to launch a fierce assault on Yueyue. She braced herself against the first vine, then leaped, racing along the vine towards the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang. In response to the impending vine strikes, Yueyue activated the Mirror Flower Water Moon skill, creating a discrepancy between her actual position and her illusion. All vine attacks missed their mark. This sudden turn of events left the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang momentarily stunned. Why did the Song Wolf Emperor seem somewhat peculiar? Chapter 10. The Contract with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Indeed, how I desire it. Observing the situation, Su Chen silently lamented. It was evident that the formidable strength of higher-tiered demonic beasts, even those merely above 100 in rank, was vastly superior to that of divine-tier beasts. Given such a disparity in power, defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Under these circumstances, his hopes rested solely on the system. His gaze fell upon the surrounding tree demons. Taking a deep breath, he commanded with a calm yet decisive tone, "Now, attack those tree demons." Upon hearing the command, the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang furrowed its brow, somewhat puzzled, yet it did not hesitate and promptly followed Su Chen's directive. Although the tree demons, and it belonged to the same category, for demonic beasts, the distinction might not even compare to the differences between humans of Asian and African descent. They were merely akin to different primate species. Thus, it felt no qualms about the repercussions of its actions. It decisively severed the vine that held Yueyue, causing her to plummet. Subsequently, it swung its robust root-like tendrils, striking the surrounding tree demons with the ferocity of a tempest. The onlooking demonic beasts were bewildered, unsure of what transpired, yet none expected the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang to launch such a sudden attack on its kin. The enormous size and strength disparity, coupled with this unexpected ambush, left many tree demons unable to react, resulting in numerous casualties under the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang's assault. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Tree Demon Slayer. The wood from the tree demons should serve well as firewood. Achievement points acquired, 30 points. Only 20 points remain. Su Chen focused intently on Yueyue, who was weaving through the forest, gradually approaching him. Since there were corresponding achievements for his first kills, initial contracts, and allowing a contracted beast to devour a crystal core, it followed that an achievement should also exist for teaching a beast a skill for the first time. Skill 3. Tree Cage. Create a cage to restrict the opponent's movements. Achievement points required, 60 points. System. Enable the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang to learn this tree cage skill. Learning in progress. Learning complete. Once the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang successfully grasped this skill, it paused momentarily, seemingly savoring this newfound power. After 2.5 seconds, it regained its senses. Without any hesitation, the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang immediately employed the tree cage skill it had just learned. In an instant, numerous sturdy branches sprouted like serpents, intertwining to form an incredibly robust cage that ensnared Yueyue within. Such trivial tricks. Faced with this predicament, Yueyue merely clicked her tongue, appearing somewhat disdainful. Taking a deep breath, she summoned a blazing fox fire that erupted in her mouth and hurled it fiercely at the wooden cage that confined her. With a sizzling sound, smoke billowed from the point of contact, and a large hole appeared almost instantaneously, causing little hindrance. However, that was sufficient. It was evident that Su Chen's gamble had paid off. As he taught the Gueyue Shu Yao Wang its new skill, he received another notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for achieving the new skill accomplishment. The tool beast has comprehended a new skill. Is this ultimately a blessing or a curse? Achievement points acquired, 50 points. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 700 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Oh, how I adore you, dear system sister. Allocate all to demonic power. Allocation complete. Current host demonic power, 162272. Su Chen grinned, an overwhelming surge of confidence flooding his heart. The demonic power finally surpassed Shan Yueyue. At that moment, Shan Yueyue successfully breached the defenses of the Ghost Tree Demon King and appeared before Su Chen like a specter. Without uttering a word, she invoked the illusionary art of Mirror Flower Water Moon, concealing her true movements as she sought an opportunity to eliminate Su Chen. Perhaps intending to conserve some demonic power for creating illusions to escape, Shan Yueyue chose not to unleash her foxfire to swiftly vanquish Su Chen. Instead, she created an illusion of herself remaining in place while she stealthily launched an ambush from the side. Faced with this predicament, Su Chen finally grasped the significance of the indestructible golden body. At this critical moment, the skill of a true man was undoubtedly a divine technique. Seeing the empty system window less than 2.5 meters away, Su Chen decisively activated the indestructible golden body. A crisp sound resonated through the surroundings. It seemed that Shan Yueyue had quite a set of teeth. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen boldly extended his right hand. As expected, he encountered something soft and furry in front of him that appeared devoid of life. Released the contract with the Ghost Tree Demon King. Forced contract activation successful. Contracting in progress. What have you done? Shan Yueyue exclaimed in shock. Her illusion of Mirror Flower Water Moon instantly dispelled. Her true form, the nine-tailed fox, was fully revealed to Su Chen. It was a stunningly beautiful fox head, cute and charming, instantly melting the hearts of anyone who gazed upon it. A pair of elongated fox eyes slightly tilted upward, exuding a captivating and enchanting allure. Her entire body was enveloped in pure white fur, resembling pristine snowflakes, radiating a mesmerizing sheen. 9 fluffy tails swayed gently behind her, akin to a splendid gown, with a splash of vibrant red hue between the tails adding an extra touch of brilliance and mystery. However, at this moment, Shan Yueyue wore an expression of rage and disbelief, glaring at Su Chen as if she intended to devour him whole. Su Chen smiled faintly and said softly, I haven't done anything, little fox. From now on, we are on the same side, so please refrain from such expressions. They are rather frightening. Just as he finished speaking, a system prompt chimed in. Contract completed. As the system's voice faded, Shan Yueyue's fluffy form transformed instantaneously into clouds of white and soft as cotton candy, rushing towards Su Chen and swiftly being absorbed into his body. However, unlike the previous instances of absorbing the Ghost Tree Demon King, the Black Magic Wolf, and the Ghost Bat, the white clouds transformed from the nine-tailed fox did not fully enter Su Chen's body. A small portion began to converge slowly in the palm of his right hand, gradually forming a white nine-tails pattern the size of a thumb. This diminutive white nine-tails emblem was a unique mark of the Divine Generation series of demon beasts. As a member of the Divine Generation series, one of its most notable characteristics was the irrevocability of the contract once established with a Beastmaster. Moreover, a Beastmaster could, to a certain extent, share in the innate skills possessed by that demon beast. Of course, every coin has two sides, and this peculiar contract relationship was not without its drawbacks. Should a contracted Divine Generation demon beast perish, the demonic power it once occupied within the Beastmaster would still remain, not vanishing with its death. It could be said that one had truly boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 11, Divine Generation Series. Congratulations, host, on achieving the Divine Generation Series. You have contracted a Divine Generation demon beast, specifically the illusionist nine-tailed fox. Will the host derive various peculiarities from this? Achievement point gained, 60 points. Let me go, you scoundrel. Shan Yueyue screamed frantically within Su Chen, her voice filled with fury and indignation. Her body struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from the confines of the Beastmaster space. Yet all was in vain. In response, Su Chen merely smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Little fox, as a Divine Generation demon beast, do you not realize? Our contract cannot be undone. You might as well accept it. Get lost. I will never let you off. I shall not obey your commands. Little fox, if you do not protect me, if I die, you shall perish too. You know, we are now bound by fate. I will say this. If you are surrounded and killed by other demon beasts, I will applaud. Su Chen understood that Shan Yueyue was merely being obstinate and chose not to engage in further banter with her. He turned to the recently released Ghost Tree Demon King, sporting a friendly smile as he greeted, Old brother, thank you for your efforts. Hearing this, The ghost tree demon king quickly entwined his vines into a shape vaguely resembling a human form and replied, "No problem. These are trivial matters. I must thank you for helping me learn a new skill. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Su Chen sighed in relief. Indeed, helping the ghost tree demon king learn a skill had significantly boosted his favor, preventing an immediate fallout after the contract's dissolution. He had originally planned to use himself as leverage to ensure Su Chen protection while leaving this place. After all, which demon beast does not cherish its own life? Once a beast master perishes, their contracted demon beasts also meet their demise. This is a unique rule of this world. It now seemed entirely unnecessary. Su Chen chuckled. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, it is getting quite late. If you have time, could you help me find a tree hollow to rest in, and also gather those fallen demon beast crystal cores? No problem. The ghost tree demon king readily agreed. Su Chen's ability was too peculiar. Not only had he contracted the ghost tree demon king, but he had also effortlessly managed to bind the Tsang Wolf Emperor, leaving no room for resistance. Such an oddity was beyond the reach of a mere first-tier demon beast. If it displeased Su Chen, he might forcibly contract it as well, only to release it in the city, risking it becoming a crystal core in mere moments. I hope that person is still alive. Gazed the ghost tree demon king still standing tall, murmured the examiner in the first trial zone, Loli. Her eyes revealed a hint of doubt and concern as her brow furrowed slightly. Moreover, other examiners from different trial zones began to show curiosity, whispering to one another before gradually approaching to observe the situation in the first trial zone. However, the ghost tree demon king's size was too immense, and coupled with the obstruction of other trees, the precise battle situation remained obscured. Regardless of how Su Chen inexplicably contracted the ghost tree demon king, the battle noise in the dim forest seemed to have dissipated, yet the ghost tree demon king still stood alive. This likely indicated that Su Chen was still alive as well. However, within the monitoring room, silence pervaded. No one could provide a definitive answer. Time ticked by. Finally, 10 minutes later, someone broke the silence. He is alive. That wooden puppet must be the skill of the ghost tree demon king, right? Then it must be the Tsang Wolf Emperor that has perished. Quite impressive. The ghost tree demon king is no weakling. All the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Historically, every student who had successfully exited the first trial zone boasted scores among the top 10 in Yi City during their college entrance examinations, with none lacking in future prospects. And Su Chen, who had managed to contract the ghost tree demon king, was undoubtedly a true prodigy. It was a pity that all 8 top students from Yi City No. 1 high school had perished. "What is this student's name?" inquired an elderly man in military attire, his expression as calm as a still lake. Loli promptly replied, "Su Chen, from Yi City No. 7 high school." The elderly man with white hair remained as calm as a still pond, slightly nodding as he remarked, "Is it Su Chen? Once his college entrance examination results are out, bring him directly to see me." Upon hearing this, many university instructors sighed. It appears that this Su Chen is destined for greatness. Consequently, the institution they represent will lose an extraordinary talent named Su Chen. Loli nodded in agreement. "Understood, General. I will convey your message." Under the guidance of a wooden puppet, Su Chen arrived at an even more spacious tree hollow than the previous night. The interior of the hollow was a world unto itself, not only vast, but also exquisitely arranged. The ghost tree demon king had intentionally gathered some moonlight grass that emitted a gentle blue glow, artfully placed in various corners of the hollow, adding a touch of mystery to the entire space. Vines intertwined to form a natural barrier sealing the hollow, creating an atmosphere of immense security. At this moment, Su Chen summoned Su Chen. Due to their contractual bond, he had now grasped some essential aspects of Jinghua Yueyue. Although he could not yet wield this skill, he could effortlessly discern if an opponent had employed any illusions. Su Chen had transformed into the appearance of a village girl with a pockmarked face, rather unremarkable. If rated on a scale of 10, Su Chen would only assign her around 3 points, making her the kind of inconspicuous presence in class. She curled up in a corner, openly displaying a look of disdain at Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze. Although he could not comprehend why Su Chen chose to manifest in such a form, he chose not to comment further and directly opened her skill panel. Skill 2, Tian Mei Shintong, causes enemies that gaze directly at the user to fall into a state of enchantment. Achievement point cost, 200 points. Su Chen rested his chin on one hand, analyzing, indeed, a divine beast of the divine generation. The achievement point cost to activate skills is quite substantial. Let us proceed with learning. Learning in progress. Learning complete. As the system's voice faded, Su Chen's previously disdainful expression suddenly widened in disbelief. Her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Due to the restrictions of the Yi City isolation barrier, she had been unable to break through to the second tier or acquire new skills. Yet now, She had learned one in an instant. Chapter 12, Bond Value. Shan blinked her lively big eyes, her face etched with incredulity as she fixated on Su Chen, asking in astonishment, "What did you do?" Su Chen, with an air of nonchalance and a hint of teasing smile, replied, "I taught you a skill. What, do you not like it?" Upon hearing this, Shan, pouting, turned her face away, muttering, "Humph, I don't like it. Who asked you to teach me?" At that moment, the system notification chimed in. System notification, bond value of the nine-tailed demon fox Shan has changed, 0.5. Su Chen was taken aback, noting that Shan information panel had additional fields for her name and bond value compared to ordinary demon beasts. System, what is the purpose of this bond value? I noticed other demon beasts do not possess this feature. Only divine generation demon beasts possess bond values. The higher the bond value, the closer the relationship between the demon beast and the host. It is advisable for the host to cultivate the bond value of the contracted demon beast, as it offers many undisclosed benefits. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, pondering. It seems that this bond value is akin to the affection points in a dating simulation game. Thus, although Shan claims to dislike it, her disdain is merely superficial. With this realization, he proceeded. Skill 3, Soul Drain, siphons the enemy's strength to restore oneself. Achievement point cost, 400 points. Let us learn. Su Chen softly commanded. Learning in progress. Learning complete. With the system notification, Shan brow furrowed even more tightly. In less than half a minute, Su Chen had taught her 2 new skills. She had not consumed any treasures, nor had she witnessed any remarkable actions from Su Chen. Her level had not even increased. How was this possible? Recalling the earlier incident of being forcibly bound by Su Chen, Shan confusion deepened. What exactly is this human? System notification, bond value of the nine-tailed demon fox Shan has changed, 5.15. As expected, for any girl, feelings for a boy often begin with curiosity. Following this series of divine operations, Shan's bond value soared to 1.5 points. However, the unfortunate reality for Su Chen was that he had discovered he no longer possessed enough achievement points to allow Shan to indulge. Fortunately, fate had not completely abandoned him. The Ghost Tree Demon King had finally gathered the Demon Beast crystal cores and delivered them. Coupled with the 13 crystal cores obtained from the demon beasts Shan had slain, they perfectly totaled 50. Without hesitation, Su Chen stuffed the demon beast crystal cores into Shan delicate, fair hands. Hurry and consume these, little fox. My future aspirations depend entirely on your beauty. Humph. Shan glanced at her hands filled with the cores, playfully huffing, but ultimately accepted them all. She then slowly turned her back to Su Chen, quietly consuming the demon beast crystal cores. Minutes later, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. Simultaneously, he sensed a significant surge in Shan's aura. Congratulations, host, on achieving the second-tier demon beast. Congratulations to your contracted demon beast for breaking through to the second tier, which should be quite impressive for someone your age. Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 800 achievement points. Reward, Basic Fighting Technique. Basic Fighting Technique grants fundamental close combat abilities. Congratulations, host, on achieving Demon Power Explosion. The total demon power of your contracted demon beast has reached its limit. Is this a precursor to a demon power surge? Achievement points gained, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 900 achievement points. Reward, 5 points of free attribute allocation. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily stunned and hurriedly opened his information panel. Demon power, 272,272. Wow, this little fox gained such a vast increase in demon power with just one upgrade. Su Chen nearly coughed up blood, promptly declaring, allocate all 5 points to demon power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host demon power value, 272,322. Shan discreetly turned around, stealing a glance at Su Chen from the corner of her eye. Her slender brows tightened slightly, and she pondered. Does he not feel anything? Could it be that this human's demon power is far beyond my expectations? Yet he is merely a first-tier, 5-stage human. How could his internal demon power be so high? The more she thought about it, the more perplexed she became. Shaking her head vigorously, she decided to set aside her thoughts and focus on consuming the demon beast crystal cores. After all, the events of the day had been utterly surreal. First, she was able to grasp new skills in an instant. Then recalling the earlier battle scene, Shan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Su Chen appeared to possess the ability to see through her illusions, and his physical strength seemed capable of withstanding her full-force strike, nearly causing her to lose her teeth. Who exactly is this individual? System notification. The bond value with Yueyue to Shan Yueyue has changed. 1,520. The following morning, beams of golden sunlight finally streamed through the crevices at the top of the tree hollow, illuminating the space and awakening Su Chen. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and let out a wide yawn as he sluggishly rose from the ground. Once standing steadily, Su Chen eagerly opened his system interface multiple times. Upon seeing the words, Yueyue prominently displayed in the section for contracted demon beasts, his lips involuntarily curved into a smile. At last, he had successfully contracted the Yueyue. Recalling that after he fell asleep the previous night, Shan Yueyue continued to consume the crystal cores. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had smoothly broken through to the first stage, 6th tier upon waking. What a delightful surprise. Good fortune invigorates the spirit. Excited, he turned his gaze towards the corner where a curled-up figure lay and called out loudly, "Little fox, it's time to wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." With Su Chen's shouts, the previously quiet corner began to stir. Shan Yueyue blinked sleepily a few times, her face displaying a mixture of confusion and bewilderment, clearly still trying to comprehend her current situation. However, as her gaze gradually focused and landed on Su Chen, the look of confusion vanished, replaced by an expression of disdain and helplessness. She pouted, rolled her eyes, revealing a face that seemed to say, "So this is not a dream." Yet, upon seeing Shan Yueyue's features, Su Chen was left even more bewildered. 1,000 words coalesced into a single query. "Who are you?" Chapter 13. Beneath the mask lies greater beauty. The woman before him possessed an unparalleled beauty, unforgettable in its brilliance. Her features were distinct and three-dimensional, each line perfectly shaping an enchanting silhouette, especially her peach blossom eyes, which, when lightly lifted, exuded a myriad of charms. She radiated an exquisite and refined aura, a stark contrast to Yueyue, the campus flower of Yi City No. 1 High School. Although Yueyue was beautiful, she lacked this inner elegance that emanated from Shan Yueyue. Observing her figure, it was nothing short of graceful, with a delicate and alluring curve. Her skin, as white as snow, was as smooth and flawless as fine jade. A cascade of pure white hair flowed down like a waterfall, resting gently at her slender waist, swaying with the breeze and shimmering with dazzling radiance, releasing a subtle and refreshing fragrance that was intoxicating. She wore a dress of pink and white, light and airy. The pale pink lace hem danced with the wind, resembling a flower bud on the verge of blooming, bashful yet captivating. In summary, she embodied perfection without losing elegance, purity without sacrificing allure. Name, Shan Yueyue. Species, 007 Yueyue. Level, 2nd stage, 1st tier. Physique, 600-600. Demonic power, 272. Talented skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Skills, Foxfire Heavenly Charm Divine Eye, Soul Drain. Bond value, 20. Were it not for the system interface hovering above her head, Su Chen might have thought he had stumbled into a realm brimming with romantic entanglements. After all, how could one encounter such a stunning beauty? "Little fox, is this truly how you look?" Su Chen was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, unable to suppress his curiosity. He did not perceive any remnants of the Mirror Flower Water Moon being used. This was most likely Shan Yueyue's true appearance. He had assumed that Yueyue, referred to as the campus flower, had reached the pinnacle of beauty. Little did he expect that Shan Yueyue's true visage was the very zenith of perfection, nearly devoid of any flaw. This is astonishing. The phrase "beneath the mask lies greater beauty" had unexpectedly manifested in reality. Shan Yueyue gently tossed her long hair, the silky strands cascading down her shoulders, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance. Observing Su Chen's expression, she disdainfully huffed, "Humph. As expected, all men are the same." She brushed off the dirt from her dress and slowly stood up. Soon after, she replaced her expression of disdain with one of relaxation. Taking a deep breath, her presence was like an intoxicating blend of orchid and musk, captivating those around her. She approached Su Chen and scrutinized him from head to toe. Ultimately, her alluring peach blossom eyes settled on his face, and she let out a soft sigh. Su Chen was taken aback, feeling slightly uncomfortable as he touched his face and asked, "What are you doing? Never seen a handsome guy before. I am a Yueyue, not blind." Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes and replied bluntly, "Fine, since I've fallen into your hands, I concede. Let's go. There is only a day and a half left for the assessment, and I want to level up." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's anxieties finally subsided. Although the skill of forced contracting allowed him to establish a bond with demon beasts directly, whether they willingly served him or might choose to resist and perish alongside him remained uncertain. Some beast tamers took nearly half a year to forge a bond with demon beasts after defeating them, not to mention dealing with a proud divine sequence beast like Shan Yueyue. Remarkably, After just one night, such a significant change in attitude had occurred. Truly impressive. At that moment, Su Chen's expression was as calm as still water, a faint smile gracing his lips. He confidently extended his right hand, gently grasping Yueye's delicate hand, and said with a smile, "Then let us proceed, beautiful lady. My quest for advancement relies entirely upon you." However, in the next moment, Yueyue shot him a playful glare, her lips slightly pouting, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Then she shook off his hand. Could this be the legendary Tsundere? Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of Demon Beast Hunter. The variety of demon beasts you have slain has reached 30 types. Do you wish to collect the complete Demon Beast Encyclopedia? Earned 50 achievement points. It wasn't until 10 o'clock on the third day that Su Chen's mind was once again graced by the system's notification sound. He couldn't help but lament that the speed of achievement accumulation was slowing down. Nevertheless, this did not overshadow Yueye's astonishing speed in battle. The delicate fingers of hers, releasing a mere spark, seemed to harbor boundless power, capable of instantly vanquishing ordinary upper-tier demon beasts. Su Chen recalled the harrowing scene from yesterday, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had he been struck by her foxfire at that moment, he likely would have been reduced to ashes. Moreover, due to the existence of the soul-drained skill, Yueyue need not worry about depleting her demonic power. When her energy waned, she merely had to capture a demon beast and drain it to restore her full strength immediately. This ability was truly extraordinary. Additionally, owing to the influx of demon beasts, the number of creatures within the dark forest was astounding. Even without the tracking skills of the black magic wolf, a casual stroll would lead to encounters with several demon beasts. With the continuous supply of crystal cores from first-stage demon beasts and the ensuing battles, Yueye's power steadily advanced, and she had now reached the height of second stage, third tier. As for Su Chen's own attributes, name, Su Chen, level, first stage, ninth tier, physique, 115-118, demonic power, 281-330, skills, beast mastery, forced contract, insight, indestructible golden body, achievement points, 240,990, contracted beast, Yueyue. With such a level and demonic power, it undoubtedly ranks among the elite of all high school graduates. Contemplating this, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded in satisfaction, accompanied by the beautiful little fox lady. He imagined that once the college entrance examination results were released, he would choose a school with coastal dormitories to leisurely enjoy life. This was the ideal existence for a transmigrator. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The melodious chime of the clock at noon resonated, officially signaling the conclusion of this year's college entrance examination. In that moment, the figures of Su Chen and Yueyue gradually faded, as if merging into the surrounding environment. The next second, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a serene and shadowy forest. Chapter 14, Returning to School. Meanwhile, within the classroom where Su Chen was situated, an eerie silence prevailed. The only sound echoing through the air was the hurried yet soft footsteps of the homeroom teacher. Zhanya, gripping her phone tightly, her gaze flitted anxiously between the screen and the classroom, her expression increasingly fraught with concern. The college entrance examination in the Beastmaster world was not to be taken lightly. Even in the relatively simpler 18th trial zone, nearly 5 of students faced dire consequences each year. When considering all trial zones, the sacrifice rate could exceed 30. Such statistics were comparable to the casualty rates of Beastmasters during a demonic beast tide in major cities. Yet, despite the brutality, none of this could be avoided. After all, the various trial zones established for the college entrance examination, even the least difficult 18th trial zone, were relatively safe compared to the perilous outside world. If one could not survive in such an environment, how could they aspire to become a Beastmaster? How could they protect their homeland? Just then, the clock's chime struck 12 with a resounding force, like a hammer striking the hearts of every teacher present. In an instant, dazzling beams of light erupted unexpectedly above each student's seat in the classroom. Following this, the students' figures gradually emerged from the luminous columns like phantoms. Concurrently, a pungent scent of blood swiftly filled the air, evoking a wave of nausea. This was accompanied by the students' startled exclamations. "Damn, you scared me. I was just being chased by a hunting falcon. Thankfully, I timed it well." "Me too. I never expected the 16th trial zone to be this terrifying. I feel awful. If I had 10 more minutes, I might have contracted the Yueyue. Ouch, my right hand feels broken." As several students, upon recognizing their familiar classroom surroundings, saw their initial panic dissipate like a receding tide, they were instead washed over by a sense of relief at having survived. They gasped for breath, as if expelling all the fear and tension that had built up within them. Many had once harbored dreams of becoming beastmasters, marrying beautiful and affluent partners, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet at this moment, they would rather forfeit their college entrance examination opportunities to live as ordinary individuals in the inner city. This experience was one they wished never to endure again. The medical staff within the school had long been on high alert, promptly rushing to each classroom to treat the students. They ensured that every student received timely medical attention, guaranteeing the normal processing of college entrance examination results in an hour. Upon seeing the students return to the classroom one by one, a great weight was finally lifted from Zhang Ye's heart. She sighed softly, her taut nerves gradually relaxing. However, when her gaze fell upon the 3 empty seats, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Although losing 3 students in a class of over 30 during the college entrance examination was considered a relatively good outcome, the loss of each life weighed heavily upon her. Even after experiencing such scenes year after year, Zhang Ye could never fully acclimate to the feeling of separation and loss. Suddenly, Zhang Ye appeared to realize something. She paused for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Those 3 vacant seats did not seem to belong to Su Chen, did they? Could it be that Su Chen had returned alive from the first trial zone? Su Chen, are you all right? Zhang Ye hurried to Su Chen's desk, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired. I'm fine, Teacher Zhang, Su Chen replied, lifting his head with a calm demeanor. Zhang Ye carefully scrutinized Su Chen, and upon confirming his well-being, her worries eased somewhat. She patted Su Chen's shoulder gently, whispering, regardless of whether you contracted a beast, your safety is what matters. To return alive from the first trial zone is already a source of pride for your teacher. Su Chen nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Once Zhang Ye left, Su Chen began chatting with Tu Yueyue in the Beastmaster space. She had already disclosed the reasons for her presence in Yi City and her infiltration into the college entrance examination under the guise of Lin Yueyue the previous day. After all, she was now inseparable from Su Chen, so there was no need for concealment. Through this topic, their relationship grew much warmer, and their bond value successfully increased to 25 points. However, Tu Yueyue seemed somewhat displeased about being forcibly contracted by Su Chen, her beautiful eyes flickering with hints of dissatisfaction, giving Su Chen the impression of a difficult-to-placate girlfriend who occasionally threw small tantrums. Little fox, the final test is about to begin. The kind of university I can enter entirely depends on you. By the way, could you please stop calling me little fox? I am a Yueyue, not just a fox. Is there really a difference? Su Chen rolled his eyes, exasperated. Then I shall call you Yueyue. Is that acceptable? Tu Yueyue still pouted, lightly huffing. Whatever. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, sometimes baffled by whether Tu Yueyue was genuinely tsundere or merely acting out of playful temper. By the way, I have always been curious, Tu Yueyue. Did you choose your name yourself? Regarding that, I am not quite sure. I have known this name since I can remember. I am uncertain how it originated or why I am aware of it. Then, how old are you now? I am not sure either, but since I can remember, I have been around for at least 18 years. The human and fox engaged in casual conversation, passing the time effortlessly. An hour slipped away unnoticed. All examinees were gathered on the playground, preparing for the final assessment of their college entrance examination results. According to the school's statistics, a total of 1,088 students from Yi City number 6 participated in the examination, with 801 students successfully returning. Among these returning students, 657 had successfully contracted with demonic beasts and become beast masters. Compared to previous years, this ratio was fairly consistent, with nothing particularly noteworthy. The final stage of the college entrance examination, which tested the comprehensive strength of demonic beasts, was quite straightforward. In the center of the playground, a spirit gathering array with a radius of approximately 3 meters had been constructed beforehand. Each examinee simply needed to step into this array and activate their respective Beastmaster space. At that moment, the spiritual energy within the spirit gathering array would naturally merge into the Beastmaster space, resonating with the power of the demonic beasts inside, which would then be reflected back to the monitors through data feedback. This method would allow for an accurate assessment of the overall strength level of all demonic beasts within the Beastmaster space, and this value would directly determine each examinee's college entrance examination score. The advantage of this approach lies in the avoidance of summoning colossal entities like the Gui, Shu Yao Wang, which could incite chaos both within and outside the school. It appears that this examination format has evolved after a long period of refinement. Numerous university instructors from other cities have gathered around to witness the proceedings. When they encounter a talent that catches their eye, they take the initiative to greet them, hoping to recruit them. Chapter 15. Gaokao results. Li Xiangyang, 578 points. 2 contracted Yao beasts. Cleared the 17th trial area. Su Lili, 685 points. 2 contracted Yao beasts. Cleared the 10th trial area. Li Lei, 777 points. 3 contracted Yao beasts. cleared the 9th trial area. Qingluan, 84 points. 1 contracted Yao Beast, cleared the 5th trial area. The final assessments of the Gaokao are underway with great fervor. Within a mere hour, over 100 students have successfully completed the strength evaluations of their Yao Beasts. At this moment, the revelation of one student's score instantly ignites a sensation among all present. The scoring structure for the Gaokao is calculated based on all contracted Yao Beasts within the Beast Master space, akin to the power value system found in popular online games. Specifically, it resembles a card game. The higher the score, the greater the energy value occupied by the Yao Beast, which corresponds to a higher overall strength and thus a higher calculated score. Conversely, if the energy value occupied by the Yao Beast is lower, the strength diminishes, leading to a correspondingly lower score. Qingluan, with only 1 contracted Yao Beast, has achieved a remarkable score of 84, surpassing that of Li Lei, who had 3 contracted Yao Beasts. What manner of Yao Beast is this? How extraordinary! I barely managed to accumulate enough energy value for a score of 70. Yet the goddess Qingluan's single Yao Beast outscored me. The disparity between individuals is staggering. Qingluan, not only beautiful, but also remarkably adept in beast mastery. How impressive! Surely, she must have contracted a Yao Beast within the top 200 sequence. Amidst the adulation of the crowd, Qingluan's exquisite visage reveals no sign of excitement, remaining as tranquil as a still autumn pond. As the undisputed belle of Yicheng No. 6 High School, she is well accustomed to such reverent attention, viewing the gazes of admiration and envy as mere commonplace scenery. Time passes swiftly, and soon 2.5 hours have elapsed. More than half of the students have completed their evaluations and received their Gaokao results. Just as everyone is lost in their own emotions, the next score announced sends the crowd into a frenzy. Yueyue, 125 points. 1 contracted Yao Beast, cleared the 3rd trial area. What the heck? A single Yao Beast has achieved over 100 points? Could it possibly be a divine sequence Yao Beast? It seems plausible. Just moments ago, the goddess Qingluan revealed that her contracted Yao Beast is a Ling Yun Hua Xian of sequence 188, having reached the 1st stage, 8th rank, and yet only scored 84 points. Surely, 125 points must belong to a divine sequence Yao Beast. Goodness, is the disparity between individuals really this vast? My 2 contracted Yao Beasts combined barely reached half of his score. A normal person wouldn't dare to compare themselves to him. He is the young master of the Yang family in Yicheng, probably having consumed more precious materials than I have rice in my lifetime. And his energy value is likely exceeding 20 points. Amidst the students' discussions, even university instructors from other cities began to engage in heated debates. We at Jiangcheng University must have Yueyue. No one else can compete. Old Lin, don't mislead the youth. Jiangcheng University hasn't produced a 5th-tier beast master in nearly a decade, not even as reputable as a 2nd-tier school. This is at least a 6th-tier beast master in the making. Do you intend to ruin him? Get lost. Although Jiangcheng University hasn't produced a 5th-tier beast master in the last decade, over 80 students have become 4th-tier beast masters. And a breakthrough to the 5th tier is merely a matter of time. This is called accumulating strength over time. Do you understand? Stop arguing. Yueyue is one of us from Yicheng. Yicheng University is his rightful place. Nonsense. Yueyue has already been accepted by Heihe University. In an instant, the entire playground erupted into chaos, a scene of unprecedented competition among numerous instructors of 5th tier or higher vying for a single student. Such episodes have occurred in previous years, but the intensity of today's situation is exceedingly rare. For instance, when Qingluan's results were announced, it did spark some interest among the instructors. Yet it pales in comparison to the current fervor. All the students present stared wide-eyed, their faces reflecting envy and jealousy. After all, the universities in contention, Jiangcheng University, Yicheng University, Donghai University, and Heihe University, are all renowned institutes for beastmasters. For many students, gaining admission to any of these prestigious universities is a cherished dream. Yet now, these elite institutions are embroiled in a fierce struggle over a single student, nearly resorting to physical altercation. How absurd is this? Amidst the bustling crowd, Loli, who previously served as an examiner for the 1st trial area, furrowed her brow. She had been dispatched on a mission to escort Su Chen to meet General Han Xinghe. However, she never anticipated encountering such an outstanding talent along the way. Even if Su Chen had contracted the Gui Shu Yao Wang, he likely wouldn't achieve such a score. I'll need to report this to General Han. With this thought, Loli retrieved her phone and contacted her superior. At that moment, Yueyue emerged from the testing array, radiating confidence as he approached the enchanting Qingluan. He bowed slightly and smiled, saying, "Curson, I like you. Would you consider being my girlfriend?" Chapter 16. Su Chen's score. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted once more, particularly the female students. who were on the verge of squealing in delight. To be confessed to by the male idol in such a grand spectacle is a fantasy for countless girls. Yet, Qingluan felt a twinge of awkwardness, her lips twitching in discomfort, her gaze fixed on Yueyue, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yueyue, in terms of family background, strength, appearance, and popularity, is undeniably exceptional. Not only is he a standout figure in Yicheng Luzhong, but he is also considered a highly sought-after individual at Yicheng University. However, his notorious flirtations are well known. Throughout his 3 years of high school, rumors about him were rampant, with some girls even ending up pregnant due to his advances. Yet, he would nonchalantly walk away, showing no sense of responsibility. Qingluan is acutely aware that accepting his confession could mean becoming just another one of his many girlfriends, ultimately doomed to be discarded. However, to refuse him in such a public setting would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride. Although her family background is far superior to that of the average student, it pales in comparison to the esteemed Yang family that supports Yueyue. It could be said that if Yueyue wished to target her, he could easily make her life in Yicheng unbearable. As the students eagerly anticipated Qingluan's response to Yueyue, Su Chen commenced his own test. He calmly stepped into the testing array, as if the surrounding clamor was of no concern to him. Gradually, he opened his Beast Taming space, quietly feeling the spiritual energy surge in like a tidal wave. On the other side, the tester, Li Hongkai, was initially captivated by the spectacle of Yueyue's confession, acting as a mere bystander. After testing hundreds of students, he felt somewhat fatigued. Yueyue's score had indeed left a deep impression on him, so he paid little attention to the fluctuations on the computer screen at that moment. It was only after a few seconds, estimating that Su Chen's test must have concluded, that he finally turned around to announce Su Chen's results. However, when his gaze fell upon the computer screen, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision. He even restarted the testing program, seeking confirmation that nothing was amiss. Upon seeing the displayed results once more, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This utterance instantly shattered the silence in the air, drawing the attention of many. Nearby, Wang Yuba, a staff member of the Beast Tamer Association, also felt perplexed. More than a minute had passed, and why had this student's results not yet been announced? What was taking so long? There were still over 300 students waiting. Was he unwilling to finish his shift? Wang Yuba muttered impatiently, striding over towards the tester. Li Hongkai swallowed hard, his finger trembling as he pointed to the numbers on the screen, his voice slightly quavering as he asked, "Old Wang, what do you think this score signifies among high school students?" Wang Yuba, upon hearing this, felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. After decades of being a tester, how could he still be so easily flabbergasted? He had reacted similarly when announcing Yueyue's scores. After all, prodigies like him appeared in the country every year, numbering in the dozens or hundreds. Was such a reaction truly warranted? However, when Wang Yuba's gaze fell upon the score displayed on the screen, his expression instantly froze. His mouth fell open in shock, as if he had lost the ability to articulate words, only managing to emit a sound louder than Li Hongkai's in sheer disbelief. In an instant, many were drawn to the commotion surrounding the testers. What was happening? Why were the results still not announced after such a long wait? Perhaps there was an issue with the program that required debugging. Damn, I'm next in line for testing. I was planning to impress my girlfriend. Teacher, is everything all right? Su Chen's question finally snapped the two testers back to reality. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, they slowly stood up and announced loudly, "Su Chen, 254 points. One contracted beast. You have passed the first trial zone." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The earlier commotion and excitement that accompanied Yueyue's score dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming stillness. Students, teachers from Yicheng Luzhong, and representatives from various universities all widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had indeed heard correctly. A score of 254 points for a contracted beast is not particularly high. Some third or fourth tier beast tamers can score over 300 points with their individual contracted beasts. Yet, the question remained. Su Chen is a high school graduate, likely possessing only a first-tier, fifth-stage beast, a young man barely 18 years old. Even if some third or fourth-tier beasts were willing to be his contracted beasts, would his power be sufficient to command them? A barrage of questions erupted in everyone's minds, sending shivers down their spines. 254 points? Surely, I must have misheard. The staff of the Beast Tamer Association would not jest about such matters, would they? Passing the first trial zone? I have a friend at Yicheng Yizhong, and none of the 8 top students who participated in the first trial zone returned. Su Chen actually came back, and Yueyue, the school beauty from Yicheng Yizhong, also perished in the first trial zone. Does anyone know who achieved the highest score in the college entrance examination over the past century? I know. It was Yueyue from Yanjing Sanzhong. 30 years ago in Yanjing, she fortuitously contracted the 30th ranked vampire, achieving the highest score in history of 210 points. The second place was Mo Xiaohai from Donghai Yizhong, whose contracted beast was the 27th ranked Sun Qingluan, scoring 206 points. As far as I recall, only these two have surpassed 200 points in the college entrance examination. I have heard of the legends surrounding Yueyue and Mo Xiaohai, but it seems unlikely that anyone could surpass their scores. At that time, the entrance examination required the contracted beasts to be summoned to evaluate the overall scores. Vampires gain a power boost at night, while the Sun Qingluan's strength significantly increases under sunlight, affecting the final score assessment. It is precisely for this reason that their scores diverged by 40 points from the third place. Nowadays, hardly anyone can reach scores above 150 points. So, what does this 254 points signify? It is utterly absurd. Chapter 17. I remember joyful matters. Not only the students and teachers present, but even the experienced Loli, who had witnessed countless prodigies, was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. So much so that she completely forgot she was on a call with her superior. What is happening? On the other end of the line, an aged yet robust voice inquired. Loli snapped back to reality, flustered as she grabbed her phone, quickly responding. General Han, there seems to be a situation at Yicheng Luzhou. We may need to bring Su Chen back, and it might be a bit tricky. Could you possibly send more personnel to assist? Upon hearing this, Han Xinghe's brow furrowed. He knew Loli well, at just 25 years old. She had become a fifth-tier beast tamer and was a renowned figure on the leaderboard. She was methodical and unhurried, never engaging in meaningless tasks. Since she had made such a request, it was likely that the situation was indeed more serious than it appeared, and developments might far exceed expectations. I understand. I will send someone over shortly. You stay there. Yes. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes focused on Su Chen like spotlights, revealing a mixture of shock that threatened to engulf him. 254 points. And with only one contracted beast. Does this not imply that his contracted demon beast strength has surpassed that of the vast majority of third-tier demon beasts? Su Chen never anticipated that Tu Shanye's power was so formidable, having achieved the highest score ever recorded. As he sensed the proud gaze emanating from Tu Shanye within the beast mastery space, he inquired, Yeah, you didn't employ any illusions, did you? Please refrain from playing around at this moment. Being discovered could lead to serious consequences. Tu Shanye playfully glared at him. Do you truly doubt my abilities? Su Chen couldn't help but mutter. The result is simply outrageous. Initially, I believed that a score of over 150 would already be impressive. Yet 254 is indeed beyond my expectations. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanye sighed resignedly and explained, I believe your judgment requires refinement. I estimate my strength to be around 200 points. As for the additional 50 points, it likely stems from my mastery of powers that I shouldn't currently possess, thus inflating my score considerably. Ah, I see, Su Chen mused to himself. He was astonished by the system's capabilities. It was akin to a cheating device for the college entrance examination. Indeed, it was fundamentally a cheat. However, it occasionally spouted inexplicable remarks that were rather amusing. After departing from the testing array, the scene erupted into chaos as numerous students and university professors surged forward, surrounding him. Predominantly female students gazed at Su Chen with starry eyes, their admiration evident. Among them were some excited first- and second-year high school girls, who squealed as if they were in the presence of a celebrity. Su Chen, can we exchange contact information? We could hunt demon beasts together later. Su Chen, my idol. Do you have a girlfriend? Excuse me, I am Wang Lin, the class instructor for the Beast Combat Department at Hanqing University. Here is my business card. In an instant, Su Chen found himself at the center of attention. Just moments ago, Yueyue had been nonchalantly basking in the spotlight. But his expression darkened when he noticed Qin Kursen's gaze had unconsciously gravitated toward the revered Su Chen. His fists clenched, veins bulging, rage simmering within him. 254 points? Why not aim for 542? Suddenly, a mocking voice resounded from behind Su Chen, dripping with scorn and disdain. Yueyue approached with a haughty demeanor. The surrounding students instinctively parted to create a path, their focus locked onto the unfolding confrontation between Su Chen and Yueyue, as if anticipating an intense clash. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with tension as they stood a meter apart, their gazes colliding like flint and steel. Who are you? Su Chen asked, bewildered. He did not recognize Yueyue, having been engrossed in conversation with Tu Shanye during the testing and score announcement, while also researching the locations of various top-tier universities to determine the best places for leveling up. Given Tu Shanye's prowess, it was evident she could choose any university across the nation. Why concern himself with other scores? He was somewhat of a nonentity at school, with no close friends to bond with, merely keeping an eye on the school's and other institutions' beauties for amusement. Yang Wei's irritation flared at Su Chen's ignorance. I was in the testing session just before you. How could you not know my name? Though he thought this, he refrained from voicing it in public. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he coolly declared, I am Yang Wei, and I suspect your score of 254 was obtained through cheating. Su Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. What were your parents thinking when they named you that? I suggest you consume more Lu Wei Di Huangwan. Yang Wei's expression darkened further at this exchange. What are you laughing at? My apologies, I recalled something amusing. Seeking attention. Yang Wei scoffed before advancing to the principal of Yicheng No. 6 High School. Principal Lu, I suspect that student named Su Chen has cheated. Who would believe a high school student could achieve a score of 254? Upon hearing this, Principal Lu Qing's brows furrowed deeply. Many students began to whisper among themselves, speculating on the possibility of Su Chen's dishonesty. In truth, Principal Lu had received communication from the first battle zone 2 days prior, indicating they intended to retrieve a student named Su Chen. Although he did not grasp the full context, the involvement of the most mysterious first battle zone of Long Kingdom left him with little reason to object. It was likely that Su Chen had achieved remarkable results in the college entrance examination, as the exams were entirely handled by officers from several battle zones, leaving even the principal of Yicheng No. 6 High School with no authority to intervene. However, no one could have anticipated that Su Chen would be so extraordinary, achieving a score of 254 on the contracted Demon Beast test as a high school graduate. Such a score could not possibly be fabricated, otherwise it wouldn't warrant the first battle zone's attention. It was worth noting that even someone of Yang Wei's caliber, after undergoing rigorous scrutiny, would not receive a favorable response from the first battle zone. Nevertheless, Yang Wei was an exceptional talent, and his family, the Yang clan, had contributed significantly to the development of Yicheng, making his claims not entirely frivolous. Principal Lu cleared his throat and regarded Yang Wei with a serious expression, asking, So, you already possess evidence of Su Chen's cheating? Yang Wei shook his head but quickly nodded in affirmation. Puffing out his chest, he stated, Principal Lu, I do not have it at present, but I will obtain it shortly. Oh, Principal Lu inquired with keen interest, then how do you plan to procure it? Yang Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk as he surveyed the assembled crowd, his gaze ultimately landing on Su Chen, filled with provocation and disdain. Su Chen, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Chapter 18, Life-and-Death Battle. In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, oppressive to the point of suffocation. A life-and-death battle. This was a matter of life and death. Even if it did not lead to fatalities, the demon beasts would undoubtedly meet their demise. In this world, where strength reigned supreme and everyone yearned to contract divine sequence demon beasts, conflicts between beast masters were a common occurrence. To allow beast masters to vent their frustrations, the Beast Masters Association introduced 3 resolutions. The most basic involved mediation and legal proceedings, typically concerning minor financial disputes. However, once it pertained to disputes over contracted demon beasts, the resolution necessitated life and death battles or simulated battles. Simulated battles were conducted within a designated barrier, wherein both parties would be forcibly ejected after sustaining a certain degree of harm, determining the outcome. Within this barrier, neither the demon beasts nor the beast masters would incur real injuries, purely a contest of strength. Conversely, a life and death battle was a genuine contest of survival, devoid of protective measures. Typically, life and death battles involved ownership disputes over divine sequence demon beasts or exceedingly rare treasures. Such disputes often reached an irreconcilable point, where both parties were at odds with no possibility of compromise. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary to propose such an extreme challenge simply for not recognizing him? Yet at that moment, the system's prompt suddenly resonated, slicing through the stifling atmosphere, causing Su Chen's eyes to widen in surprise. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the accomplishment of deep-seated animosity. To everyone's astonishment, a challenge for a life-and-death duel had been issued against the host. What grave offense had the host committed to provoke such ire? Achievement points, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,000 achievement points. Reward, skill, Arrow of the Demon. Arrow of the Demon. Concentrate demonic energy to form arrows that deal damage to enemies. What on earth? I have learned demonic arts? Su Chen was utterly bewildered, his expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. The so-called demonic arts, in a certain sense, refer to magical abilities. It is merely that in this world, this peculiar power is termed as demonic energy, hence the derivation of the term demonic arts. Typically, one can only learn or utilize demonic arts after breaking through the 3rd tier and achieving a demonic energy level of over 50 points. To think I have acquired it so soon. Su Chen silently marveled at how impressive the system's sister truly was. At that moment, Yueyue, observing Su Chen's reaction, felt even more convinced of his thoughts. This was a clear indication of guilt. His contract demon beast had a score of 254 points. And here was a mere 125-point individual challenging him, displaying such a reaction. It was evident he was afraid. This undoubtedly bolstered Yueyue's confidence. He continued to taunt. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Su Chen, your demon beast score is more than double mine. Are you really too scared to accept the challenge? This is absurd. Lu Qinghe interjected. If you wish to prove Su Chen's strength, a simulated battle would suffice. A life-and-death duel is an overreaction. Knowing Su Chen was frightened, Yueyue felt emboldened. His face bore an expression of fervor as he proclaimed loudly, Principal Lu, we are all adults here, and we take responsibility for our actions. Since Su Chen's demon beast score is an impressive 254, surely many here wish to witness just how strong he truly is? At this moment, Su Chen responded, since you desire to validate my strength through a life-and-death duel, so be it. Conveniently, we have staff from the Beast Tamer Association present. After all, those who initiate a life-and-death duel likely earn achievements, and accepting or winning such a duel should also yield rewards. With the challengers so eager to meet their demise, achievement points would be foolish to ignore. Yueyue grinned, revealing an uneven set of teeth. Excellent. Su Chen, I respect your bravery. Lu Qinghe, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation, internally lamenting. His intent to prevent this duel was entirely for Yueyue's own good. Su Chen's significance to the mystical first battle zone was a testament to his formidable strength, and not just anyone could provoke him. However, as the sole heir of the Yang family, if he were to meet an untimely end here, it would be a grave matter for Yicheng No. 6. Thus, he could not help but advise, there is no deep-seated hatred between you two. Should one party's contract demon beast fall, there is no need to pursue further lethal measures. After decades of serving as principal, Lu Qinghe's authority was well respected. His suggestion was met with agreement from both Su Chen and Yueyue. Before long, in the presence of the staff from the Beast Tamer Association and all the teachers and students gathered, Su Chen and Yueyue solemnly signed the life-and-death agreement. As anticipated, accepting the duel indeed granted achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of a life-and-death duel. Having accepted the challenge, the host is likely to encounter numerous troubles henceforth. Achievement points, 50 points. At this moment, the crowd had long forgotten the hundreds of students who had yet to complete their examination scores. Who could have imagined that due to a mere suspicion, two extraordinary beast tamers would engage in a deadly contest? How utterly absurd. In the arena, Yueyue exhibited no semblance of reverence towards Su Chen. What was there to fear from a cheater? This was the perfect opportunity to win over Qin Kursen's heart. The main dish, reserved for 3 years, must be acquired tonight at all costs. Su Chen, kneel and admit your defeat. Confess how you cheated while you still can. In the arena, Yueyue sneered. Then summoned his contract demon beast, the Thunder King Gorilla. As it appeared, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, as if heralding the arrival of the Thunder King. It stood over 3 meters tall, its purple fur vibrant, and its muscles rippled like steel. The emergence of the Thunder King Gorilla enveloped the arena in an overwhelming aura. Surrounding its body were flickering golden lightning bolts, weaving together to create a spectacular sight. This was the legendary Thunder King Gorilla of the Divine Series, ranked 97. Incredible. Only a demon beast of such a caliber could achieve a score as high as 125. Marvelous. I wish I had one like that. I can't help but wonder what Su Chen's demon beast is. I genuinely wish to see what kind of demon beast could achieve a score of 254 without any cheating. Chapter 19. Hitting a brick wall. All eyes were glued to Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was examining the system information of the Thunder King Gorilla. Name, Leon. Species rank, 097 Thunder King Gorilla. Level, 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Physique, 445445. Demonic energy, 238238. Talent skill, Rage of Thunder. Skills, Thunder King Fist, Thunder Roar. Bond value, 0. Rage of Thunder. Combat power significantly increases during thunderstorm weather. He mused internally. This is a 2nd tier, 3rd stage demon beast? Yet, are its attributes weak? Or is Yueyue exceptionally strong? It must be me who is strong. That goes without saying. Truly. Shan Yueyue remarked with a look of exasperation. A hint of playful reproach in her tone. By the way, Su Chen, would you prefer me to appear in human form or in my original form? Hearing the name Su Chen, he paused slightly. It seemed this was the first time Shan Yueyue had addressed him by name, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. Was this a sign that their relationship had progressed? If disregarding various factors, I would prefer you to appear in human form. Is that so? Very well. Today I am in a good mood. so I will reluctantly grant you this wish." As Yueye's words fell, an exquisite figure blossomed beside Su Chen like a flower in full bloom. Her beauty was unparalleled, embodying the essence of grace and elegance. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against Su Chen's cheek, leaving behind a subtle fragrance. Everyone was left in awe, their gazes captivated by this sudden beauty. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into a clamor. A transformed demon beast? Unbelievable. A demon beast capable of transformation at the second tier? This must be a privilege reserved for those within the top 10 of the Divine series. With white fox ears and 9 tails, could this possibly be the legendary 9-tailed fox? It must be, an entity of the 7th rank. To this day, no one knows what the 9-tailed fox's talent skill is. 300 years ago, the nation of Sakura sank into the Pacific, allegedly due to a 9-tailed fox. I laugh. You accuse others of cheating? With a 9-tailed fox present, I could also score 200 on the exam. Enough already. Even if we truly encountered a demon beast of the Divine series, we, with our meager demonic energy, would never be able to form a contract. At this moment, Yueyue was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of disbelief. As the heir of a prominent family, his knowledge of the Shundai sequence beast was undeniably profound. The iconic 9 tails and fox ears of Yueyue unmistakably belonged to the legendary Yueyue, the 9th-tailed fox, which ranked 7th in the Shundai sequence. Such a creature was a rarity, scarcely seen over a century. Historically, there had never been any rumors of a contract with a human. Now, to learn that Su Chen's contracted beast was indeed the Yueyue was nothing short of astonishing. Yueyue seemed to revel in the benefits of swiftly mastering new skills, her beautiful eyes glancing meaningfully at Su Chen. Her implicit message was clear. Having assisted him this time, he must aid her in grasping new skills in the future. In response, Su Chen nodded gently, acquiescing to her request. After all, the timing of the next opportunity was left ambiguous. A promise would suffice to bring her joy. Su Chen had already planned to nurture Yueyue thoroughly, and once he accumulated enough achievement points, he would naturally provide her with the chance to learn new skills. Following Su Chen's affirmative response, a radiant smile blossomed on Yueye's face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, exquisite and captivating. Akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth, mesmerizing all who beheld her. Her smile could almost be described as a glance that ignited 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the palace's ladies pale in comparison, leaving all the male spectators dumbfounded. Even some elderly men, married for decades, felt their hearts flutter, as if transported back to their youth. Was it time? Could the life and death battle commence? Yueye's voice rang out like a yellow aureole, crisp and melodious, yet imbued with an indescribable authority. Her gaze swept over the staff outside the duel arena, brimming with confidence and anticipation. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai stood momentarily stunned before regaining their composure. They exchanged glances, then raised their hands, shouting, "The life and death battle begins." As their words echoed, the Quanglei King Kong ape unleashed a deafening roar. Thunder Roar activated. At the cost of a fraction of its sanity, its attack power surged dramatically. The Quanglei King Kong ape swung its colossal fist, larger than Yueye's entire fox body, charged with the power of lightning, hurtling toward her. The air was torn asunder in the wake of its punch, producing a sharp sound of rupture. Just as the fist seemed poised to strike Yueyue, she remained unfazed, merely extending 2 slender jade fingers. With a delicate flick, a small flame of pale purple materialized from her fingertips. With a deft motion of her wrist, the flame shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, racing toward the Quanglei King Kong ape's fist. Mid-air, the small flame expanded rapidly, transforming into a raging inferno that collided violently with the ape's fist. The clash of thunder and flame resembled 2 ferocious beasts, igniting an instantaneous overload reaction. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, like tumultuous ocean waves, wreaking havoc upon the duel arena. The onlooking girls, situated 100 meters away, were struck with fear at the sudden upheaval, instinctively clutching their skirts to shield themselves from exposure. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yueye's seemingly fragile figure remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding. Without hesitation, she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Chen, utilizing her petite frame to shield him from the powerful shockwave. Conversely, the 4-meter-tall Quanglei King Kong ape was utterly defenseless against such overwhelming force. It was as though it had been struck by an invisible giant force, sending it hurtling backward, its massive form tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yueyue, too, was flung away like a kite severed from its string, landing 100 meters distant. He rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. Gasping, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. his complexion as pale as a sheet. In that moment, he realized he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. Instinctively, he reached out for assistance from the staff of the Beast Tamer Association outside the arena. However, Su Chen would not grant him that opportunity. Since disguising herself as Lin Yueyue, she had been incessantly followed by a throng of sycophants and hangers-on, unable to shake them off. In an effort to conceal her identity, she had restrained herself from committing violence, yet her resentment had been steadily accumulating. Coupled with the events in the first trial area, just as she was about to escape Yi City, she had been forcibly contracted by Su Chen, unable to retaliate against him. Her disdain for human males had reached a boiling point, and she needed an outlet for her pent-up fury. With a single step, she moved like a specter, instantly appearing before Yueyue. Accompanied by a piercing sound, his agonized scream echoed throughout the arena. In that moment, his masculine confidence vanished without a trace. You dare to take my... Su Chen merely smiled sweetly. I believe you should thank me. After all, I have cured you of a certain ailment. As the saying goes, cut to cure. Do you understand? Chapter 20. The First Battle Zone. The surrounding male compatriots watched this scene, instinctively drawing their legs together, feeling a chill run down their spines. How ruthless. This is terrifying. He has turned to mush. High-level healing magic might not even suffice. How dreadful. While I enjoy being stepped on by beautiful women, this is not the way. In an instant, those who had previously envied Yueyue's strength now cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Even Su Chen felt his legs tremble slightly. This is too cruel. How is this any different from outright killing him? Subsequently, Su Chen ceased to pay Yueyue any further attention. She turned to face the Konglei King Kong ape not far away, her eyes revealing a glimmer of coldness and resolve. Mimicking the initial attack pattern of the Konglei King Kong ape, she concentrated her foxfire upon her fist and struck with tremendous force. The Konglei King Kong ape had no time to evade. Her punch smashed into its chest like a cannonball. A dull thud resounded as its chest was instantly pierced, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Immediately following, she executed a swift kick, channeling her foxfire through her feet, delivering a thunderous blow to the ape's head. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the ape's skull. The residual foxfire spread like a raging flame, engulfing the ape's body through the gaping wounds in its chest and head. Within less than half a minute, the Shindai sequence beast, the Konglei King Kong ape, was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a second-tier beast crystal as proof of its former existence. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Life and Death Victor. Winning the Life and Death battle. Could this be the start of the next one? Gained 100 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 1100 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Shindai Sequence Beast Slayer. The beast from the Shindai sequence has perished. Do you feel any sorrow? Gained 100 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 1200 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Due to prior agreements, in a life and death battle, the side whose beast perishes is deemed the loser. Thus, the staff of the Beast Tamer Association promptly intervened to halt the battle. Su Chen emerged victorious in this life and death contest. I had anticipated a battle that would be evenly matched, yet it concluded in less than a minute. Alas, poor Yueyue, not only has he lost face, but he has also suffered a grievous defeat. The fox demon sister is so striking. How is it that Su Chen has managed to contract such a formidable beast? It seems that the Yang family of Yi City has only one heir. Is this the end of their lineage? Given the Yang family's modus operandi, it appears that trouble awaits Su Chen. After leaving the dueling arena, Su Chen found himself once again surrounded by a throng of admirers. Their gazes were no longer solely fixed on him. Rather, they were increasingly drawn to the enchanting Su Chen, who trailed behind him. They wished to strike up a conversation but were hesitant, fearing the same fate as Yueyue. Earlier, while waiting in line for the assessment, Su Chen had already conferred with Su Chen about 3 universities: Donghai University, Nanhai University, and Yinjing University. Donghai University and Nanhai University primarily attracted them due to their independent seaside villa-like dormitories and the nearby habitats of second- and third-tier demon beasts, which were ideal training grounds for Su Chen at her current level. Conversely, Yinjing University stands as the pinnacle of beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the top-ranked beast tamers in the realm all hail from Yinjing University. More significantly, Yinjing University boasts 108 training grounds akin to trial zones, each corresponding to various ranks of demon beasts. Based on previous experiences, hunting 10 beasts of any given species yields achievement points. Undoubtedly, Yinjing University represents the prime locale for amassing such points. Furthermore, extrapolating from actual circumstances, slaying 10 beasts grants points. So slaying 100 or even 1,000 should similarly yield corresponding achievements. The only lament is that Yanjing University lacks those splendid seaside villas. As Su Chen immersed himself in dreamy deliberations regarding his choices, a woman named Xia Li Imo materialized before him. Her attire resembled that of a university student from a previous life, complete with black-rimmed glasses and a long braid, exuding the poise of a refined lady. Yet beneath those glasses lay a visage that could rival the beauty of Qin Kursen, the school flower of Yi City No. 6. Xia Li Imo smiled as she extended a business card, softly saying, "Hello, Su Chen. I wonder if you remember me?" Taking the card, Su Chen pondered momentarily before shaking his head and apologizing. "I'm sorry, I have no recollection." To his surprise, Imo did not take offense. Instead, she smiled warmly. "I am Xia Li Imo, the head of the first trial zone. You must have seen my projection during your assessment." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. "So that was you. I see. Well, Ms. Xia Li Imo, may I inquire what brings you here?" Without a word, Xia Li Imo's gaze remained calm as it settled upon Su Chen. Perhaps intentionally, her identification badge, which hung from her white shirt, suddenly slipped and gently fell to the ground. The words First Battle Zone were boldly inscribed upon it. In that instant, the atmosphere descended into a profound silence. All the students encircling Su Chen, along with the instructors eager to recruit him to their universities, collectively inhaled sharply. To the average person, the phrase First Battle Zone might merely evoke a vague sense of intrigue, perhaps appreciating the prestige associated with being first. However, to Beast Tamers, those 4 words held profound significance. They were akin to the Oscars in the realm of acting, the Nobel Prize in science, and the Turing Award in computing, essentially representing the most coveted sanctuary in the hearts of beast tamers across the Dragon Kingdom. The total number of individuals in the First Battle Zone hovers around 500, which is indeed modest for a national organization. Yet, these mere 500 gather the most elite forces of beast tamers in the nation. There are just over 100 beast tamers above the 8th tier in the Dragon Kingdom, and a staggering 60 of them belong to the First Battle Zone. Moreover, beast tamers of all ranks within this zone are virtually invincible among their peers, each typically bonded with a divine tier demon beast, and each holding a position on the leaderboard of beast tamers. Only those who truly possess extraordinary talent can qualify for this most enigmatic zone. Even the chief beast tamer of Yanjing University must undergo rigorous assessments to gain entry to the First Battle Zone. Who would have imagined that such a legendary entity would appear in a mere Yi City No. 6? Xia Li Mo's expression remained unchanged as she gently retrieved her badge from the ground, securing it back at her waist. She then lifted her gaze to Su Chen, her face breaking into an appreciative smile. "I am Xia Li Mo of the First Battle Zone, codenamed Mo Li. Su Chen, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our First Battle Zone. Would you be willing to accept?" In the heart of a luxurious restaurant in the center of Yi City, the ambience was soft and elegant. Su Chen sat at a table, his gaze fixed upon an elderly man with white hair, full of vigor and sharp-eyed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Equally perplexed was the charming young woman from the First Battle Zone, Mo Li, once a test administrator in the First Trial Zone. She had anticipated that Su Chen's unprecedented score of 254 on the college entrance examination would attract the attention of various university recruiters, leading them to pursue him relentlessly. Consequently, she had requested additional personnel from her superiors, fearing she might struggle to manage the situation alone. However, who could have predicted that Su Chen's contracted demon beast would be the 7th-ranked divine tier 9-tailed fox, leading to the unfortunate fate of the sole heir of the Yang family? Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The paramount question was why General Han himself had come to invite Su Chen to dine. Hadn't he already returned to the First Battle Zone after their previous contact? Did he specifically utilize the spatial teleportation array to arrive here? Accompanying Su Chen was Shan Yueyue, who, at that moment, sat beside him, blissfully indulging in various grilled meats without a hint of restraint, seemingly unfazed by the presence of such a significant figure from the First Battle Zone. General Han scrutinized Shan Yueyue and Su Chen, his gaze reflecting satisfaction. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Chen, I am Han Qinghe, the head of the First Battle Zone, holding the rank of General, an esteemed 10th-tier beast tamer. Others often refer to me as General Han, and you may do the same. The head of the First Battle Zone, a general of the Dragon Kingdom, a 10th-tier beast tamer?" As Han Qinghe casually revealed his identity, Su Chen's mind was flooded with questions. Was this truly a person of such stature that an ordinary student like him could meet? Yet as one who possessed a system and hailed from another world, Su Chen considered it entirely plausible that he could attain such heights in the future. Thus, he feigned calmness as he replied, "General Han. Indeed, showing composure in such a setting is indicative of a promising candidate." Han Xinghe remarked, nodding with approval. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued. Su Chen, I wish to ask you a question. What is your purpose for becoming a beast tamer? At this inquiry, even Shan Yueyue, who had been savoring her meal, slowed her pace. Perhaps she too was intrigued by the human capable of forcibly contracting demon beasts. Su Chen's thoughts drifted, recalling the harsh realities of this world. In this realm, to ensure a viable fighting force against demon beasts, a system of polygamy is enforced. However, this practice is limited to male beast tamers. The primary wife must also be a beast tamer to preserve the lineage, while subsequent wives may be non-beast tamers, with the number of concubines permitted depending on the beast tamer's rank. In a world where ordinary men are deprived of the right to pursue romantic relationships, relegated to the shadows to engage in logistical support, ordinary women find themselves in a similar plight. However, those endowed with superior beauty may catch the eye of a beastmaster and be chosen as a concubine. Upon reaching the age of 25, if their logistical contributions have been commendable, the Long Kingdom may arrange for these men to marry an ordinary woman deemed unworthy by the beastmasters. This dynamic elucidates why so many aspire to risk their lives to become beastmasters. Initially, Su Chen merely wished to lead a life of ease, intending to become a beastmaster through the simplest trials and subsequently enjoy a tranquil existence with several beautiful wives. Yet fate played a cruel jest, as he unexpectedly awakened a system of achievements just a second before the entrance exam, accompanied by a skill of enforced contracts. At this moment, Su Chen took a deep breath, lifted his head, and his eyes sparkled with determination. He echoed a line from a particular anime, declaring with righteous fervor, to expand the living space of humanity, to reclaim our rightful lands, to ensure that the beastly creatures no longer ravage our homes, and to expel every last one of them from our midst. We have sacrificed far too much already. If they did not exist, we could undoubtedly walk the path of life without fear. Thus, becoming a beastmaster and restoring the glory of humankind is our undeniable duty. Well said, exclaimed Han Xinghe, his eyes reflecting approval. Unlike the veterans of the first battle zone, who merely chatter about acquiring more beautiful wives, he wished they could learn from you. Su Chen was left momentarily baffled. What a revelation! He had pondered deeply to articulate such a grand sentiment, only to discover that the members of the enigmatic first battle zone harbored such aspirations. Similarly, Emily found herself involuntarily casting a respectful glance at Su Chen, astonished by the profound awareness exhibited by a mere high school student. Reflecting on her own colleagues, she realized that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. However, Shan Yueyue could not help but roll her eyes. Had it not been for Su Chen's gaze upon learning her true appearance, she might have almost believed him. Restore the glory of humankind indeed. Perhaps restoring the glory of the second place would be more appropriate. At that moment, Han Xinghe noticed the silver short blade hanging from Su Chen's waist and curiously inquired, "Is this your weapon?" Su Chen nodded, cautiously displaying the silver short blade gifted by the system to Han Xinghe. Indeed. However, little Yueyue's strength is exceptional, and she is fiercely protective, so I hardly need to intervene. Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes once more, having never encountered such shamelessness. Yet Han Xinghe remained unfazed, his attention firmly fixed on Su Chen. He straightforwardly asked, "So, Su Chen, I reiterate, are you willing to join us in the first battle zone?" This question had already been discussed with Shan Yueyue during their journey. Although Su Chen was uncertain about the true nature of the first battle zone, the reactions of others upon Loli revealing her identity indicated its significant standing within the Long Kingdom, perhaps surpassing even Yanjing University. Given this perspective, the first battle zone undoubtedly presented a superior choice. Seizing the opportunity was imperative. With this thought in mind, Su Chen rose without hesitation. He stood tall, rendered a precise military salute, and responded with a clear voice, "General Han, I am willing to join the first battle zone." Chapter 22. Teacher. Across the vast expanse of the Long Kingdom, in order to fend off the onslaught of beastly creatures, the populace has delineated 9 battle zones. Among them, the first battle zone stands as the most formidable bastion of the Long Kingdom, specifically tasked with addressing the challenging issues that the other 8 battle zones are unable to resolve, as well as executing critical decapitation operations during beastly surges. Each year, only a handful of beastmasters are fortunate enough to join the first battle zone, predominantly comprising the elite of the elite. The second battle zone is responsible for reclaiming lost territories and reconstructing human cities. The third oversees financial management and resource allocation. The fourth handles logistical support and medical care, saving countless lives. The fifth focuses on border defense, ensuring territorial security. The sixth trains beasts in pursuit of excellence. The seventh is dedicated to education, nurturing new talent. The 8th engages in scientific research, seeking unknown truths, and the 9th oversees overall coordination, maintaining social order. The 9 battle zones collaborate seamlessly, resembling an impregnable iron wall, collectively safeguarding the fundamental lives of the people of the Long Kingdom. It is through their relentless efforts that the Long Kingdom endures on the Blue Planet, standing as one of the last 12 nations fiercely resisting the beasts. Since their inception, the 9 battle zones have achieved countless glorious victories, their heroic deeds shining like brilliant stars illuminating the historical continuum of the Long Kingdom. At every pivotal moment in history, the shadow of the first battle zone can be discerned. Han Xinghe hails from the esteemed Han family, the foremost Beastmaster clan in Yanjing. Not only does he hold the esteemed position of general within the Long Kingdom, but he has also invested heavily in establishing numerous practical training zones concerning beasts, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Long Kingdom and cultivating successive generations of exceptional beastmasters. The trials for the college entrance examination in Yi City, encompassing the first, second, and third trial zones, were all orchestrated by Han Xinghe, while the management of the other trial zones falls to personnel from the 7th battle zone. Consequently, the difficulty of these 3 trial zones is markedly higher than that of the others, though participants may encounter formidable beasts ranked just above 100. If Su Chen's previous statements were merely the fabrications of an anime, Han Xinghe embodies the unwavering commitment to the vow of restoring the glory of humanity through his tangible actions. During their meal, Han Xinghe and Loli engaged in casual conversation, providing Su Chen and Yueyue with some insight into the 9 battle zones of Huagua and the character of Han Xinghe himself. As Yueyue nearly devoured all the food on the table, Han Xinghe sighed helplessly and spoke with earnestness. Su Chen, as I previously mentioned, every beastmaster in the first battle zone is unparalleled among their peers, their perspectives inherently exceptional, while I, as a general, possess the authority to induct you directly into the first battle zone. Others may not share the same sentiment. Han Xinghe's gaze shifted to Yueyue, a 9-tailed fox ranked among the top 10 in the Shindai sequence. Although no one had ever formed a contract with her, this did not directly reflect one's strength, nor did it guarantee that those with lofty aspirations would regard you as a comrade. Su Chen furrowed his brow, fully comprehending the underlying message in Han Xinghe's words. It was akin to attending a prestigious university in a past life. If a student of mediocre caliber gained admission through parental connections, the inevitable divergence in values and knowledge would render it impossible for them to bond with their peers who were admitted on merit, leading to potential exclusion from social circles. Although other students would not intentionally make things difficult for him and would engage in conversation during daily life, a palpable barrier would undoubtedly exist. In other words, only those possessing the true capability to engage on equal footing with extraordinary talents can establish themselves within the first battle zone. Despite Su Chen achieving a historic score of 254 on the entrance examination, making him a coveted candidate in the eyes of various universities, he understood that the true prodigies, those who had formed contracts with Shindai sequence beasts prior to the examination, were already privy to educational resources without the need to participate in the entrance examination. These prodigies often hail from affluent and noble families, enjoying a wealth of resources from a young age that enhance both their physical prowess and mystical abilities. Achieving scores exceeding 200 in the college entrance examination is likely not a formidable challenge for them, even with Su Chen's advantages. Surpassing the accumulation of others over a decade within a mere 3 days poses a significant difficulty. Compared to those born into families of beast tamers, there undoubtedly remains a considerable gap in various aspects. Of course, Yueyue is the exception. Su Chen is quite reassured by her capabilities, despite her slight temper. With this thought, he took a deep breath and inquired, "General Han, I understand your intention. So, what is it that you require from me?" "Young man, I am quite pleased with you." General Han Xinghe responded with a hearty laugh, his voice imbued with admiration. "Loli, I shall leave this young man in your capable hands. Once he breaks through to the 3rd tier, bring him to the headquarters. This way, he will not be looked down upon." Loli, suddenly being addressed, felt a momentary shock but quickly regained her composure, nodding gently. "Understood, General Han." A 3rd-tier beast tamer represents the standard level of graduates from esteemed beast taming universities. Notably, their academic duration spans 3 years, differing from the 4-year system of past lives. For those from privileged backgrounds, acquiring numerous beast cores and natural treasures, coupled with unwavering practical experience, can likely lead to a breakthrough around the latter half of the 2nd year. Despite Su Chen's rapid ascent from the 1st tier, 2nd stage to the 9th stage within just 3 days, it is essential to note that the progression for 1st-tier beast tamers is inherently swift. Su Chen's initial standing was quite low, and with Yueye's profound foundation and swift combat capabilities, devouring cores posed little hindrance. Were it another beast consuming such a plethora of cores, it would likely face an explosive surge in power. For an average high school graduate, achieving a breakthrough of 2 to 3 stages within this brief period is already a remarkable accomplishment. Given Su Chen's extraordinary talent and the abundant resources provided by the first combat zone, perhaps he might attain the 3rd tier within a year and a half. This indeed presents a long-term endeavor. With this thought, Emoli adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and extended her right hand towards Su Chen. Her gaze softened with tenderness as she smiled and introduced herself. Su Chen, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Xia Li Mo, from an ordinary family, currently a 5th tier, 8th-stage beast tamer. My military rank is merely that of a 2nd lieutenant, hardly worthy of mention. For the coming years, I shall be your instructor. Should you have any queries, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Su Chen reached out to grasp Xia Li Mo's delicate hand, responding, I appreciate your guidance, Teacher Xia. Chapter 23, The Teacher's Hunt. After concluding their meal, the clock quietly struck 9 in the evening. Following a thorough briefing from General Han Xinghe to Xia Li Mo, he departed alone. Meanwhile, Shan Yueyue, having satisfied her hunger, returned to the beast taming space, promptly falling into a deep slumber, harboring no respect for the human elite. After all, beasts and humans are amid a state of war. How could she bear a favorable disposition? Xia Li Mo, however, displayed no sign of discontent. Being a beast tamer is no easy task. Teacher Xia, where are we headed? Su Chen queried, feeling a mix of apprehension as he observed Xia Li Mo driving them away from the bustling city. Previously, she had indicated that she had never dated and had never accepted advances from other men. Could it be that her target was a fresh high school graduate like him? Surely not. Should he resist? Yet, could he genuinely oppose the power of a 5th-tier beast tamer? Just as Su Chen's thoughts darkened, Xia Li Mo smiled gently, clarifying. Of course, we are heading to my home. After your college entrance exams, the school will likely rescind your dormitory privileges, correct? Do you wish to sleep on the streets? Realization dawned upon Su Chen as he remembered that he had yet to secure accommodation for the night. In this realm, upon reaching adulthood, individuals may enter the Beast Tamer Association's awakening chamber to awaken a world within them for their beasts to inhabit. This space expands in accordance with their mystical energy levels. As long as they successfully contract a beast during the college entrance exams and become a beast tamer, this space will be preserved indefinitely. Besides beasts, any inanimate objects can be stored within, serving a function akin to a personal space. Since Su Chen possessed few personal belongings, he had already placed everything into the beast taming space the night before the exams. He initially planned to make do with a bridge or tree hollow for the 2 months post-exams until he could secure a private dormitory in university. However, the emergence of the awakening system prompted a series of events that nearly caused him to forget this matter. Curiously, Su Chen asked, Teacher Xia, do you reside in Yucheng? Xia Li Mo nodded slightly, a flicker of sadness passing through her beautiful eyes, her voice lowering. My sister married into this city, but she and her husband passed away 3 years ago. My brother-in-law's family wished not to linger in this sorrowful place, so they sold it to me at a discount. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback, a hint of remorse crossing his face. I apologize, I did not mean to bring up such matters. Xia Li Mo gently shook her head, her gaze reflecting a serene acceptance of life's hardships. In such a world, the parting of life and death has become the norm. You need not dwell on it excessively. If you truly possess that sentiment, it would be better to strive for strength. Strength indeed? Su Chen contemplated his system interface and proclaimed, Rest assured, teacher, in this world, I shall strive to be a savior. Everything I declared at the dining table, I shall uphold. To restore the glory of humanity is our undeniable duty. I will drive out every last beast. Xia Li Mo, who had previously harbored a hint of sorrow, was instantly amused by Su Chen's declaration. Genius merely serves as a threshold to confront the world's crises. Those who joined the first combat zone all began with fervor, carrying lofty ideals of saving the world. Yet, only through the genuine experience of life and death do they profoundly comprehend the world's ruthlessness. Nevertheless, Su Chen's determination and courage are indeed commendable. And let us not speak of leaving none behind. Xia Li Mo smiled. In truth, some beasts are quite willing to coexist peacefully with us. Meanwhile, outside the ward of the First People's Hospital in Yicheng, a doctor emerged slowly, wearing a weary expression. After removing his mask, he approached a middle-aged couple, their faces etched with exhaustion. Doctor, how is the situation? The middle-aged man asked, his voice trembling as he gripped his wife's hand tightly, anxiety palpable in his tone. The doctor sighed, shaking his head helplessly. We have done our utmost. After a few days of recovery, the daily functions should not pose significant issues. But that aspect of functionality is likely irretrievable. Upon hearing this, The couple felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling as if the very sky were collapsing upon them. Indeed, lying within the ward was none other than Yueyue, who had fought Su Chen in a life-and-death struggle earlier that afternoon. This middle-aged couple was Yueyue's parents, Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui, the prominent figures of the Yang Corporation in Yicheng. Having struggled for over 40 years to have Yueyue as their sole child, they cherished him immensely, showering him with boundless affection and placing all their hopes upon him to elevate the Yang family. Yet now, this dreadful news shattered their world in an instant. Doctor, are there not those magical beasts capable of using healing magic? I would pay any amount. Can you save Wei'er? Yang Jianqing grasped the doctor's hand tightly, his voice trembling with desperation and pleading in his eyes. Yes, doctor, our Yang family has only this one descendant. If he perishes, the Yang family will also be extinguished. Lin Shui wept profusely, her body nearly collapsing to the ground. The doctor wore a bitter smile, helplessly explaining, healing magic is not omnipotent. It merely accelerates the healing of wounds. The actual recovery depends on one's physical constitution. Given your young master's current injuries, such a severe wound cannot be healed by a first-tier beast master, unless what? Yang Jianqing seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, hurriedly inquiring. Even if it meant acquiring another divine-tier magical beast, he would spare no effort to save Yueyue, based on your young master's injuries. If his physical value can surpass 100 points, which equates to the level of a 5th-tier beast master, restoring his original functions should pose no issue. Really? Indeed. A physical value of 100 points is a watershed moment for both humans and magical beasts. Once the value exceeds 100 points, the recovery ability will significantly enhance. Even regrowing severed limbs is not a dream. The doctor paused briefly before continuing. If conditions permit, rare treasures like Relingzi, Zuishanlian, and Yujianko, which notably enhance physical constitution, could be given to your young master. Perhaps he could break through to 100 points with just a 4th-tier beast master. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui instantly sighed in relief, as if they had caught a glimmer of hope. As long as he can recover, that is enough. A 4th-tier beast master, according to statistics from a few months ago, has only about 0.08 representation in total population. Even rarer is the 5th-tier beast master, with a mere 0.01 ratio. The Yang family possesses wealth and connections, with a substantial background in Yi City. The ratio is far below 0.01, and there is no reason they cannot become a high-tier beast master. Through the cold glass door, Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui gazed at the ailing Yueyue on the hospital bed, their hearts aching as if in a vice. They held each other's hands tightly, the pressure causing their knuckles to whiten, even drawing blood from their palms. Principal Lu Qinghe had already provided them with a detailed explanation of the events leading to this moment. Whether it was Yueyue publicly accusing Su Chen of cheating or attempting to validate his claims through a life-and-death battle, only to be utterly defeated by Su Chen, they were well aware. Logically speaking, even if Yueyue were to lose his life because of this, it would be his own doing, and he could not blame others. After all, the entire incident was instigated by him, and he bore the responsibility, both emotionally and rationally. Furthermore, now that Su Chen had garnered favor and attention from the first battle zone, he had transformed from someone with no background into a person of influence. Yet, these factors bore no significance to Yang Jianqing and Lin Shui. Their sole concern was that their precious only son had been bullied by others, utterly losing face. A gentleman avenges himself. Even a decade is not too late. A beast master avenges himself. Even before death is acceptable. They could not believe that Su Chen would not have the chance to venture outside the city for training. At that moment, who knows what unexpected events might unfold. Chapter 24, The Nine-Tailed Plush Pillow. At 10 o'clock that night, the night was as dark as ink, and silence reigned. Xia Liemo drove to the upscale villa area in the northern part of Yi City, stopping in front of a villa covering slightly over 800 square meters. The house was devoid of light, and with such a vast area, it appeared quite desolate. However, as soon as Xia Liemo turned on the lights, the entire house was enveloped in a warm glow, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. It was evident that the place was meticulously maintained, with all necessary living amenities, and the potted plants were lush and vibrant. Xia Liemo showed no hesitation. Upon entering, she immediately shed her outerwear, revealing her graceful figure. Then, she retrieved a change of clothes from the Beastmaster space and headed into the bathroom. Would you like to join me? Xia Liemo casually asked, her voice tinged with playfulness. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. He had initially thought he could share a bath with such a beautiful teacher, only to realize that the villa's shower room and bath were separate. Xia Liemo preferred bathing, so she instructed Su Chen to use the shower room next door. Afterward, Xia Liemo merely gave Su Chen a brief tour of the villa's layout. She assigned him the largest guest room and then entered her own room, leaving Su Chen alone in a daze. Humph, what are you expecting? In the Beastmaster space, Shan Yueye's voice suddenly echoed, laced with sarcasm. Su Chen helplessly shrugged, responding, I was hoping to see if our relationship could advance tonight. After all, this bed is truly soft. Are you sure you want to stay in the Beastmaster space and not come out? Seemingly provoked by Su Chen's words, Shan Yueyue leaped out of the Beastmaster space before he could finish speaking. She glared at Su Chen, saying, Don't think I don't know your thoughts. That said, your tastes are rather peculiar. Even the species is different, yet you can still have such impure thoughts? You wouldn't be interested in my beastly form too, would you? Su Chen hurriedly clarified, I haven't said anything. You're just overthinking it. Shan Yueyue, however, was relentless. She stuck out her little tongue, playfully chiding, I wouldn't believe you. Su Chen changed into comfortable, loose-fitting pajamas, collapsing onto the bed like a limp rag doll. He patted the empty space beside him with a smile, saying, all right, stop dawdling. My strength is nowhere near yours. Even if I had such thoughts, I would be subdued in an instant, right? Humph. Upon hearing this, Shan Yueyue playfully huffed, then began changing into the cartoon pajamas she wore when she was Yueyue. Once dressed, she lay beside Su Chen without any reservations, her back to him, muttering softly, At least you have some self-awareness. Su Chen could only smile wryly at this. He then unhesitatingly wrapped his arms around Shan Yueye's 9 fluffy tails, gently rubbing them back and forth. So fragrant, so soft, so squishy. What are you doing? Hee, is that not allowed? I can't sleep without a pillow. There is a ready-made pillow right behind you. Why are you so fixated on my tail? Don't be so stingy. When we venture out on adventures in the future, this reliable source of pillows will have to rely on your beautiful tail. It's best to get used to it now. Go away, stop touching. This fur is so well kept. Without this tail as a pillow, I'd be lost. A night without conversation. The next morning, as dawn's light filtered through the window, Shan Yueyue slowly awoke. She lazily stretched and inadvertently glanced at her tail, noticing a tuft of fur was missing, her eyes widening in shock, filled with both heartbreak and anger. This guy Su Chen had been restless even in sleep, continuously tugging at the fur on her tail. Did he not realize how difficult it was for her to maintain those tails? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. However, when she looked again at Su Chen's honest sleeping face, she sighed deeply, unknowingly revealing a look of helpless resignation. To speak candidly, Shan Yueyue had no inkling of her destination after leaving Yi City. The initial decision to flee was primarily driven by her fear of being ruthlessly slain, and an even greater fear of being captured by humans, only to be displayed like an object on an auction block, living in constant trepidation. Despite her possession of illusionary arts that could momentarily obscure human vision, she ultimately could not escape the constraints of the barrier's laws. Sooner or later, her identity as a 9-tailed fox would be laid bare. If she could continue to reside within human society, the conveniences would undoubtedly surpass those of the wilderness, and she found herself somewhat reluctant to part with this relatively stable and comfortable existence. Clean running water, a variety of prepared foods, and an assortment of hair care products and clothing. These were luxuries for a beast dwelling in the wild, mere unattainable dreams. Yet now, she could peacefully savor all these comforts without any lingering worries or concerns. It must be said that she was indeed grateful to Su Chen for helping her solidify this resolve, though the process was somewhat ignoble. Men are indeed peculiar creatures. With a gentle sigh, Shan Yueyue dismissed the thought, knowing she could always regrow what she had lost. Rising slowly, she donned her favorite checkered shirt and a plain knee-length skirt before reclining back onto the bed, presenting her 9 tails before Su Chen. Naturally, Shan Yueyue intended to show her gratitude to Su Chen in this manner. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Chen had already dreamt of her in an entirely different context. System notification. The bond value of the 9-tailed fox Shan Yueyue has changed. 2,530. Shocking. A student from Yi City No. 6 has actually contracted the 7th sequence 9-tailed fox, achieving a remarkable score of 254 in the college entrance examination, surpassing the 2nd place by a full 100 points. This student may have already joined the first battle zone. Yi City University has submitted an application to the first battle zone, intending to exhaust all teaching resources to nurture the college entrance examination top scorer, but has yet to receive a response. The Yang group publicly stated that Yueyue, the eldest son of the Yang family, has been stabilized after emergency treatment and has issued a public apology to the student involved in the life and death battle. This is the conduct expected of a prominent family. The first trial zone has erupted with a tide of beasts, resulting in the unfortunate demise of 7 individuals, including Dai Jia's young master Diel Shang, liberal arts top scorer Du Ziding, and Yueyue, the campus belle of No. 1 high school. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. In just a single night, news of the college entrance examination and Su Chen spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yi City. The name Su Chen began to gain traction online, with many delving into his family background. The result was astonishing. Su Chen was actually an orphan? Chapter 25, The Hidden Secret of Attribute Points. After breakfast, Xia Liemo took Su Chen to the training ground behind the villa. She had changed into a black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her figure to perfection. Her former black frame glasses had been replaced with contact lenses, evoking the image of a sports belle. In fact, Xia Liemo had indeed been the campus belle at Yanjing University years ago. However, it seemed that fate did not wish to grant Su Chen much time to admire this sight. Before he could fully appreciate the beauty before him, Xia Liemo pulled him aside to commence training. For nearly 3 hours, he repetitively executed various basic movements, one after another, without a moment's respite. At last, Su Chen found himself breathless, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his attire. Unable to contain himself, he inquired of Xia Liemo, "Teacher Xia, do you really have to do this much training every day? I can barely hold on." Upon hearing this, the usually focused Xia Liemo was momentarily taken aback. She regarded Su Chen with a puzzled expression and explained, "This is not training. It's merely a warm-up." Stunned, Su Chen nearly choked on his own disbelief. "A warm-up? No way. I've run nearly 20 kilometers, done 300 push-ups, and completed a dozen other exercises. And you call this a warm-up? Who has a warm-up that lasts 3 hours?" Xia Liemo sighed and gently clarified, "I slowed down specifically so you could keep up with my pace. If I were alone, I could finish this in half an hour. By the way, you've only completed half of the warm-up." Seriously? Su Chen felt utterly defeated. He had thought he was nearing the main event, only to be informed by the referee that he hadn't even reached the starting line yet. What an astonishing turn of events. Xia Liemo, witnessing his dismay, couldn't help but smile with a knowing expression. She seemed to recall her own experiences as the top graduate of Yanjing University, where she joined the first battle zone and endured 18-hour training sessions each day. However, unlike the upperclassmen during university military training, who often looked upon the freshmen with a smirk, she approached Su Chen with kindness. Tenderly, she retrieved a towel and a bottle of pre-prepared lemon water, crouching beside him to offer the towel. With a smile, she said, "I heard your physical fitness test in high school was among the lowest, so achieving this in your first training session is already commendable. Keep it up." Taking the towel, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and gulped down the lemon water. "Thank you for the encouragement, Teacher Xia." Yet, while the beautiful instructor offered verbal support, it did not imply a reduction in training volume. "Take a 10-minute break. After you complete the remaining half of the warm-up, we will commence the formal training." "No way." Su Chen glanced at Xia Liemo, a glimmer of resistance in his eyes. Sensing his reluctance, Xia Liemo earnestly advised, "Su Chen, I know you possess great potential. And the contracted nine-tailed fox is formidable, likely surpassing most Tier 3 beasts. However, as a beast tamer, one cannot solely rely on their beast. This truth has been earned through the lives of many predecessors. For instance, a month ago, during our internal physical assessment, my physique score was approximately 120 points. But even lower-tier beasts of the same level would exceed that score. In other words, as our levels increase, the gap in strength between us and the beasts will only widen. In the wilderness, many unforeseen circumstances arise, and contracted beasts may not react swiftly enough. In those initial moments, one must rely on oneself and not place all hopes on the contracted beast. Thus, it is absolutely essential to strengthen one's own abilities." Xia Liemo's words echoed countless times in her high school classes. Although human physical capabilities cannot compare to those of beasts of the same level, one can compensate for that gap with the power of weapons to triumph over adversaries. However, if the disparity in strength is too great, even wielding a sword capable of severing all would be futile. Su Chen, however, dismissed her words, not taking them to heart. He shifted the topic and asked, "Teacher Xia, is your physique score of 120 due to consuming a plethora of rare resources?" Xia Liemo nodded slightly. "Indeed. Without the aid of rare resources, it would be remarkable for a Tier 5 beast tamer to achieve a physique score of 80 points. Those who surpass Tier 5 surely have ample resources at their disposal." "I see." Su Chen gazed at the meager remaining allocation points on his system interface and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He originally intended to allocate all his points to his demon power, hoping to contract other demon beasts in the future. However, it now seems that in order to survive this training, he must prioritize enhancing his physique. Nevertheless, he resolved to reserve 2 points just in case. After all, Tu Shan Ye's demon power increases with each level up are significantly higher, almost 2 to 3 times that of Su Chen, with his current demon power dwindling. If future achievement rewards do not yield attribute points, An uncontrollable surge of demon power could lead to an irreversible situation. This is one of the perilous aspects of contracting with divine sequence demon beasts. After all, once contracted, it is impossible to break free. And failing to keep pace with their growth spells doom. System, increase my physique by 8 points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host physique, 198198. As the system's voice faded, a refreshing sensation washed over Su Chen, enveloping him like a gentle spring breeze. It felt akin to having worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. Finally able to unwind in a luxurious bath, the blissful sensation intoxicating and utterly immersive. All fatigue evaporated in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented vigor, as if his entire being brimmed with boundless strength. What is this? Su Chen suddenly realized something terrifying. Could it be that every time his physique was enhanced, he could instantly restore himself to full condition? At that moment, Xia Liemo, noticing the time was nearly up, softly reminded him, Su Chen, your rest is probably sufficient now. Shall we continue our training? Yes, Teacher Xia. Su Chen responded, snapping back to reality. With the increase in his physique, he found his speed markedly improved compared to before. In less than 2 hours, he completed the training volume that previously took 3 hours. Xia Liemo, observing Su Chen's performance, was quite taken aback. He had appeared as if on the verge of collapse before. How had he suddenly become so strong? Had he been concealing his abilities all along? It seemed Su Chen had underestimated her. Such rigorous training, yet he dared to hold back. No, she resolved to intensify the training regimen shortly. Chapter 26, Arrow of the Demon. Naturally, Su Chen was oblivious to Xia Liemo's thoughts. His attention remained fully focused on his system interface. Physique, 105,199. It appeared that due to the high-intensity training over these 5 hours, his physique limit had naturally increased by 0.1 points. However, Su Chen was astonished to observe that despite feeling achingly sore all over, as if he might fall apart, the decline in his physique value had surprisingly not even reached half. He couldn't help but recall his past experiences when contracting with the Black Demon Wolf and the Ghost Bat. Even after they battled fiercely for an entire day, their physique values had not dropped below half. Did this mean that once it fell to half, it indicated that the body was injured? Of course, such matters were of little significance. It was more crucial to verify his earlier hypothesis. System, add 1 point to my physique. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host physique, 209209. Immediately, a sensation akin to basking in a warm spring breeze enveloped him, coursing throughout his body. In an instant, every trace of fatigue dissipated, replaced by an extraordinary feeling of being suffused with inexhaustible strength. As expected, 1 point in physique allocation equated to a full recovery gift package. My system sister is remarkable, Su Chen exclaimed joyfully. Yet, he feigned breathlessness, gasping for air, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, if Xia Liemo noticed his rapid recovery, she might very well add more training tasks. However, Su Chen's pretense did not escape Tu Yueyue, residing within the Beastmaster space. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she softly inquired, Su Chen, what is the nature of your physique? How did you recover your stamina so quickly? Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly, grinning, just basic skills, nothing noteworthy. Tu Yueyue rolled her eyes, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. If you don't want to say, then don't. At that moment, Xia Liemo had seated herself cross-legged, her eyes gently closed, as the demon power gradually coalesced around her, forming delicate azure ripples. After a few seconds, these ripples slowly transformed into the shape of an arrow, floating before her. Though only 20 centimeters long, the arrow exuded an aura of immense power. Its shaft shimmered in a pale blue hue, flowing like water. The arrowhead radiated a deep blue, projecting a sense of profound pressure. As if it could pierce through any obstacle, the arrow feathers were ethereal, crystallized pure white streams of energy. Xia Liemo gradually opened her eyes and softly stated, now we arrive at the core topic. This arrow is the arrow of the demon, created 300 years ago by the Gongsun family, a demon-controlling lineage from Yanjing, and refined through generations. I have studied it since childhood and currently grasp it to 50%. I can use it to assist contracted demon beasts in a standoff against enemies, easily breaching the defenses of even 6th-tier demon beasts. General Han has mastered it to over 90%, and if he employs this technique against demon beasts below 10th tier, it will be a guaranteed kill. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Arrow of the demon? Wasn't that the skill the system had gifted him earlier? Yet from Xia Liemo's tone, it sounded rather impressive. Nevertheless, Su Chen keenly picked up on a crucial detail from their conversation and curiously asked, what is the demon-controlling lineage? At this moment, Xia Liemo gently waved her delicate fingers, reminiscent of jade, and in an instant, Another shimmering arrow resembling a butterfly began to dance around her. She parted her lips and patiently explained, "The demon-controlling lineage is a mysterious clan specializing in mastering demon techniques. These individuals possess unique physiques, with demon power values significantly higher than average, yet they cannot contract demon beasts. Thus they have developed various demon techniques as their source of power. Over 90% of the demon techniques within the Dragon Kingdom have been researched by them." Su Chen nodded, marveling. "I see. I never realized such a lineage existed." In the next moment, Xia Li Mo summoned her contracted demon beast. It too appeared as a female demon beast, tall and slender, standing around 1.80 meters, exuding a mature and alluring aura. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern several greenish vines winding and writhing from its elegant form, which was rather unsettling to behold. Species sequence: 115 vine demon flower. Level: 5th tier, 7th segment. Physique: 214-52145. Demon power: 895,895. Talent skill: parasitic seed. Skills: vine attack, floral healing, leaf storm, sunlight blaze. Greenwood guardian: entangle, flower poison. Parasitic seed: can plant seeds within an enemy's body, which, upon germination, can continuously siphon their strength. Following this, with a flicker of pride in her eyes, Xia Li Mo willed the arrows swirling around her to come to life, instantaneously shooting forth like lightning, charged with fierce momentum, racing toward the vine demon flower. The vine demon flower, refusing to be outdone, quickly conjured a massive vine shield, layering it in front of itself. Yueyue, resembling a razor-sharp blade, effortlessly cleaved through the vine shield, piercing through 3 layers of defense before ultimately being evaded by the vine demon flower. Xia Li Mo's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a trace of a triumphant smile as she proudly proclaimed, "How about that? The power of Yueyue is indeed formidable. It is truly impressive." Su Chen posed another question. "Our high school teacher mentioned that only those with a demon power exceeding 50 points can utilize demon arts. Even if I learn it now, will I be able to use it?" Xia Li Mo retracted the vine demon flower, her face still adorned with a proud smile. She explained, "This is merely practice. Do you expect to master it in a single day? It took me 5 years to grasp just the basics." Furthermore, she added, "The notion that one must possess over 50 points of demon power to use demon arts is a rather conservative view. After all, the majority of those capable of utilizing demon arts generally possess a demon power not less than 50 points. As long as there is surplus demon power, one can attempt to wield demon arts. For now, follow my lead. Focus your demon power and visualize the shape of the arrow in your mind, and see to what extent you can achieve." Chapter 27, A Subtle Transformation. Xia Li Mo closed her eyes once more. The air around them seemed to stagnate, as demon power surged like a raging tide. Within mere seconds, the nascent form of the arrow materialized in her hand, emitting a faint glow. Su Chen attentively observed Xia Li Mo's movements, diligently imagining the shape of the arrow in his mind as she instructed. Simultaneously, he began to mobilize the demon power within his body, concentrating to gather it at his fingertips. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Surrounding Su Chen, pure white demon energy swirled around like wisps of smoke, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. With a resounding boom, a tremendous aura erupted from Su Chen, akin to a volcanic explosion, directly interrupting Xia Li Mo's process of forming Yueyue. She stared at Su Chen in astonishment, her face a canvas of confusion as she inquired, "Su Chen, what are you doing?" Su Chen did not respond, continuing to meticulously depict every detail of the arrow in his mind. Meanwhile, a colossal Yueyue gradually took shape before him, twice the size of the one Xia Li Mo had previously conjured, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The power contained within it began to cause the very space surrounding the arrow to subtly distort. Slowly, Su Chen opened his eyes and turned to ask, "Xiao Laosher, is this how it should be?" Watching Su Chen effortlessly master Yueyue left Xia Li Mo utterly bewildered. Though her talent ranked above 80% within the first battle district, it had taken her 5 years to initially grasp Yueyue. Yet here was Su Chen, who had never even heard of the Yueyue family, learning the technique with ease after a single demonstration. Even the most gifted prodigies of the Yueyue family would require months to master such a skill. "Su Chen, have you always known how to use this technique?" Xia Li Mo's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Su Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed as he explained, "Actually, I learned it during the life-and-death battle yesterday." He was not lying. Indeed, after enduring a life-and-death challenge from Yueyue, he had been rewarded with this skill. However, due to the 50-point demon power restriction mentioned in the high school curriculum, he had refrained from using it, fearing potential irreversible repercussions. Given that Xia Li Mo expressed no concerns, he decided to trust her. Yet, at that moment, Xia Liemo felt as if the world had collapsed around her. Surely, Su Chen was joking. The size of Yueyue was intricately linked to one's mastery of it. Such a massive arrow suggested an understanding that was likely above 80%. It was worth noting that only 5 individuals in the entire first battle district had achieved such a high level of mastery. Moreover, Su Chen had not only contracted with the 9-tailed demon fox, but had also exhibited such profound mastery over Yueyue. He was merely an 18-year-old student who had just completed his college entrance examination. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Xia Limeo's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had been boasting about her 5-year journey to mastering Yueyue, intending to impress Su Chen. While this was indeed a remarkable achievement in the eyes of ordinary people, it paled in comparison to Su Chen's accomplishments. Teacher, is everything all right? Su Chen's voice pulled Xia Liemo back to reality. Su Chen, you have deceived me so thoroughly. You can actually wield Yueyue. For deceiving your teacher, I shall impose a penalty of running an additional 20 kilometers. Xia Liemo playfully scolded, her tone unexpectedly reminiscent of Shan Yueyue. Wait, just because my skills are inferior to yours, I must also run 30 kilometers. Let's go together. Before Su Chen could refuse, Xia Liemo, brimming with vitality, firmly grasped his hand and began to sprint around the villa. Of course, the training regimen was far more demanding than the 20 kilometers she had mentioned. It amounted to a grueling 100 kilometers. Su Chen nearly felt his bones threaten to dislocate. Time passed swiftly, and half a month flew by. The hot topics surrounding the casualties from the college entrance examinations had long since ebbed away, as such events occurred annually, garnering only fleeting attention. However, for reasons unknown, Su Chen's name grew ever more resounding among the populace. At some point, his phone number had been leaked, resulting in a flood of harassing calls each day. The contents of these calls were varied, with some even absurdly inquiring whether Su Chen desired to take a concubine, boasting about their daughter's beauty to the extent that even Shan Yueyue's allure seemed to pale in comparison. Witnessing her prized pupil suffer such incessant harassment, Xia Liemo promptly applied to headquarters for a dedicated phone and number to shield him from all irrelevant messages. With that, the uproar gradually subsided. Naturally, the past half-month had been entirely devoted to foundational training and demon power exercises, yielding no achievement points. Regarding Shan Yueyue, Xia Liemo prepared 21st-tier demon beast cores and 5 second-tier cores daily for her consumption. This was not due to any stinginess on her part, but rather a recognition of the lack of practical combat experience with demon beasts. Even after consuming substantial quantities of demon beast cores, the refinement and absorption process remained arduous. The daily provision of demon beast cores would enable Shan Yueyue to continually accumulate power and lay a solid foundation for her next battle with a demon beast. These insights were gleaned from the countless experiences of predecessors. As indiscriminately consuming vast amounts of demon beast cores or engaging in relentless combat would not only fail to benefit one's cultivation, but might even produce adverse effects. Additionally, the bond value between Su Chen and Shan Yueyue had unknowingly risen to 50 points. However, Su Chen sensed no significant change in her demeanor. She still displayed her usual capricious nature. Each evening, she would voluntarily place her tail before Su Chen, offering it as a pillow, leaving him somewhat perplexed regarding her thoughts. As for Su Chen, akin to the effort values in certain games, his previous level was nearly 0. Thus, after over half a month of training, his foundational attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Name, Su Chen. Level, 1st tier, 9th stage. Physical strength, 245,245. Demon power, 281,368. Skills, beast control technique, forced contract, insight, indestructible body. Yueyue. Achievement points, 540-1290. Chapter 28. The monthly tasks of beast tamers. Is your demonic power truly 368? Summer Limo inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the astonishing figure displayed on the testing crystal. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of disbelief. According to detailed statistics from the Long Wushibao, the average demonic power of a 1st-tier, 9th-level beast tamer hovers around 124 points, with the median even higher at approximately 130 points. After all, many beast tamers struggle to reach even 10 points, which significantly lowers the average. Yet, the astounding 368 points before them struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. The fact that Su Chen could contract the Yueyue suggests he could not possibly hail from a family of beast tamers. However, even prodigies from powerful factions typically do not reach such heights in demonic power by the age of 18. Su Chen could not help but twitch his lips and reluctantly confessed, "Yes, I truly am an orphan in this world." Summer Limo narrowed her eyes and pressed further. "I mean no offense, but your demonic power is exceptionally high. If you hadn't consumed various rare treasures since childhood, it would be impossible to attain such a remarkable level. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words, unable to disclose the existence of a personal system. He scratched his head and stammered, "Perhaps I just happened to eat some extraordinary treasures in my youth." Summer Limo sighed softly, recognizing that Su Chen was not inclined to divulge more information. This was only natural. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. She gently clapped her hands, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Let us set that aside for now. You are aware of the regulations regarding beast tamers, correct?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation, replying, "Upon becoming a beast tamer, regardless of one's background, a monthly task must be completed within the Beast Tamer Association. Otherwise, one's qualification as a beast tamer will be revoked and all associated benefits will be forfeited. To regain qualification, one must undergo assessment at the association again. This is what you refer to as the monthly task, right, Teacher Xia?" "Indeed," Summer Limo responded as she pulled out her phone to check the calendar. "The settlement period is the last 3 days of each month. Although you became a beast tamer after the college entrance examination in early June, you still need to complete the June subjugation task. It would be quite troublesome to reapply for your beast tamer certificate afterward. Today is the 20th. You should have enough time to complete the task and take the opportunity to refine the energy from the demonic beast crystal core you previously fed to Shan. Coincidentally, I also received a task that requires me to return to the first combat zone. You should be fine on your own during this time, right?" "Absolutely," Su Chen replied confidently. "Having not earned any achievement points for over half a month, I must make up for it this time." Summer Limo smiled approvingly, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Excellent. Just the thought of exploring outside the city alone without hesitation surpasses more than half of the beast tamers. I will escort you to the Beast Tamer Association in the north of the city." "Thank you, teacher." Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the Beast Tamer Association in the northern part of the city, accompanied by the stunningly beautiful Shan. She had requested to accompany him, eager to experience the world outside and see what the Beast Tamer Association looked like. Previously, when she was a wild, demonic beast, she had never dared to enter the doors of the association for fear of revealing her identity due to some barrier within. Now, having transformed, she could finally glimpse the forbidden realm for demonic beasts, the stronghold of human beast tamers. This time, she did not disguise herself using her illusionary abilities. After all, her true form had already been exposed during the life and death battle, and many recognized Su Chen. When it came time to accept tasks, her identity would inevitably be revealed. Hiding her true appearance would only serve to expose her ability to use illusions. Thus, the combination of Su Chen, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and the exquisite Yueyue Shan naturally attracted countless gazes upon entering the Beast Tamer Association. "Is that Su Chen? And is that the Yueyue by his side? She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest. Bro, wake up. The Yueyue is a demonic beast. Do you dare to entertain any bold ideas? Beauty is justice. Regardless of whether her true form is the Yueyue or even a Komodo dragon, I would dare to approach. You're bold. Are you sure you aren't a spy sent by the Asan nation to our Longwa?" Su Chen made his way to the task hall. Could he be here to complete this month's task? Let us follow him and see what kind of tasks the top scorer takes on. I agree, but I want to see who Su Chen will team up with to accept the task. Shouldn't he seek out seniors from Yueyue University? In the midst of the crowd, a cacophony of whispers erupted, with people exchanging opinions and speculations. Surprisingly, despite the curiosity surrounding Su Chen, very few approached him to strike up a conversation. The reason was simple. News of Su Chen's official induction into the first combat zone had been widely reported by various media outlets and confirmed. The mere mention of the first combat zone commanded respect and awe from many. Although there was a sense of reverence, the human inclination for gossip could not be suppressed. After all, Su Chen was not only the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, but also the youngest member of the first combat zone in Longway's history. With his contracted demonic beast being the 7th in the divine sequence, the Yueyue. Such a dazzling trio of identities made him a topic of discussion far surpassing that of the recent internet sensation sporting a middle part and wearing suspenders while having a penchant for chickens. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the Beast Tamer Association, a young man slowly set down the newspaper he had been reading. A subtle, slightly sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Humph, Su Chen has indeed come to collect a task. Fortune is on my side. It seems this 20 million credit point bounty is destined to be mine." With that, the young man swiftly folded the newspaper and tucked it away, pulling his cap down lower over his face. He followed closely behind Su Chen, entering the task hall together. Chapter 29. Leaving the city as the end of the month approached, coupled with June being a critical time for many high schools conducting entrance examinations, A multitude of new beast tamers emerged like mushrooms after the rain to ensure the smooth completion of their monthly tasks. Most opted for relatively simple tasks and formed teams to tackle them together. Even a profession devoted to helping others seize hunting tasks emerged in this context. This led to the remaining tasks in the task hall being either located in remote areas of extremely high difficulty or with exceedingly stringent completion conditions, making them impossible to accomplish in just a day or two. However, the rewards for these tasks were quite substantial. Su Chen did not overly concern himself with the difficulty of the tasks. After all, Summer Limo had assessed Yueyue's strength as being comparable to that of a third-tier demonic beast. In terms of the nearby demonic beast gathering places around Yueyue, such strength was virtually invincible. The only drawback was that these task locations were too far away. Outside the city, there were no buses. Travel between cities relied on armored vehicles, which could not stop at like taxis. To reach various task locations, one must rely solely on foot. However, Yueyue is a nine-tailed fox. During her previous battle with the Gui Shu Yao Wang, although she transformed into the Cong Lang Huang, her fundamental form and speed did not change significantly. Imagine a knight riding upon the back of a nine-tailed fox. What a spectacular sight that would be. Yueyue, you have spent time outside the city before. Which task do you believe is more suitable? Su Chen gently patted the curious Yueyue and inquired. How about this one? Yueyue extended her delicate finger, pointing to a high-level task on the operation terminal. Task: investigate the strange singing in the East Sea. Difficulty: high. Estimated level: second order, 6th stage. Task reward: 150,000 credit points. The singing in the East Sea? Su Chen frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt arising in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the various myths and legends he had encountered in his past life. In a certain maritime region, there exists a place known as the Ship Graveyard, rumored to be home to a sea demon named Siren, who lures sailors to their doom with her enchanting voice. Furthermore, among the Divine Era sequences, there are still 17 sequences of demon beasts that have yet to be confirmed. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. Su Chen shook his head vigorously, casting aside such distracting thoughts. The East Sea is approximately 350 kilometers from Yi City in a straight line. If he were to choose the shortest path, it would require traversing 3 major congregations of demon beasts and 1 city. However, the areas surrounding Yi City are predominantly plains, with smooth roads and few mountains or cliffs. As long as he does not encounter a terrifying wave of demon beasts or other unforeseen events, with Yueyue's speed, he could easily complete a round trip in half a day. Conveniently, there are also tasks related to the latter 2 congregations on the task list. It would be prudent to accomplish them all together. With this thought in mind, Su Chen hesitated not a moment longer and directly accepted the 3 tasks. Su Chen, are you heading to the East Sea? A girl wearing glasses approached and softly spoke. She bore a dark green badge on her chest, evidently a sophomore at Yi City University. What's the matter? Su Chen turned to ask. Well, I noticed you took on the task of investigating the singing in the East Sea, and coincidentally, our team has taken on a task to search for pearls and gemstones near the East Sea. Would you like to join us? It would be safer to have someone along the way. The girl with glasses displayed a friendly smile as she looked expectantly at Su Chen. Sorry, I'm fine on my own. Su Chen replied, retracting Yueyue back into the beast space, and strode forward to the registration desk. All by yourself? Is Su Chen out of his mind? Even if he is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, venturing alone into the East Sea is utterly absurd. The girl with glasses stood dumbfounded as she watched Su Chen prepare to tackle a second-order difficulty task alone. Linley, what's wrong? A boy with a crew cut hurried over, concern etched on his face. Linley twitched her lips, her gaze still fixed on Su Chen at the registration desk, saying, Su Chen accepted the task to explore the mysterious singing, and he's going alone to register. What? The boy with the crew cut looked puzzled. He was already aware of the rumors surrounding Su Chen and had just asked Linley to find him to form a team. Yet, even if he were exceptionally talented, he was still merely a newly graduated student, likely yet to break through to the second-order Beastmaster. To take on a second-order difficulty task alone, wasn't that akin to courting death? But soon enough, he continued, never mind, they say the more talented one is, the more arrogant they become, and it seems that holds true. Bringing someone like that along would only lead to unpleasantness. I just called upon a second-order, 5th-stage Beastmaster. Our numbers are sufficient. Linley nodded. All right, then let's go register. Wait, did Su Chen just accept 3 high-level tasks? No way. They all seem to be second-order tasks. Is he insane? He even rejected invitations from other teams. Even if he doesn't want to share the task rewards, he shouldn't turn down those who are merely passing by, right? Sigh, let's disperse. I had high hopes that the top scorer would be some kind of expert, but it turns out he's just a lunatic. I've already thought of tomorrow's news headline. This year's college entrance examination top scorer, the youngest member of the First War Zone, Su Chen, tragically falls during a subjugation task. Fellow prodigies, take heed and never become arrogant. Huh. Su Chen paid no heed to the surrounding whispers of doubt. After registering the task information, he headed to the general market to purchase living supplies. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the east side of the city. Feeling slightly anxious about venturing outside the city for the first time, Su Chen gazed at the isolation barrier ahead with eagerness. During high school classes, teachers had recounted the dangers beyond the city countless times. He never anticipated that he would reach this moment so soon. Beside him, Yueyue overheard Su Chen's words and couldn't help but scoff. What's there to be nervous about? I spent over a decade in your human city without any issues. Why should you fear a mere John out of town? Su Chen chuckled and clarified. It's not fear, it's excitement. Yueyue rolled her eyes and replied helplessly. All right, you're right. Let us go. To Su Chen's surprise, when he suggested riding on her true form for the journey, Yueyue exhibited no resistance. On the contrary, she seemed quite pleased with the idea. Otherwise, having to accompany Su Chen on foot while remaining vigilant against surprise attacks from other demon beasts would be quite the task for this little fox. Speed is of the essence in matters like this. I understand that well, Yueyue remarked as her form began to transform into her true shape. 9 fluffy tails unfurling gracefully. Su Chen did not dwell on it further and leaped onto Yueyue's back. Hold on tight. Yueyue took a deep breath, her hind legs exerting force as her formidable strength erupted instantaneously. One of her tails swiftly extended behind her, securing Su Chen tightly to prevent him from falling during the swift dash. Simultaneously, Yueyue employed the technique of mirror flower water moon, camouflaging her form into a colossal tiger of sequence 666. With a sudden burst, she darted forth, traversing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. So fast, just as expected of my Yueyue. You could flatter me a bit more. Flatter you too much might make you arrogant. Who cares? Chapter 30, The Ruined City. Thanks to the mirror flower water moon, Su Chen and Yueyue encountered almost no attacks from demon beasts along the way. In fact, they hardly saw any demon beasts at all, which saved them a significant amount of time. This was the first time Su Chen had witnessed the scenery beyond the city. The emerald mountains undulated gracefully, clear streams flowed gently, and a few pristine clouds floated in the azure sky, resembling a utopia out of a fairy tale, utterly intoxicating. Of course, there were some wilderness areas, but they constituted a relatively small proportion. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, a world untouched by humans is truly beautiful. How magnificent. An hour later, Su Chen arrived at the first congregation of demon beasts, the Tianqi forest. He could faintly sense a slight tremor of battle within the forest, likely the work of other beast masters engaged in combat with the demon beasts as part of their subjugation tasks. However, Su Chen did not intervene excessively and passed through Tianqi forest unobtrusively. This must be the ruined city, right? There are even other beast masters here. After another hour, Su Chen finally reached the second major congregation of demon beasts, the ruined city. This area, 300 years ago, had once been a prosperous human metropolis. However, later, due to the emergence of a 7th-tier divine beast known as the Shihun Shu, soul-eating mouse, the entire city became afflicted by a horrifying technique called Hun Du, soul poison. Humans were transformed into monsters, their souls eternally bound within the city, unable to transcend. It was not until several months later that a formidable human warrior arrived and ultimately vanquished the Shihun Shu. Nevertheless, the city fell into desolation, becoming a haven for beasts, particularly those of the rodent variety. As for the specifics of the mission, eliminate the beast leader in the desolate city. Difficulty, level. Estimated level, 2nd tier, 5th stage. Mission reward, 100,000 credit points. Upon hearing that Su Chen was alone, the expression of the beast master shifted as if doused with a bucket of cold water, revealing a hint of displeasure. Yet, despite the burgeoning dissatisfaction within, he refrained from uttering a word. He merely extended a finger towards the interior of the desolate city and, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "There are other beast masters within. Should you encounter anything unclear in this city, feel free to consult them." At this moment, Su Chen was filled with confusion and could not help but inquire, "Are you not participating in the hunt?" The beast master slightly curled his lip, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. He then explained in a seemingly self-evident manner, "The mission released by our Taiching task hall merely requires us to assist the beast masters from Yeqing and the neighboring Yangqing. The specifics of the hunt do not fall within our responsibilities. Over there is also our base, responsible for notifying conditions at the onset of any beast tide." Upon hearing this, Su Chen ceased to dwell on the matter and directly led Yueyue into the desolate city. According to their words, It seemed that the leader of the beasts within had yet to be identified. It had been some time since the mission was issued. By the way, that young man earlier bore a striking resemblance to the top scorer Su Chen, did he not? I thought so too. But all information about Su Chen online has been mostly erased. I've heard that the first battle district seems to be involved. How could it possibly be him? Su Chen's contract beast is a Yueyue, nine-tailed fox, far removed from a mere giant tiger, which is a lesser beast. Even if one did not recognize Su Chen's appearance, surely the Yueyue would know him? That is indeed a valid point. But is that fellow all right? Exploring the desolate city alone is dangerous. Each day, thousands of beast masters and tens of thousands of ordinary individuals perish in Longwa. His life or death is of no consequence to us. Just as Su Chen departed, several beast masters within the base huddled together and whispered. Most young beast masters, fresh from their college entrance examinations, unwittingly cultivate a sense of arrogance, believing they can look down upon the world. This blind confidence envelopes them like a thin mist, obscuring the harshness of reality. The tasks issued by the Beastmaster Association's task hall have always recommended at least 5 Beastmasters to team up for missions, a rule derived from countless experiences. The difficulty of the task is significantly reduced, and splitting the rewards among 5 will ensure a fair earning. Yet here you are, daring to take it on alone, and it is a second-tier task. If you choose to court death, who can you blame? Naturally, Su Chen was oblivious to the discussions behind him. After entering the depths of the desolate city with 2 Yueyue, he transformed back into human form and commenced the hunt for beasts. Indeed, as the previous mission indicated, the city was teeming with enormous rodent beasts. These creatures, massive in size and exuding a foul odor, were undoubtedly of a high caliber. Fortunately, 2 Yueyue, in essence, was a long-range mage. With a mere flick of her hand, a ball of foxfire streaked across the sky like a shooting star, instantly striking down a beast. The foxfire was immensely hot, not only slaying the beast, but also purifying the foul stench. Of course, to avoid unnecessary troubles, 2 Yueyue cleverly concealed her fox ears and tail using a technique called Jinghua Shueishua, mirror flower water moon, leaving only her stunningly beautiful visage visible. Before long, the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Rodent Nemesis. It is said that rat meat tastes quite delightful. Would the host care to try? Achievement points earned, 30 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 300 achievement points. Reward, 5 points of free attribute allocation. Excellent. Another 5 points of free attribute allocation. Su Chen silently rejoiced, yet he did not immediately utilize these points. After all, each point was akin to a perfect recovery potion. Using them directly seemed somewhat wasteful. He resolved to consider this once his beastly energy was depleted. Time passed unnoticed. And after 2.5 hours, they encountered another team of beast masters engaged in hunting. This team consisted of 4 individuals, 2 males and 2 females. Their cooperation remarkably skilled, suggesting they had been teamed for some time. In the blink of an eye, they successfully dispatched 6 black rat beasts surrounding them, each at the 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Let us change locations. Just as Su Chen proposed to 2 Yueyue to continue their hunt elsewhere, the 4 beast masters suddenly called out to them. Wait, brothers and sisters, are you also here to search for that beast leader? Chapter 31, Beast Leader. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned around and nodded in response. Yes, do you know the whereabouts of that beast? The 4-member team exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Their expressions were slightly fatigued, as if they had been searching the desolate city for quite some time. We arrived 3 days ago, yet we still have not found the so-called beast leader. However, we have joined a coalition organization that allows us to share intelligence on searched areas, significantly alleviating the search pressure. Would you two like to join us? Upon hearing this, Su Chen and 2 Yueyue exchanged surprised glances. After all, the desolate city was a relic of an ancient city, and relying solely on the 2 of them for search efforts could lead to hunting only the lowest-tier rat demons for the next 10 days if luck was not on their side. Nevertheless, Su Chen feigned hesitation and inquired, a coalition organization, you say? How many people are currently in the organization, and what is the progress of the search? Approximately 30 individuals. However, regrettably, no one has yet discovered any trace of that beast, not even its type, suggesting it is likely a master of concealment. One of the female beast masters replied helplessly. I see. Su Chen nodded, then asked, how can I join your coalition organization? The female beast master pointed towards the red clouds in the sky, explaining, those red clouds are signal flares we use to mark our location. If you follow them, you will reach our base. Thank you for the information. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, then turned and proceeded deeper in the direction of the red clouds. A male beast master gazed at 2 Yueyue's departing figure and could not help but exclaim, that young lady was truly exquisite. Another male beast master chimed in, I wonder if we will see her at the base later. Unsurprisingly, both were met with disdainful glances from the other two female beast masters. Enough idle chatter. Let us continue searching westward. If we still cannot find it, we might have to pay a penalty and change the mission. 20 minutes later, Su Chen and Shan finally located the coalition organization's base. It was a once thriving location, now in ruins, reminiscent of the dilapidated remains of a bustling shopping mall, vast in scale. After enduring 3 centuries of tempestuous weather and the accumulation of silt, this place has transformed into a cavernous abyss, permeated by an air of antiquity and decay. As new arrivals appeared, 2 beast masters, one tall and the other short, greeted them with palpable enthusiasm. We have 2 such youthful individuals joining us. Come in quickly. To be frank, we have been stationed here for half a month without encountering any anomalies, and we have begun to suspect that the mission intelligence might be erroneous. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. If you continue searching like this, you probably won't find anything for 10 years. His voice, though not loud, carried an inexplicable confidence. The 2 beast masters were taken aback by his words, their expressions shifting to discontent. They had tirelessly guarded the central outpost for half a month to fulfill this mission, earnestly recruiting newcomers to participate in the search, only for this newcomer to mock them upon arrival. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze fixated on the hood of the shorter beast master. With an enigmatic smile, he remarked, "The most perilous places are indeed the safest. This saying holds true. The beast leader is right there." As Su Chen's words echoed, the 2 beast masters paused, momentarily bewildered by his meaning. However, in the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The head of the shorter beast master abruptly detached from his body, blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, an invisible blade of wind surged towards Su Chen like lightning. With a sharp sound, the wind blade sliced through the air. Shan reacted swiftly, positioning herself before Su Chen, her delicate hand effortlessly crushing the wind blade. What is happening? What just occurred? The taller beast master retreated a few steps in fear, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding events. Species sequence 169 Gui Mian Jiju. Level 2nd order, 5th stage. Physique 359,359. Demonic power 266,266. Innate skill Gui Mian. Skills: Silk Spitting, Shadow Devouring, Windblade. Gui Mian can manipulate opponents killed by itself, up to 2 units, 2nd order effect. Su Chen's expression grew grave as he explained. He must have perished several days ago. The beast leader is not the mouse demon you presumed, but rather the formidable Gui Mianjiju of sequence 169. As his words fell, the body of the shorter beast master crumpled to the ground. Soon after, a small blue-black spider, no larger than a palm, crawled out from his corpse. Its 3 pointed patterns on its back resembled a grotesque face, evoking a chilling sense of horror. The Gui Mianjiju trembled slightly, and in an instant, a terrifying shadow erupted from its 8 legs, enveloping the surrounding space in a substance akin to black sludge. The body of the shorter beastmaster, scattered debris, and even the soil and stones were not spared, all consumed by the endless darkness, slowly sinking into the black mire. Even Su Chen's Hongxing Erk sneakers began to be eroded by the eerie black sludge, showing signs of being devoured. This is bad. This is shadow devouring. It will continuously drain our demonic power. Once our power is exhausted, we will be utterly consumed, with no chance of redemption. The taller beast master finally regained his composure, his voice laced with terror and panic. In a frantic rush, he fumbled for his phone, attempting to contact comrades who were searching for the beast leader's whereabouts. Such trivial tricks are hardly worth mentioning. Shan scoffed, a glint of disdain in her eyes. In a swift motion, she rotated her hands, and 2 orbs of foxfire, each the size of a basketball, coalesced in her palms, illuminating the shadowy walls of the dilapidated plaza. As the foxfire blazed, familiar system prompts resonated in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the 100 sequence accomplishment. Beasts of the 100 sequence are indeed formidable. Without this system, would the host even be qualified to form a contract with such beasts? Achievement points gained, 80. Congratulations, host achievement points have surpassed 1400. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Chapter 32, you will know soon. After a fierce battle, Shan successfully refined the demonic cores of the beasts she had devoured over the past 10 days, advancing to the 2nd order, 3rd stage, while Su Chen also broke through to the 1st order, 10th stage. Time to wrap up. That was easy. Su Chen bent down to pick up the 2nd order demonic core of the Gui Mianjiju, handing it to Shan. Here, this is yours. Let us proceed to the next location. Shan maintained a bemused expression, playfully retorting, with that tone, One might think you were the one who killed the beast. Su Chen gently embraced Shan slender waist, speaking softly. Isn't it true that you killed it, just as I did? Why act so distant? Let us go? Perhaps we can reach Tai City before nightfall and find a hotel to rest. Otherwise, we shall have to sleep outdoors. Shan did not resist Su Chen's gesture, pouting as she whimsically declared, I want roasted meat tonight. As Su Chen and Shan gradually distanced themselves, the tall beast master finally regained his senses. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. What the devil? That beautiful woman is actually a humanoid beast? No way. How could a second-order beast possibly take a human form? Could she be a beast of third order or above? However, according to regulations, high-level beast masters must possess various certificates from the Beast Master Association to undertake tasks meant for lower-level masters, proving that the task's difficulty far exceeds what a lower-level master could handle, thus preventing substantial losses. Naturally, during a beast tide, all levels of beast masters are required to participate in the extermination. Without such restrictions, high-level beast masters would undoubtedly monopolize simple, lower-level tasks for safety and convenience. This would lead to a detrimental cycle, where high-level tasks remain neglected and lower-level beast masters receive no training, ultimately leading humanity to its demise. The task in the desolate city was merely a basic one, not even breaking through to a higher level. How could a high-level beast master possibly intervene? Truly peculiar. What happened? What transpired? Why has the outpost become like this? Did they discover the whereabouts of the beast leader? Where did Old Sun go? Not long after Su Chen and Shan departed the outpost, other beast masters from allied organizations began to arrive. Observing the devastated outpost, they expressed confusion. Everyone disperse. The beast leader in the desolate city has been dealt with. Really? Who resolved it? The tall beast master sighed, his gaze following Su Chen's departing figure. Perhaps it was a prodigy from some powerful faction. Regardless, one cannot deny that his contracted beast is truly stunning. Tonight's dream material is secured. Upon hearing the words truly stunning, the members of a four-person beast master team gasped, their minds conjuring images of the two beast masters who had previously introduced themselves. Surely, it could not be such a coincidence. After leaving the desolate city, Su Chen and Shan pressed onward towards the east. The sights along the route differed significantly from those surrounding Yi City, as they encountered beasts with noticeably higher frequency. However, for the formidable classmate Yueyue, this posed no significant challenge, as the approaching demon beasts merely served to offer demon cores, thus not consuming too much time. Time passed by the minute. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen had finally arrived in Tai City. This city bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi City in its design and layout, both being circular fortifications of nearly 100 square kilometers. Surrounded by thick city walls and protective barriers, it was only slightly smaller than Yi City. Su Chen mused to himself. It seems that the layout of each city is likely to be quite similar. Barbecue. Barbecue. Su Chen, I want to eat barbecue. Upon entering the city, Shan exclaimed with excitement. Su Chen let out a faint sigh. Indeed, even as a nine-tailed fox, her nature mirrored that of a fox, possessing an irresistible fondness for meat. Well then, find a reputable barbecue restaurant, and let us go there, Su Chen replied, unlocking his phone and handing it to Shan. After all, having lived in human society for some time, she was quite adept at using a smartphone. As for her previous phone, it had been rendered obsolete due to Lin Yue's identity in human society, and using it recklessly could lead to unnecessary complications. So she had simply incinerated it with her foxfire. He had initially planned to buy her a new phone, but due to the delays caused by Xia Limo's training, he had not yet done so. Thus, he resolved to take care of it tonight. Let us choose this one. Kuan barbecue. It sounds quite extravagant. Shan chirped with enthusiasm. Under the night sky, her flawless profile appeared particularly enchanting under the glow of the lights, causing Su Chen to swallow hard. This evening presented a rare opportunity for solitude. Shan was his contracted spirit beast, so there should be no issues, right? After enjoying the barbecue, acquiring the new phone, and completing various formalities, it was already midnight. Su Chen decided to indulge himself and booked a luxurious suite. After all, whether in his past or present life, he had never stayed in a hotel. Now, with the credit point subsidy provided by the First Battle District, staying in a hotel was reimbursable, so he naturally wished to savor the experience. However, as they entered the room, a tinge of disappointment washed over Su Chen. The so-called luxurious suite, aside from having an array of decorative items, was not as spacious and opulent as he had envisioned. The bed emitted the scent of disinfectant, far inferior to the one at home, which was infused with Shan's delightful fragrance. It was indeed disheartening. What are you staring at? Shan. Her long hair still dripping with water droplets, had just finished her bath, radiating a subtle aroma of shower gel. The The moment she adjusted her bathrobe, an unsettling sensation surged within her, as if an ominous gaze was fixated upon her. Naturally, this disquieting gaze emanated from Su Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen forced a facade of calm, slowly articulating, "What? Is it inappropriate for me to look at my own sister?" Upon hearing this, Shan huffed, "Humph. I hope you are merely looking." As she spoke, she picked up a nearby hairdryer and began to dry her hair. Throughout this process, her eyes remained cautiously fixed on Su Chen's every move, sensing that he harbored some ulterior motives. Su Chen let out a quiet sigh, internally reflecting on her perceptive abilities. Truly, as the seventh in the divine generation sequence, the nine-tailed fox possessed extraordinary sensory faculties, easily discerning the thoughts of others. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Previously, due to being at teacher Xia Limo's residence, Su Chen had refrained from causing a commotion. But today he must prove himself to the system sister. Even if the system sister might retract the achievements he had already earned, so be it. My dear Yueyue, do you wish to know what I am currently thinking? I do not want to hear it, nor do I wish to know. No worries, you shall find out shortly. Chapter 33, The Pouting Yueyue. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Su Chen's face. He lazily stretched, savoring the essence of a new day. As the hour hand slowly approached 10, he finally decided to yawn and rise from his bed. As an early riser, this was the first time he had awoken so late. He made his way to the living room, brewed a cup of hot tea, and relished the fragrant aroma of the fresh brew, which invigorated his senses. He felt a sense of complete relaxation. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. For achieving the accomplishment Shan, he does not pass. Is this a display of your resolve? Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,500 achievement points. Reward, skill silent speech. Silent speech restricts the opponent's demon power, rendering humans unable to use demon arts or preventing spirit beasts from employing skills. This unexpected voice momentarily startled Su Chen, but soon a faint smile graced his face. The system sister was indeed considerate, not disturbing him last night. Moreover, this new skill seemed quite promising. Meanwhile, Shan had already awakened and was seated in a chair across from Su Chen. Observing him enjoying his tea with complete disregard for her feelings, she was instantly filled with indignation. Su Chen, you scoundrel. Shameless. Despicable. Utterly brazen. Is this truly the Tianjing lake I envisioned? It is vastly different from my expectations. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Chen stood amidst a barren landscape, gazing at the scene before him with a sigh. Centuries ago, this had been a lake. Now, the waters had receded, exposing the riverbed. The surrounding grasslands had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of desert, starkly contrasting with the verdant scenery surrounding Yi City. The task here was to eliminate desert scorpions and collect 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. Based on the average size of the desert scorpions, approximately 50 would need to be slain to complete the task, which was not overly difficult. The reason it was classified as a high-difficulty task, and why few were willing to undertake it despite its proximity to Tai City, was primarily due to the innate skill of the desert scorpions. Scorpion venom. Being struck by their attack would result in poisoning, and even if an antidote were consumed immediately, it would still inflict irreparable damage. In gaming terms, this meant that the poisoning would not only deplete current health, but also permanently reduce the maximum health, unless one's physique surpassed 100 points, allowing for limb regeneration. Recovery would be impossible. However, for Shan, these desert scorpions were utterly incapable of approaching her. Their tough exoskeletons were incinerated instantaneously by her foxfire, and even the task's objective of scorpion tails was reduced to ashes. Yueyue, could you perhaps show a modicum of mercy? How am I to complete the task like this? Su Chen lamented helplessly. Humph. Yueyue seemed to still be sulking, letting out a huff without responding to Su Chen. She was exceedingly displeased with Su Chen's actions, but felt powerless to confront him, choosing instead to vent her frustrations on the desert scorpions. Nevertheless, despite her anger, her bond value had not diminished, indicating that she did not harbor too much resentment. Su Chen sighed in resignation, his gaze gradually drifting to his system interface. Essentially, this was akin to reaping what one had sown. It seemed he would have to employ some tactics. System, I wish to assist Shan in leveling up. Each level increase for a second-tier spirit beast requires the expenditure of 100 achievement points. Does the host wish to proceed with this expenditure? A sly smile played on Su Chen's lips, and then he gently took Shan's delicate hand, as smooth as white jade, and whispered, "Let us enhance you twice." Initiating level enhancement. Enhancement complete. At that moment, Yueyue, initially intending to sulk and shake off Su Chen's hand, suddenly felt a warm force continuously emanating from Su Chen's palm, swiftly spreading like a gentle stream. Yueyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that she had unexpectedly broken through 2 levels without any forewarning, instantly ascending to the 2nd tier, 5th segment. The sulky expression that once adorned her delicate face was now replaced by profound shock. Su Chen, what have you done? Consider this my apology. Please don't be angry. My little Yueyue. Su Chen explained with a smile, a glimmer of pride flickering in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Yueyue let out a long sigh. She was aware of Su Chen's peculiar abilities, which allowed him to instantly assist her in learning skills and even enforce contracts with other demonic beasts. She had not anticipated this new ability to directly elevate the levels of demonic beasts. All right, let us leave it at that. But next time, don't act recklessly. Hee, thank you for your magnanimity, beautiful Yueyue. Next time, I 1T act recklessly. I'll come prepared. Get lost. Next time, I shall resist. No worries. I trust my beautiful Yueyue 1T resist. After their playful banter, the little frustrations within Yueyue gradually dissipated. This time, her mastery over Foxfire reached an unparalleled level. The body of the desert scorpion was precisely burned through, while its tail remained intact, even eliminating the need for cutting. Impressive. My Yueyue. Su Chen could not help but exclaim. Humph, do you not know who I am? Yueyue proudly lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title Scorpion Nemesis. It is said that the scorpion venom in this world tastes quite sweet. Would you like to give it a try? You have earned 30 achievement points. As Yueyue made her way through, the desert serpents and scorpions left behind only charred remains. Coupled with soul absorption, her skill, Foxfire, could be used almost without limit, freeing her from concerns about consumption. However, their scattered distribution posed considerable challenges to Yueyue's collection efforts. Finally, after 3 hours of arduous labor, she managed to gather 500 kilograms of scorpion tails. Just as Su Chen and Yueyue were preparing to leave the shores of Tianjing Lake in search of a safe resting place, a sudden cold gleam surged towards them from behind. Yueyue's gaze sharpened, and she immediately extended her right hand, catching the icy projectile barehanded. It was an ice arrow. Su Chen sensed the danger and quickly turned around, his eyes fixed on the sand dunes several dozen meters away. There stood a man, approximately 30 years old, with a somewhat gaunt figure, a face etched with weariness, and a scruffy beard that gave him a disheveled appearance. Yet, the chilling killing intent emanating from him sent shivers down one's spine. To him, taking a life seemed trivial. Beside the man stood a humanoid demonic beast, entirely ice blue. Armed with a bow, it radiated a bone-chilling aura, evidently the one that had just launched the ice arrow at Su Chen. Chapter 34, The Assassin. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Su Chen's voice was cold, laced with undisguised inquiry. Had Yueyue not reacted in time, they might have already faced dire consequences. Don't blame me. I'm merely doing this for the money. If you must place blame, direct it at those you should not have provoked. The man's tone carried no hint of remorse, instead expressing a false sense of pity, as if lamenting the demise of the divine-tiered demonic beast due to Su Chen's actions. An assassin? A glint of cold fury flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He had always been a law-abiding citizen, never having taken a life or engaged in any unlawful acts. Yet, that did not mean he would turn a blind eye to someone wielding a knife at his throat. Race tier, 144 Ice Ghost. Level, 3rd tier, 5th segment. Physique, 605606. Demonic power, 255255. Talent skill, Ice Body. Skills, Ice Arrow, Ice Blade, Ice Explosion. Yueyue, the 3rd tier 5th segment demonic beast, does not surpass your physique and demonic power. Can we win? Yueyue looked at Su Chen with confusion, filled with doubt. The values of physique and demonic power typically required specialized treasures for measurement. How could Su Chen discern the opponent's attributes and level at a glance? Did the Ice Ghost's head display its system interface like in a game? What other secrets did Su Chen possess that she remained unaware of? Curiosity rippled through Yueyue's mind. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she declared, "It's just a 3rd tier 5th segment. We can easily win." With Yueyue's assurance, a subtle smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. With your guarantee, there's no issue. If possible, it would be best to capture him alive to extract information about his backers. Yueyue nodded. I understand this. We cannot eliminate the mastermind without addressing the threat, or we shall live in constant fear. By the way, let us keep the Ice Ghost for now. I have an experiment in mind. All right. The assassin, upon witnessing this, immediately issued a command. Go ahead, eliminate them both. And you shall be rewarded with a Millennium Ice Essence. The thrill of potentially slaying a divine-tiered demonic beast was simply exquisite. The ice-blue humanoid beast grinned maniacally, revealing a mocking smile. It tightened its grip on the bow, and an icy arrow shot forth like lightning towards Su Chen's brow. However, just as the ice arrow was about to pierce Su Chen's forehead, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. it was merely an illusion. Su Chen and Yueyue had already approached the assassin and the ice ghost from the right. How could this be? An illusion? The assassin's face displayed astonishment, clearly caught off guard by this maneuver. Yet, as a third-tier beast master who had slain numerous young elites, he remained composed. Su Chen was merely a novice beast master who had only recently begun his journey, even if his surprise attack failed. He believed he could easily crush him in a direct confrontation. No need to hold back. The ice ghost swiftly retracted its ice bow, its eyes glinting with cold light. As if brewing a more potent attack, it conjured a massive chunk of solid ice with both hands and smashed it to the ground. In an instant, countless icy gusts surged forth, enveloping sand and debris like a roaring tsunami, howling outward in all directions. Yet, in response to this onslaught, an even larger fireball emerged. The adversary was a third-tier demon beast, and this time, Yueyue did not dare to hold back in the slightest. With a thunderous roar, the ice explosion triggered by the ice demon swept in like tumultuous waves. However, the foxfire, akin to raging flames, swiftly devoured the frigid tide. The ice demon, seemingly composed of solid ice, now bore faint signs of scorching. Nevertheless, this was far from the conclusion. Before the ice demon could regain its stance, another fireball shot toward it like a comet, striking it with tremendous force. Following closely were the second, third, and fourth purple fireballs, cascading down like raindrops, as if to completely submerge the ice demon. Due to the power of Jing Huashueyu, the ice demon could not ascertain Yueye's precise location, rendering it helpless to endure wave after wave of attacks, treated as a mere wooden post for amusement. The assassin, propelled backward by the blast, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Who could have anticipated that a formidable third-tier, fifth-stage demon beast would be so thoroughly dominated by a first-tier beast master's contracted beast, with scarcely any means of retaliation? Cursed be the ice demon's assessment score, which stood at an impressive 280 points. Why could it not triumph over that fox? The assassin gritted his teeth in frustration, casting a glance at Su Chen nearby. Battles between beast masters are, in essence, quite simple. If one can successfully slay the beast master, then even the mightiest contracted beast becomes utterly irrelevant. Thus, circumventing the beast's defenses to eliminate the beast master is the crux of the contest. Bloodblade. The assassin roared, his aura erupting like a tempest. Streams of demonic energy surged toward his right hand, coalescing into a sword blade crimson as blood. He then lunged forward, charging at Su Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, instantly darting toward the assassin. Is this a demon technique? Perfect timing. Let me demonstrate my newly acquired demon art. As the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly raised his middle and index fingers to his lips, whispering, "Silence incantation." In that moment, an invisible ripple emanated from Su Chen, akin to gentle ripples across a tranquil lake. This wave, though seemingly soft and feeble, concealed boundless power. The assassin sensed this peculiar energy and instinctively attempted to raise his blood blade in defense. However, the power of the silence incantation swept over him like a gentle breeze, soundless and devoid of the tangible lethality of the blood blade. The assassin smirked inwardly, deeming his previous reaction foolish. How could a mere recent graduate possibly wield demon techniques? Surely, it was just some sort of theatrical trick. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his smile froze on his face. He was aghast to find that the blood blade he had conjured with his right hand had vanished into thin air. Even the demonic energy within him felt as if it had been completely siphoned away, leaving him akin to an ordinary person yet to awaken, utterly devoid of any sense of demonic power. Moreover, with the disappearance of his demonic energy, the ice demon, engaged in combat with the nine-tailed fox, suddenly appeared to lose its strength, becoming lethargic. Its once impenetrable icy armor now seemed frail, and Yueye's fireballs streaked across the sky, piercing through its legs and rendering the ice demon incapable of further resistance. Yueyue glanced at Su Chen with curiosity. What intriguing technology does Su Chen possess now? Su Chen, witnessing the astonishing effect of his maneuver, was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this move truly that absurd? To forcibly strip away an opponent's demonic energy for a beastmaster is tantamount to silencing a mage and draining their mana entirely. No wonder it's called silence incantation. However, the energy consumption of this technique is indeed considerable. Su Chen felt as though he had exhausted all his demonic power with just this one use. Nearly unable to sustain himself, it seemed this move could only be reserved as a trump card, determined to end the battle swiftly and deny the enemy any respite. Su Chen resolved to act decisively. Seizing the moment while the assassin was momentarily stunned, he rapidly summoned the demonic energy within him, gathering it at his fingertips. The energy spiraled like a whirlwind, coalescing into a radiant arrow of demonic energy. His gaze fierce, he locked onto the assassin and unhesitatingly sent the arrow hurtling toward him. The Ice Demon, a formidable third-tier, fifth-stage entity, was not to be underestimated. The assassin appeared not to have contracted multiple demon beasts, likely placing him within a similar tier. His physical prowess was estimated around 40 points. In terms of strength, this would translate to a demon beast around the 500th rank, approximately at the second tier, third or fourth stage level. The power of the arrow Su Chen unleashed should suffice to handle the current situation. With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the arrow of demonic energy shot forth like lightning. The assassin's right arm was instantly pierced, the immense force propelling him backward. The man, who had just charged towards Su Chen mere moments ago, was now sent hurtling back to his original position. His body tumbled along the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his once menacing glare was replaced by sheer terror. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why did a first-tier beast master possess such terrifying strength and master demon techniques so adeptly? The lethality of that arrow could easily incapacitate him. Who sent you to kill me? Su Chen inquired, conjuring another arrow of demonic energy, maintaining a safe distance. After all, there was still a disparity in physical prowess. Being too close to a skilled assassin could invite a sneak attack. The assassin, clutching his blood-soaked right arm, struggled to rise from the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Damn it, foolish young family. Weren't you just a high school graduate? He spat, cursing inwardly. Slowly rising, he produced a smoke talisman from his pocket and activated it swiftly. Instantly, thick smoke billowed forth like a massive dark cloud, rapidly obscuring visibility. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He stumbled and fell, looking down to see his left leg mercilessly pierced by the arrow of demonic energy, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. The overwhelming agony forced a pained wail from the assassin. Meanwhile, the battle on Yueye's side had concluded. The Ice Demon, its limbs blasted apart by foxfire, appeared on the brink of collapse as it was tossed before Su Chen. Yueyue stood triumphantly atop the Ice Demon, a smug expression adorning her face as she declared, "Here you go, the Ice Demon you wanted. By the way, what experiment do you wish to conduct? Impressive, my you. You managed to take down an opponent of a much higher tier," Su Chen praised, his gaze shifting to the incapacitated Ice Demon. "I wish to test my secret weapon." Secret weapon? Without uttering another word, Su Chen extended his hand, gently placing it upon the Ice Demon's body. Commence forced contract. Forced contract successfully initiated. Contract in progress. As Su Chen's voice faded, a peculiar energy wave surged from his palm, swiftly enveloping the shattered form of the Bingue. The Bingue seemed to sense an unfamiliar sensation. Its pleas for mercy abruptly ceased, replaced by sounds of confusion and fear. What have you done? It was bewildered. For despite still being bound by a contract to the assassin, it found itself being contracted by this young man before it. What kind of strange power was this? Contract completed. In the next moment, the Bingue's body began to undergo a transformation. Its form gradually morphed into delicate strands of energy, which began to be drawn into Su Chen's body. However, due to Su Chen's insufficient demonic power, the process was far from smooth. It was as if a tape was stuck. A portion of the energy strands lingered before Su Chen, flickering in and out of visibility as if engaged in a strenuous tug-of-war with his body. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of seizing a demonic beast. Forcibly claiming another's demonic beast, do you not feel a pang of conscience? Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,600 achievement points. Reward. Volume 1 of the Beast Mastery Cultivation Secret Art. Volume 1 of the Beast Mastery Cultivation Secret Art. Mastering this skill significantly enhances the efficiency of energy returned when a demonic beast devours a crystal core. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of demonic power overload. The demonic power value of the contracted beast exceeds the limit. Is it on the brink of rampaging to death? Achievement points gained, 80 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,700 achievement points. Reward. 5 points for free attribute allocation. Chapter 36. Breaking through to the second tier. At this moment, Su Chen profoundly experienced the suffocating sensation of demonic power rampaging. It felt as if an irresistible force was consuming him, with every muscle trembling and every bone threatening to fracture. The agony resembled that of having completed a grueling 1,500-meter physical test before being forced to perform an additional 100 push-ups, as if his body no longer belonged to him. An unprecedented sense of suffocation surged within him, akin to having walked once before the gates of the underworld. His breathing became rapid and labored, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Fortunately, Su Chen's mind remained relatively clear, unclouded by pain. Dissolve the contract with the Bingui. Having confirmed the feasibility of this method, there was no need to continue. In the next instant, the contractual bond between him and the Bingui severed, and the surging demonic power began to calm. At that moment, Yueyue was utterly bewildered. She stared at Su Chen in disbelief. The fact that he could forcibly contract a wild demonic beast was astonishing enough. Now he was able to contract another's demonic beast as well. Was this not utterly absurd? The assassin was equally stunned, momentarily forgetting the blood that continued to flow from his right hand and left leg. How could Su Chen directly contract his contracted demonic beast? Meanwhile, the Bingui remained in a state of confusion throughout the ordeal. Within a span of less than 2.5 seconds, it had first dissolved its contract with the assassin, then been contracted by Su Chen, only to be released again. What on earth had transpired? 3 large question marks appeared above the heads of the trio. Catching his breath, Su Chen quickly called out to Yueyue. Yeah, you can make your move now? All right, Yueyue replied, swiftly conjuring a blazing fireball that surged forth with immense power towards the remaining form of the Bingui. The fireball instantly engulfed the Bingui, producing a violent explosion that reduced its body to ashes. All that remained was a third-tier demonic beast crystal core, quietly lying in the desert, emitting a faint glow. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of slaying above your level. You actually managed to kill an opponent of an entire tier above you. Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,800 achievement points. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Su Chen's gaze was piercing as he fixed his attention on the assassin. Now, tell me, who sent you? The assassin remained silent, fully aware that revealing any information in this situation would lead to his demise. He had often engaged in such activities before, but he had always been the stronger one, the one who threatened others. By keeping this secret, Su Chen would not kill him. Seeing the assassin unresponsive, Su Chen sighed in exasperation. He turned to Yueyue and said, Yeye, it's your turn. Yueyue smiled sweetly and crouched down to meet the assassin's gaze. In the next moment, the assassin's previously tense expression began to relax. His eyes grew hazy, reminiscent of those who had once fawned over Yueyue, filled with obsession. Heavenly Charm Divine Eye, a skill originally intended for control, could also be employed for interrogation. Now speak. Who sent you? The Yang family. The Yang family of Yi City has placed a bounty of 20 million credit points on your head. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Chen and Yueyue darkened considerably. A bounty of 20 million credit points. The Yang family was truly investing heavily this time. Yang Wei had instigated a battle of life and death, and Su Chen had already shown him mercy by sparing his life. Yet the Yang family resorted to such despicable means as hiring assassins. Are there other assassins? 3 more. But I have already reported the completion of the task to the Yang family upon locating your whereabouts, so they may have retreated. Su Chen nodded. He hadn't expected this assassin to be so confident in his own strength, eager to report before the task was completed. It made sense. A typical third-tier Beastmaster would indeed have an overwhelming advantage over a first-tier Beastmaster. Had it been someone else, they would have already turned to dust in the desert. However, this turn of events had inadvertently saved Su Chen a great deal of effort. At least for the time being, it seemed unlikely that any more assassins would come after him. After gathering sufficient information, Su Chen once again conjured a demonic arrow that pierced through the assassin's head. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of slaying a fellow countryman. How does it feel to kill for the first time? Achievement points gained, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,900 achievement points. Reward, Skill Identification Technique. Identification Technique allows one to view detailed information about various items. After looting the corpse, Su Chen dialed Xia Limo's number, reporting the assassination attempt and the mastermind behind it in full detail. The Yang family of Yi City? This could be troublesome, came Xia Limo's somewhat distressed voice from the other end. Teacher Xia, is there nothing you can do? Indeed, the Yang family has a 6th-tier Beastmaster, Yang Shichao, who was promoted to a senior position in the Beastmaster Association 6 months ago due to an accident. If we were to confront the Yang family head-on, we would encounter trouble on many fronts. I see. However, Su Chen, just because I say I am unable to help does not mean that General Han cannot. I will certainly relay this matter to him, and he will provide you with a good resolution. Hearing this, Su Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Xia. You will always be the most beautiful. Stop buttering me up. Continue with your tasks. If you have some free time, stay in Tai City for now. I will return to Yi City in a few days, and you can come back then. Thank you, teacher. While Su Chen was conversing with Xia Limo, Shan had already raised her delicate hand, conjuring a pale purple foxfire to incinerate the assassin's corpse. After completing this task, Su Chen and Shan exchanged glances and left the place of turmoil together, regardless of whether or not it fell under the category of justifiable self-defense. Since the opponent has been vanquished, it is imperative to ensure that no traces remain. You may devour the third-tier crystal core first. I wish to advance to the second tier swiftly. What are you thinking? You have only just recently broken through to the first tier, stage 10, not long ago. And now you wish to advance? Shan remarked with an expression of disbelief. However, she did not hesitate for long and directly consumed the third-tier beast crystal core. In an instant, Su Chen seemed to enter a remarkable state of enlightenment. If the energy feedback provided by Shan after consuming the crystal core previously resembled a gentle stream, then at this moment, bolstered by the first volume of Beast Mastery Cultivation Secret Method, this energy surged forth like a torrential river, flooding into Su Chen's body ceaselessly. He directly broke through to the first stage of the second tier. Moreover, he even sensed that he was not far from reaching the second stage, second tier. Name, Su Chen. Level, second tier, stage 1. Physique, 272,276. Beast power, 300,395. Skills, Beast Mastery, Compulsory Contract, Insight, Indestructible Body, Martial Arts, Arrow of Beasts. First volume of Beast Mastery Cultivation Secret Method, Appraisal. Achievement points, 960-1910. Contracted Beast, Nine-Tailed Fox. Remaining free attribute points, 25. What on earth is this? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought that the level growth enhancement provided by the first volume of Beast Mastery Cultivation Secret Method would be capped at around 50. Yet this was nearly a tenfold increase. Shan was equally astonished, her exquisite face reflecting sheer amazement. Her master had transformed so absurdly? Just over half a month ago, he was merely a first-tier, second-stage novice, and now he had already advanced to the first stage of the second tier? It seemed that with such a master, she too had hope of reaching the 10th tier in the future. Chapter 37. The Enigmatic Melody of the East Sea Region. The assassin's attack was merely an unforeseen incident, posing little substantial impact on Su Chen. At most, it merely curtailed his playful banter with Shan along the way. Of course, this was not due to any change in Su Chen's character regarding the act of killing. Rather, he was currently engrossed in studying the new skill of appraisal. The only items scavenged from the assassin's corpse were a few smoke talismans. Item, smoke talisman. Rarity. Description, consumable, when fueled by beast power. Can generate a significant amount of smoke to obscure vision and hinder perception. Upon the death of a beast master, their internal beast space would be obliterated, and everything within it would vanish completely. At that moment, Su Chen had forgotten to ask the assassin to relinquish any valuables before ending his life, resulting in a rather disappointing haul. However, this was not the focal point. Smoke talismans were sold in the marketplace, priced around 10,000 credit points each, considered a rather lavish consumable. Yet, despite this, its rarity rating was merely level. Meanwhile, his pineapple phone was priced at only 5,000 credit points. Readily available in the market, yet its rarity rating was level. What could this possibly mean? System Sister, what does the rarity of this item signify? Does it represent how rare it is? I have not heard of items being classified by rarity. Not quite. Rarity is a comprehensive evaluation made by this system based on the item's function, scarcity, true value, and its usefulness to the host, with the highest rating being level and the lowest being level. The closer it is to level, the more useful this system deems the item to the host. Rarity does not represent the true value of the item. The host is advised to proceed with caution. So that's how it is? Su Chen pondered thoughtfully. Does this mean that the high rarity of my phone is due to my familiarity with it? Or is it because losing my phone would cause significant inconvenience? The host's phone contains a total of 388 learning materials, which this system considers highly significant for the host, hence the elevated rarity rating. What the heck? Su Chen's expression darkened. This system is remarkably intelligent, even able to discern the learning materials on my phone. With Shan accompanying me now, there is no need to review learning materials. He had already severed ties with his right hand. Meanwhile, not far from the East Sea region, there stood a temporary outpost constructed months prior. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, it appeared to be forgotten by time, exuding an air of desolation. Whispers of chilling winds swept through, instilling a sense of unease, as if one were in a haunted house. However, unlike the eerie wails emanating from a haunted house, here there was a melodious and enchanting song. The melody resembled a lady playing a harp or a celestial maiden's gentle laughter, brimming with mysterious allure. It was likely that anyone who heard this captivating sound would be drawn in, compelled to explore further. Thus, It was not surprising to see 3 beast masters approaching the outpost together. Big brother, I think we should head back. This place is just too strange. A beast master in his early 20s, already at 2nd tier, stage 9, named Lin Nai, said with a pale face. Indeed. Given that this task has gone uncompleted for 3 months, and all beast masters who accepted it have mysteriously vanished without a chance to report back, it certainly feels like something sinister is at play. Another beast master, also in his early 20s and at 2nd tier, stage 9, named Yang Li, nervously echoed. What are you afraid of? A confident beast master with stubble, now at 2nd tier, stage 10, named Zhang Yuan, encouraged. If the task's difficulty were truly that high, the Beast Master Association would have already increased its difficulty or assigned higher-tier Beast Masters to it. It is not our place to take on such a task. Since it is still a 2nd-tier task, it indicates the Beast Master Association believes that high-tier Beast Masters are not needed. We have completed numerous level tasks. How much harder can a level task be? If we back out now, do you not wish to graduate? These 3 were a renowned Beast Master team from Tai City. Also 3rd-year students at Tai City University, having accomplished 10 level tasks together. The graduation assessment at Tai City University consists of 3 components, of which students must fulfill 1 to graduate. First, break through to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. Second, complete a total of 100 tasks published by the Beastmaster Association during their time at school. Third, complete a level difficulty task. Given their current situation, it seemed nearly impossible to meet the first 2 conditions this year, at least postponing it until next year. With this thought, Lin Nai and Yang Li could not help but swallow hard, anxiety filling their hearts. Being held back is a humiliating experience for any student, let alone for graduates of Tai City University. Once held back, it would undoubtedly impact their future prospects. With this in mind, the 3 gritted their teeth, summoned their contracted beasts, and stepped into the outpost. The decayed wooden planks creaked beneath their feet, adding an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise silent environment. They proceeded cautiously, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead, yet they encountered no beasts. At last, they arrived before a wooden door adorned with a pearl curtain. The melodious sound was emanating from behind this wooden door. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said, Shaolin, your contracted beast has high defense. Let it open the door. Lin Nai nodded and quietly commanded, Shield Bull, go ahead and break the door. The Shield Bull nodded and charged straight toward the wooden door. With a dull thud, the wooden door was forcefully flung open, causing the pearl curtain to emit a delicate tinkling sound. The melodious echoes still resonated from all directions, albeit tinged with an eerie undertone. The 3 individuals immediately fell into a heightened state of vigilance, their wary gazes sweeping the surroundings. Yet, the interior was shrouded in silence, devoid of any human figures or monstrous creatures. Only 2 azure feathers lay quietly on the desk by the window. Zhang Yuan's eyes settled on his contracted demonic beast, the Mo Tong lizard, and he murmured, This is not a beast of invisibility, yet the sound persists. We must exercise caution. Understood. Yang Li and Lin Nai responded in unison, cautiously advancing to retrieve the feathers from the desk. Are these feathers from Tsang? No. The feathers of Tsang are quite rigid, suitable for use as concealed weapons, whereas these are soft and pliable. Let us collect them for now. The sound has not ceased. We shall investigate elsewhere. Before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of malevolent wind surged forth. The once melodious tones, reminiscent of a yellow oriole taking flight, grew chillingly sinister, as if a reaper from the abyss whispered ominously. What is happening? No. A cacophony ensued as the 3 beast masters and their respective contracted beasts clutched their heads, writhing in agony on the ground, releasing mournful wails. Blood trickled from their nostrils, lips and ears, shimmering with an ethereal bluish glow under the moonlight, resembling phantoms of the netherworld. It is sound magic. Put on your soundproof headphones and flee this place. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggling to shout to the other 2 beast masters. Summoning all his strength, he barely managed to prop himself up, preparing to retrieve the soundproof headphones from the beast's space. With a chime, the door abruptly slammed shut, isolating them entirely from the outside world. Minutes passed, and the once chilling sounds gradually subsided, leaving only a haunting melody echoing within the stronghold. Chapter 38, Qingluan. In the East Sea, waves roared fiercely beneath the night's shroud over this enigmatic ocean. On a shattered cargo ship, a statuesque beauty sat serenely atop the sails. Her azure hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and a pair of azure wings quivered gently on her back, as if ready to take flight at any moment. With her eyes tightly shut, she swayed her slender legs, softly singing. Her voice, a hauntingly beautiful melody, resonated like a mournful lament, and under the moon's illumination, she resembled a songstress performing on stage. Such exquisite beauty was intoxicating, as if one could only witness such a vision in dreams. However, a glance downward revealed a chilling truth hidden behind this enchanting scene. On the sunken ship's deck lay a gruesome sight. 96 human corpses sprawled in disarray, now totaling 99. Their bodies had succumbed to varying degrees of decay. Some had become mere skeletons, while others exuded a foul stench. These lifeless forms eerily appeared as an audience, silently absorbing the haunting song. Moments later, the woman slowly opened her eyes, revealing a gaze filled with resentment, yet astonishingly beautiful, capable of breaking one's heart. Her gaze drifted towards the distant Pacific, as if in search of something. Lulu, your final wish shall soon be fulfilled. Will I hear your voice once more? Will I hear you call my name, which you never uttered? Yueyue? What is the matter? Su Chen inquired, noticing Shan Yueyue suddenly pause. Her eyes remained fixed on the stronghold ahead as she murmured, "There is a sound, and it is peculiar, unlike that of an instrument or a recording device." A sound? Su Chen took out his phone to check the map. They were less than a kilometer from the East Sea. If they proceeded a little further, they should reach the beach. Could it be the strange sound mentioned in the mission? Truly, it was a case of striking gold without effort. Initially, he had planned to rest here tonight and explore the source of the sound tomorrow. Who would have thought they would encounter it upon arrival? Let us go take a look. If we act quickly, perhaps we can still return to the Thai City Hotel tonight. Upon hearing the mention of the Thai City Hotel, Shan Yueyue rolled her eyes and playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Chen. Nevertheless, she followed his lead and hurried towards the stronghold. Strange. Why can't I hear the sound? Su Chen reached the entrance and asked, perplexed. He furrowed his brow, straining to catch the elusive sounds. Yet, silence enveloped them, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Had Shan Yueyue not insisted that the sound emanated from within the stronghold, one would scarcely perceive anything amiss. Can't you hear it? Indeed, I can hear your voice clearly, but the song you mentioned escapes my ears. How can that be? Shan Yueyue was equally bewildered. Such an evident sound, and yet Su Chen could not perceive it? To validate her claim, she pulled out her phone and activated the recording function. Cautiously, she brought the phone closer to the source, hoping to capture the mysterious sound. However, the outcome left her greatly disappointed. No sound was recorded. How odd, she mused, scratching her head, her bewildered expression adorably charming. Let us not dwell on it. Let us go inside and investigate. Su Chen reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Soon, they approached the end of the path, arriving at the wooden door adorned with wind chimes. The chimes swayed softly in the breeze, producing a clear, melodic tinkling. You still can't hear it? It's inside this room. Indeed, I can't hear it at all, but seeing your unwavering confidence makes me question whether I've lost my hearing. Sigh. Shan Yueyue sighed, conceding, fine, I'll take the lead and go in to take a look. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the wooden door open. An ancient scent pervaded the room, as if time had stood still within its confines. Shan Yueyue cautiously stepped inside, her gaze scanning every corner. The interior remained stark and empty, save for the 2 azure feathers resting on the desk. Su Chen activated his identification skill, instantly revealing the details of the feathers. Item: Qingluan feather. Rarity. Description: a feather imbued with potent vitality. Observing the Qingluan feather-s description, Su Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. By its name, it should belong to the mythical Qingluan. Yet, within the 999 beast sequences of this world, no such creature as the Qingluan existed. Could it truly be an undocumented divine sequence beast? Su Chen pondered, stepping further into the room and cautiously picking up the 2 Qingluan feathers. After all, their rarity seemed akin to that of a phone containing precious learning materials. Undoubtedly, they possessed remarkable significance. However, at that instant, Shan Yueyue, who had been vigilantly observing their surroundings, suddenly clasped her hands tightly over her head, her face contorted in agony. What's wrong? Su Chen's heart raced, urgently inquiring. Curse this, the pitch of the sound has changed. It seems to be an exceedingly powerful sound magic. Shan Yueyue gritted her teeth, struggling to respond. Su Chen instantly recognized the gravity of the situation, swiftly retrieving soundproof earplugs and inserting them into Shan Yueyue's fluffy ears. Before long, her expression calmed, even allowing her to adjust the earplugs back into place. Thank you. I'm glad you're all right. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief and swiftly departed the stronghold with Shan Yueyue. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, despite being far removed from that perilous place, an intense feeling of unease lingered in Su Chen's heart. It soon became evident that Su Chen's intuition was not misguided. Shortly after their departure, a blinding azure light suddenly sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A colossal azure bird, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, descended from the realm of myth, radiating a chilling emerald glow under the moonlight. Its piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk fixating on its prey, bore down on Su Chen and Yueyue, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace and authority. Name, none. Species sequence, 009 Qingluan. Level, 2nd stage, 8th tier. Physical strength, 675,675. Demonic power, 348,348. Innate skill, lingering melody. Skills, Song of Annihilation, Song of Blessing, Sonic Boom, Thunderous Sound Drum. Bond value, 0. Lingering melody significantly enhances the range of sound magic, delivering a devastating mental blow to entities with lower demonic power than itself. Chapter 39, Thunderous Sound Drum. The Qingluan indeed exists. Su Chen murmured sharply, astonished to discover that the orchestrator of this mission was, in fact, a divine sequence demon beast. If others were to learn of this, they would likely faint from shock. Simultaneously, Su Chen comprehended why only Yueyue could hear the inexplicable sound. It was due to the Qingluan's innate ability. His own demonic power surpassed that of the Qingluan, thus rendering him immune to the effects of lingering melody. "What is that bird?" Yueyue inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. "It is the 9th in the divine sequence, the Qingluan, 2nd stage, 8th tier. Proficient in sound magic, its strength comparable to yours. The strange sound you heard earlier emanated from it," Su Chen succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Yueyue furrowed her brow. Although she had never encountered a Qingluan and there were no records of it in human society's archives, the designation of 9th in the divine sequence was sufficient to indicate its formidable power. "Must we fight? We have been marked as prey," she remarked. At this moment, Su Chen's mind raced with strategies on how to subdue the Qingluan. He accessed the system interface, glancing at his demonic power value, which stood at 395. Adding the 25 points of freely allocatable attributes brought his total to 645 points. The combined demonic power of the Qingluan and Yueyue reached 648 points, a mere 3 points shy of sufficiency. Feeling an impending upgrade, he resolved to take a risk. "Yeah, let us head towards the Eastern Sea region. There should be numerous demon beasts congregating in the shallows." "Why run there?" Yueyue questioned, glancing at the rapidly approaching Qingluan. A flicker of determination crossing Su Chen's eyes. "That Qingluan is mine." Meanwhile, within a cave in the Eastern Sea region, Linli wiped the sweat from her forehead, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she murmured, "Finally found the last gem. We won't have to camp outdoors tonight." Upon hearing this, the other 4 beast tamers sighed in relief. This group was the same one that had invited Su Chen to join their expedition at the Yi City Mission Hall. The demon beasts in the Eastern Sea region generally hovered around 2nd stage, 5th tier, exhibiting formidable strength, compounded by the presence of a high-level task which rendered the danger level exceedingly high. Spending the night here would undoubtedly invoke trepidation. However, the journey back and forth, even to the nearest Tai city, required approximately 3 hours, making it both time-consuming and laborious. As it was only 9 in the evening, they anticipated returning to Tai City around midnight. After a night's rest, they could return to Yi City the following day, which was a delightful prospect. Yet, just as they departed the cave and set foot on the shore, a startling sight captured their attention. In the moonlit distance, a white figure was sprinting with remarkable speed towards the Eastern Sea region. Above it, a colossal azure bird soared, unleashing a barrage of sonic booms upon the white figure below. Each cry from the giant bird was accompanied by a piercing sound that seemed to penetrate the eardrums of the 5 beast tamers, causing them discomfort. "What is happening? What kind of demon beast is that? A white tiger? An azure eagle? It doesn't seem like it." "No, that appears to be a 9-tailed fox." Su Chen's contracted demon beast. "Didn't I hear Linli say that Su Chen accepted a task to investigate the mysterious sound? It really could be him," exclaimed one of them. "Could that massive azure bird be the target of this mission? It's hard to say. We should follow and see." "On second thought, my head is pounding. That bird's sound is peculiar. We should have brought earplugs. I've never seen that bird before. It might be an unconfirmed divine sequence demon beast. This could be a significant discovery. Indeed, if we could report an unconfirmed divine sequence demon beast to the Beast Tamer Association, we'd be set for life. Stop dawdling. Hurry and put on your noise-canceling headphones, or we'll lose it." After a brief discussion, the 5 beast tamers resolved to follow the spectacle. One of them, with a ghost bat as their contracted demon beast, possessed the ability to obscure their presence, minimizing the likelihood of detection. They merely needed to stealthily capture a few photographs from a distance to depict the new demon beast and submit the images to the Beast Tamer Association. However, upon pursuing, they were left astounded by the scene before them. Yueyue, alongside Su Chen, deftly evaded the Qingluan's attacks, their movements ghostly as they weave through the throng of demon beasts in the Eastern Sea region. Using the Qingluan's offensive strikes, they managed to obliterate several wild second-stage demon beasts, transforming them into demon beast crystal cores. Moreover, while dodging the assaults, Shan seized the opportunity to consume the crystal cores scattered across the beach. Is it truly possible to fight this way? In the sky?
The Qingluan bore a cold smile. That nine-tailed fox and its human companion naively believed they were evading her sonic attacks through their own strength. In truth,
it was merely a fade, a deliberate trap she had laid. She was aware that her innate skills, lingering melody and song of annihilation, could be countered by noise-canceling earplugs, and the power of her sonic boom attacks was relatively diminished. With the capabilities of these beast tamers, it was unlikely they would succumb even after enduring numerous strikes. Thus, she had no expectation for these attacks to yield immediate results. The reason she continued to unleash sonic boom attacks upon Su Chen and Shan was that her ultimate move, Thunderous Sound Drum, required sufficient residual sound elements to unleash its devastating power. Each sonic boom contributed to the accumulation of sound elements necessary for Thunderous Sound Drum's execution. What appeared to be futile attacks were, in fact, crucial groundwork for her ultimate technique. Only one more was needed. Today must be a success, the Qingluan mused to herself, as she recognized that her strategy was nearing completion. She raised her head and let out a crystalline call that shattered the stillness of the night sky. With a sweep of her wings, countless azure beams shot forth like meteors towards Su Chen and Shan. These beams traveled at incredible speed, imbued with a fierce energy, weaving into a massive sound net in midair. As the sound net formed, a circular space exceeding 300 meters in radius erupted like surging waves. Thunderous Sound Drum, once unleashed, it was a guaranteed kill. Once the dust began to settle, what lay before the eyes was the sight of two lifeless corpses. The body of the nine-tailed fox lay motionless on the ground, its 9 tails drooping lifelessly, and the once vibrant eyes had lost their luster. Su Chen, drenched in blood, lay nearby, devoid of any movement. Chapter 40. Forced Contract with Qingluan. How could this be? Did Su Chen truly perish? Lin Li gasped in shock from a distance. The nine-tailed fox had achieved a score of 254 in its examination, indicative of a typical third-tier beast's prowess. Yet, astonishingly, it could not withstand even a single strike from that azure giant bird. What kind of beast was that? We should leave swiftly. We have captured the photos. There is no need to linger here. Indeed, should we be discovered, Su Chen's fate would be ours as well. Wait, what does that azure giant bird intend to do? As the words of a buzz-cut man echoed, Qingluan flapped her wings gracefully and descended to the ground. With a flash of azure light, she transformed into a stunning woman, her beauty and grace nearly rivaling that of Shan as she walked towards the bodies of Shan and Su Chen. Incredible, a shape-shifting beast. The level of that Qingluan should not exceed Tier 3. Even second-tier beasts can morph, which implies she must belong to one of the top 20 beasts of the divine era. Among the top 20, 10 have yet to be confirmed. If I am not mistaken, she is likely one of them. Let us not discuss anything else. Should we approach her? The buzz-cut man's words struck like thunder, silencing everyone. The top 20 of the divine era, an aspiration for countless individuals. If we could bind her in a contract and enter the first battle zone, we would gain access to endless resources and ascend to the pinnacle of our lives. The rewards for providing information on divine beasts are incomparable. However, the issue lies in her strength. Even Su Chen's 9-tailed fox was effortlessly vanquished before her. Should we approach? How should we approach? These two questions tangled like a mess in everyone's minds. Yet, just as Qingluan neared Su Chen's corpse, preparing to retrieve him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Chen's body, surrounded by a pool of crimson blood, and the 9-tailed fox's form suddenly vanished like an illusion, leaving no trace behind. In its place lay a scene of greater devastation. The shallow waters were riddled with craters, the remains of beasts scattered about, resembling a hellish tableau that sent chills down one's spine. Then, a hand gently rested on Qingluan's shoulder. To her astonishment, the figure before her was Su Chen, unscathed, alongside Shan, who wore an expression tinged with jealousy. In that moment, Qingluan's realization struck. She comprehended all that had seemed amiss. Although her sonic blast had repeatedly struck the sandy shallows, no dust had been stirred. It turned out that both Su Chen's frantic escape and the scene of the heavenly sound formation attacking them were merely illusions. She had been toyed with by Su Chen and the 9-tailed fox all along. Enraged, Qingluan prepared to unleash her song of annihilation. Knowing that even at such close proximity, her sound-based abilities could inflict significant damage, regardless of the earplugs Su Chen wore. However, just then, a system notification resounded in her mind. Forced contract activation successful. Contracting in progress. Forced contract? What is this? When did I sign a contract with him? Qingluan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and uncertainty. A chilling power surged forth like a tidal wave from Su Chen's right hand, enveloping her entire being. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to deny the unfolding reality, but that restraining force offered no opportunity for resistance. Desperately, she struggled to break free. But all efforts proved futile. No, Qingluan cried out in despair, but it changed nothing. Contract completed. In the next instant, Qingluan's form disintegrated, countless strands of azure light erupting from her shattered body. They intertwined and coalesced into numerous slender azure threads, continuously flowing into Su Chen's being. Simultaneously, a feather pattern emanating a soft azure glow fully materialized in the palm of Su Chen's left hand. Qingluan had officially been bound to him. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of the Divine Beast sequence, too. You have contracted a second Divine Beast, and moreover, a beautiful one. Is the host collecting shape-shifting beauties? Achievement points acquired, 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 2,000 achievement points. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Su Chen, could you enlighten me about your abilities? How did you know her skills, and what was that move that countered the heavenly thunder sound drum? Yueyue clutched Su Chen's hand tightly, shaking him incessantly, her face brimming with curiosity, her eyes seemingly steadfast in their pursuit of answers. Su Chen smiled gently. Let us discuss it when we return. Yueyue pouted in discontent, always keeping me in suspense. What a wretched man. Time shifted slightly backward. After confirming his intention to capture Qingluan, Su Chen began contemplating strategies to confront her. The key to this battle lay in rapidly advancing to the second tier, or perhaps achieving some accomplishments to gain an additional 5 points for attribute allocation. Qingluan's pursuit was relentless, akin to brushing against her scales, leaving him unable to engage other beasts. Thus he focused on leveling up. However, after several encounters with Qingluan, Su Chen keenly sensed something amiss. It seemed Qingluan was intentionally guiding events. Her attacks, though fierce, exhibited a certain pattern. As a 9th-tier divine beast, she knew full well that her sonic blasts would not hit Yueyue, and even if they did, they would not cause significant harm. Yet she persisted in her assault. Coupling this with the heavenly thunder sound drum, Su Chen deduced her intention. Quietly, he instructed Yueyue to use the mirage technique to create an illusion that they were still dodging attacks, while he ventured to collect the beast crystals from those slain by Qingluan, directly beginning to consume them. With dozens of second-tier beast crystals and the assistance of Beast Mastery Training Method, Volume 1, Su Chen swiftly ascended to the second tier. Second stage, increasing his power level by 0. For points. At that moment, Qingluan recognized the opportune moment and unleashed her large-scale attack, the Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. Intending to annihilate Su Chen, Su Chen withdrew Yueyue into the Beast Master space, utilized the invincible golden body to withstand the attack, and, under the cover of the ensuing dust, released Yueyue to maintain the illusion. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chapter 41, Unconventional Tactics. Let me go, human. At that moment, Qingluan was shouting within Su Chen's Beast Master space, her voice filled with rage and resentment. She flapped her wings, relentlessly striking the spatial barriers of the Beast Master space in an attempt to escape. Yet it was all in vain. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if she wished to incinerate Su Chen. This scene felt oddly familiar at that time. Yueyue was similarly obstinate, vowing never to yield, yet eventually she capitulated. Did she not? Why must these demonic beasts fail to recognize the reality before them? Must they experience the undeniable truth before they are willing to lower their pride? Su Chen smiled faintly and spoke softly. Little Qingluan, as a creature of the divine sequence, surely you understand our contract cannot be dissolved. You might as well submit to me. I assure you, you will not be wronged. Upon hearing this, Yueyue rolled her eyes beside him. Was this all Su Chen could ever say? Qingluan's feathers bristled, her tone sharp. Get lost. Mark my words, even if I starve to death or fall from the sky, I shall never obey your commands or become your contracted beast. Her voice was filled with defiance and resolution. Although she could not fathom why she had been inexplicably bound by Su Chen, there was no way she would heed a human's orders, especially not a male one. For she harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards humanity. Su Chen, however, did not dwell on her obstinacy. After brushing off the sand from his clothes, he instructed Yueyue to lead him to the previous human stronghold. How long could she maintain this stubborn demeanor after I teach you a new skill? This was merely the 20 version of Yueyue. Dealing with her would be effortless. Su Chen could not help but marvel at the universality of the truth of yielding, applicable in any realm. Meanwhile, not far away, a 5-member Beastmaster team gazed in bewilderment at the astonishing twists unfolding in the shallow waters. Their faces etched with confusion and astonishment, as if their cognitive capacity had been exhausted in that very moment. What had just transpired? Had Su Chen and the nine-tailed fox not perished? How had they returned inexplicably? And what of that enormous azure bird? Had Su Chen truly contracted it? Wasn't he merely a first-tier beastmaster? How could he have sufficient demonic energy to contract another beast after binding a nine-tailed fox? What on earth was happening? A cascade of questions surged in their minds, leaving them feeling utterly perplexed. If that azure bird indeed belonged to the top 20 of the divine sequence, and Su Chen had successfully contracted it, this would undoubtedly create a sensational news story that would reverberate throughout the Dragon Kingdom. It should be noted that even the mightiest beast master in the Dragon Kingdom, the commander of the First War Zone, hailed as the divine general, Long Haojia, had only one beast among the 8 he contracted that ranked within the top 20 of the divine sequence. And now, Su Chen had contracted too? Should we disclose this information? The words of the crew-cut man struck like a hammer upon each heart, plunging them once more into silence. Their gazes met, revealing mutual hesitation and unease. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter lie. After all, even if they spoke of it, they likely would not receive the reward for confirming the divine sequence beasts. Thus, it was settled. After weighing the pros and cons, the team ultimately decided to bury this matter deep within their hearts. After all, the fact that Su Chen possessed the capability to contract 2 divine sequence beasts, coupled with his audacity to confront Yueyue openly, indicated that his background was anything but ordinary. He might well be the scion of a hidden family, backed by formidable resources, having enjoyed the finest treasures since childhood, thus acquiring such formidable demonic power. Such an existence was terrifying. Their network of spies could be widespread. The reason they could so confidently allow Su Chen to undertake high-level tasks, beyond their absolute trust in his abilities, was likely due to some powerful figures ensuring his safety from the shadows. Their clandestine observations might have already been detected. Should they entertain even the slightest notion of reporting this, they could vanish from the world in an instant, their fate unknown even to themselves. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. And besides, they could not be certain that the azure bird was indeed a divine sequence beast. What if she resembled the Snow Maiden, whose true form bore little resemblance to humanity? This matter was better taken to the grave. Upon returning to Tai City, after enjoying a late-night meal at a roadside stall, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Back at the same hotel from yesterday, Su Chen booked a luxurious suite. Upon entering, he did not immediately release Qingluan, but instead settled onto the sofa to review the skills she could learn. Skill 5, Wind Blade, attacks enemies with wind as a blade. Cost, 100 achievement points. The consumption is so low? Shouldn't the cost increase with the number of skills? Su Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Not necessarily. The cost in achievement points is determined by the strength of the skill learned. The Beast Qingluan specializes in sound and wind attribute techniques, hence can learn the most fundamental wind attribute skill, Wind Blade. So that's the reason. No wonder little Yueyue could learn skills with outrageous effects, incurring a higher cost in achievement points. Su Chen nodded and declared, "Let us have Sister Qingluan learn Wind Blade. Learning in progress. Learning complete." As the system's notification chimed, Su Chen took a deep breath and released Qingluan from the beast space. The moment she appeared, Qingluan was initially stunned, her eyes wide. Then her expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Finally, recognizing Su Chen's capabilities, she allowed her pride to wane and embraced him tightly, acknowledging her status as Su Chen's contracted beast. However, the scenario Su Chen had envisioned, based on Tushan Ye's 20 version script, did not unfold. Instead, as soon as Qingluan materialized, she darted towards the hotel window, unhesitatingly flinging it open, ready to leap out and escape. What the heck? What are you doing? Su Chen was startled by Qingluan's actions and quickly pulled her back into the beast space. Human, I have already told you, I will not obey your commands. You contracted me and consumed your demonic power. That is your own doing, so do not blame me for not warning you. Qingluan's voice remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Su Chen's face darkened. How is it that this Qingluan simply refused to play by the rules? Chapter 42, The Perils of Humanity. Su Chen's mind buzzed with doubt. Was it possible she disliked wind attribute techniques, which was why she had never learned? If that were the case, then system, allocate me 2 points of demonic power and help Qingluan level up a bit. Beep. Allocation complete. Current host demonic power, 648,669. Leveling up in progress. Level up complete. At this moment, Qingluan spoke again. Human, your abilities are indeed astonishing. However, I must make it clear that even if you allow me to learn 100 skills and elevate me to the 10th tier, I will never heed your commands. Qingluan's words struck like a sharp blade, slicing through the air and filling the room with tension. Hearing her defiant proclamation, Su Chen's expression darkened even further. How could this girl be so stubborn? Seeing this, Yueyue sighed softly and earnestly advised, "Indeed, Su Chen's power is extraordinary. Following him may offer you a brighter future than wandering alone in the wilderness. The contract cannot be dissolved, so why cling to such obstinacy?" Perhaps because they both belong to the divine sequence, Qingluan's tone softened slightly. She looked at Yueyue and sighed. "Given your appearance, you must have lived among humans. Do you not understand their cunning and treachery?" Upon hearing this, Yueyue shot a fierce glare at Su Chen, recalling her time as Yueyue. She found the flattery and attentions of numerous suitors somewhat tiresome, yet she had never truly experienced the treachery of humankind. However, it was only after last night that she comprehended the depths of that treachery, while she could not ascertain the malevolence of others. The wickedness of Su Chen was undeniably real. Nevertheless, since Qingluan had already been contracted by Su Chen, they would henceforth be comrades in battle. Thus, it would not be wise to let their relationship deteriorate. She slowly settled on the edge of the bed, her expression transforming into the gentle demeanor she displayed when facing those infatuated with her. In a soft voice, she said, "I understand. Yet, there are many beautiful aspects of human society. At least from my perspective, it appears more comfortable and safe than the wilderness. Our conflict with humans is a struggle for survival. Since they can thrive in their society, and we have no other choice, why not accept it? Regarding your hunting mission, it has already been posted in the Beastmaster Association's task hall, and I fear that in due time, a high-ranking Beastmaster will come to hunt you." Before she could finish, Qingluan interjected, "That won't happen. No high-ranking Beastmaster will come to hunt me." Hearing this, Su Chen and Yueyue exchanged glances, astonished. Qingluan's tone suggested an unusual certainty about the matter. Yueyue's mind raced, and she quickly asked, "Are you implying that you have a spy among the humans?" Qingluan fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Yueyue's insinuation. Su Chen realized that Qingluan's profound disdain for humans must stem from a hidden past. Her stubbornness and resistance might only be penetrated by uncovering her history. With this thought, Su Chen cleared his throat, striving to sound gentle and sincere. "Little Qingluan, shall we make a deal?" "A deal?" Qingluan's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes revealing a flicker of doubt and wariness. She seemed to ponder Su Chen's proposition while weighing its pros and cons. Su Chen continued, "Indeed, a deal. If I am not mistaken, you must have an insider within the Beastmaster Association, correct? That insider would help suppress all matters, preventing your hunting mission from escalating to the point that requires a high-ranking Beastmaster's intervention. Why not tell us what transpired that necessitated an insider within the association, and why you must remain in the Donghai Sea region? If you can be forthright, I will do my utmost to assist you in resolving this issue. If I manage to help, you shall become my contracted beast, and we will progress together. If I determine I cannot assist, I shall let you go, accepting my misfortune for the consumed beast power. This arrangement bears no detriment to either of us, does it?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qingluan lapsed into silence once more. Her eyes revealed a tumult of emotions as she wrestled with her inner turmoil. Once, she had harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. Now, she found herself seeking their aid, a twist of fate indeed. Faced with Su Chen's proposition, she felt a twinge of temptation. Su Chen refrained from pressing her further. Recognizing the depth of Qingluan's resentment towards humans made an immediate decision difficult. With the hour growing late and other matters to attend to, he decided to postpone Qingluan's response until the following day. He turned to Yueyue, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Su Chen, what are you up to?" Yueyue stepped back, her eyes betraying a hint of caution, as if she anticipated the events to unfold. Su Chen smiled gently. "Did I not mention it yesterday afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Yueyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, replying, "Little bird, I retract my earlier statement. Human society is indeed treacherous. You must consider this carefully, especially regarding Su Chen. He is the most sinister of all humans." The following day, at 10 in the morning, Su Chen once again relished the delightful sensation of waking late and feeling rejuvenated. He made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Unfortunately, he did not receive a response from Qingluan. Within the vast expanse of his Beastmaster's space, reminiscent of a sprawling meadow, a gentle breeze swept through the lush grass. In the meadow stood a small cabin specially constructed for Yueyue. Since she had not returned to the Beastmaster space the previous night, the cabin was left for Qingluan. Transforming into her human form, Qingluan lay quietly on the wooden bed, unable to sleep through the night. Her thoughts surged like tides, constantly reflecting on the deal proposed by Su Chen, especially after witnessing the treachery of human society through Yueyue's first-hand experience. Her inclination to accept the deal waned. However, being confined within the Beastmaster space was not a viable solution. She had matters to attend to, otherwise, her soul would remain restless. As for becoming Su Chen's contracted beast, that was an absolute impossibility. "Lulu, I will fulfill your wish. Qingluan silently vowed. With her resolve firm, Qingluan patted her cheeks, forcing a faint smile, taking a deep breath before recounting her thoughts, and passed to Su Chen. Chapter 43, The Past. It was a night 6 months prior, under a bright full moon. A nondescript armored passenger ship, traveling from Yin City to Imo City, glided across the serene sea. The vessel was escorted by 7 5th-tier Beastmasters and 1 6th-tier Beastmaster dispatched by the Beastmaster Association, ensuring the safety of its passengers. On the deck, a stunning woman with azure hair and blue wings engaged in cheerful conversation with a lively girl of above-average appearance. This azure-haired woman was none other than Qingluan, Su Chen's contracted beast, while the girl was named Yueyue, a 2nd-tier 10-segment Beastmaster. Yueyue, with a guilty expression, spoke first. I apologize, little Qing. My aptitude is rather limited, and despite the time that has passed, I am still lacking 0.5 points of beast power to form a contract with you. Qingluan pouted, muttering, could you refrain from calling me little Qing? It feels rather dismissive. Yueyue chuckled softly, once I establish a contract with you, I promise to give you a particularly beautiful name. Qingluan teased back, laughing, I was just kidding. Whatever name you choose, I will love it. Yueyue assured. Don't worry, you'll definitely like it. But please don't break through to 2nd-tier 8 segment. Otherwise, my beast power will truly be insufficient. Qingluan pouted, for your sake. I haven't consumed a single beast crystal this year. What are you worried about? Enjoying the cool sea breeze, which brought a refreshing and salty scent. Both girl and beast expressed their hopes for the future. A year prior, Yueyue had taken on a high-level quest to explore a mysterious sound in Yin City, which unexpectedly led her to encounter Qingluan. Originally, Qingluan was supposed to be her target for hunting. However, due to their mutual passion for singing, their bond quickly deepened, and they became close friends. To form a contract with Qingluan, Yueyue devoted herself to training, diligently raising her beast power. Qingluan remained by her side, assisting her in slaying beasts and collecting beast crystals for her contracted beast to devour, facilitating her rapid growth. During their journey to Imo City, Qingluan, concerned about potential maritime disasters or formidable beasts, disguised herself as Yueyue's contracted beast to ensure she could safely transport her to land in times of crisis. Unbeknownst to them, the content of their conversation was overheard by the ship's sole 6th-tier Beastmaster guard. Yueyue's information upon boarding indicated she was a 2nd-tier 10 segment, having contracted a 3rd-tier beast that had already transformed. Although such occurrences are rare, they are not entirely unheard of, which is why they initially did not draw much attention. However, the 6th-tier Beastmaster distinctly heard the term 2nd-tier, 8 segments. 2nd-tier beasts possess the ability to transform, a privilege reserved for the top 20 in the Divine Era sequence. Furthermore, it seemed that this beast had not forged a pact with the girl. Instantly, malevolent thoughts began to stir within him. Divine Era beasts are to be claimed by those who possess the capability. Although such actions would be morally reprehensible and could implicate him in murder, once he forged a contract with a Divine Era beast, he could not sever that bond. A 6th-tier Beastmaster who had contracted a Divine Era beast would likely receive unwavering support from the Beastmaster Association, rendering the death of a 2nd-tier Beastmaster insignificant to them. Qingluan, oblivious to the impending danger, cheerfully inquired, by the way, what brings you to Modu? Aren't there numerous beast gathering spots in Yinqing too? Why travel so far? Yueyue's face lit up with anticipation, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she replied. For my dreams. Dreams? Qingluan asked curiously. Yes. Aside from being a Beastmaster, I am also an underground idol, albeit one without much popularity. Yueyue's expression dimmed momentarily, but soon brightened again. However, a talent agency in Modu has taken notice of me and is willing to host an underground concert to gauge my potential. If things go well, I might even secure a contract. I truly hope to have 100 attendees. Upon hearing this, Qingluan smiled softly, offering reassurance. There will definitely be 100 people. Your singing skills are so impressive that even I feel inadequate. Not just 100, but perhaps even 1,000. Before she could finish her sentence, Qingluan suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching. She intended to spread her wings and whisk Yueyue away from the danger, but it was already too late. Despite being a Divine Era beast, she appeared pitifully small and powerless in the face of such an overwhelming level disparity. In an instant, she was ensnared by the vines of the vine demon flower, immobilized and unable to move. Yueyue looked back in terror at the 6th-tier Beastmaster guard and demanded, "What are you doing? She is my contracted beast." Yet the only response was the cold, merciless command, "Kill her." As the words fell, the vine demon flower struck with a sharp tendril, ruthlessly piercing through Yueyue's chest. In mere moments, her body crumpled as if it had lost all support. The tendril discarded her lifeless form into the vast ocean as one would dispose of refuse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qingluan stared wide-eyed, her mind blank as she struggled to comprehend the horrific scene unfolding before her. Her friend had inexplicably perished in front of her, and the shock left her dazed for quite some time. You killed her? Qingluan stammered, disbelief lacing her trembling voice. She could not fathom why those entrusted with the protection of passengers would turn against Yueyue. The sixth-tier beast master grinned, revealing a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with greed and desire. He had no intention of answering Qingluan's question, instead directing the vine demon flower to lash out at her, seeking to deplete her strength for a contract. Eventually, Qingluan's consciousness began to fade, and she succumbed to darkness. When she awoke once more, she found herself adrift in the boundless sea, uncontracted by any other beast masters. In the distance, a fiery scene drew her gaze. It was only later that she learned from some beasts in the sea that the guards aboard the ship had inexplicably turned against one another. The destructive power of 5th and 6th tier contracted beasts had obliterated the armored passenger ship, resulting in this calamity. The cause was evident. Her identity as a divine-era beast had been exposed. Those guards, in their desperation to claim her contract, had resorted to infighting. How ironic. Qingluan had finally opened her heart to humanity, only for her misguided actions to cost Yueyue her life, leaving her without even a body to mourn. This outcome pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her utterly disillusioned with humankind. She bit her lip, resolute in her determination to fulfill Yueyue's wishes. Thus, she established a base at the sunken ship and embarked on a hunting journey. However, such a large-scale sacrifice in one area would inevitably attract the attention of the Beastmaster Association. By a twist of fate, Qingluan learned from an audience member that the 6th-tier Beastmaster responsible for Yueyue's death had survived. He concealed the true cause of the shipwreck, merely claiming that they had encountered an 8th-tier beast and that the entire crew had perished. The evidence at the scene indeed resembled a battlefield, and there had been no time to report the situation. Yet, this individual, having survived an 8th-tier beast encounter and returned with critical intelligence, faced no repercussions. Instead, he was recommended to work at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association in Modu. This revelation nearly shattered Qingluan. The murderer of Yueyue was not only alive, but thriving. Nevertheless, she recognized the necessity of patience. She was no match for the 6th-tier Beastmaster. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she instructed the audience member to write a letter to the 6th-tier Beastmaster. To maintain his current position, he must turn a blind eye to all that transpired in the East China Sea and refrain from sending any Beastmasters of 3rd tier or higher to investigate. Otherwise, the truth behind the shipwreck would be exposed. Although the 6th-tier Beastmaster did not know who had penned the letter, in order to preserve his own status and prevent the truth from escalating, he felt compelled to suppress all matters concerning the East China Sea. Even with the mysterious disappearance of over a dozen 2nd-tier Beastmasters, the Beastmaster Association remained oblivious. Initially, Qingluan had wondered if the 6th-tier Beastmaster would unexpectedly arrive to eliminate her. However, he later specifically commissioned the audience member to deliver a message, showing no concern for the lives of the lower-tier Beastmasters. He could kill as many as he wished. From that point on, Qingluan no longer held back, determined to grow stronger while fulfilling Yueyue's legacy. Until yesterday, when she encountered Su Chen, Qingluan recounted her past for nearly 2 hours, her voice low and tinged with sorrow, as if each word bore the weight of heavy memories. Especially when speaking of Yueyue, her eyes involuntarily glistened, tears shimmering at the corners, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Regardless of the truth behind the events, her feelings for Yueyue, the Beastmaster, were undeniably genuine. Su Chen was the 100th audience member, which is why Qingluan had exerted all her strength to attempt to eliminate him. Whether it was good luck or bad luck was uncertain. Su Chen chose to selectively ignore Qingluan's slaughter of 99 lower-tier Beastmasters. In a world where beasts and humans were embroiled in conflict, once one had become a Beastmaster and accepted a mission to eradicate, one must take responsibility for their life. Death was merely a consequence of weakness. However, after completely subduing her, Su Chen still intended to employ the tactics he had used against Yueyue the previous night to educate her. He needed her to realize the preciousness of life. After a moment of silence, Su Chen inquired, "So, you wish to fulfill Miss Yueyue's dying wish by gathering 100 listeners and eliminating that 6th-tier Beastmaster, correct?" Qingluan nodded. "As long as you can help me accomplish this, my life will belong to you from now on." This indeed posed a dilemma for Su Chen. He was merely a 2nd-tier Beastmaster, and even if he had the intention, he lacked the strength to slay a 6th-tier Beastmaster. He sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. "May I ask, what is that person's name?" "Yang Shichao, currently working at the Beastmaster headquarters in Modu." "What? Upon hearing the name Yang Shichao, both Su Chen and Yueyue felt as if struck by lightning, jolting upright from their seats. Qingluan also sighed helplessly. The journey from a second-tier Beastmaster to a sixth-tier Beastmaster, coupled with the strength to defeat an experienced sixth-tier Beastmaster, was nothing short of a fantasy. The odds were infinitesimal. Even if such a miracle were to occur, it would take decades of time. By then, that person would likely have aged and passed away, rendering the act of killing him meaningless. She certainly did not wish to remain in the presence of a human capable of such cruelty toward demonic beasts. Fearing that she too might fall victim, having fallen into Su Chen's hands, she felt utterly disheartened and resigned. Once the last listener arrived, she would have no further attachments to this world. Yet, she could not have anticipated that Su Chen's subsequent actions would strike her heart like a bolt of lightning. Su Chen picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Good morning, Teacher Xia." On the other end, Xia Liemo seemed to have just woken up, her voice tinged with laziness and confusion. "It's you, Su Chen. What's wrong?" "It's about Yang Shichao, whom you mentioned yesterday." Su Chen took a deep breath and recounted the details of the shipwreck incident from half a year ago. Who could have anticipated such a coincidence? "Su Chen, are you telling the truth?" Xia Liemo's tone carried a hint of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that a guard on the passenger ship could ruthlessly harm innocent passengers. Is this even human? How could such scum exist in the Beastmaster Association? Indeed, I won't hide it from you. Teacher Xia, the protagonist of this event, Qingluan, rank 9 in the Divine Generation series, has already been contracted by me. What? Wait, do you have enough demonic power? Yes, but I'm nearing the brink of a power surge. Xia Liemo finally exhaled. Don't scare me. Let's get back on track. I've relayed the news of your assassination attempt to General Han. He immediately launched an investigation. Guess what the outcome was? What happened? Xia Liemo paused, her face filled with indignation as she stated, in the past decade, the Yang family has been involved in numerous contract killings, eliminating many competitors, which is why they have rapidly expanded. Just this alone was enough to bring the entire Yang family to ruin. Really? When have I ever deceived you, my dear student? Then regarding Yang Shichao, without evidence, it would be challenging to convict him, but these claims alone are sufficient to bring him down. Without the backing of the Beastmaster Association, taking him down would be a piece of cake. Our first combat zone excels in assassination, whether against demonic beasts or humans. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Joining the first combat zone felt akin to stepping into a den of thieves. Chapter 45, Execution. Nevertheless, Su Chen added, once Yang Shichao is captured, can I handle him? After a half-minute silence on the other end, Xia Liemo's voice finally broke through. You wish to avenge Qingluan? No problem. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Qingluan. Little Qingluan, I will help you fulfill these 2 wishes. The final listener will be Yang Shichao. How about that? Upon hearing this, Qingluan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? You can eliminate Yang Shichao? He is a 6th-tier Beastmaster. Su Chen smiled slightly. Just watch and see. By that time, I hope you will honor your promise and be a good contract demonic beast for me. Shocking news. According to insiders, the truth behind the shipwreck incident in the East China Sea 6 months ago was revealed. Renowned basketball player Kai Kuan, who has practiced for 2.5 years, commented that such scum exist in the Beastmaster Association, completely wasting the tax money paid by ordinary citizens every year. The president of the MO Beastmaster Association, 9th-tier 5th Dan Beastmaster Li Hongwei, stated that involved personnel have been detained and are awaiting disposition. 8 million Beastmasters spontaneously petitioned for severe punishment for such scum and to uproot all their backing forces, restoring peace to the Beastmaster realm. Just 1 day had passed, and the shipwreck incident from 6 months ago had ignited the entire Long Kingdom. Yang Shichao's name was thrust into the spotlight. Crowds gathered in front of the Beastmaster associations in various cities, their emotions running high. They raised slogans demanding a clear statement from the association. Of course, the reasons for the impending civil war were not disclosed, only temporarily brushed aside with claims of ongoing investigations. After all, Qingluan's existence was an extremely sensitive topic, and it was best not to reveal too much. However, this ambiguous attitude only amplified the curiosity of the general public. Some speculated it was due to the discovery of a special treasure, leading to disputes over unequal distribution. Others rumored that the reported attack by an 8th-tier demonic beast was indeed true, but it was not due to resistance resulting in total annihilation. Rather, Yang Shichao had used everyone else as bait to escape alone and survive. Of course, many guessed the truth, believing that the internal conflict arose from competing for the contract rights of the Divine Generation series demonic beast, yet they did not focus their attention on Qingluan. The public was outraged, and the forces behind Yang Shichao were exposed. The stock price of the Yi City Yang family group plummeted to rock bottom. At noon on the third day, the situation regarding Yang Shichao escalated like a rolling snowball, rapidly reaching a climax. Just as emotions were running high, a more astonishing event occurred. The Yi family in Yi City has been arrested by the 9th Combat Zone due to involvement in multiple contract killings, with irrefutable evidence. This news detonated like a bomb, causing a sensation throughout the Long Kingdom. Everyone was left speechless, unable to believe their ears. Truly, one cannot enter a door without sharing the same blood. The Yang family was, indeed, thoroughly wicked. How outrageous. In a private room at a hotel in Tai City, Qingluan tightly gripped her phone, the screen flashing with countless condemnations of Yang Shichao and the Yang family. She could hardly imagine that Su Chen, who had forcibly contracted her, possessed such immense power within human society. Although she was a demonic beast, she was well aware of the weight of a 6th-tier Beastmaster and the senior officials of the Beastmaster Association. Yet, such a formidable force was effortlessly brought down by a 2nd-tier Beastmaster. At that moment, Su Chen sat back, legs crossed, looking quite pleased as he observed the astonished expression on Qingluan's face. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile, as if flaunting his victory to her. So do you believe me now? Not yet. I still need to see Yang Shichao in person. Only then will I believe. At this moment, Qingluan's tone softened significantly. Although her words seemed to convey rejection, they bore a resemblance to playful defiance. Su Chen glanced at the text message that had arrived just a minute ago on his phone and said with a smile, "Let us go. I shall take you to meet him now, the very one who has shattered your beautiful aspirations." Once again returning to the sunken ship in the Donghai Sea. The night had already descended. Qingluan stood quietly on the deck, her gaze fixed upon Yang Shichao, who knelt there. Yang Shichao's body had been ravaged to an inhuman state, covered in scars and blood, with his eyes revealing despair and fear. As she beheld the moonlight that mirrored that fateful day, Qingluan's thoughts drifted back to the moment when she and Yang Luer spoke of their future on the deck. And tears flowed freely. Her hands clenched tightly, crimson blood oozing from beneath her nails as if she were suppressing her fury. Su Chen, along with Xia Limo and the 8th-tier Beastmaster Luo Yinchuan, who was dispatched to escort Yang Shichao, stood silently aside. It was indeed rare for a beast to share such profound bonds with a human before a contract was established. Or perhaps, even after forming a contract. Such a relationship could hardly attain the same depth. Yet, this only served to affirm that Qingluan was, without a doubt, a beast of profound loyalty and sentiment. After a prolonged silence, Qingluan finally regained her composure, her eyes filled with determination. Although Yang Shichao was a 6th-tier Beastmaster, with a peak physique value reaching 120 points, almost double that of Qingluan in her current state, he now lay battered, his meridians severed, rendering him unrecognizable. His physique value had likely plummeted to less than 1/3 of its original capacity, and his life hung by a thread at Qingluan's whim. Yang Shichao desperately begged for mercy, pleading for his life. "Luo Xiaojiang, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. In my greed and momentary folly, I committed such acts. I am willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to recompense Longhua. If I survive, I will surely save more citizens of Longhua. Please, spare me." Luo Yinchuan kept his eyes tightly shut, ignoring Yang Shichao's pleas. As the minister of the executive department of the 9th War Zone, he could not afford to show weakness. Yang Shichao's fate was already sealed. This world was rife with unending cruelty, where each life was as fragile as a flower, fleeting in nature. Thus, every loss of life should carry its own significance and value. The demise of Yang Shichao, a 6th-tier Beastmaster, would yield benefits far greater than allowing him to linger in despair, calming the public's wrath, setting an example, and branding the Beastmaster Association with the notion of accountability would bolster the cohesion of Longhua's Beastmasters and enhance the prestige of the 9th War Zone. These advantages were indeed manifold. Qingluan inhaled deeply, her exquisite visage illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even more ethereal. Tears traced clear paths down her cheeks, sparkling like pearls and enhancing her aura of vulnerability. She endeavored to regain her composure, her lips gradually curving into the breathtaking smile she had once shown Yang Luer. "Su Chen, thank you." Her voice was as light as a feather, yet imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Subsequently, she summoned the wind blades Su Chen had taught her, coalescing them in her right hand. With a swift and decisive motion, devoid of hesitation, she severed the head of the 6th-tier Beastmaster, whose existence was barely sustained among 50,000. As Yang Shichao's head fell away, a series of system notifications rang in Su Chen's mind. Achievement unlocked. Slay a 6th-tier Beastmaster. How fortunate it is to have such a mentor. I trust you will not entertain thoughts of annihilating your own kind, will you? Achievement points, 300. Congratulations. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,100. Reward, 5 free attribute allocation points. Congratulations. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,200. Reward: 5 free attribute allocation points. Congratulations. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,300. Reward: 5 free attribute allocation points. In the instant Yang Shichao's head was severed, a cascade of system notifications echoed within Su Chen's mind. 300 points for an achievement? I thought the maximum for a single achievement was 100 points. But system, is that really a legitimate notion of annihilation? Su Chen inwardly scoffed. However, his attention was soon drawn back to Qingluan, who gracefully leaped onto the ship's sail. She closed her eyes, leaving behind a silhouette akin to an ethereal being. As moments passed, Qingluan finally began to sing. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, enchanting the tranquil waters of the Donghai Sea. Although Su Chen was not an aficionado of music, his phone lacking even a music player, he could still perceive the beauty woven within her melody. Her song was melodious and haunting, akin to celestial music, each note seemingly narrating a story that tugged at the heartstrings. The song resonated with boundless sorrow, as if conveying a farewell to a departed friend while also expressing a fervent hope for a future reunion. This intertwining of emotions stirred profound feelings within the listeners. Su Chen could not help but reflect that perhaps it was his immersion in the moment that allowed him to grasp the essence of the song so deeply. Not only Su Chen, but Xia Limo was equally moved by Qingluan's serenade. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners reddening. Here was a girl filled with hope for the future, yet cruelly afflicted by the greed and selfishness of others. Such a plight was truly heart-wrenching. Before long, the song concluded. Qingluan appeared to have fulfilled a significant mission, as if she had finally avenged Yang Luer. After singing this requiem, her body seemed to lose all strength, gently drifting down from the sail. Seeing this, Su Chen rushed forward without hesitation, swiftly extending his arms to catch Qingluan securely. He looked down at her, observing her breathing gradually steadying, her previously taut nerves finally relaxing. Her sleeping visage resembled that of an innocent child, unguarded and evoking a sense of tenderness. At this moment, Xia Limo softly inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Su Chen nodded, his tone resolute as he replied, "Yes, thank you, Mentor. Once I grow stronger, I shall repay your kindness." Hearing this, a gentle smile graced Xia Limo's lips, her expression one of affectionate indulgence. She lightly tapped Su Chen's head, her voice low and tender. "Your safety and well-being are the greatest rewards you could give me." At this, Su Chen also chuckled, teasingly retorting, "That won't do. From the outcome alone, eliminating the Yang family is tantamount to saving myself. Allowing Qingluan to exact vengeance on her adversary undoubtedly brings us closer. Such immense kindness, I, Su Chen, can only repay with my life." Xia Limo's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, and she playfully glared at Su Chen, chiding, "You rascal. How dare you harbor such thoughts towards your mentor?" As the conversation veered off course, Luo Yinchuan cleared his throat softly. "Ahem, Su Chen. I still have use for Yang Shichao's remains and must return them to headquarters. I will also arrange for the other Beastmasters' bodies to be taken back for burial. Leaving them on the sunken ship would be too solitary, so please bear this in mind." Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately straightened his posture, offering a precise military salute, and solemnly stated, "I understand completely. Thank you, Luo Xiaojiang, for your understanding. As for whether Qingluan will face punishment for slaying so many Beastmasters, that is certainly unnecessary. After all, many beast tamers contracted demonic beasts may have blood on their hands long before they were bound by a contract. As long as they can assist the future beast tamers and contribute to reclaiming human territory, that is the punishment these creatures must endure." Upon returning to Tai City, the night was deep and silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Chen naturally shared 2 rooms with teacher Xia Liamo for rest, and it was impossible for anything further to happen. Cursed system. It spouted nonsense about riders extinguishing paths, causing Su Chen to be plagued by chaotic thoughts whenever he looked at Xia Liamo, making it impossible to find peace of mind. Shan Yueyue did not emerge that night. She had been cooped up in the room for the past 2 days, suffering under Su Chen's antics. Since noon, she had been sulking in the beast space, refusing to come out. However, judging by her bond value rising to 60 points, Su Chen could only mutter, "Huh, a woman full of contradictions." As for Qingluan, she was sleeping soundly. This was perhaps the most restful night she had enjoyed since the shipwreck incident 6 months ago. Su Chen would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. He walked to the bedside and covered Qingluan with a blanket before turning to lie down on the sofa. She was quite different from Shan Yueyue. Seeing her sleep so peacefully, he truly could not bear to disturb her. If he were to do anything at this moment, the hard-earned 30 points of bond value might vanish. A little rest for the night would suffice. The recent antics with Shan Yueyue had indeed been exhausting. The next day at noon, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was still somewhat hazy, as if he had not fully awakened from slumber. In the fog of his half-awake state, he seemed to hear two melodious female voices in the room, exchanging words like orioles emerging from the valley. From snippets of their conversation, it was filled with laughter and joy. It was needless to say that it was Su Chen, Yueyue, and Qingluan. It seemed Yueyue's anger had finally subsided. However, upon discerning the content of their conversation, Su Chen's forehead creased with annoyance. Why were they constantly criticizing him? It seemed that their bond was filled with endless discussions about Su Chen's shortcomings, as if the topic would never run dry. How could they dare to tarnish their master's reputation like this? Unable to restrain himself, Su Chen exclaimed as he strode into the bedroom. Yueyue, Qingluan. Allow me to correct you on 2 points. I am 1.8 meters tall, not 1.79. And another thing, what do you mean I cannot attract women? Hence I resort to venting with contracted demonic beasts? I have had an ex-girlfriend, though we have already parted ways. Chapter 47, Your Name. Although Su Chen spoke these words with righteous indignation and a booming voice, Su Chen, Yueyue, and Qingluan seemed to ignore him entirely, continuing their own conversation. Yueyue, do you think Su Chen really had a girlfriend before? He doesn't seem like a man who would be popular in human society, does he? A hint of curiosity flickered in Qingluan's eyes as she emphasized the phrase girlfriend. Su Chen, Yueyue shrugged lightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. With a playful glance at Su Chen, she replied, who knows? Maybe it was his left hand, or perhaps his right. Qingluan, having spent a year with Yueyue, understood the implication behind Su Chen, Yueyue's words. She couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Then he indeed qualifies as having had a girlfriend. Su Chen, Yueyue sighed softly, her tone tinged with helplessness. Alas, we are both rather unfortunate. I have never heard of any human daring to harbor such improper thoughts about a beast like me. It is truly frightening. Qingluan sighed in agreement. How terrifying. The heavens are unjust. A twitch of Su Chen's lips betrayed his amusement, yet he soon relaxed. Since they could speak so freely and disparagingly in front of him, it seemed that the barriers between them had lessened considerably. Compared to Qingluan's initial cold demeanor, the situation had certainly improved. If a little mockery could maintain their relationship, it was not an entirely unfavorable outcome. After a few minutes, it appeared that the two had finally exhausted their teasing. Su Chen, Yueyue stood up, stretched lazily, and said, I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to the beast space to rest for a while. Qingluan nodded. MHM. She then turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The room was now left with only Su Chen and Qingluan, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. However, as the saying goes, those who are shameless are invincible. Su Chen, Yueyue's earlier action seemed intentional, creating a space for Su Chen and Qingluan to be alone. Perhaps this was Qingluan's subtle request for a chance to communicate privately with Su Chen. Given that, Su Chen did not hesitate, taking a seat in the spot originally belonging to Su Chen, Yueyue. He wore a calm expression, his gaze steady upon Qingluan as he said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There is no need for excessive preamble. Qingluan was evidently unprepared for Su Chen's directness, momentarily taken aback. However, with her master being so forthright, there was indeed no need for her to beat around the bush. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. Su Chen, I am truly grateful for this opportunity you have given me to avenge Yueyue. I am willing to heed your commands and become your contracted demonic beast. Su Chen nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. That is splendid. I shall also uphold my end of the agreement and lead you to the pinnacle of glory. The evolution of bond value is the most tangible manifestation. It does not waver due to Su Chen, Yueyue's contradictory nature. According to the system's description, a bond value of 0 points signifies complete unfamiliarity, akin to meeting for the first time, while 30 points represents a typical friendship between humans, devoid of any animosity, which is a common state between a beast tamer and their contracted beast. A bond value as high as 60 points, like that of Su Chen, Yueyue, is comparable to a couple who have been dating for about 6 months. Although they may drift apart in times of great difficulty, under stable circumstances, they are undoubtedly the most trusted of companions. Thus, Su Chen, Yueyue is indeed a contradictory and proud character, rather exasperating. In contrast, Qingluan appeared more straightforward and sincere. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to have made a certain resolution. Su Chen, do you remember what I told you before? I have never had a name. I originally intended to wait until Yueyue and I established a contract to choose one. But, here, she paused briefly, an unmistakable sadness flickering in her eyes. However, she quickly steadied her emotions and continued. Now that I am your contracted beast, I hope you can give me a name. A name? Su Chen fell into contemplation. Indeed, referring to her simply as Qingluan every day felt somewhat awkward. The divine beasts in the system interface have a dedicated name information section, though he did not know the specific purpose of this name section. Su Chen, Yueyue seemed to care deeply about it, even assuming a name like Lin Yueyue when disguised as a human. After a long silence, Su Chen finally spoke. How about Qinglu? Qingluan was momentarily taken aback, softly repeating, Qinglu? Su Chen nodded and explained, yes. Qing for the color of your feathers, which are so vibrant, and Lu, which is a part of Miss Yang Luer's name. I hope you can carry on her name and live well. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qingluan's eyes instantly deepened with emotion. She incessantly murmured the name she had just acquired, as if to engrave it deeply within her heart. Meanwhile, a system notification resonated within Su Chen's mind. System notification, Qingluan and Qinglu's bond value has changed, 3040. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of naming a demon beast. The host has named the demon beast of the Shindai sequence and has received recognition. Does the host intend to hold a naming training course? Gained 40 achievement points. Has this name been acknowledged? Su Chen whispered to himself while casting a swift glance at Qingluan's system interface. Indeed, the name section had transformed into the characters Qinglu. Thank you, Su Chen. I truly love this name. Qinglu expressed with a look of gratitude. A warm sentiment surged within her heart. To carry forth the name of a friend and to promote it was a desire that had just blossomed within her. Now, this wish had been fulfilled, and the one who aided her in achieving it was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen let out a subtle sigh of relief, smiling as he replied, I'm glad you like it. At that moment, a hint of shyness colored Qinglu's cheeks. She lowered her head and murmured softly, That's Su Chen, could it be that I also? The subsequent words seemed to lodge in her throat, rendering them unspeakable. However, her gaze continuously flitted between Su Chen and the business bed, her hands intertwining, as if to conceal her nervousness. The intention she wished to express was already apparent to any discerning observer. Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Chen's lips, forming a curve that was both enigmatic and mischievous. If one were to describe Xia Liemo as a refined scholar exuding a faint fragrance of literature, and Shan Yueyue as a youthful beauty brimming with vivacity, then the Qinglu before him resembled a poised, mature, and alluring ice princess. Every expression and movement of hers radiated an irresistible charm, compelling onlookers to stand at a distance, hesitant to approach, yet unable to suppress their myriad fantasies. With Qinglu's direct inquiry, how could Su Chen possibly feign ignorance? Let me put it this way, Yueyue will surely be grateful to you. Chapter 48, The Realm of Beast Masters. After safely escorting Su Chen to Yi City, Xia Liemo paused briefly to convey some essential instructions before rising once more to return to the first combat zone. After all, she still had several matters to attend to, having taken leave for this trip. Faced with this scene, Su Chen was overwhelmed with emotions of gratitude. Finding the right words to express his profound appreciation for Xia Liemo's unwavering support was no easy task. After much contemplation, he figured that perhaps the only way to repay such deep affection was to offer himself in the future. At this moment, within the vast villa, only Su Chen remained. Yet he dared not act recklessly. After all, it was the teacher's residence, deserving of respect. Ultimately, he resolved to find a hotel nearby, opting for a modest private room to ensure fairness between Shan Yueyue and Qinglu. The following day, the topic of conversation between Shan Yueyue and Qinglu would undoubtedly revolve around him. Look, it's Su Chen. He actually returned alive? It's been nearly a week. I thought he was finished. It seems the nine-tailed fox was not released this time. Could it be he perished during the mission? I reckon he came to the task hall to cancel the mission. 2 second-tier tasks and 1 first-tier task. How could a first-tier Beast Master possibly complete them? As Su Chen made his way toward the Beast Master Association's task hall, whispers of this nature constantly filled his ears. He merely smiled faintly at these idle speculations, paying them no mind. He lived his life without concern for others' opinions. Upon arriving at the task hall, he approached the counter leisurely, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he calmly retrieved a hefty 500 kilograms of scorpion tail from the beast's space, placing 3 completed task lists gently on the counter. In an instant, the entire task hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. What on earth is happening? Was the collective thought echoing in their minds. A first-tier Beast Master had managed to complete 2 second-tier tasks and 1 first-tier task in less than a week. Was he attempting the impossible? However, when Su Chen claimed his task rewards and underwent identity verification, gasps erupted from the crowd. The instrument measured Su Chen's level and astonishingly revealed that he had reached the second tier, second stage. Is this a joke? Could Su Chen be hiding his level? Wasn't he a first tier, second stage during the college entrance exams? How could he have advanced a whole tier in less than a month? It must be true. No wonder young Master Yang had been effortlessly defeated in the life and death battle. A second-tier Beast Master bullying a first-tier Beast Master was akin to child's play. It was clear now why Su Chen only accepted second-tier tasks. He was indeed a second-tier beast master, regardless of whether he had hidden his true strength before. Graduating as a second-tier beast master and independently completing a first-tier task, could one not acknowledge his excellence based on this alone? Indeed, there is no rule against concealing one's level. Su Chen had anticipated that while he completed a seemingly mundane task, discussions outside would ignite once more. You all must be quite bored to discuss others so incessantly. However, just as Su Chen was about to leave the task hall, a conversation among a group of Beastmaster teams piqued his interest. Lin Gu Zhanggu. What do you think? If Su Chen were to challenge the realm of Beastmasters, what rank would he achieve? Once he breaks through to second tier, 10th stage, he should be able to enter the top 10, right? But for now, being only second tier, second stage, it would be rather unwise to challenge. The odds are too stacked against him. I'm not talking about our Yi City rankings. I'm referring to the national rankings of Long Kingdom. The national rankings? That's a different story. Once he breaks through to second tier, 10th stage, he might have a shot at the rankings. But entering the top 10 seems a bit far-fetched. His age is a disadvantage. That is indeed true. Those older individuals, despite their talent, remain stuck at second-tier Beastmaster stages in their 40s and 50s, endlessly striving for rankings. They VE rendered it impossible to gauge their true level among peers. It's truly exasperating. Exactly. It feels like rankings should be categorized by age rather than level. It's just too unfair. The realm of Beastmasters? Su Chen mused inwardly. This term was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard of it back in high school. However, at that time, he lacked a system and merely aspired to be a slacker, possessing only surface-level knowledge of the realm of Beastmasters without delving deeper. While the system could accurately assess the physical prowess and demonic power of contracted demon beasts, the outcomes of actual battles were influenced by various factors. Strength and power were not the sole determinants. A demon beast with a lower assessment score could very well triumph over one with a higher score. Instances of the weak overcoming the strong were not uncommon in the world of Beastmasters. Perhaps it would be beneficial to test the capabilities of Shan Yueyue and Qingluan in the realm of Beastmasters. With this thought, Su Chen opened his phone and began searching for information regarding the realm of Beastmasters. Each city boasted a center housing such a realm, complete with rankings for the city, nation, and even the world. The realm of Beastmasters consisted of 4 challenge tiers: second tier, third tier, fourth tier, and fifth tier, each corresponding to the level of the Beastmaster. The 6th tier and above are indeed rare within the realm of beast tamers, each possessing their own unique philosophy regarding beast mastery. There is little need for them to validate their prowess through the realm of beast mastery. Likewise, first-tier beast tamers are excluded, as this stage merely marks the inception of their journey, rendering the assessment of strength rather insignificant. However, the rankings only reflect the top 100, documenting the achievements of all since the inception of the realm of beast mastery. Thus, ordinary individuals seldom entertain thoughts of making the list. The challenge within the realm of beast mastery resembles a fully immersive online game. One must upload their mental consciousness to the platform, entering a virtual world for testing. Aside from the protracted challenge duration, during which one might endure hunger, this testing method imposes negligible physical burdens. Numerous beast tamers have undergone tests within the realm, using their performances to gauge their capacity to confront various levels of demonic beasts, subsequently seeking tasks suited to their abilities at the mission hall. This significantly mitigates the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Therefore, the realm of beast mastery is universally acknowledged as the most authoritative platform for assessing the strength of beast tamers, and serves as a means for many to compare and flaunt their prowess. Chapter 49. Be a person. To think it stands right across from the Beast Tamer Association? Su Chen stared at the navigation information on his phone, a hint of astonishment washing over him. He hurriedly exited the Beast Tamer Association, his gaze drawn to a platinum-colored technological tower rising majestically in the center of the square. The tower's silhouette tapers from bottom to top, towering over 100 meters. Its exterior lacks windows or any other identifiers, merely enveloped by a silvery light screen. This stands in stark contrast to the grandeur suggested by the name of the realm of beast mastery. Perhaps it would be more fittingly named the Beast Tower. Is this truly the realm of beast mastery? I had assumed it was merely a landmark. Su Chen sighed, feeling as though he had traversed to a fabricated alternate world. He had been in this realm for 2.5 years and was still unfamiliar with the various facilities in Yi City. The realm of beast mastery has 8 entrances, each flanked by personnel in the attire of the Beast Tamer Association, responsible for fee collection and maintaining order. By the way, participating in the realm of beast mastery is not entirely free. A fee of 500 credit points is required for each challenge. While this price is not exorbitant, it is certainly not cheap. After all, maintaining the operation of such a colossal technological tower incurs substantial costs. Furthermore, if challenges were free of charge, those ranking enthusiasts might as well reside within this place. Upon completing identity verification and payment of the credit points, Su Chen stepped into the second-tier testing area. The average testing duration in the realm of beast mastery exceeds 5 hours, and with the current university holidays, the area was teeming with people. Prime spots had long been claimed by those who arrived earlier. Reluctantly, Su Chen sought a relatively central position. He donned the mental link sensor, adjusted his state, and prepared to commence the test. Soon, he heard several broadcast notifications, their tones distinctly different from the achievement system prompts. Esteemed second-tier beast tamer, greetings. Welcome to the realm of beast mastery for your strength assessment. Establishing mental link. Link established. Ding. It has been detected that this is your first challenge in the realm of beast mastery. For your privacy, please choose a nickname, which can subsequently be used to view your ranking. As the announcement concluded, a flash of light flickered before Su Chen, followed by a naming window reminiscent of an online game appearing before him. A virtual name? Then I shall call myself Tianxia Dai. Ding. Nickname detected as duplicate. Please choose another. A duplicate? Then I shall name myself Yi Cheng Wu Yanzu. Ding. Nickname detected as duplicate. Please choose another. Goodness, there is someone named Wu Yanzu in this world too? Su Chen's expression darkened, unable to suppress his complaints. The restrictions against duplication, the prohibition of special characters, and the 5-character limit left him feeling quite exasperated. After centuries have passed, surely all the charming and intriguing names have been claimed by others? This is rather frustrating. Ultimately, as a naming novice, he found himself at a loss and decided to name himself after his contracted demonic beast, Huli Yu Qingyao. This name should suffice. Ding. Registration successful. Your challenge as Huli Yu Qingyao will commence in 1 minute. Please summon your contracted demonic beast and prepare for the challenge. With a grand gesture, Shan, Yueyue, and Qinglu, 2 enchanting figures, materialized at his side, resembling guardians. Graceful and poised, they appeared like celestial beings descending to earth. Surely a scene that all men dream of. Shan Yueyue had rested exceptionally well over the past few nights, radiating vitality and even playfully teasing Su Chen. Meanwhile, Qinglu's demeanor had returned to her usual icy calm, exuding an air of reverence. Determined to deliver a stellar performance in her first battle, she aimed to showcase her true strength. The fleeting minute passed swiftly. The broadcast chimed once more. You are currently challenging the first tier. Please defeat the virtual demonic beasts. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a serial number 995 hyena beast was summoned, launching a fierce assault on Su Chen without granting him a moment to react. Logically, each participant should face the same virtual demonic beast to ensure fairness. Otherwise, those who manipulate the rankings could easily select weaker beasts to enhance their standings. Such a sudden attack would likely overwhelm many ordinary beast tamers attempting the trial for the first time. Was this deliberately designed? Fortunately, Su Chen's contracted demonic beasts were far from ordinary. At the instant the hyena beast struck, a blazing fox fire shot forth like a meteor, accurately striking the beast. In an instant, the hyena beast was reduced to a mass of data fragments resembling starlight, dispersing into the air. However, merely 3 seconds later, those fragments were formed into 2 hyena beasts, baring their fangs and launching another onslaught at Su Chen. This time, Qinglu swiftly unleashed a wind blade, effortlessly dispatching them. Soon after, a third wave of 3 hyena beasts emerged, followed by a 4th wave of 4. And only after vanquishing the 5th wave of 5 hyena beasts did the broadcast announce a new message. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first tier challenge. The second tier challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Upon hearing this, Shan Yueyue beamed at Qinglu with a triumphant smile, seemingly proclaiming, "This time, I have triumphed." In contrast, Qinglu sighed softly, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her face. Observing this scene, Su Chen was taken aback. Their relationship seemed to have grown remarkably closer. It felt akin to a playful rivalry between close friends, with neither willing to concede. This dynamic was rather delightful. A touch of competition could foster mutual improvement. Su Chen mused silently. However, he remained unaware that Shan Yueyue and Qinglu had just made a wager in the realm of beasts. Whoever defeated fewer demonic beasts would be responsible for taking care of Su Chen for the upcoming week, and would have to devise ways to persuade Su Chen not to mistreat the victor. In pursuit of a peaceful slumber this week, who would dare to concede? Currently, after the initial trial, the score between Shan Yueyue and Qinglu stands at 10-5. It is evident that Shan Yueyue possesses a far superior mastery over the foxfire compared to Qinglu's windblade. After all, foxfire is a skill that Shan Yueyue has honed since childhood, while the windblade was merely taught to Qinglu by Su Chen a few days ago, necessitating further practice and refinement. If their secret intentions were to be revealed to other beastmasters, they would likely be left utterly astonished. in the realm of Beastmasters. Others strive to test their own prowess, engaging in battles with utmost dedication while also considering how to conserve their stamina and demonic energy. Yet here they are, competing to see who can slay more beasts. Let us be reasonable. They are not even human to begin with. Chapter 50, the first of Yi City. Time ticks away steadily. Half a day swiftly passes, and Su Chen finally reaches the 8th level. The reason for such a delay lies in the progressively increasing waiting and resting times between each level. Confronting these virtual beasts is a mere walk in the park, almost instantaneously defeated without consuming much time. However, the waiting time between each level has escalated from an initial 10 minutes to now an hour. Not everyone possesses Su Chen's ability to dispatch these beasts effortlessly. Common beastmasters typically require hours or even an entire day to conquer each level, without rest. They would surely succumb in mere moments. As to Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan vanquish all the virtual beasts at the 8th level. The protective barriers surrounding the realm of beastmasters suddenly burst forth with a golden radiance. All the beastmasters present in the central square and the nearby Beastmasters Association are momentarily taken aback, their focus shifting entirely towards the realm of beastmasters. A golden glow? Has someone broken the record for the top 3 in Yi City? Incredible. The white barrier outside the realm of beastmasters can change colors? I've been in Yi City for 20 years and have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Primarily, the previous top contenders in Yi City had set the bar so high that it seemed impossible to surpass their records. Who could possibly be this extraordinary? Soon, the news spreads like wildfire. Beastmasters excitedly relay the information, and the crowd swells at the central square, eager to view the rankings of the realm of beastmasters. Then, everyone is left utterly bewildered, completely and thoroughly bewildered. Nickname: Fox and Bluebird. Levels cleared: 2nd tier, 8th level, currently challenging the 9th level. Challenge duration: 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Yi City ranking: 3rd. National ranking: unlisted. World ranking: unlisted. 2 minutes and 30 seconds? What sorcery is this? Is there a malfunction in the realm of beastmasters? No, it is not. If each virtual beast is dispatched the moment it is summoned, that would indeed approximate this time. The top contenders from every city typically clear the early levels in a flash. I was fortunate to witness the display of brilliance in Yanjing a few years back. Which prodigy has emerged from the depths of Shirley Panau? Amazing. I don't recall ever hearing of this individual before. Could it be their first challenge? The crowd buzzes with speculation, and the onlookers multiply. No one expected that the long-standing records of the top 3 in Yi City, unbroken for over 20 years, would finally be shattered on this day. After an hour of waiting, the 9th level's virtual beasts are summoned forth like a tidal wave. This time, the scenario is vastly different from the previous 8 levels. A total of 50 virtual beasts appear simultaneously, all at the 2nd tier, 10th stage, with their ranks spanning from 200 to 300, and of diverse varieties. The moment these virtual beasts emerge, they launch a fierce assault on Su Chen, akin to hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Initially, Su Chen felt that the hour of waiting was excessively prolonged. In retrospect, the necessity of rest is indeed apparent. While the individual strength of these virtual beasts may not be overwhelming, Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan possess the capability to easily dispatch them. However, the crux of the matter lies in the sheer number of beasts appearing at once. The design of the realm of beastmasters aims to minimize casualties for beastmasters in the wilderness, thus it simulates a realistic combat environment. These virtual beasts primarily target the beastmasters themselves, unlike in Pokemon games, where they merely engage with contracted beasts without directly attacking the trainers. Moreover, this is not a game. Friendly fire is a reality. When casting area skills, one must ensure not to harm their fellow beastmasters. Consequently, amidst the chaos of battle, Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan must also divert some of their attention to safeguard Su Chen. They may verbally express disdain, yet their actions reveal a sincerity that is endearing. 10 minutes later, as Shan, Yueyue successfully slays the last virtual beast of the 9th level, the golden glow transforms into a resplendent rainbow hue. Incredible. A colorful brilliance. This signifies our ascent to the pinnacle of Yi City. The national ranking has also been revealed, astonishingly placing at 99th. At long last, someone from Yi City has entered the national rankings. The 9th level serves as the threshold for national rankings, where 50 varied beasts simultaneously attack. Without countless hours of practice, it would be impossible to succeed. Yet, this individual has managed to clear it in merely 10 minutes? I have never heard of such a person before. They are still in the testing phase. Could they possibly be aiming to challenge the 10th level? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. Those prodigies who have breached the 10th level have all undergone hundreds, if not thousands, of trials. This person has never been seen on the rankings before. Are you suggesting they might clear the 10th level in one go? The crowd remains in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide and filled with disbelief. The challenges of each level in the realm of Beastmasters have been clearly outlined on the official website. The realm comprises 11 levels. The first 8 serve as training levels, where virtual beasts are summoned in 5 rounds, presenting relatively low combat pressure, allowing any prodigy from a prominent lineage to succeed. The 9th and 10th levels, however, are challenge levels where all beasts are summoned concurrently, presenting an exponential increase in difficulty and marking a true divide in prowess. Clearing these levels signifies entry into the national elite. The 11th level, meanwhile, is an endless challenge, refreshing 5 virtual beasts or 1 divine sequence virtual beast every minute, with rankings determined by the duration of survival. Upon reaching the 10th level, the difficulty escalates dramatically, introducing beasts of the 3rd tier and above. Though the difference between the first stage of the 3rd tier and the 10th stage of the 2nd tier may appear slight, it represents a profound chasm, a qualitative distinction. From the 3rd tier onward, the virtual beasts in the realm are designed to be fully formed, significantly more powerful, with intelligence rivaling that of an average adult. Pitting a 2nd-tier Beastmaster against such entities, especially facing 50 at once, presents an exponentially increasing challenge. The unparalleled geniuses ranked above Su Chen have not cleared the 10th level, starting from the 35th position. Thus, rankings are determined by the quantity of virtual beasts defeated and the time taken. In other words, merely clearing the 10th level guarantees a national ranking no lower than 35th. How utterly outrageous. Chapter 51, World Ranking. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, time slipped away unperceived. Before anyone realized, an hour and a half had hastily passed. The crowd was already in a state of shock, their minds tumultuous and restless. After deducting an hour for rest, it was astonishing that someone could endure for over half an hour on the 10th level. What on earth was happening? Could it be that they were truly nearing the completion of the 10th level? Were they about to witness history? As everyone's imagination ran wild, a sudden deep and resonant bell tolled through the skies. Its sound was akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, deafening and soaring to the heavens. Audible to nearly everyone in Yi City. All breaths halted in that moment, stunned. No way. Shortly after, the once quiet colorful light screen began to display changes regarding rankings. Nickname, Yueyue Qingluan. Levels cleared, 2nd stage level 10, currently challenging level 11. Time taken, 32 minutes and 52 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Ranking in Yi City, 1st. National ranking, 15th. World ranking, 100th. World ranking 100? Incredible. This is astonishing. How long has the sword god of Shirley Slope been biding his time? I had never heard of this individual before. And now he is making a splash on the leaderboard? My mother asks why I am kneeling before the rankings. I simply wish to stand up. Truly, this is a testament to the prowess of our dragon country. Finally, someone has entered the world rankings. And it is from Yi City. Haha. You focus solely on the ranking. Have you not seen the time it took this person to clear the levels? He completed the 10th level in merely half an hour. Dragon country is impressive. Yi City is impressive. Yueyue Qingluan is impressive. The crowd continued to murmur. This time, their discussions shifted from Su Chen's strength to curiosity and speculation about his identity. Many envisioned a middle-aged beastmaster, clad in a bamboo hat, living in seclusion with foxes and bluebirds in the wild, based solely on his nickname, Yueyue Qingluan. The reasoning behind this assumption was quite simple. In this world, beastmasters who challenge the rankings often consume treasures to ensure their levels remain unchanged while contracting higher-level beasts. For decades, they have utilized these resources. In essence, the longer one lives with a steady supply of resources, the higher their beast power value becomes. According to the rules of this world, as long as the beast power is sufficiently strong, even a first-stage beastmaster can contract a 10th-stage beast. The key factors determining the number and strength of contracted beasts are not the level of the beastmaster, but their beast power. Level advancement not only enhances beast power, but does so at a rate far surpassing reliance on treasures alone. Furthermore, the higher the beast's power, the stronger its capabilities. Thus, it is said that only high-level beast masters can contract formidable beasts. Therefore, a beast master capable of challenging the 2nd stage must have a maximum level of 2nd stage 10. Consequently, anyone capable of contracting such powerful beasts must have accumulated experience over many years, typically being at least in their 40s or 50s. They may even be nearing their twilight years, with one foot already in the grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, in room 7 of the tea house in the 1st battle district, Xia Liemo listened quietly to the man before her, wearing a faint, resigned smile. A cup of now cold tea sat in front of her as she idly fiddled with her phone, chatting with her best friend. Indeed, the so-called urgent task Xia Liemo received in the 1st battle district was, in fact, a matchmaking endeavor. Although the gender ratio among beast masters is relatively balanced, it becomes severely skewed above 5th stage, with only 8 men to every 2 women. Coupled with the emphasis on bloodlines in this world, high-level female beast masters have become exceedingly rare resources. Xia Liemo, now 25 years old, was already several years past the average age for women to bear children in this world. Moreover, with her parents long gone and no other relatives to rely on, the urgency to settle down increased. The man seated before her, sporting slick-back hair, was Li Ruoji, the eldest son of the Li family from Yanjing. At just 25 years old, he had already reached the 2nd stage 4th tier as a beastmaster and was still unmarried. He and Xia Liemo were college classmates, and since their university days, he had been pursuing her. Aside from being slightly less powerful than Xia Liemo, he was otherwise an ideal match. Upon learning of this, the 1st and 7th battle districts aimed to facilitate their union, orchestrating this matchmaking task. Emoli, is something the matter? You seem distracted. Li Ruoji inquired with concern evident in his gaze. Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night, Xia Liemo quickly explained. I see. I happen to have a chi recovery pill here that can restore your energy. Take it. Li Ruoji, obliviously unaware that Xia Liemo held no interest in him, continued, believing that her strong demeanor was merely a facade due to her power. Xia Liemo twitched her lips. It's fine. I just need to rest a bit. However, Li Ruoji remained enthusiastic, insisting, no, please take it. I truly feel for you seeing you so listless. It's really nothing. As the two remained at an impasse, Xia Liemo's phone suddenly lit up with several messages from her best friend. Emoli, did you see the news? A 2nd stage beastmaster in Yi City has entered the world rankings at 100th place, and he cleared the 10th level in just over half an hour. His nickname is Hu Liu Qing Miao, and he is currently challenging the 11th level. I remember you were on a mission in Yi City not long ago. Do you have any leads on this person? Glancing at the messages from her friend, Xia Liemo instinctively attempted to put her phone away, but quickly realized something was amiss. Hu Liu Qing Miao? Could he be referring to the 9-tailed fox and the Qingluan? And in Yi City, could this be a mere coincidence? The world rankings surely can't be wrong. Is Su Chen's power truly that extraordinary? I must investigate. With this thought, Xia Liemo promptly rose, apologizing. I'm sorry, Li Ruoji, but I received an urgent task and must return to Yi City. Li Ruoji, somewhat bewildered, asked, didn't you just come back from Yi City? You have to go again? Xia Liemo nodded. Yes, this time it's a 5-star urgent task. We can talk later. With that, she swiftly exited the room and once again requested permission to use the teleportation array, returning to Yi City. Chapter 52, National Rank 10. At this moment, Su Chen gazed at the countdown timer in the Beastmaster realm, a hint of helplessness swelling within him. He had initially thought the longest wait would be merely an hour, yet now he found himself facing a 3-hour delay. In this virtual space, he was unable to use his phone and could only sit idly, watching Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu debate the outcome of the competition. I defeated 151 virtual beasts. You only took down 149, so I am the victor this time. Shan Yueyue proclaimed, visibly indignant. No, I personally eliminated 151 creatures. So do not feign ignorance. Qing Lu retorted with a hint of defiance in her voice. No, you must be mistaken. You are the one who has it wrong. The atmosphere was charged, and it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt. Su Chen, observing the unfolding drama, felt somewhat speechless. He interjected, why not consider it a tie? It's truly a simple matter, and we have more to attend to later. What is the point of this prolonged argument? Upon hearing his words, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu crossed their arms, huffed in unison, and turned their heads away, their expressions clearly displaying indignation. Is this what they refer to as a plastic sisterhood? Quite peculiar indeed. However, it wasn't long before they resumed their debate. Little bird, I am merely at the 2nd stage, 6th tier, while you have reached the 2nd stage, 9th tier. Even if we follow Su Chen's suggestion to declare it a tie based on our kill count, my lower level should mean I am the victor. We are only comparing kill counts. Levels are irrelevant. Besides, how long have you been practicing Huohua, while I have only been learning Fengren for a few days? You can't blame anyone but yourself. Anyway, I have been the one attending to Su Chen these past few days, and tonight you, mid-sentence. Qing Lu realized her slip of the tongue. She hastily covered her mouth and stared blankly at Su Chen. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback before a realization dawned upon him. Now he understood why they were both so competitive. Goodness, so this was the wager? With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across his face. He stood up and approached the two ladies, teasingly suggesting, ladies, for my sake, let us settle on a tie as I proposed earlier. No more bickering, all right? Seeing that Su Chen seemed uninterested in delving deeper into the matter, Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu shared a secret satisfaction, both exhaling lightly in relief. Little did they expect that Su Chen's next words would almost make them spit blood in shock. Given that this contest has concluded in a tie, in a certain sense, Both of you have actually lost. Su Chen continued, maintaining a calm demeanor. Since the outcome is determined, I shall bear the burden tonight. What? No, that's not what we meant. Su Chen smiled, gently patting the shoulders of the two ladies, reassuring them, do not worry about my stamina. This minor task is nothing I cannot handle. At his words, their faces drained of color. Amidst Tu Shan Yueyue and Qingluan's grievances, 3 hours slipped by in an instant. The challenge on the 11th level finally commenced. The difficulty of the endless mode challenge exceeded all expectations. Even beings of the divine lineage like Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu began to show signs of fatigue after numerous rounds of intense combat. More so, the disheartenment stemming from Su Chen's words was apparent, extinguishing their fighting spirit. Faced with this situation, Su Chen decided against continuing the challenge. Previously, in the 13th round of the endless mode, the Beastmaster realm summoned the divine lineage creature, the devouring tiger, at a formidable level of 3rd stage, 8th tier, which had already transformed. Yet, under the fierce onslaught of Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu, this beast fell within mere moments. This demonstrated that even divine lineage creatures at the 3rd stage, 10th tier, would likely be no match for them. Realizing this, Su Chen concluded that enough was enough. Further challenges would be futile. After all, he had no intention of seeking out 4th stage beasts, as he understood that their strength was sufficient to dominate within the 3rd stage. Thus, he promptly chose to withdraw from the test and return to the real world. By this time, he was already ravenous, having missed both lunch and dinner. However, just as he exited the Beastmaster realm, a brilliant burst of colorful light erupted from the external luminous screen, piercing through the night that enveloped Yi City. A name was etched into the minds of all present. Nickname, Huli Yu Qing Miao. Cleared layers, 2nd stage, 11th layer, 18th round. Challenge duration, 1 hour, 12 minutes. 20 seconds, waiting time deducted. Yi City ranking, 1st. National ranking, 10th. World ranking, 50th. 10th in the nation, 50th in the world. All accomplished in just over an hour. This astonishing feat sent Yi City and the entire Dragon Country into a frenzy. Countless beast masters and their elite were left in awe, prompting many high-ranking officials to hastily make their way to Yi City, eager to witness this unprecedented prodigy in person. At that moment, Su Chen had just removed his mental link headset, stretching with relief. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. How exhausting. Wasn't he agreed that aside from hunger, there would be nothing else to worry about? I truly do not understand how those people managed to fight for 2 or 3 days. Su Chen stretched and rubbed his stomach, unable to contain his complaints. However, as he stood up, he was astonished to find the entire 2nd stage testing area swarming with people. Even staff from the Beastmaster Association were present, meticulously searching for someone of importance. Feeling bewildered, Su Chen muttered to himself, could it be that a murderer has escaped here? Just then, a familiar voice floated into his ears. Su Chen, I knew you would be here. Upon hearing the call, Su Chen reflexively turned around. It was none other than teacher Xiao Limo. Moreover, she appeared strikingly different today, clad in a magnificent lavender gown, her hair elegantly styled and adorned in sophisticated high heels. She radiated an ethereal glow, looking far more beautiful than usual. This meticulous appearance suggested she was preparing for some grand event. Chapter 53. What brings you here? Su Chen was utterly taken aback by the sight. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally found his voice. Teacher Xiao Limo, how did you return so soon? I thought you wouldn't be back until early July. In response to Su Chen's query, Xiao Limo smiled gently and explained, things went rather smoothly over there. So I wrapped everything up ahead of schedule. I just returned today and thought I would check on how you were doing. Are you tired? Hungry? Come. Let me take you out for a late-night snack. Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I am indeed quite hungry after a day of challenges. To be honest, seeing teacher Xiao Limo suddenly appear had startled him. He had initially feared that a murderer had emerged, prompting even the 1st battle district to become involved in the pursuit. It turned out she was simply here to pick him up. What a truly wonderful teacher. Despite him having disclosed nothing about his whereabouts, she had still managed to find him accurately. It seemed he would have to repay this kindness in kind. By the way, teacher, what is the situation here? Why are there so many people? Su Chen looked around at the bustling crowd, puzzled. However, in response to his question, Xiao Limo offered no further explanation. She simply took hold of Su Chen's arm and swiftly led him out of the Beastmaster realm, pulling him into a taxi parked by the roadside. As the door closed, the car immediately sped off towards Xiao Limo's villa. After getting into the car, Xiao Limo deliberately made a phone call to the Kuan barbecue restaurant they often frequented, instructing the owner to personally bring the ingredients and tools to the villa courtyard for an evening barbecue. This left Su Chen momentarily stunned. What was going on? Along the way, numerous passers-by scrutinized Su Chen, but their gaze quickly shifted elsewhere, followed by a shake of their heads. Was that person Su Chen? Could he possibly be the fox and the bluebird? After all, his contracted demon beast was the nine-tailed fox. A staff member dressed in the Beast Tamer Association uniform observed the taxi as it gradually receded and inquired. But his words were immediately met with dissent from several colleagues nearby. What are you thinking? Su Chen had just completed identification verification in the task hall this morning, with a rank of only second tier, stage 2. Are you suggesting such an entity could enter the top 10 nationally? Or did he somehow break through to second tier? Stage 10 in half a day? Indeed. Moreover, he is only 18 years old, even if he had been nourished by various heavenly materials and treasures since birth. Compared to the top contenders on the leaderboard, he is merely a child, lacking in both demon power and combat experience. The focus should be on filtering second tier. Stage 10 Beast Tamers. I acknowledge Su Chen is impressive, but he is still an unpolished gem. The final product must be sculpted by the passage of time. Alright, I understand. The Beast Realm was developed by personnel from the 8th War Zone, and they possess the back-end permissions. The Beast Tamer Association has no authority to access the information of individual Beast Tamers. Faced with such circumstances, the only recourse was to employ the most rudimentary and clumsy methods to seek clues. Yet the ultimate result was that thousands of people turned the Beast Realm upside down without finding the true form of the fox and the bluebird. Just when everyone was puzzled, a startling hypothesis began to emerge in their minds. Based on various indications, it was highly probable that the fox and the bluebird had successfully contracted the divine sequence number 25, the void pattern divine owl. It is the earliest entity among all demon beasts capable of learning spatial skills. With its unique spatial teleportation prowess, the void pattern divine owl can traverse several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Surely it was by utilizing this spatial teleportation that the fox and the bluebird could vanish without a trace from the beast realm, leaving no clue behind. Upon this realization, all present could not help but sigh in lamentation. After squatting in wait for half a day, they had yet to see the true form of the fox and the bluebird. What a pity. In the villa's living room, Xia Limuo tightly grasped Su Chen's hand, her eyes brimming with pride and excitement, even shimmering with unshed tears. Su Chen, you are incredible. Xia Limuo's voice quivered slightly, as if she were striving to contain the tumult within her heart. On the way, she had already confirmed Su Chen's identity through a chat on her phone. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. The fox and the bluebird was Su Chen's nickname within the beast realm. To think he was only 18, just second tier, stage 2, having only recently become a beast tamer for less than a month. Not to mention the top 10 nationally, even among the first 100 million in the second tier. They would all likely be second tier, stage 10. After all, this ranking has been compiled over 500 years since the establishment of the beast realm, encompassing all prodigies. Even those who have perished or transcended beyond the third tier retain their rankings. Su Chen entering the national top 10 at second tier, stage 2, is not merely unprecedented. It is truly unparalleled. No one in the world has accomplished such a feat, and this genius turns out to be my student? Xia Limuo could not help but question whether she was dreaming. Su Chen scratched his head, revealing a shy smile. He had not anticipated that his casual challenge in the beast realm would yield such astonishing results. Feeling no pressure at all, it is all thanks to my teacher. Without her guidance, I would not be who I am today, so I might as well dedicate myself. Su Chen jested. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Limuo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently tapped Su Chen's shoulder, playfully admonishing, in terms of fundamentals, you have long surpassed me by an unquantifiable margin. In my opinion, your talent could at least rank among the top in the first war zone. Ding ding ding. Just as Xia Limuo's words were uncompleted, a clear and melodious doorbell rang, shattering the tranquility of the living room. Xia Limuo found herself perplexed. Aside from Su Chen, she should have no other acquaintances in Yi City. If it were a superior, they would have contacted her in advance via phone instead of arriving unannounced. I'll go answer the door, Xia Limuo said, her expression instantly regaining its composure. Yet, from the lightness of her quickened pace, it was evident that she was still unable to suppress her excitement. However, upon opening the door and seeing the visitor's face, her entire body stiffened. What are you doing here? She exclaimed in astonishment. The person standing at the villa's courtyard gate was none other than her previous matchmaking partner, Li Ruojia. Of course, it was not just Li Ruojia. Not far behind him were two third-tier beast tamers as his attendants. Li Ruojia, with a worried expression, said, Moli, I just inquired with someone in the first war zone, and there haven't been any urgent tasks released in Yi City recently. I was worried something happened to you. So I found out your villa address. Hearing this, Xia Limuo's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. The joyful mood she had felt due to Su Chen's achievements seemed doused by a bucket of cold water, plummeting to the depths. Regardless of the war zone, it is an unwritten rule that individuals should not inquire about the task details of others. Yet Li Ruojie not only inquired but also learned her address in Yi City and even came knocking at her door, which was undoubtedly a disrespect to her personal privacy. Nevertheless, she managed to force a smile, striving to keep her tone calm. I'm fine. The urgent task was assigned to me by a close friend. It's normal for the higher-ups not to be aware. I've already handled it and will return tomorrow. That's good to hear. Li Ruojie sighed in relief. A weight lifted from his heart. With the 7th war zone backing him, the higher-ups in the 1st war zone were also relatively supportive of this marriage proposal. Even if there were minor setbacks, it would just be a matter of time before he could persuade Xia Limuo to accept him. After all, Xia Limuo's talent was exceptional. And the 1st war zone often urged her to settle down early, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Xia Limuo glanced at her phone and said in a very calm tone, "It's quite late. I need to rest now. There's a 5-star hotel a kilometer north from here. You can stay there for the night." Li Ruojie nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that since they were not yet married, it would indeed be inappropriate to insist on staying at her place. However, just as Li Ruojie turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a pair of men's athletic shoes at Xia Limuo's doorstep. The size of the shoes was clearly much larger than Xia Limuo's feet, undoubtedly not hers. A wave of doubt surged within him, and he hesitantly asked, "Molly, is there someone at your home?" Xia Limuo did not hide it, responding, "Yes, my student." "Is there a problem? Your student?" Li Ruojie looked at her skeptically, clearly unconvinced by her words. "When did you obtain your teaching certificate? Even if he is your student, why would you be staying together so late at night? Could it be that he is your man?" Upon hearing those words, Xia Limuo's fury was ignited in an instant. Li Ruojie, despite possessing numerous commendable qualities, fell short in strength, which was not a significant issue. If he were to enter the realm of romantic pursuits, he would undoubtedly be a favored candidate. However, his most glaring flaw lay in his mental instability. During their university years, Xia Limuo had repeatedly and unequivocally rejected his advances, clearly stating her lack of interest in romance. Yet, Li Ruojie persisted like an unyielding gum, stationed daily at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, causing her roommates to cast her dubious glances, which left Xia Limuo in a state of distress. To evade him, she was compelled to enlist the aid of her contracted beast, Songstress, to transport her elsewhere. Whenever Xia Limuo exchanged even a few words with any male student, the following day, that boy would scurry away at the mere sight of her, like a mouse fleeing from a cat, not daring to glance back. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Li Ruojie's incessant meddling. After enduring until graduation, Xia Limuo was accepted into the 1st war zone as the top student of Yenjing University, while Li Ruojie, due to his insufficient prowess, could not enter the 1st war zone. However, he managed to leverage connections to secure a position in the 7th war zone, where he was assigned to a department related to the examination testing, which would inevitably intersect with Xia Limuo's career. Bound by professional ties, Xia Limuo found herself unable to confront him directly. The only solace she found was that he was stationed in Yenjing, while she operated in the vicinity of Yicheng. Thus, she only had to endure his tiresome inquiries about her well-being. Unfortunately, contrary to her expectations, she was arranged for a blind date with Li Ruojie due to her age. Was this truly necessary? Li Ruojie, I have expressed my indifference to you countless times. Could you cease troubling me? Do you have any notion of the impact your incessant calls have on me? I am exhausted. If your affections are genuine, could you not alleviate my burden? Xia Limuo's complexion flushed with indignation, her voice nearly reaching a shout as she sought to expel her pent-up frustrations. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Li Ruojie stood stunned by her words. Had she truly grown weary of him? No, it couldn't be. It must be that another man was courting her, otherwise she would not have spoken thus. Molly, this is merely your moment of anger, I assent it. I concede that my sudden appearance here is somewhat abrupt, but it is born of concern for you. Look at everyone else. I wouldn't intrude at such an hour otherwise. His words were laced with urgency and grievance as he attempted to clarify his intentions to Xia Limuo in hopes of mending the situation. However, before he could finish, his expression froze in disbelief as he spotted a man behind Xia Limuo. This man was Su Chen, who had come to investigate the commotion following Xia Limuo's outcry. Su Chen frowned slightly. Having pieced together the situation from Xia Limuo's exclamation and Li Ruojie's remarks, combined with her attire that day, he gleaned the essence of the matter. No wonder he had sensed a hint of helplessness when he previously questioned why such a beautiful teacher like Xia Limuo had no suitors. It appeared that a relentless admirer had been hounding her. In that instant, any man would feel compelled to intervene. A surge of protectiveness welled within Su Chen. Without hesitation, he wrapped his right arm around Xia Limuo's slender waist, the gesture natural, as if to assert his claim in front of Li Ruojie. He then smirked disdainfully. And who might you be? Are you unaware that my teacher Xia is mine? Coming here to disturb us at night, do you have no shame? Or do you simply revel in such pursuits? Xia Limo's face instantly flushed crimson. How audacious of Su Chen to declare her his in such a forthright manner. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, a blend of embarrassment and a tinge of delight. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion, but rather a flicker of joy. Did she truly harbor feelings for Su Chen? Li Ruoji, upon hearing this proclamation, was struck dumb as if struck by lightning. His eyes first widened in shock, swiftly replaced by a fierce anger. Xia Limo was the object of his long-standing affection. He had reserved the status of his legitimate wife solely for her, never once engaging in affairs or scandals, only daring to indulge in secretive escapades. His ultimate aspiration had been to one day wed Xia Limo. Even without a formal engagement, her standing in his heart was untouchable. How dare this seemingly youthful man, not yet 20, brazenly embrace Xia Limo and utter such crude words? Li Ruoji's wrath erupted like a volcano, his dignity affronted like never before. Get away from me, he bellowed. Arrow of the Beast. A formidable surge of demonic energy erupted from him, coalescing into a remarkably sharp arrow, hurtling towards Su Chen with lethal intent. One must acknowledge that while Li Ruoji may lack intelligence, his innate talent was remarkable. Mastery of the arrow of the beast was exceedingly challenging, yet he executed it with a level of finesse that spoke volumes of his prowess. Xia Limo appeared somewhat ensnared in the aftermath of Su Chen's bold declaration, not immediately regaining her composure. Of course, Su Chen gently squeezed her waist, signaling her to refrain from intervening, assuring her he would handle the situation. Is that all? A fourth-tier beast tamer? I expected more. Su Chen smirked, a hint of disdain gracing his features. He maintained his hold on Xia Limo with one hand, while snapping his fingers with the other. Silence. In an instant, time seemed to halt, enveloping the world in an eerie stillness. As Li Ruoji's arrow made contact with Su Chen, it vanished without a trace. Not only that, Li Ruoji felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, his demonic power entirely suppressed by an unseen force, rendering him incapable of summoning his beast. What is this? Li Ruoji gaped, bewildered by the unfolding events. Before he could recover from his shock, Su Chen snapped his fingers once more. Instantly, a colossal arrow, several times larger than Li Ruoji's, materialized before him. With a swift gesture, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The sound of air being pierced resonated as the arrow raced towards Li Ruoji, striking accurately against his right shoulder. Yet, the disparity between fourth tier and second tier was insurmountable. Although this was a maximized arrow of the beast, it merely inflicted a slight tear on his shoulder, failing to penetrate further. Master, are you all right? Two attendants rushed forward in alarm, concern etched on their faces as they assessed Li Ruoji's condition. Despite the pain, Li Ruoji disregarded his injury, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, eyes ablaze with fury. You dare lay a hand on me? Unfazed, Su Chen shrugged, nonchalantly replying, What? Is it only permissible for you to strike, while I cannot? The anger within Li Ruoji boiled over as his expression darkened further. How about it? Do you need surveillance to jog your memory? Su Chen gestured towards the surveillance camera at the entrance of the courtyard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Ruoji's face instantly turned ashen. He certainly understood Su Chen's implication, regardless of whether Su Chen had provoked him first. The undeniable fact remained that he had initiated the altercation. He had foolishly overlooked this critical point in a moment of impulsiveness. Kid, I can tell you plainly. You are finished. Li Ruoji hissed through clenched teeth, turning to leave with his two attendants. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, a calm demeanor enveloping him as he remarked. 1 million credit points for the acquittal of a fourth-tier beast master. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say? You. Li Ruoji's fury reached an explosive level. The meaning behind Su Chen's words was glaringly evident. He was brazenly threatening him, demanding 1 million credit points for the acquisition of the surveillance footage. What do you mean by you? Is the reputation of a fourth-tier beast master not worth 2 million credit points? With attendants by your side, your status must be considerable. He continued, How about this? Transfer 3 million credit points immediately, and I will delete the surveillance video on the spot. What do you say about that? The mental anguish endured by my teacher, Xia, over the years, wouldn't you say that warrants 4 million credit points? Just a moment ago, didn't you say 1 million? How did it escalate to 4 million? Li Ruoji could no longer contain his wrath, his voice brimming with indignation and resentment. What? When did I mention 5 million? I distinctly stated 10 million credit points. Hurry. If you don't transfer, I will upload it online instantly. Su Chen's voice rose by an octave, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Fine. Li Ruoji, visibly pained, retrieved his phone. Bring forth the payment code. I hope you keep your word. Now we're getting somewhere. Su Chen replied cheerfully. Although Li Ruoji's actions were somewhat foolish, he was still the heir of a prominent family, well educated. with the ability to reason and think critically. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the current predicament was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Matters that could be resolved with money were hardly significant issues. Should Su Chen make that footage public? Facing penalties from the 7th battle zone, or even expulsion, would be trivial compared to the potential damage to his family's business. Just because of a fleeting moment of indecision, he would squander an additional 9 million credit points, an amount equivalent to several months of his allowance. Damn it. I let my emotions get the better of me and allowed myself to be caught. Yueyue was filled with regret and anguish. Yet, these concerns were now secondary. The most critical matter remained the arcane skill Su Chen had just demonstrated. The ability to dispel magical arts, confine the Beast Master's space, and render the summoning of beasts impossible was the exclusive technique of the renowned Beast Master family, Murong. Yueyue pondered silently. The individual before him was likely not a direct descendant of the Murong family, yet he must have some special connection to them, suggesting his identity was far from ordinary. If not, how could he possibly access such profound techniques? Moreover, judging by the size and power of that arrow of beasts, the family backing this individual could very well be one of the top 10 Beast Master families in Longhua. The loss of 10 million credit points and Xiao Limo was indeed considerable for Yueyue. However, compared to the potential entanglement with such a formidable family, this was, in essence, the best outcome he could hope for. Nevertheless, this enmity was now irrevocably forged, having his woman taken from him and facing such humiliation directly. Yueyue silently vowed to exact revenge one day. Chapter 56, Celestial Materials and Treasures. Su Chen. The influence of the Li family in Yanjing is no less than that of the Yang family in Yeqing. Your provocation could lead to severe consequences. Xiao Limo expressed with concern. Her unfinished sentence was enough to convey the gravity of the potential repercussions. Isn't it because I have teacher Xiao backing me? Otherwise, how could I dare act so recklessly? Su Chen replied with a grin. He did not believe the Li family would resort to sending assassins after him, as the Yang family might. Those who could join the various battle zones must have had their identities thoroughly investigated, and such scrutiny occurred annually. It was akin to a political background check. Any suspicious elements would preclude entry into the 9 major battle zones. From what Xiao Limo had told him, the last assessment had taken place in late May. At the very least, it could be confirmed that aside from this past month, the Li family had not engaged in any outrageous conduct, and their character was not particularly dubious. Moreover, the conflict between Su Chen and Yueyue had unfolded right before Xiao Limo's eyes. Should anything happen to Su Chen, the Li family would undoubtedly become a primary subject of investigation. With their vast enterprise, they would be acutely aware of the consequences. Thus, the likelihood of sending assassins was virtually zero, though they might create minor obstacles elsewhere. Of course, Xiao Limo would have certainly deduced this as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed Su Chen to act as he did. Thank you, Su Chen. You've helped me solidify my resolve. Xiao Limo's cheeks flushed lightly as she spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. With this, she had thoroughly severed ties with Yueyue. Without Su Chen, she would have found it difficult to make such a decision. I suppose things will be much quieter for me moving forward, Xiao Limo thought to herself, feeling a tinge of comfort in her decision. Teacher, your assistance in dealing with the Yang family previously was invaluable. My current contribution is merely a fraction of that favor. Hardly significant, Su Chen declared, retrieving his phone and accessing his online banking. By the way, this 10 million credit points is your compensation for emotional distress. I'll transfer it to you. Xiao Limo quickly waved her hand in refusal. There's no need. My savings have long surpassed 100 million. Keep these credit points to enhance your own capabilities. Su Chen, with firm resolve and unwavering conviction, insisted, no, this is for you, teacher, not for me. Seeing Su Chen's determined demeanor, Xiao Limo sighed inwardly. She understood his character well. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. With a resigned shake of her head, she recognized that her words would carry little weight. Thus, she retrieved 2 large boxes from the Beastmaster space. One box was filled with an array of celestial materials and treasures, each one exceedingly rare, so much so that, based on Su Chen's knowledge, he barely recognized any of them. The other box was brimming with second-tier beast cores, likely containing over 1,000 pieces. Su Chen was taken aback upon seeing the 2 boxes, unable to restrain his curiosity. Teacher Xiao, what is this? Xiao Limo smiled gently, replying, these are the resources distributed quarterly by the first battle zone, accumulated over the years. I never anticipated I would use so many. Let us not dwell on that. This compensation for emotional distress you secured for me cannot be accepted without reciprocation. I hardly use these materials, so take them for your own use. Hearing her words, Su Chen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He recognized how precious these resources were for a cultivator. And yet Xia Limo selflessly offered them to him without hesitation. Is it really this much? Indeed. Otherwise, why would everyone vie for a position in the first battle zone? Exceptional individuals naturally receive more resources. That is to be expected. Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood that Xia Limo wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, which was why she said so. After all, it was indeed a bit awkward for a teacher to owe a favor to their student. Moreover, given that Su Chen was in dire need of these materials, he did not hesitate to accept them all. With a light-hearted tone, Su Chen quipped, "Thank you, my dear wife." "Oh, wait, thank you, teacher." Xia Limo's cheeks flushed once more, and she playfully tapped Su Chen on the chest with her small fist, feigning annoyance. "Oh, please, behave yourself." Su Chen swiftly dodged, laughing, "I smell barbecue. Come on, teacher, let us go grab a late-night snack." As the night descended like ink, it quietly lowered its veil, enveloping everything in a profound silence. This evening, an extraordinary calm pervaded the atmosphere. Nothing dared to transpire. Shan Yueyue and Qinglu both expressed their heartfelt gratitude, calling out to their elder sister, Xia Limo. Following the conclusion of the training the next day, Su Chen ventured alone into the underground training chamber of the villa. Gazing at the bountiful treasures of nature stored in the beast taming space, he swallowed hard. Since arriving in this world, he had never had the opportunity to savor the essence of these rare materials. At long last, he could finally experience their flavor. He reached out, casually selecting a palm-sized item resembling ginseng. Item: Shan, 29 years. Rarity. Description: a treasure of nature. Consuming it may yield a small probability of enhancing physique value by 0.1 within 1 year. So it's a matter of probability? I had assumed that simply consuming it would guarantee enhancement. Su Chen pondered aloud. He had learned some knowledge regarding these treasures in his high school classes. They were categorized into 3 main types: oral, nurturing, and spiritual treasures. Shan, being an oral type, could only be consumed once within a short time frame. One could only consume another after the energy contained within it had been fully absorbed and transformed by the body. Otherwise, irreversible damage would ensue. Thus, the consumption of these treasures necessitated a clever combination and rotation to maximize their value. While many beast tamers could afford a few treasures, only those with significant influence could select from thousands to strengthen their children's physiques. Initially, Su Chen thought that the more he consumed, the stronger he would become. However, he now realized that luck played a crucial role. He shook his head in resignation, internally lamenting that the affairs of this world were indeed not so simple. With this thought in mind, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He firmly grasped the Shan and began to consume it without a second thought. The taste was, quite frankly, unpleasant. He grimaced, struggling to chew, unable to mask the bitterness and strange flavor. It was no wonder people said that these treasures were best consumed alongside ordinary food. The primary reason was their sheer difficulty in being swallowed. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment of consuming a treasure of nature. There is still dirt on this Shan. Aren't you afraid of contracting parasites by eating it like this? Achievement points gained, 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 2,400 points. Reward: skill, crisis perception. Crisis perception can sense all dangerous factors within a 50-meter radius. Second tier effect. Chapter 57, Rapid Refinement of Treasures. Oh, system sister, don't be so harsh. Su Chen immediately retorted. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, secretly musing that this bite indeed felt insignificant, and his physique value had not improved. However, when Su Chen glanced at the other Shan in the beast taming space, he was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu akin to looking at a second bowl of instant noodles after finishing the first, feeling slightly queasy. Perhaps this was what they referred to as energy saturation. Su Chen sighed, deciding that it would be better to rely on the system sister for enhancement. The treasure's effects were just too slow. At the moment Su Chen finished speaking, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Detected that there is 0.1 physique value energy within the host that has yet to be activated. Consuming 100 achievement points will perfectly refine the unactivated 1 point of physique or demon power. What? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying surprise. Such a fortunate circumstance, he thought to himself. While others required long-term consumption of treasures to have even a slight chance of enhancing their physique or demon power, the system could guarantee a 100 success rate. But, I like it. Su Chen inwardly rejoiced, promptly retrieving several treasures that increased physique value from the beast taming space, accumulating them to 1 point of physique value, and consumed them all. System, activate the residual energy within me. Ding. Consumed 100 achievement points, successfully converted to 10 points of physique value. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Su Chen felt a powerful force surging within him. This force, like a torrential flood, instantly washed away his previous sense of fullness, inducing an unparalleled comfort. The queasy sensation he had felt upon seeing similar treasures vanished without a trace, and he even felt an impulse to have another. How impressive my system sister is. Let us continue. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen resumed consuming the treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Limo was currently training Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu. Otherwise, witnessing this scene might have led her to question her own existence. For the following month, Su Chen continued to train alongside Xiao Limo in the villa's courtyard. Although the nightlife had become considerably subdued, this led to an increase in Qinglu's bond value to 50 points, while Tu Shan Yueyue's rose to 65 points. Of course, this training was not solely for Su Chen. Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu were also involved. Refining the energy within demon beast cores did not necessitate battling wild demon beasts. With Xiao Limo's demon beasts as practice partners, Su Chen's progress was rapid, breaking through to the second tier, 8th stage. Name, Su Chen. Level, 2nd tier, 8th stage. Physique, 426,426. Demon power, 688,755. Skills, Beast Taming technique, forced contract, insight, indestructible body, combat skills, arrow of the demon, first volume of Beast Tamer cultivation method. Appraisal technique, crisis perception. Achievement points, 502,400. Contracted demon beasts, Yueyue, Qingluan. Remaining free attribute points, 18. Tu Shan Yueyue also broke through to the 2nd tier, 8th stage. While Qinglu reached the 2nd tier, 10th stage, only a step away from the 3rd tier. 1st stage, one perfect refinement of a 3rd tier demon beast core would suffice for the breakthrough. Xiao Limo, observing Su Chen's growth, was filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that a human could advance at such a rapid pace. From the 2nd tier, 2nd stage to the 2nd tier, 8th stage in merely a month. And with such a solid foundation, was this innate talent truly so monstrous? Even with an endless supply of demon beast cores, it was hard to imagine achieving such significant progress in such a short time. Though Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu's advancement was swift for demon beasts, as long as there were sufficient demon beast cores and ample battle experience, their upgrade speed would naturally accelerate. It was her first time hearing that a human's advancement speed could surpass that of contracted demon beasts. She had initially considered that it might take Su Chen a year or two to reach the 3rd tier. Now, at this rate, he might break through by the end of the month. Xiao Limo couldn't help but recall Su Chen's level before the college entrance examination, when he was merely at the 1st tier, 2nd stage. Yet now, merely 2 months later, he had ascended to the 2nd tier, 8th stage, crossing a staggering 16 stages. What on earth was this? Xiao Limo felt as though her own talents paled in comparison to Su Chen's. However, amidst her astonishment, she knew that it was time to address serious matters. Su Chen, I have a personal favor to ask of you. Of course, this is not a formal request. It is a private matter, and I will not pressure you. Xiao Limo asked somewhat shyly. What is it, my dear teacher? As long as I can fulfill it, I will certainly do so. Su Chen replied with a playful grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Limo gently tapped Su Chen's forehead, playfully chiding, You, always so irreverent. In the past fortnight, Su Chen has been consistently miscalling his teacher and wife, evidently teasing her deliberately. Yet, her tone bore no hint of reproach, instead infused with a subtle indulgence. Xiao Limo even fancied the prospect of marrying Su Chen, envisioning their future together filled with daily routines of physical training in the courtyard. Gradually growing stronger, conquering adversaries, and growing old side by side. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, realizing how inappropriate it was for a teacher to harbor such fantasies about her student. Regaining her composure, she gently inquired, Su Chen, you must be aware of the upcoming orientation training at various universities, correct? Su Chen nodded, acknowledging he had heard a little about it. In this realm, beast tamers are held in high esteem, and the orientation training serves to assess their progress during the break while helping them adapt better to future battles. Essentially, it resembles the entrance examinations from before his transmigration. Similar to the Gaokao, students from prominent universities are assigned to various trial zones prepared by the 7th Battle District, where they must survive for half a month. The key difference lies in the presence of high-level beast tamers on standby during the training, significantly enhancing safety compared to the Gaokao, not to mention the generous rewards. After all, these are already nurtured seedlings of beast tamers, and their demise would be a lamentable loss. Completing the training guarantees a subsidy of 200,000 credit points, along with additional rewards based on rankings, akin to scholarships. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, Xiao Limo produced a promotional poster regarding the training from her beast taming space. My best friend Yueyue belongs to the 7th Battle District, and she is responsible for the orientation training at Yenjing University for 3rd-year students starting in 3 days. She wishes to invite you to participate as well. Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he already joined the first battle district? Why should he still attend the orientation training? Xiao Limo seemed to perceive his thoughts, offering a gentle smile as she explained. Yueyue has been lamenting to me these past few days about the arrogance of this year's third-year students at Yenjing University, who, relying on their modest talents, have become conceited and unruly, believing themselves invincible. Such students are likely to fall victim to their own overconfidence once they venture out into the world, which is something no one wishes to witness. Thus, she hopes you can join the training to show them what true brilliance looks like, allowing them to recognize their own limitations. Is that so? Su Chen contemplated for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Although his prowess had surged in the past month, his achievement points had not increased, based on the rather unhelpful achievement feature of the system. Competing in the training against the third-year students at Yenjing University and perhaps slaying some beasts might yield unexpected rewards and a considerable number of achievements. He looked up at Xiao Limo and asked, "But, summer teacher, won't there be any issues with my participation since I am not a student at Yenjing University?" In response, Xiao Limo playfully winked with her left eye, sporting a cheeky smile as she reassured him, "You need not worry. Participation in the training is not restricted to beast tamers. As long as your background is clean, the 7th Battle District would prefer to have more individuals involved, as it enhances the competitive spirit." With his doubts dispelled, Su Chen jested, "Since she is your best friend, she is naturally my friend too. I shall gladly assist." Xiao Limo placed her hands on her hips, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "Do not be so irreverent. You must mind your words in front of Yueyue." Su Chen continued to tease, all right. So I can call you whatever I like as long as Yueyue isn't around?" A faint blush adorned Xiao Limo's cheeks as she retorted, "I never said that. Don't twist my words." The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Su Chen and Xiao Limo hurriedly made their way to the armored vehicle station. Only one armored vehicle departs daily from Yecheng to Yenjing at 6 in the morning, arriving in Yenjing by 9 at night. Along the journey, Su Chen couldn't help but grumble to himself, recalling how protagonists in various novels often encounter perilous events such as beast attacks, robberies, or the emergence of treasures during their travels. Wasn't this supposed to be a staple for protagonists? He almost began to suspect he possessed a system himself. How could he not be the main character? However, despite the absence of extraordinary occurrences, they would be staying at a hotel renowned for its excellent soundproofing that night, which brought a sense of delight to Su Chen. After a month of restraint, he could finally indulge himself a little. System notification: the bond value with the nine-tailed demon fox Shan Yueyue has changed, 6,570. System notification: the bond value with the Qingluan has changed, 5,060. He couldn't help but exclaim, these two beasts truly are full of contradictions. On the morning of August 1st, as various Beast Taming universities commenced their academic year, the campus buzzed with vibrant energy. On the streets, groups of students laughed and chatted, their youthful exuberance evident. Su Chen and Xiao Limo arrived punctually at the entrance of Yenjing University. Soon, a tall, alluring woman with captivating features approached them, her high heels clicking on the pavement. The buttons on her blouse seemed on the verge of bursting forth, drawing the attention of numerous passersby. "Yueyue, it's been a while." Xiao Limo greeted first. "Jasmine, it's been ages." Yueyue responded warmly, her gaze then shifting to Su Chen. "What a handsome young man. Much more charming than in the photos." Su Chen smiled politely and replied, "Yueyue, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Chen, a student of summer teacher." Hearing the term teacher, Yueyue's eyes narrowed into delightful crescents, her laughter ringing melodiously. Such charming words. Let us go. The training is about to begin." Once they reached the training grounds, Yueyue parted ways with Su Chen and Xiao Limo. Before long, it became apparent that Yueyue was already on the platform alongside several distinguished-looking beast tamers, likely faculty members of Yenjing University. Below them stood a group of third-year students, lined up in perfect formation. However, at that moment, Su Chen didn't share Xiao Limo's previous sentiments about the presence of other beast tamers attending this training event. A rough estimate suggested around 200 participants. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen scanned his surroundings and murmured, "I thought universities would have larger student bodies. I didn't expect so few third-year students." Hearing this, Xiao Limo explained, "Yenjing University has always implemented an elite training system, selecting only the most outstanding students from across the Dragon Nation for specialized cultivation, which naturally results in a smaller cohort. In contrast, institutions like Yecheng's Beast Taming Academy, which fall under the second-tier category, may not have such stringent admission standards, hence their larger numbers." After reflecting on Xiao Limo's explanation, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. "It sounds quite similar to the training methods of the first battle district, doesn't it?" "Indeed. After all, some rare resources are exceedingly scarce. So prioritizing the best candidates for cultivation is essential. If resources were sufficient, we could surely cultivate more beast tamers, she replied. Just then, as the two conversed, a shrill bird cry echoed through the air, reverberating across the entire training ground. Suddenly, the light around them dimmed, as if night had descended without warning. Simultaneously, a powerful and oppressive force surged forth. The crowd gasped and looked up, witnessing a golden raptor with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters soaring in the sky. Its majestic flight stirred up fierce winds, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Name: Jinbu Huan. Species sequence: 045 Sanzu Jin Wu. Level: 8 Stage 1. Physique: 36603660. Demonic power: 19051905. Innate skill: Divine Bird Incarnation. Skills: Lightning, Thunder Roar, Wing Slash, Wind Blade, Storm, Tornado, Feather Rest, Divine Speed, Crimson Lotus Flame. Explosive Fire, Heavenly Fire Scorching the Earth. Divine Bird Incarnation, the ability to alter one's size at will. Is this the panel attributes of an 8-stage demon beast? With a physique value of 366, a mere breath could likely extinguish me, Su Chen murmured as he gazed at the system interface of the Sanzu Jinwu. Chapter 59, Yugu Jian. As the Sanzu Jinwu landed, two figures leapt from its back, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 60s, yet his countenance exuded an unparalleled authority, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior whose prowess has not waned with age, as if the weight of time has rendered him even more profound. Surely, the Sanzu Jinwu must be his contracted demon beast. The woman possessed an exquisite visage. Standing gracefully, her skin as white as snow, appearing to be around 18 years old. She descended from the towering Sanzu Jinwu with remarkable poise and elegance. Her physique value likely not below 30. Principal Luo, all staff members, including Yueyue, hurried forward. It seemed he was indeed Principal Luo Hongwei of Yenjing University. However, soon their attention shifted to the young lady beside him. Who is she? A middle-aged teacher inquired with curiosity. My granddaughter, Luo Yuyen, just started her freshman year this year, but I plan to let her participate in the junior orientation training. Luo Hongwei replied casually, his tone infused with pride and trust in his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, many third-year students erupted with excitement. Luo Yuyen? Could she be the one recently reported, who ranked 97th in the Yenjing list with a second stage 7-tier level? I remember reading about her half a month ago. It's her. The genius beauty beastmaster praised by major media outlets. Incredible, breaking through to second stage 7-tier in her freshman year? I scored 138 in the college entrance exam. Yet I only just reached second stage in my freshman year. Is this the legendary prodigy? Astonishing. I wonder if I could win her heart. That would elevate our Zhao family immensely. Brother, do you need me to splash some water on you to wake you up? The students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Su Chen was equally surprised and scrutinized the young lady named Luo Yuyen. It was not merely her beauty, which was indeed striking, but rather the fact that he, with the aid of external support, had only reached second stage 8-tier at 18. How could Luo Yuyen nearly attain that level just after graduating high school? Could she also be a player with an advantage? At that moment, Xia Liemo seemed to sense Su Chen's confusion and smiled as she explained, she is different from you. She turned 18 last September, and immediately upon reaching adulthood, she contracted a divine sequence demon beast. All in all, she has been a beastmaster for nearly a year. Of course, achieving such a level within a year is still an extraordinary feat. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Xia Liemo waved her hand, bidding farewell to Su Chen. I must take my leave now. Good luck, Su Chen. I have faith in you. Su Chen jested. All right, teacher. I'll prepare a wedding for you once I finish training. Naturally, this remark left a blush on Xia Limeo's cheeks. Before long, as the audience finally quieted down, Yueyue stepped forward to explain the rules of the upcoming training. Most of it was familiar to Su Chen, yet the critical aspect was the scoring and ranking system. She clapped her hands, and soon a staff member approached, carrying an oversized box. Upon opening it, it revealed a collection of devices resembling wristwatches. Yueyue took one out and donned it on her wrist, stating, "This is the point collector, which also serves as your lifeline. During your expedition to the trial area, wear it on your wrist. After slaying a demon beast, simply scan the beast's crystal core on the collector to tally your points. Second stage demon beast cores yield 10 points, while third stage cores yield 100 points. The collector is also equipped with a locator. Should you find yourself in mortal danger, you can press the emergency button, and we will dispatch personnel to rescue you. No demon beast cores or food may be brought along during this training. Any such discovery will be deemed cheating, adversely affecting your future credit record and resulting in expulsion. If there are any questions, feel free to ask now, as there will be no opportunity for clarification after we commence." Her words sparked a wave of excitement among the crowd. All who entered Yanjing University were undoubtedly among the elite of the younger generation. They possessed unparalleled talent and strength, and the notion of fear or hesitation was utterly inconceivable for them. At that moment, a plump student raised his hand, asking in a subdued tone, "Teacher, I was recently poisoned by a black magic serpent and need to take Jining grass for detoxification for half a month. May I bring some?" Yueyue nodded slightly. "Just provide a hospital report later. However, there are strict limits on the quantity. Please be aware of that." The plump student gratefully glanced at Yueyue and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, teacher." Seeing no further questions, Yueyue began distributing the point collectors. "Well then, since there are no inquiries, let the trial begin." As her words fell, a brilliant radiance erupted from the ground of the training field. A colossal circular magic array gradually materialized, shimmering with golden light. Immediately, everyone felt an overwhelming force pulling them in, as if their entire beings were being drawn into an endless vortex. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to the trial area constructed by the 7th Combat Zone. Boundless mountains rose and fell, crisscrossed by ravines. The bright sunlight poured down, yet an indescribable sense of desolation lingered. This was the training ground of Yanjing University, Yueyue. A total of 206 third-year students, alongside Su Chen and Yueyue, amounted to 208 individuals, all transported to the entrance of Yueyue. Once everyone regained their composure, many third-year students, who had previously arranged to team up, began to pair off and venture into the outer regions of Yueyue, eager to seize the initiative and accumulate points swiftly. Naturally, some students were not in such a hurry. "Classmate Yueyue, I am Zhang Yuanbao from the Zhang family in Shicheng. My current level is 3rd Stage 1, and I have contracted 2 demon beasts of sequence 100. One for support and one for offense. Would you like to form a team to hunt demon beasts together?" "Classmate Yueyue, I am Lu Kuo from the Lu family in Yanjing. I have contracted a divine sequence 97 Thunder King Gorilla. I would be honored to be your knight and protect you." "Rain Swallow, my nickname in the realm of Beastmasters is Ganji's Little Overlord. 6 months ago, I reached the 100th rank on the Yanjing list, but after breaking through to the 3rd stage, I could no longer challenge, so I was pushed down the ranks. I wonder if you remember me?" Many male students were not in a rush to enter Yueyue, instead directing all their attention toward Yueyue. Chapter 60, the training begins. In just a brief moment, surrounding Yueyue were a throng of over a dozen young men of varied backgrounds. Some radiated a sunny charm. Others exuded an air of refined elegance, while a few possessed an untamed charisma. However, these students displayed no hint of timidity in Yueye's presence. Instead, they emanated a palpable confidence. It is only natural, for those who gain admission to Yanjing University are indisputably the prodigies nurtured by powerful factions. They brim with assurance regarding their own capabilities and lineage, likely having navigated the complexities of romantic pursuits with ease during their high school years. As the daughter of the esteemed president of Yanjing University, Yueyue held a distinguished status. Winning her favor would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for their futures, bringing endless benefits to their families as well. Of course, many students merely observed from the sidelines. Their curiosity piqued about which of these suitors might ultimately capture the heart and recognition of the enchanting young lady. Despite their considerable prowess, it seemed their intellect had been dulled, as if struck by a mule. The president had sent her here alone for the purpose of training. Otherwise, in a scenario where anyone could participate in a collective training session, it would surely warrant the presence of bodyguards, allowing no room for their intrusion. Among the crowd, Su Chen shook his head in bemusement. Consulting the map in his hands, he had already tentatively mapped out his course and strategy. He then strolled leisurely towards the periphery of the Yueyue Gorge, which was divided into 4 distinct areas: the outer region, the central region, the core area, and the spring gorge. The outer region primarily housed low-tier demon beasts, those below the 3rd rank, which posed little challenge to the third-year students of Yanjing University. Most would opt for the borderlands between the central and core areas, where the demon beasts typically hovered around the early stages of the 3rd rank. After all, once a demon beast successfully transcended the 3rd rank, the cores they dropped upon defeat would also be of the 3rd tier, presenting both lower difficulty and the potential for swift accumulation of points. These students were not lacking in wealth or resources. Rather, they craved reputation and prestige. Achieving a commendable rank in the training sessions would undoubtedly be the quickest route to gaining such renown. Hence, they seldom lingered in the outer regions. However, for Su Chen, this area was quite different. The outer region boasted a vast array of demon beasts, abundant in number, densely distributed, akin to a scene of a beast tide. Moreover, as there was no competition for the monsters here, it was a prime locale for swiftly racking up achievement points. "Yeah, Qinglu, we will need to camp outdoors tonight, and one of us must keep watch. So, Whoever among you slays the most demon beasts will be responsible for keeping watch tonight, Su Chen casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Shan, Yueyue, and Qinglu's expressions instantly stiffened. They understood that Su Chen had recently learned the skill of crisis perception, allowing him to keenly sense any dangers within a 50-meter radius, even in deep slumber. His suggestion that only one person need keep watch was, of course, laden with implication. They exchanged a decisive glance, a glimmer of resolve flickering in their eyes. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, they could not afford to lose. Observing the eager young men vying for her attention, Yueyue couldn't help but sigh softly. As Su Chen had initially pointed out, their intentions were all too clear. However, many among them had never even reached the pinnacle of the second rank, let alone graced the Yanjing Beastmaster rankings, yet they dared to hope for her affection? Simply not causing her trouble would be a blessing. With a forced smile, Yueyue replied, I apologize. But my father sent me here specifically for the purpose of honing my skills. If I were to team up with others, I fear I would not genuinely uncover my own shortcomings. Thus, I appreciate your kind intentions. Disappointment rippled through the crowd at her words as Yueyue summoned her contracted demon beast, the three-legged golden crow. This creature was slightly smaller than the one belonging to President Luo, with a wingspan of about 5 meters. Yet it exuded an aura of power rivaling that of mid-tier third-rank beasts. She then nimbly leapt onto its back and soared into the depths of the Yueyue Gorge. During her flight, her gaze inadvertently swept across the outer region and caught sight of Su Chen meandering about. Her brows furrowed slightly in contemplation. That person appeared to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, subsequently admitted to the first combat district, didn't he? To have rapidly ascended to the second rank as a beastmaster, he truly possessed remarkable talent. Nevertheless, her surprise was fleeting, and she soon averted her gaze. Among those hailed as unparalleled prodigies, how many could genuinely reach the pinnacle? It is not the present that matters, but the future. Meanwhile, within the student cohort yet to embark on their journey, a stern-faced young man was intently fixated on the receding figure of Yueyue. A smirk graced his lips, revealing a charmingly sinister smile. This individual was Zhao Lan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the third-ranking beastmaster families in Yanjing. A third-rank 5-stage beastmaster, Zhao Lan refrained from vying for Yueye's favor, as he had known her since childhood and understood her disposition well. Yueyue was drawn only to powerful men and held no regard for the weak. Moreover, her family, the Luo family, ranked 5th among the beastmaster families in Yanjing. How could she possibly be swayed by the scions of rural beastmaster families? These foolish beastmasters, who had yet to showcase their innate abilities, dared to aspire to win the heart of a goddess? Such dreams were utterly fanciful. Allow me to enlighten you on the art of courtship, Zhao Lan mused. Summoning a flying demon beast with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, entirely black, emanating an aura of dark malevolence from his beastmaster space. Upon its appearance, the beast resembled a specter of the night, radiating a chilling presence that elicited gasps from numerous students. Could that be the divine sequence number 69, the black-feathered Jun? So impressive. Isn't that Zhao Lan? I recall he merely held a nominal position and seldom attended classes, yet he managed to contract such a formidable demon beast. Could Zhao Lan be the Zhao Shan Feng, ranked 19th in the second-ranked tier of the Yanjing Beastmaster rankings? The eldest son of the Zhao family. Indeed, that must be him. He is one of the rare prodigies to ascend the Beastmaster rankings without undergoing tier advancement. No wonder he could contract such a demon beast. I merely wished to secure a spot in the top 10, so I could confess to the goddess upon returning home. Why is it so challenging? Chapter 61. The First Kill of a Demon Beast. Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at the outset. The outer region of Yueyue Gorge was characterized by rugged mountain paths, littered with bizarre rock formations resembling a labyrinth. These formations not only served as natural cover, but also as prime ambush sites for demon beasts. A moment's inattention could render any beast master a target for these creatures. However, endowed with crisis perception, Su Chen could sense all demon beasts within a 50-meter radius, regardless of how cleverly they concealed themselves. He harbored no fear of being ambushed. Any subtle disturbance would not escape his awareness. Before long, Su Chen's crisis perception was triggered. Behind a massive boulder ahead lurked a demon beast. Sensing the approach of an intruder, the creature abandoned its concealment and emerged from behind the boulder. It began pawing at the ground with its right foreleg, stirring up a cloud of dust, as if preparing for an imminent attack. In response, Su Chen promptly activated his reconnaissance spell. Species sequence, 757 black-scaled rhinoceros. Level, 2nd rank. 8th stage. Physical strength, 289,300. Demonic power, 156,156. Talent skills, none. Skills, horn charge, charge. A mere 30 points in physical strength? I feel I could easily defeat it. Currently, Su Chen's physical strength has soared to 426 points, and he has mastered basic combat techniques, equipped with a silver dagger gifted by the system. In every aspect, this is undoubtedly a one-sided match. With this in mind, Su Chen immediately proclaimed, "Do not engage. I wish to test my current strength." Upon hearing this, Yueyue and Qingluan promptly retracted their impending lethal moves. The black-scaled rhinoceros emitted a deep, resonant roar, exhaling white mist with its heavy breaths. It suddenly propelled itself with its powerful hind legs, akin to a luxury vehicle, instantly accelerating beyond 60 kilometers per hour. In the face of this spectacle, Su Chen remained remarkably composed. Gripping the silver dagger tightly, he focused intently on the black-scaled rhinoceros. At the very moment the creature charged, he swiftly sidestepped and thrust the dagger forcefully into its body. The silver blade effortlessly pierced through the rhinoceros's scales, penetrating its flesh. As the creature galloped, a crimson wound gaped open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The black-scaled rhinoceros let out a pained wail, its voice echoing throughout the forest. Its massive form continued to lurch forward for several meters before crashing down, convulsing uncontrollably. In mere moments, its body trembled once and then lay still, as if struck by lightning. Shortly thereafter, a crisp system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of human power. To be able to slay a beast of the same rank without the aid of a contracted beast or magical skills. Do you aspire to become a superhuman?" Achievement points gained, 50. Yueyue and Qingluan observed this scene with astonished expressions. While this was merely a lower-tier beast, the ease with which it was dispatched was indeed remarkable among its peers. Feeling that with a few more achievements to enhance his physical strength, he might soon transform into a super scion, Su Chen gazed at the slain black-scaled rhinoceros, his heart brimming with excitement. According to the statistics from the Beastmaster Association, beyond the second tier, the likelihood of a human vanquishing a beast of the same rank without relying on magical arts or specialized weaponry is nearly non-existent. It is akin to the challenge of slaying an adult tiger with bare hands back on Earth before his transmigration. Remarkably, that single strike required little exertion on his part, resulting in a decisive kill. This undeniably demonstrated that his current prowess could likely dominate among second-tier beasts. At that moment, Yueyue suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, it seems we cannot bring food on this training trip. Are we expected to consume the flesh of these wild beasts? Indeed, or shall we feast on the winds of the northwest?" Su Chen replied while dismembering the black-scaled rhinoceros's carcass, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I previously purchased some cooking utensils which I have stored in my spatial pouch. During my solitary living days, I learned to cook and know which beast meats are edible. For instance, this black-scaled rhinoceros meat is a great source of nourishment." With that, Yueyue let out a sigh of relief. She had feared that they would go hungry throughout the half-month training period, considering their current physical strengths. Enduring a month without food would not pose a significant issue, yet hunger is never pleasant. At this juncture, Su Chen jested, "Yeah, I also have some banana milk and lollipops here. Would you care for some?" Yueyue blinked her sparkling eyes, a hint of confusion evident as she asked, "You brought snacks? I recall the rules stated that food was not allowed. There would even be inspections of the Beastmaster space." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Such items are inconsequential. If an opportunity arises one night, I shall let you taste them. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall overlook this evening's matters." Yueyue huffed lightly, turning her head away with an air of pride. Nearby, Qingluan, overhearing their exchange, nearly erupted into laughter. This Yueyue has lived among humans for so long, and still does not grasp the meaning of those two words? If Su Chen could best Yueyue today, it would surely be entertaining tonight. Perhaps he should have stashed a refrigerator in the Beastmaster space. Upon finishing the dismemberment of the black-scaled rhinoceros, Su Chen suddenly recalled a pressing concern. The raw meat would inevitably spoil. Previously, while exploring, he had carried only cooked food and had not considered the issue of food preservation. The Beastmaster space does not function like the spatial rings in cultivation novels, where time within remains frozen and items do not expire. It seems he must hunt edible beasts daily. Su Chen pondered, yet his hands did not falter. Ding! Detecting a second-tier beast crystal core, he gained 10 points. Current ranking, 137th. Su Chen placed the beast crystal core from the black-scaled rhinoceros onto the scoring device, promptly receiving a mechanical notification. Simultaneously, the scoreboard displayed the rankings of others. First, Xiaolan, 400 points. Second, Li Muyu, 350 points. Third, Luo Yuyan, 340 points. Fourth, Su Ying, 260 points. 137th, Su Chen, 10 points. To his surprise, Su Chen spotted Luo Yuyan's name among the top 3, and her score significantly surpassed that of the 4th place. Among the third-year students of Yanjing University, more than 2/3 had successfully advanced beyond the 3rd tier of Beastmasters, all elite among their peers. Yet, Luo Yuyan, merely a 2nd-tier 8-segment Beastmaster, could contend with these formidable individuals for a top position, which was truly astounding. Based on her score, she must have successfully slain 3 3rd-tier beasts and 4 2nd-tier beasts to achieve an impressive 340 points. However, none of this bore much relevance to Su Chen. After all, for him, the rewards of achieving points paled in comparison to those of accumulating achievement points. The nearby beasts likely had been thoroughly wiped out. Qinglu, may I ride you for a moment? Yeah, would you kindly use your illusions to conceal us? Su Chen carefully surveyed the surrounding environment before speaking. Right. Here? But I have yet to settle my rivalry with Yueyue, and we are so close to the entrance. Other students may pass by. Qinglu's cheeks flushed suddenly with a hint of shyness as she responded. Clearly, her thoughts had wandered astray. Su Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, clarifying. What are you thinking? I meant to hunt in another location, allowing you to revert to your original form to carry me. Do you really think I am the type to act indiscriminately? Upon hearing this, Qinglu breathed a sigh of relief. While she could likely endure Su Chen doing such things, engaging in such acts under broad daylight, in front of many eyes, would be quite different. She, despite being a beast, possessed a sense of human modesty. This time, it was Tu Shan Yueye's turn to stifle laughter. It appeared Qinglu had genuinely reacted to the suggestion. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of bovine nemesis. What distinguishes the flesh of bovine beasts from that of domesticated cattle? Achievement points gained, 30. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment of insect nemesis. It is said that the protein content of the vast majority of insects is 6 times that of beef. Since the host consumes beef to satiate hunger, might it be worth trying a sumptuous insect dish? In less than 3 hours, Su Chen effortlessly amassed another 60 achievement points, while Tu Shan Yueyue and Qinglu advanced like a whirlwind, leaving behind a trail of demon beasts that either transformed into demon beast crystals or became provisions alongside the crystals. Not a single demon beast could withstand even a single blow from the 2 of them. In the realm of Beast Taming, they could easily defeat 3rd-tier, 10-segment demon beasts, and even divine beasts could not endure more than a few strikes. For them, these demon beasts, which were not even 3rd tier, were merely trivial prey. Su Chen merely needed to act as a diligent little bee, quietly following behind them to collect the demon beast crystals. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed 5 students ahead, frantically fleeing on their contracted demon beasts. Their faces were pale with terror and despair, with traces of blood that had yet to be wiped clean. Su Chen, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What happened to you?" The students seemed not to recognize Su Chen, yet there was no trace of disdain in their demeanor. As they rode their contracted demon beasts in desperate flight, they shouted in panic, "Run! Brother! Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. There are a multitude of Sequence 589 Poison Fong spiders ahead, along with a Sequence 209 Shadow Spider Queen. It's terrifying." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement instead of fear. His voice was tinged with an uncontrollable thrill. "Really? That is fantastic." The fleeing students looked at him in bewilderment, as if hearing the most incredible news. This was a wave of Poison Fong spiders, led by the Shadow Spider Queen. Individually, the Poison Fong spiders might not seem formidable. They were lower-tier demon beasts without innate skills, easily dispatched. However, the Shadow Spider Queen's innate skill, Poison Nest, significantly enhanced the toxicity of the surrounding Poison Fong spiders. Once poisoned, the damage inflicted would be irreparable and difficult to recover from. Among the various types of demon beast waves, the Poison Fong spider wave led by the Shadow Spider Queen was undoubtedly one of the most fearsome existences. This was a crucial point of knowledge one must learn in high school. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, venturing into such perilous territory would be akin to courting death, as even a slight misstep could prove fatal. Yet, here was someone who, upon hearing about the Poison Fong spider wave, was rather excited. Was it worth it for a few points? However, life was ultimately the student's own. Having already offered a word of caution, their choice to act recklessly was not his concern. With that, the fleeing students hastened their pace, eager to escape this perilous place. "Thank you for the warning. Yeah, Qinglu, let us go. Let us eliminate those spiders and have lunch." As Su Chen concluded his words, a sudden commotion erupted in the forest behind him, the sound of trees being effortlessly pushed aside. Soon after, dozens of spider demon beasts, nearly the size of a small car, appeared before them, brandishing their menacing limbs. These spider demon beasts exhibited a peculiar dark green hue, their 8 long legs adorned with sharp barbs, leaving deep scratches on the ground with each movement. Their heads bore a pair of enormous compound eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. Most terrifying were their sharp fangs, seemingly capable of piercing through any solid object. Even towering trees with a radius exceeding 1 meter appeared fragile as paper before these spider demon beasts. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the formidable nine-tailed fox and Qingluan, who would spare no effort in their assault. The outcome was already predetermined. With a series of thunderous booms, nearly 100 poison fang spiders, along with the shadow spider queen, were swiftly eradicated. In under 2.5 minutes, the fleeing students were left dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? The poison fang spider wave has been resolved just like that? Who on earth is that? Does our school even have such a person? Or is he merely a nominal figure like Xiaolon? The demon beast with 9 tails is the nine-tailed fox. I get it now. He is Su Chen, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wasn't he all over the media 2 months ago? A phenomenal score of 254. Holy cow. His score is double mine? No wonder it's so outrageous. He is incredibly strong. Chapter 63, Rapidly Growing Points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title Spider Slayer. It is said that spider venom is a rare treasure. Would the host like to sample a bit? Su Chen had previously disregarded the system's teasing remarks upon achieving accomplishments. However, this time, it piqued his curiosity. Venom? A treasure? Su Chen was bewildered. He had never heard such an intriguing claim. Although the system's sister enjoyed banter, surely she wouldn't speak without basis? With curiosity ignited, his gaze fell upon the poison fang spider slain by the wind blade. He took a deep breath and gently sliced open the spider's head with his silver short knife. A stream of bluish-purple liquid immediately oozing forth, emitting a pungent odor indicative of potent toxicity. He then utilized his identification skill. Item: Spider Venom, 100. Rarity. Description: a rare treasure. Applying it to the body may have a minuscule chance of increasing physical attributes by 0.1 over the course of a year, but there is also a significant risk of skin necrosis. Upon reading the detailed description of the venom, Su Chen rolled his eyes. He experienced a progression of surprise, disappointment, and finally resignation. He mumbled to himself, I thought it was some rare treasure. Turns out it's just this kind of dubious item. Nevertheless, this experience served as a reminder for Su Chen. It was prudent to use the identification skill on the remains of demon beasts, lest he miss out on any treasures. He resolved to gather the demon beast crystals first. He recalled that the shadow spider queen was likely above 3rd tier. Meanwhile, after Su Chen had cleared the poison fang spider wave, he promptly placed all the demon beast crystals into the point system for identification. In the conference room of Yenjing University, a group of teachers watched in astonishment as the scores on the leaderboard fluctuated. Su Chen's score skyrocketed like a rocket, increasing by 1.060 points in the blink of an eye, propelling him to 4th place. This sudden change prompted gasps of disbelief from the teachers present. What is going on? Why did this Su Chen suddenly gain so many points? He must have accumulated the points from the demon beasts he previously defeated, which were not registered. No. Look at his score increment records. Points are being credited every few minutes. Although they are merely 10 points from 2nd-tier demon beast crystals, it indicates that he must be registering each kill immediately. How could he accumulate so many points? Isn't Su Chen just a high school graduate this year? Even if he is talented, he shouldn't be able to handle so many demon beasts at once. Perhaps this is what it means to be a genius. Listening to the discussions among the teachers, Xia Liemo could not help but smile slightly. Internally, she reveled in pride, wishing to stand up immediately and proclaim to her colleagues, look, this is my student, Su Chen. Impressive, isn't it? Yet, she ultimately restrained her exuberance, as such overt behavior was not in her nature. At this moment, Yin Yao gently nudged Xia Limeo's shoulder with her arm, smiling as she said, my Su Chen is quite impressive. I certainly did not misjudge him. Now those students should be able to focus a bit more, right? Xia Liemo also extended her arm, playfully bumping Yin Yao's chest while reproaching, what do you mean by your Su Chen? He is mine. Yin Yao covered her face, stifling a laugh, but quickly regained her composure and continued, by the way, Li, how do you think Su Chen managed to increase his points by such a significant margin in one go? Could it be that he encountered a surge of magical beasts? Upon hearing this, Xia Liemo furrowed her brows slightly, lost in thought. It was clear that Su Chen must have faced a wave of magical beasts to achieve such an enormous increase in points. After all, the challenge of the 10th level in the Beastmaster realm requires confronting dozens of magical beasts of the 3rd rank or higher simultaneously. And Su Chen had completed it in just half an hour. This was merely a month ago, and now his strength had further improved, making him more than capable of handling a wave of 2nd and 3rd rank magical beasts. However, what intrigued Xia Liemo was how much time Su Chen had actually spent exterminating the wave of magical beasts this time. It is worth noting that the battlefield in the Beastmaster realm is a circular space devoid of any obstacles. While the unique geographical position of the Yueyue guarantees the presence of numerous obstacles, it is reasonable to estimate that he spent around half an hour on this task. Surely he could not have cleared a wave of magical beasts in just 10 minutes, as those beasts in a mountainous environment are notoriously elusive. With this in mind, Xiao hastily gestured, "Let us not speculate recklessly at this moment. We can simply ask him after the training ends." Yun Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Come on, it's lunchtime now. I'll treat for the next half-month." Xiao also stood up, smiling as she responded, "Isn't that how it should be?" At the moment Su Chen unexpectedly ascended to 4th place. Many students from Yanjing University were equally astonished. This was especially true for Xiaolan, Yueyue, and Yueyue, who had dominated the top 3 positions and now displayed expressions of disbelief. Su Chen, the same name? Or is it the one who topped the college entrance examination? Xiaolan checked Yueye's score every few minutes, but this time, the leaderboard revealed a completely unfamiliar name, Su Chen, who had suddenly surged to 4th place. However, he quickly shook his head, and the look of astonishment vanished from his face. For the past few hours, he had been circling in the air on his black-feathered Shan, searching for the gathering spots of magical beasts. Only after locating 3rd-rank magical beasts would he descend without hesitation to slay them. Thus, having fewer points was quite normal. After all, dispatching 2nd-rank magical beasts was merely a matter of convenience for his black-feathered Shan. Presumably, this Su Chen had found a location abundant with 2nd- and 3rd-rank magical beasts and had been continuously clearing them for over 3 hours, only to emerge dramatically at the time of scoring. Humph, merely seeking attention. Xiaolan snorted coldly, closing the leaderboard. He then continued to steer his black-feathered Shan deeper into Yueyue. On the other side, Yueyue expressed a profound surprise upon witnessing Su Chen's sudden rise to 4th place. Just 3 hours prior, she had distinctly seen him strolling in the outer area, seemingly indifferent to the competition. Yet, at this moment, he had surged directly to 4th place. What on earth was happening? Yueyue pondered inwardly. If Su Chen had indeed accumulated magical beast cores and then registered them all at once to gain these points, it would undeniably demonstrate his formidable ability to eliminate a vast number of magical beasts in a mere 3 hours, a feat that could not be faked. However, what did it matter if he reached 4th place? There remained a considerable gap of several hundred points between them. Su Chen, is this not the person my elder brother mentioned a month ago? Yueyue found himself momentarily dazed upon seeing the leaderboard, contemplating. He was the 2nd son of the Li family in Yanjing, the younger brother of Li Ruoji. A month ago, Li Ruoji had recounted his encounter at Xia Limo's villa to their parents, and Yueyue had been present. At the time, he had not paid much attention to the matter, believing that Li Ruoji had indeed been in the wrong and had left evidence against himself. Spending 10 million credit points for a moment of peace seemed worthwhile. As for the family's proposing marriage to Li Ruoji, there were no less than 80. So losing Xia Limo was inconsequential. With Li Ruoji's background, he could easily choose from any ordinary Beastmaster University's campus belle. He had thought this matter was settled, only to unexpectedly cross paths with Su Chen here. Although, as the 2nd son, he lacked the full support of his parents like Li Ruoji, if he could surpass Su Chen in this training session, it would prove that he had greater talent than his elder brother and was more deserving of family resources for cultivation. With this thought, Yueyue firmly slapped his cheek, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, he had to maintain a ranking above Su Chen and ideally surpass Xiaolan as well. Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of the discussions surrounding him. He leisurely retrieved a barbecue kit and black-scaled rhinoceros meat from the Beastmaster space and began grilling, oblivious to anyone around him. The mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, drawing back the students who had previously fled. Su Chen generously shared some with them, as he and his 2 contracted magical beasts could not possibly finish such a large quantity of food, and it would be wasteful to let it go to waste. In return, Su Chen inquired about the surrounding environment, particularly why there was a surge of poisonous fong spiders. Every year, 3rd-year students would gather in Yueyue for training, which had become a tradition. Thus, it was entirely normal to ask seniors about the specifics of the training. Among the information shared, a few places were marked as taboos that absolutely should not be provoked, one of which was the Silk Cave, home to a large number of poisonous fong spiders. Initially, they believed this to be merely a gathering of 2nd-rank magical beasts in the outer area. As top-tier 3rd-rank beast masters, they had ample antidotes and were confident in handling dozens of 2nd-rank magical beasts. However, they were shocked to learn that the Silk Cave housed a shadow spider queen, whose innate skills greatly amplified the threat of the poisonous fong spiders. Reflecting on it now, they felt a chill run down their spines. No wonder the seniors had warned them repeatedly to stay away. Such foresight was indeed prudent. Su Chen handed a piece of grilled meat to a student, smiling as he asked, "Could you tell me about the other places?" The student accepted the meat, his face displaying a look of alarm. You wouldn't be thinking of challenging them, would you? Let me tell you. This wave of poisonous fang spiders is relatively easy. Just second-rank beasts in a forbidden area. The other places, however, are within the central region, where only third-rank magical beasts roam. Su Chen, you must know that you saved our lives this time. Had you not come, we might have had to call for rescue, and this training would have been completely over. It wouldn't sit right with our conscience to let our savior go to his doom. After this statement, the other 4 third-year students echoed their agreement, urging Su Chen not to take unnecessary risks. Su Chen was quite taken aback by their words. Yin Yao often remarked that the students of Yenjing University were particularly stubborn and arrogant. However, it appears that this is not entirely accurate. They seem quite considerate instead. Su Chen quickly waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How could I possibly seek death? I merely wish to familiarize myself with the area to avoid inadvertently stumbling into danger." Upon hearing this, the 5 students collectively sighed in relief. It was a relief that they had not recklessly sought their demise. There are 8 locations designated as forbidden zones, 1 in the peripheral area, 4 in the central area, 2 in the core area, and 1 in the Jianquan region. Do you have a map? We can mark them for you. Remember, you must absolutely avoid these places. It's best not to go near them at all. Don't risk your life for mere points. After finishing their grilled lunch, Qinglu quietly moved closer to Su Chen and, lowering her voice, asked, "Su Chen, do you truly intend to eliminate all these gathering spots? I have an unsettling premonition." A foreboding feeling? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Recalling their earlier confrontation in the hotel room, where Qinglu had mentioned a similar ominous feeling the night he had forcibly contracted her. At that time, she had been compelled to ignore her intuition and attack him due to the presence of 100 listeners nearby. As it turned out, her intuition was indeed correct. She had been abducted by Su Chen and was now obliged to hold concerts in the hotel room every night. Indeed, Qingluan's expression turned unusually serious as she nodded emphatically, whispering, "This time, the foreboding feeling is even stronger. It surely cannot bode well." Looking at Qinglu, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he jested, "But I can't help but feel that this may not be an ill omen at all." "What?" Qinglu gazed at him in confusion. Su Chen chuckled, "Consider this. You encountered me, successfully vanquished Yang Shichao, and achieved what was once a nearly impossible wish. Moreover, you've experienced the joys of being a human girl. How can this possibly be deemed a bad omen?" Upon hearing this, Qinglu immediately rolled her eyes. The first part of his statement was indeed accurate. Without Su Chen, avenging her would have been nearly impossible. She would have likely met her end in solitude aboard a sunken ship. However, the latter part of his statement seemed to take on an odd tone. She sighed slowly and resignedly stated, "I shall say no more. After all, I am now your contracted beast, and everything is in your hands. I will follow your lead." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then if you lose to Yueyue tonight, I implore you to take the initiative." Before he could finish, Qinglu interrupted. "I immediately retract what I said." To Shan Yueyue, noticing Su Chen and Qinglu whispering together, sighed softly. She could not quite place it, but a strange sensation lingered in her heart. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 65, The Lair of the Ghost Fire Lizard. With Qingluan's flying ability assisting him, Su Chen's speed was akin to lightning. Even though the range of the Yugujian was vast, with Qingluan's flying speed, it was likely they could circle the area within a single day. However, their pace slowed considerably as they had to dispatch every beast they encountered along the way. When they arrived at the vicinity of the second forbidden zone in the central area, night had already fallen, and the time was 9 o'clock. The night was as dark as ink, and silence enveloped the surroundings. It was evidently the prime time for rest. Additionally, they had fortuitously discovered a natural cave along the way, so exploring could wait until tomorrow. Su Chen opened the leaderboard. First, Zhaolan, 4,450 points. Second, Limu Yu, 3,770 points. Third, Luo Yuyan, 3,610 points. Fourth, Lin Xiaohua, 3,050 points. 25th, Su Chen, 2,060 points. Were these oddities specifically hunting third-tier beasts? Their point totals were astonishingly high. Su Chen pondered this before closing the leaderboard, not dwelling too much on the matter. After all, his goal was to accumulate achievements. The quantity of beasts required for achievement accumulation was based on variety rather than level. Thus, he naturally opted for areas where beasts were more densely populated for his extermination efforts. The third-year students of Yenjing possessed formidable strength, all capable of contending with third-tier beasts. Naturally, they would choose to engage in combat in the central and core areas, where points were 10 times that of second-tier beasts. One could imagine the fierce competition for kills in such locations. Su Chen had only slain a single third-tier beast, the shadow spider, today. In total, he had eliminated 197 beasts. For the first day of training, this was already quite an impressive achievement. How delicious. Su Chen, what meat are you grilling tonight? Before long, Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan approached, drawn by the enticing aroma. Their gazes were fixated on the sizzling, oily grilled meat, and despite their ethereal appearance, they could not help but swallow several times. Su Chen smiled slightly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This is the thigh meat of the black-maned wild boar that you two hunted this afternoon. I specifically used fragrant orchid seeds and ancient celery seeds as seasoning. It's quite delectable, I assent it. By the way, fragrant orchid seeds and ancient celery seeds are a type of rare treasure that Su Chen discovered during his explorations. According to the system interface, one would need to consume over a ton of these seeds to have a minuscule chance of increasing one's meager 0.1 points of demon power. In the realm of rare treasures, they were undoubtedly among the most inferior. However, as Su Chen observed that they resembled cumin and sesame, he decided to treat them as similar ingredients, and to his surprise, the results were unexpectedly delightful. Su Chen, you've added another strength to your repertoire. Shan, Yueyue teased. But it's still not as good as your flaws. Su Chen smirked, playfully retorting, I believe my skills at night could certainly be counted as a strength. Before he could finish, Su Chen suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He swiftly turned, his gaze sharp and locking onto the nearby thicket. His crisis perception skill activated, revealing that 5 formidable beasts were approaching. Perhaps they were drawn in by the flames of the barbecue or lured by the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat. They were now cautiously making their way closer. Species, 256 Ghost Fire Lizard. Level, 3rd tier, Stage 1. Physique, 521,524. Demon Power, 246,246. Talent Skill, Ignite. Skills, Fireball Technique, Ignite, Mimicry. Ignite. Upon receiving fire attribute damage, it will restore health. The beasts hidden in the darkness did not make an effort to conceal their forms, gradually revealing their massive silhouettes. Each ghost fire lizard was as large as a small car, and when they opened their mouths, it seemed they could easily swallow a person whole. Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, and with 2 glints of cold light flashing like lightning, they effortlessly tore apart 4 of the ghost fire lizards with their delicate hands. The remaining ghost fire lizard, witnessing this, let out a terrified screech and promptly concealed its form. The surrounding magical energy began to surge violently, coalescing around it like a tumultuous wave, forming an impregnable natural barrier. Mimicry. In less than a second, it perfectly blended into its surroundings, seemingly vanishing without a trace. Then, turning on his heel, he fled, his footsteps becoming remarkably light to avoid making a sound. Su Chen possessed the art of reconnaissance, effortlessly penetrating even the illusions of Shan, Yueyue, let alone the rudimentary disguise of mere mimicry. However, he refrained from immediately exposing her. Instead, he swiftly retrieved the 3 demon beast crystal cores from the 4 remaining Yueyue lizard and the grilling equipment back into his beastmaster space. Under the cover of the illusion, Su Chen mounted the Qingluan and hastily flew in the direction the Yueyue lizard had escaped. The reason was simple. Among the forbidden points provided by the 5 students in the afternoon, one was known as Yueyue Zhao, a habitat teeming with Yueyue lizards. The marked coordinates were somewhat broad, and he would need to search personally for the precise location. With a guide present, how could he not follow? Before long, Su Chen indeed discovered the Yueyue Zhao. Under the moonlight, a faint purple glow enveloped the marsh, and upon closer inspection, it was apparent that the luminescence emanated from the ghostly flames floating upon the bodies of the Yueyue lizards. Compared to the surrounding darkness, these flames appeared strikingly bright and out of place. The marsh extended all the way to a colossal natural cave, from which a potent aura of demon beasts emanated. Clearly, this was the true stronghold of the Yueyue lizards. All were 3rd-tier demon beasts. Watching the several Yueyue lizards roaming the marsh, a glint of greed flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Achievement points, here I come. No need to hold back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shan, Yueyue transformed into a fleeting shadow in the guise of a 9-tailed fox demon and leaped down from the air. Under the cover of the illusion, her figure became indistinct, as if she melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, revealing no signs of anomaly. In an instant upon landing, Shan, Yueyue swiftly wielded her forelimbs, exterminating 2 second-stage 3rd-tier Yueyue lizards in less than 2.5 seconds. Chapter 66, the top of the scoreboard. Hiss. Observing the sudden incursion of the 9-tailed fox demon into their territory, the remaining wandering Yueyue lizards were instantly enraged. Their eyes glowed with furious red light as they opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs. And a fireball was hurled towards the direction of Shan, Yueyue with great ferocity. However, as the fireball spell passed through the 9-tailed fox demon, they realized it was merely an illusion. Alas, it was already too late. As they attempted to turn and flee, they were horrified to find their bodies had been cleaved in two unbeknownst to them. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the night sky, creating a gruesome and terrifying tableau. In another direction, two Yueyue lizards, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, suddenly found a figure even larger than themselves looming behind. It was Qingluan, who appeared silently like a specter, her claws striking swiftly, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Instantly, blood sprayed, staining the night sky crimson. Thus, all 6 wandering Yueyue lizards outside were annihilated. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Just then, the system's notification tone chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Lizard Slayer. It is said that in a Sangua, some have directly taken action against untransformed lizards. Would you like to give it a try too? Achievement points awarded, 30 points. As Su Chen scavenged the demon beast crystal cores, he praised. Your coordination is quite impressive. I must say, Shan Ye's illusion technique is indeed a godly skill for ambushes, bestowing absolute initiative. Had it not been for Su Chen's system interface confirming the locations of the demon beasts, he likely would have been unable to discern her precise position. Yet, at this moment, Shan Ye and Qingluan had reverted to human form, embroiled in a heated argument over the count of a single demon beast's head. I have to ensure Su Chen doesn't fall off, so I dare not act recklessly. So these 6 should count as 3 for me. No, I killed 4. Why should I count 1 for you? All the demon beasts we encountered on the way, you initiated the attacks first, and I didn't say anything. Anyway, he won't die from falling, so what's there to fear? After all, he is our master, right? If he were to fall to his demise, wouldn't we perish together? Su Chen's face was a picture of exasperation. Goodness, is this really the time to discuss this? And what do you mean by he won't die from falling? The Qingluan flies at hundreds of meters. Even if he doesn't die, he would certainly be injured. Su Chen stepped forward, positioning himself between the 2 young ladies. A smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "Ladies, if this quarrel continues, I might have to declare a tie." Upon hearing the word tie, both Shan Ye and Qingluan immediately swallowed their words. While there was leeway in discussing kill counts, a tie would guarantee a restless night. Witnessing the 2 demon beasts finally cease their bickering, Su Chen seized the moment and proposed, "Let us proceed inside and take a look. The demon beasts within are the real prize." As soon as he stepped into the cave, a powerful stench of lizard and the murky odor of the marsh surged forth like a tide, inducing a wave of nausea. Fortunately, Qingluan could employ the Song of Blessing to ward off all abnormal states, and the foul smell was essentially a form of abnormality. After walking for about 30 meters, Su Chen's sense of danger was suddenly triggered. There were numerous Yueyue lizards here, likely over 100, and all were 3rd tier or above. However, unlike the previous encounter with the venomous spider swarm, it seemed there was no leading entity of a higher tier to be found here. It was simply a perfect training ground. Su Chen promptly registered the 10 3rd-tier demon beast crystal cores he had just acquired with the scorekeeper, then handed them to Shan Ye and Qingluan, instructing them to consume them to enhance their strength. "Let us go. Once we finish off these demon beasts, we can take a break." Upon hearing this, the combat spirit of Shan Ye and Qingluan ignited instantly. Currently, the score difference between them was a mere 3 demon beasts. Whether they could enjoy a good night's sleep hinged on the number of demon beasts they could eliminate this time. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, Yueyue, and Yueyue, who had already found a spot and were preparing to rest, nearly jumped in fright. Su Chen's score had surged once again by 1,000 points. What on earth had Su Chen done? Did he tally the 10 3rd-tier demon beasts he had previously slain now? Or had he annihilated another 10 in just those few minutes? Yueye's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured. Logically, even the mightiest Zhao Lan could not possibly eliminate so many 3rd-tier demon beasts in such a brief span. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation seemed to be stockpiling. However, to slay 10 3rd-tier demon beasts while ensuring his ranking, such prowess was already remarkable. What a show-off. Observing Su Chen's suddenly soaring score, Zhao Lan's expression darkened. He scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Earlier at noon, Su Chen's score had also surged abruptly, propelling him into 4th place. Now, he employed the same trick, just managing to surpass the 5th place by 10 points to claim 4th. Lacking the strength to enter the top 3, he resorted to such tactics purely for attention. Nevertheless, Zhao Lan could not deny that Su Chen, as a 2nd-tier beastmaster, possessing a stable position within the top 10 was indeed impressive. After all, he was only 18 this year, and such talent was worthy of his attention. Surely, his brother's assumptions were correct. The force backing Su Chen was certainly formidable. Yueyue sighed softly, privately lamenting. Yet, this only ignited a stronger fighting spirit within him. As long as he could triumph over this renowned prodigy during the training, the Li family would undoubtedly place greater emphasis on him. At this moment, the students were astonished to discover that Su Chen's score had begun to soar once again. This time, the rate of increase was even more astonishing, with 100 points accumulating every 10 seconds. In an instant, he surpassed the first place. This bizarre scene left everyone speechless and bewildered. Could it be that Su Chen was the child of destiny, having fortuitously stumbled upon a location teeming with the carcasses of third-tier demon beasts, methodically dismembering them to collect their cores? Otherwise, how could one possibly explain such an extraordinary rate of score increase? In truth, their speculation was not unfounded. Su Chen had indeed found a hidden area filled with the remains of third-tier demon beasts and was diligently collecting their cores to register points. However, these corpses had been recently slain by two Shan Yueyue and Qingluan. Chapter 67. The entire venue stunned. By now, night had fallen. Most students' scores had plateaued, showing no significant changes. Many faculty members had intended to take one last look at the rankings before retreating to rest, allowing the night shift to take over and ensure that any nighttime calls for help from students would receive prompt attention. However, when they glanced at the current leaderboard, everyone was left in a state of shock, utterly dazed. First place, Su Chen, 13,860 points. Second place, Xiaolan, 4,450 points. Third place, Yueyue, 3,770 points. Fourth place, Luo Yuyan, 3,710 points. Does anyone remember what Su Chen's score was just moments ago? The homeroom teacher of the third-year class, 5th level 8 Dan Beast Master Zhang Honghu, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired. I recall, half an hour ago, I checked the leaderboard, and he had only 2060 points, ranking in the 20s. The homeroom teacher of the third-year class, 5th level 5 Dan Beast Master Lin Xian, quickly responded, her voice trembling, clearly astonished by the unfolding situation. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a profound silence. People exchanged glances, their faces etched with incredulity. To gain over 10,000 points in just half an hour was simply unfathomable, even for a 4th-level Beastmaster. Achieving such a high score in such a short time would be nearly impossible, as there simply weren't that many demon beasts available for hunting. If this were merely the accumulation of previously collected demon beast cores, it would imply that Su Chen had hunted over 300 demon beasts in just the first day of training. Even Zhao Lan, who had been in first place, would find it difficult to compete. Principal Luo, could it be that Su Chen's scoring device is malfunctioning? Or has he perhaps secretly hoarded some third-tier demon beast cores that went undetected? Zhang Honghu leaned towards Luo Hongwei and whispered. Although cheating and device malfunctions had never occurred during training at Yanjing University, there had been precedents at other institutions. Luo Hongwei's expression turned grave. He neither immediately refuted nor agreed. His gaze slowly shifted to Yun Yao and the smug Xia Liamo, who were conversing quietly at the back. Mo, I have a question for you. Xia Liamo, struggling to suppress a smile, gently nodded and replied, Please go ahead, Major Luo. I wish to inquire how you discovered such an extraordinary talent. A second-tier beast master successfully conquering the 8 major challenge zones raises my suspicions about potential cheating. Luo Hongwei's words fell like a heavy bombshell, causing an uproar in the conference room. The 17 faculty members present gasped in shock upon hearing this. The 8 major challenge zones were specifically designed by the creators of the Yugu Jian testing area to represent the highest difficulty levels. The danger involved was so significant that even 4th-level beast masters could meet their demise with a single misstep. The purpose was to assess whether anyone possessed exceptional leadership capabilities, capable of organizing a formidable small army of beast masters to tackle this gathering place of demon beasts. After all, the current educational philosophy in Longgu emphasizes not only the cultivation of individual abilities, but also the importance of teamwork. Regrettably, for the past century since the establishment of the testing area, no student had dared to challenge these 8 zones, rendering them a forbidden territory whispered about among students. Had it not been for Luo Hongwei's mention, they might have nearly forgotten about these places. However, based on Su Chen's score increase, if he had not cheated, the only explanation would be that he had single-handedly exterminated the demon beasts in the 8 challenge zones, resulting in such an astonishing rate of score increase. Upon hearing Luo Hongwei's question, Xia Liamo could not help but allow a hint of pride to show on her face. She stood up straight and replied. In response to Major Luo, he was discovered in the first testing area of Yicheng. For further details, please allow me to keep it confidential, as it was specifically instructed by General Han. After all, Su Chen's displayed abilities in the first testing area were indeed remarkable. Through repeated comparisons of the recordings, it became evident that Su Chen possessed a mysterious secret technique allowing him to form contracts with wild demon beasts even when they were not in a weakened state. The nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan Yueyue, was, in fact, Lin Yueyue, the belle of Yicheng No. 1 High School. Presumably, Su Chen had seen through her disguise and utilized some powerful secret technique to force the contract. Such abilities are exceedingly rare in the world of beast masters. And should word get out, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Is he the one favored by General Han? I see. Luo Hongwei sighed helplessly. Initially, he had intended to inquire further about Su Chen's background with hopes of arranging for his daughter, Luo Yuyan, to marry him for a better future. Yet now, upon learning that Su Chen is the prodigy favored by Han Xinghe, he could only abandon that thought. Other faculty members, well aware of Han Xinghe's illustrious reputation, could only shake their heads bitterly. Yanjing University is one of the most prestigious beast master academies in Longgu. Yet now they were informed that the genius they had educated for 2 years had been trampled underfoot by a student who had just graduated from high school. Even though everyone understood that this was solely due to Su Chen's overwhelming strength, losing to such an opponent was not shameful. However, such results would inevitably impact the school's reputation. Suddenly, a female teacher exclaimed as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Do you all remember the fox and bluebird that appeared in the beast realm of Yicheng a month ago? And Su Chen is a second-tier beast master from Yicheng, with a contracted demon beast being the nine-tailed fox, combined with his extraordinary strength. At this declaration, the atmosphere in the conference room turned eerily silent. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Could it be that Su Chen was the fox and bluebird that entered the national ranking at 10th place? Chapter 68, The Spring of Fairies. At this moment, Su Chen and his companions had nearly completed the extermination of the ghost fire lizard's lair. The ghost fire lizards within the den were fleeing in terror, with only a few remaining to make their last stand. Regarding the combat efficiency of Tushan Yueyue and Qinglu, the existence of the talent skill Ignite significantly diminishes Tushan Yueye's effectiveness, as her foxfire is essentially rendered ineffective, leading to a marked reduction in her ability to eliminate foes. Conversely, Qinglu's Song of Destruction proves nearly omnipotent within the confines of this cave environment, akin to a deity slaying gods. It appears that tonight's delicacy will undoubtedly be Tushan Yueyue. Just as Su Chen mused over this, a system notification suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Lizard Slayer. You have slain 100 lizard monsters. Do you not find yourself rather cruel? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,600. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across his face. Ah, indeed. Achieving a milestone for slaying 100 of the same type of monster. I wonder if there are achievements for 1,000 or 10,000. I truly feel like a butcher, Su Chen murmured in mild astonishment. Soon, he felt the surge of power from refining the monster's crystal core. Energy coursing through his body in an instant. His aura continually surged, directly breaking through to the second tier, 9th stage. Simultaneously, Tushan Yueyue also leveled up, reaching the second tier, 9th stage. Once he refines all the third-tier monster cores obtained from this extermination of the ghost fire lizard's lair, he would be on the brink of breaking into the third tier. A few minutes later, as the final ghost fire lizard fell to Qinglu's wind blade, she too completed the refinement of her third-tier monster core, successfully advancing to the third tier, 1st stage. Immediately following this, yet another system notification resounded. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of third-tier monster. Once a monster breaks through to the third tier, it can take on a form. Do you think a human girl is more fragrant or a monster girl? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 2,700. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. If they are beautiful, then undoubtedly, they are all fragrant. Su Chen chuckled in response to the system's quip, though no reply was forthcoming. It must be noted, however, that these achievement points are truly delightful to accumulate. As for the outcome of today's contest, it unfolded as Su Chen had anticipated, concluding with Tushan Yueye's narrow defeat. One must admit that in this desolate wilderness, having 9 fluffy tails to serve as both a comforting blanket and a cuddly pillow is indeed quite pleasant. The simple joys of a man can sometimes be so unpretentious. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, gradually illuminating the cave. Su Chen stirred awake, gently extricating his right hand from beneath the delicate form of the little fox beside him. He then sat up slowly, stretching his arms languidly and yawning broadly. Observing Tushan Yueyue, who had been awake and was tightly clenching her teeth, he gently pinched her cheek and said, "Good morning. Yeah, the weather is splendid today." Tushan Yueye's pretty face bore a frostiness as she begrudgingly retorted, "I absolutely cannot lose today." Su Chen, seeing her demeanor, merely smiled mischievously and teased, "What is there to lose? Isn't a lollipop delightful? I shall buy you one next time." At the mention of lollipops, Shan Yueye's previously rosy complexion turned a shade of green. After making a gagging motion, she indignantly exclaimed, Su Chen, do not ever mention those 3 words to me again. I almost vomited my overnight meal. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Spider Slayer. How adorable are the little spider babies. How could you bear to harm them? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 2,800. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. On the road to the 3rd forbidden area, Su Chen caught sight of several solitary venomous spiders. Without further ado, he decided to offer them a swift demise. To his surprise, combined with the venomous spiders he had eradicated the previous day, he had precisely slain 100. Once again, he received an additional 5 free attribute points. Delightful. He had now accumulated a total of 43 points for free attribute allocation. Su Chen pondered silently. If he were to allocate all these points to his physique, he would essentially match the level of an ordinary 5th-tier beast master. However, if he allocated them to his demon power, he could contract a 3rd-tier divine sequence monster. The thought of this stirred his excitement. I wonder if I might encounter another beautiful divine sequence monster girl. Su Chen softly murmured, System Sister. Do you possess a skill that can search for divine sequence monsters? No. The system replied briskly. Su Chen sighed in resignation, realizing he might have been a tad too greedy. Divine sequence monsters are exceedingly rare. Encountering Shan Yueyue and Qingluan consecutively is already a stroke of immense fortune. To wish for another encounter with a divine sequence monster, especially one transformed into a beautiful woman, that would be akin to chasing after a dream. The 3rd forbidden area, known as the Fairy Spring, is devoid of any leader monsters. At first glance, this name exudes harmony and beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale paradise. However, the fairies of the monster world are far from benevolent. They kill without a hint of hesitation, and should one fall victim to their mental control, the outcome is to be drained of their demon power and subsequently used as fertilizer for their gardens. Especially in this place, where a multitude of fairies congregate, the power of their mental illusions can accumulate exponentially. Even a 5th-tier beast master would likely suffer. Nevertheless, for Su Chen, this posed no significant challenge. Although fairies possess formidable mental control abilities, their physical attributes are the lowest among monsters of the same level. Qingluan parted her lips, chanting incantations. As a wave of powerful energy emanated from her Song of Destruction. Following this, she activated her talent skill Lingering Echo, enhancing the range of Song of Destruction to envelop the entire fairy spring. Simultaneously, Shan Yueyue employed Mirror Flower, Water Moon, concealing their presence in forms, as if they had never been there at all. The fairies were utterly unable to discern the source of their attacks, rendering their mental control ineffective. They could only passively endure as Song of Destruction relentlessly eroded their mental realm like a relentless affliction. In a mere 10 minutes, the fairies of the Fairy Spring were nearly wiped out. The few that barely survived were on the brink of collapse and could be easily dispatched. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Fairy Slayer. Fairies are rare humanoid monsters, and they are rather cute. Do you not wish to entertain a bold thought? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 2,900. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. Thus, the extermination of the fairies in the 3rd forbidden area, Fairy Spring, was completed. Chapter 69 Mirage. On the 3rd day, the 4th forbidden area, Bear Plains, was conquered successfully in half an hour. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Bear Slayer. Do you know the proper cooking method for bear paws? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 3,000. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. On the 4th day, the 5th forbidden area, Butterfly Pool, was eliminated in 20 minutes, vanquishing the butterfly spirit monsters. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Butterfly Slayer. It is said that beautifully adorned butterfly spirits can fetch a good price in certain black markets. Are you certain you do not wish to pursue this business? Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, your achievement points have surpassed 3,100. Reward, 5 points for free attribute allocation. On the 5th day, the 6th forbidden area, Lei Lang Cave, due to its narrow terrain, offered no refuge. And within a mere 10 minutes, the Lei Lang were effortlessly annihilated. Regrettably, the number of Lei Lang was rather sparse, totaling only around 50 to 60. The achievement of Wolf Nemesis had already been claimed during the initial trial zone, thus yielding no achievement points from these kills. Nevertheless, Su Chen successfully broke through to the 3rd tier today, officially becoming a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. Congratulations to the host for achieving the breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Becoming a 3rd-tier Beastmaster places you above 99 of individuals. Achievement points awarded, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 3,200 achievement points. Reward: Volume 1 of the Demonic Beast Cultivation Technique. Upon mastering this skill, the speed of contracting and refining the cores of demonic beasts will significantly increase. Just as Su Chen had learned this skill, Yueyue and Qingluan rapidly leveled up to the first and second segments of the third tier, respectively. On the sixth day, in the seventh forbidden area, Sea of Death Flowers, Su Chen spent nearly 3 hours to finally conquer this domain. The prolonged duration was primarily due to the presence of the demonic beasts, all of which were the Death Flower Spirits of Sequence 194. These Death Flower Spirits, akin to fairies, possessed inherently low physical attributes, but wielded a fearsome innate skill known as Death Rebound. When slain by enemies, they inflict the same damage upon them, a retaliatory effect that cannot be evaded. While this innate skill is nearly ineffective when serving as contracted demonic beasts, it transforms into a nightmare for all beast masters when they become the targets for extermination. The correct strategy. Aside from relying on absolute level superiority to minimize the rebound damage, necessitated the assistance of powerful healing magical beasts. In battles against the Death Flower Spirits, healing was administered while slowly dispatching them to mitigate the impact of the retaliatory damage as much as possible. However, Su Chen was no ordinary individual. He was an absolute prodigy. There was no way he would choose such a cumbersome method. With unwavering resolve, he wielded his silver short knife, swiftly slashing through the Death Flower Spirits with the speed of lightning. The moment he received retaliatory damage, he promptly consumed 1 attribute point to bolster his physical attributes, instantly recovering from his injuries. The retaliatory damage was of no consequence to him, though it still stung. After slaying each Death Flower Spirit, he required a brief respite. The physical pain could be mended with attribute points, but the mental strain was far less bearable. Fortunately, the number of Death Flower Spirits was limited, totaling only 30. Su Chen completed the extermination task for this forbidden area with just 30 freely allocated attribute points. This scene left Yueyue and Qingluan utterly astonished. Yueyue, do you not think Su Chen is rather handsome? Indeed, based on his performance today, he certainly is. Hence, I shall reluctantly attend to him tonight. What do you mean by reluctantly? Is it not because your kill count fell short of mine that you must work overtime tonight? System notification. The bond value with the nine-tailed fox, Yueyue, has changed, 7,075. System notification. The bond value with the Qingluan, has changed, 6,070. Throughout this week, Su Chen's performance has been nothing short of spectacular. His score skyrocketed like a rocket, surpassing a staggering 100,000. The second place, Zhao Lan, barely managed to reach 20,000 points, a 5-fold gap, rendering his aspirations of surpassing Su Chen utterly futile. Moreover, including Su Chen, only 4 individuals had breached the 10,000 point mark, while the others had yet to reach even that milestone. No one could contest Su Chen. The combined scores of the top 3 barely reached half of Su Chen's total. This was utterly absurd. It left all the teachers observing from the sidelines utterly stunned. Of course, it must be said that the students of Yanjing University exhibited extraordinary prowess. None were merely pretenders. Remarkably, throughout the week, not a single individual had called for help, nor had anyone lost their qualifications. This suggests that most students were not lacking the ability to slay demonic beasts, but rather were unable to locate them. Presently, Su Chen was making his way to the final forbidden area located in the Jianquan region. He resolved the demonic beasts encountered along the way with ease. Unfortunately, no achievements were gained. Outside of the forbidden points, the variety of demonic beasts was vast, yet each type had only 1 or 2, making it quite challenging to gather 100. The forbidden point in the Jianquan region is referred to as Heihe, is it not? Why such a peculiar name? Is it not simply a black river nestled in the mountains? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, the exclamations of Yueyue and Qingluan interrupted his contemplation. Su Chen, quickly look, what is that? Following their gaze, he beheld a cluster of dark, Gothic castles looming in the sky not far away. These castles stretched for hundreds of meters, resembling a quaint ancient western town. They appeared to hover in midair, disconnected from the earth below. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This clearly resembled a mirage. Yet for some inexplicable reason, even knowing it was an illusion, it still evoked a sense of trepidation. What on earth could that be? A mirage? Yet it seemed unlike one. It bore more resemblance to a city suspended in the air. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps we should hasten our departure? At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed 5 or 6 students nearby gazing upward, transfixed by the so-called mirage in the sky. One of them was familiar to him. It was Yueyue, the daughter of the president of Yanjing University. However, in the next instant, in the blink of an eye, all the students, including Yueyue, vanished without a trace, disappearing without a shadow, as if their existence were merely an illusion. Chapter 70. The Domain of the Beast Emperor. Inside the conference room of Yanjing University, there was an eerie silence. Zhang Honghu stared intently at the computer screen, which displayed the location information of some students over the past 2 days. His brow furrowed tighter. His eyes filled with confusion and concern. What on earth is happening with these individuals? Zhang Honghu murmured. Why are they all concentrated in the Jingquan region? It's been 2 days, and there has been no movement at all, not a single point added to their scores. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, as if contemplating something. Nearby, teacher Lin Xian leaned in. She glanced at the location information on the screen and softly remarked, I recall there being a rather picturesque little pond here. Perhaps they are simply resting after tiring from hunting demonic beasts? Look, the coordinates are still moving. If they truly encountered danger, they would surely call for help. Zhang Honghu shook his head, dismissing Lin Xian's hypothesis. The president's daughter is here too. How could she be with the other students? That seems highly unusual. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian also found it somewhat strange. However, they had not received any distress signals, and intervening recklessly could lead to undesirable consequences. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a detail. She pointed at a dot on the screen, excitedly exclaiming, Look! It seems Su Chen is also heading toward that area. Let us first observe his situation. If he remains here like the other students, we will consult with President Luo and then apply for rescue. Zhang Honghu nodded. Indeed, that seems like a better plan. Let us observe for a while longer. What could be happening? Su Chen murmured in bewilderment. He was utterly convinced that the group he had just seen, led by Luo Yueyue, was not a mere illusion but rather a tangible reality. The reason was simple. Su Chen's identification technique had successfully revealed the item information on their clothing, indicating that they had undoubtedly existed just a moment ago. At that moment, Yueyue urgently shouted, Qinglu, run. Although Qinglu did not fully comprehend Yueyue's intent, she had come to understand through their time together that Yueyue was not like Su Chen, prone to frivolous jesting. Thus, she immediately turned around and swiftly retreated under the cover of Yueyue's illusionary technique. Su Chen, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, Are you referring to that black castle? What on earth is it? Yueyue cast a cold glance at the airborne black castles, her gaze becoming chillingly penetrating. As if able to pierce through the darkness, she lowered her voice and said, That is not an ordinary mirage. It is the domain of a certain monstrous beast. Hearing this term, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. A domain is a special ability that only beasts of 6th tier or higher may possess. It is a unique spatial realm created from the beast's immense demonic power, constituting a world unto itself. Within its own domain, a beast's strength is greatly enhanced. And even if injured, it can recover swiftly. If an enemy enters this domain, as long as their strength is not vastly superior, they would be unable to breach the spatial barriers. Realizing this, Su Chen's expression grew grave. If the black castle before him truly was a domain, it was evident that its master must be a beast of 6th tier or higher. However, according to the rules of this world, if a beast can create a domain, they should no longer be referred to as a beast, but rather as a demon emperor. Yet, it was already too late. The demon emperor capable of manifesting a domain seemed to have long taken notice of Su Chen and his companions, accompanied by a surge of ominous black light. The next moment, Su Chen's figure was forcefully drawn into the domain by an invisible hand. He had no time to react and completely vanished from his previous location. It was as if time had frozen, and Su Chen's consciousness plunged into a chaotic abyss. He did not know how long had passed when he slowly awoke. As he came to, a chill crept into his heart upon observing his surroundings. He found himself amidst an exceedingly eerie complex, suffused with a strange atmosphere. Yueyue and Qinglu had already regained consciousness, vigilantly monitoring every movement around them. Su Chen, the situation is dire. We must have been forcibly pulled into the demon emperor's domain. Qinglu's face was ashen, her tone grave. She and Yueyue had previously attempted to breach the spatial barriers to escape, but alas, all efforts had failed. Not only could they not break through the barriers, but they could not even create the slightest ripple. After all, despite their strength, Yueyue and Qinglu were merely 3rd-tier beasts, and before a 6th-tier demon emperor, they were akin to infants. Su Chen, what should we do? Are we truly to perish here? Yueyue said in a tone tinged with panic. Do not be alarmed. It will be fine. Su Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He glanced at his right hand, only to find that the points accumulator had vanished. However, his other belongings, including his waist pouch and other items, remained intact. A terrifying hypothesis began to take root in his mind. It seemed the demon emperor was aware of the distress signal function of the points accumulator, which was why it had been confiscated. If that were the case, this demon emperor had likely been lurking in this place for many years, well versed in the training activities of the students from Yanjing University. But what could its motives be? Did it intend to weaken humanity's combat strength by exterminating the new generation? That seemed excessively cautious. Yet, if its goal was to eradicate new forces, why was he still alive? Was it possible that Shan Yueyue and Qingluan, being divine lineage beasts, had piqued its interest? Su Chen opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Chen. Level, 3rd tier, stage 1. Physique, 789,789. Demonic power, 725,790. Skills, Beast Mastery, Compulsory Contract, Insight. Indestructible Body, Martial Arts, Arrow of Beasts, Beast Master Training Method Volume 1, Identification Technique, Crisis Perception, Beast Cultivation Method Volume 1. Achievement Points, 920-3270. Contracted Beasts, Nine-Tailed Fox. Qingluan. Remaining free attribute points, 33. A 6th-tier Demon Emperor, especially one capable of manifesting a domain, would likely possess a demonic power value exceeding 100 points. Attempting to escape the domain through forced contracting would be fraught with difficulty. The worst-case scenario would be to risk a surge of demonic power, contract the Demon Emperor, and then release it. System Sister, is there a way to break the deadlock? None. Host, please seek your own fortune and do not drag this system down with you. Chapter 71. The True Ancestor of Vampires. What? System Sister, you have no solutions either? Su Chen's face darkened. Could it be that he, the protagonist with a system, was destined to perish here? Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. According to Shan Yueyue, they had awakened half an hour earlier than Su Chen and had been relentlessly assaulting the spatial barrier. The Demon Emperor was acutely aware of everything occurring within its domain. Almost omniscient. Yet, this 6th-tier beast had yet to reveal itself or attack them, suggesting there might be deeper reasons at play. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe the situation further before acting. Let us proceed. Staying here in anxious anticipation is not a viable strategy, Su Chen urged. Mustering his spirits, Shan Yueyue and Qingluan closely followed behind him, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. The area was devoid of any human presence, nor could they detect any signs of beasts. Only an eerie demonic wind wandered about. Soon, Su Chen arrived at what appeared to be the most opulent location within the domain, specifically, the Black Castle where demonic power was most concentrated. This castle loomed majestically, towering into the clouds and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Since the Demon Emperor had not acted immediately, and remaining there offered no escape, they might as well seek an audience with it and ascertain its demands. With a creaking sound, Su Chen, accompanied by Shan Yueyue and Qingluan, cautiously entered the castle. Upon stepping inside, a swarm of dark bats emerged from the shadows, and the walls flickered with eerie green ghostly flames, casting distorted and grotesque murals upon the walls. In the center of the hall lay a massive stone coffin, its lid inscribed with ancient and intricate runes, emanating a powerful wave of demonic energy. It felt as though they had stepped into the first-person perspective of a horror game. Su Chen, is it not a bit too reckless to come here so directly? Shan Yueyue gulped, her voice trembling with apprehension. Su Chen suppressed his inner fear, forcing a faint smile as he half-jokingly remarked, Yueyue, you look quite adorable when you're scared. Stop fooling around. Is this really the time for jokes? Shan Yueyue shot him an exasperated look, lamenting his lack of seriousness. Yet, despite the tension, Su Chen's jest eased the atmosphere somewhat. Following the red carpet of the Black Castle, which was thick with dust, they reached the end, revealing a spacious hall. The hall was decorated much like an imperial court from an ancient drama, albeit in a more dilapidated and chilling state. In the center of the grand hall, there stood a magnificent throne, upon which sat a veiled blonde woman. Although her features were obscured, her curvaceous silhouette suggested that her beauty was undoubtedly remarkable. She sat there silently, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, utterly motionless. Of course, she was not human, but rather the Demon Empress, Yueyue. Her attributes were as follows: species sequence, 0-30 vampire, level, 8th stage, 10th tier, physique, 46, 254, 625, demon power, 24, 482, 448, innate skill, dark moon, skills, blood servant, blood shadow blade, blood wings, blood perception, dark arts, blood thirst, gravity, blood eye, blood drink, blood shadow step, phase teleport. Domain, Night King's Court, bond value, 0, dark moon. Combat power significantly increases in nighttime environments. Su Chen could not help but wonder if the divine sequence vampire had spared his life with the intention of turning him into her servant. At this thought, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just then, Su Chen and his companions keenly sensed a demon beast stealthily approaching from behind. Its target unmistakably set on Su Chen. Shan Yueyue and Qingluan were about to intervene when the demon empress on the throne suddenly rose. Her movements were as swift as lightning. With a single step, she unleashed powerful energy that pinned the two women in place. All of this transpired in less than a tenth of a second. However, judging by the Demon Empress's actions, she seemed intent on merely suppressing Shan Yueyue and Qingluan, showing no intent to harm them. At that moment, the demon beast that had launched the surprise attack revealed its true form. It was another veiled blonde maiden, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall, though not particularly tall. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous. In her right hand, she gathered a vivid crimson long blade that shimmered menacingly, as if poised to cleave Su Chen in two. Her attributes were as follows. Name, Yueyue. Species sequence, 005 True Ancestor Vampire. Level, 3rd stage, 5th tier. Physique, 792. Demon power, 388. 388. Innate skill, Blood Oath skills, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Shadow Step. Blood Blossom, bond value, 0. Blood Oath allows the consumption of blood from other entities, greatly enhancing one's combat power and appropriating their skills for personal use. Su Chen felt a surge of anxiety, realizing he faced a 5th-ranked creature from the divine sequence, yet he knew this was not the time for contemplation. He swiftly retrieved a silver dagger from his Beast Taming space, gripping it firmly in preparation for the imminent assault. Yueyue's attack came like a flash, and Su Chen focused all his might to counter it. With a resounding clang, his dagger met Yueyue's blood blade, sending sparks flying. Yueyue's expression, hidden beneath her veil, flickered with surprise, clearly astonished that a 3rd-tier beastmaster could withstand her strike. Intrigued, she remarked coolly, her tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, she conjured another blood blade in her right hand. However, this time she refrained from attacking immediately, instead observing Su Chen closely. Shan Yueyue and Qingluan stood by, anxious and helpless. Unfortunately, an 8th-tier demon's prowess rendered a 3rd-tier demon's resistance futile, leaving them to witness Su Chen confronting Yueyue alone. As Yueyue slowed her assault, Su Chen seized the opportunity to examine her attributes. While their physique values were comparable, the disparity in skills, coupled with the current nocturnal domain, meant Su Chen still faced a considerable gap in combat power. He calculated that if he allocated all his 33 attribute points to demon power, he could potentially bind her to him. Casting a quick glance at the 8th-tier demon empress, Su Chen noted her unwavering focus on Shan Yueyue and Qingluan, seemingly uninterested in intervening in the conflict. Her gaze held a scrutinizing quality, as if evaluating Su Chen's every move and assessing his strength. Was she here to gauge my abilities? He mused. However, he soon came to a realization. The 8th-tier demon empress was intricately linked to Yueyue, both in species and demeanor. Even doubling his demon power would not suffice to bind her. Yet, if he could forcibly contract Yueyue, he might leverage her as a hostage to secure his escape. Resolutely, Su Chen inhaled deeply, gripping his silver dagger tightly as he fixated on Yueyue's every motion. In the next instant, Yueyue struck like a bolt of lightning. Her blood blade cut through the air in a dazzling and lethal arc, aimed directly at Su Chen's neck. Unyielding, he countered with his silver dagger, slashing with astonishing speed. The two figures, each possessing 8 times the physical prowess of an average adult, collided in a fierce clash of crimson and silver. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundation of the Black Castle and causing the ground to fracture like a spider's web. In an instant, 2 deep craters formed beneath them. The ghostly flames flickering along the walls trembled, as if frightened, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Su Chen staggered backward 10 paces, blood seeping from his hands, while Yueyue was similarly jolted, taking a few unsteady steps before regaining her balance. This encounter had proven evenly matched. Yet, after merely catching her breath, Yueyue lunged towards Su Chen again, her speed now even more ferocious, akin to a specter. Her form left a trail of afterimages in the air, bewildering the eye. To his astonishment, a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from her back, amplifying her formidable presence and instilling a sense of dread within Su Chen. Recognizing the moment had arrived, he feigned resistance, brandishing his silver dagger in an attempt to parry Yueyue's strike, seemingly poised for an explosive counter. As the distance between them closed, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, Yueyue's blood blade glimmered ominously, aiming for his right arm. Unyielding golden body. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he seized the fleeting opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. The moment the blood blade made contact with his skin, a resounding clang echoed, as if an invisible force had thwarted its advance, halting it in its tracks. Impossible. Astonishment etched across Yueyue's face. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Her understanding of reality shattered once more. Little girl, I trust we will have a fruitful partnership henceforth, Su Chen smirked, a hint of satisfaction curling at the corners of his lips. As he spoke, he swiftly turned his hand to grasp Yi Lingyun's wrist, preparing to initiate a coercive contract. However, just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt his grip loosen, and the wrist he held vanished like smoke. To be precise, Yi Lingyun herself disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, reappearing beside Yi Yulong. It was evident that Yi Yulong had intervened to rescue Yi Lingyun. Sister Long, what is happening? Yi Lingyun questioned, somewhat perplexed. Even though her right hand was captured, it seemed unlikely that Su Chen could inflict any harm upon her. Why did Yi Yulong choose to act at this moment? In response, Yi Yulong remained silent, standing there like a statue. Her veil fluttered gently in the wind, revealing a pair of clear and profound eyes beneath. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Chen before decisively waving her hand, instantly dissolving the domain. The once ominous and terrifying castle vanished as if swept away by a tempest, replaced by a picturesque lakeside scene, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The area by the lake was lush with green grass and blooming flowers, releasing fragrant scents that dispelled the stench of blood. Moreover, Su Chen noticed the presence of over 20 other students, all of whom appeared pale and visibly shaken. Among them were a few he recognized, including Luo Yuyan, who had mysteriously vanished before him. Have we returned? Su Chen murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. The other students seemed to have just emerged from profound terror, their faces still bearing traces of fear. Some stood dazed, as if still entrapped in the horrors of their recent experience, while others shouted joyously, exuberantly expressing their relief at having escaped death. We survived. We are alive. Ha! I knew I wouldn't die. Damn it. I will never dare to come to the Forbidden Land again. Once they regained their composure, the students' first instinct was to rapidly press the distress button on their score devices. Su Chen was equally bewildered. This 8th-tier demon emperor had captured so many people, yet after exchanging a few blows with a 3rd-tier divine series beast, inexplicably released them. What was his intention? Su Chen stared at his palm, striving to recall the cold yet exquisitely delicate sensation he had just experienced, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He lamented, wishing he had not spoken so much. He had missed the chance to engage with a divine series beast. Judging by the beast's physique, it was undoubtedly a beauty. Despite being a vampire, cuteness is justice. He vowed never to boast again. Su Chen, do not scare us like that. Thankfully, you are unharmed. At that moment, Tu Shan and Qing Lu hurried over, their faces etched with concern. The formidable power displayed by the 3rd-tier vampire patriarch had nearly instilled terror in them. Truth be told, they were on the verge of panic. Su Chen gently waved his hand, reassuring them, rest assured, I am fine. Let us go. We have already achieved significant gains this week. So let us conclude this training session. Meanwhile, he noticed that the score device had quietly returned to his right wrist, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Chen vaguely spotted a dozen flying demon beasts in the distant sky, racing toward them. They must be the rescue personnel dispatched by the school. Given the numerous distress signals received, the school likely presumed that a significant demon beast tide had occurred. Chapter 73, the training session concludes. Su Chen, are you alright? Are you injured? Upon seeing Su Chen being escorted out of the trial area by the rescue team, Xiao Limo rushed forward to inquire, her eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she had yet to recover from the tension of the recent events. After all, it was her invitation that brought Su Chen to this training, not a directive from superiors. If anything were to happen to Su Chen, she would truly feel unworthy of General Han Xing's trust. Regarding the appearance of the Demon Emperor in the first trial area, students, including Luo Yuyan, recounted every detail they could share. Consequently, this training session was abruptly halted, and all students were forcibly sent back. Fortunately, although the Demon Emperor had appeared, there were no casualties. However, Xiao Limo's call immediately elicited astonished gasps from the surrounding students. Is that Su Chen? The one who scored 100,000 points in just 7 days? No way. We are seeing the real deal. Goodness, he truly is the top scorer from Yi City. I thought there was someone with the same name. To have such strength right after graduating high school makes me feel like I've wasted 2 years of my life. So handsome, so powerful. I declare Su Chen my idol from now on. Didn't you just say Xiaolan was your idol? The upperclassmen were abuzz with excitement. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and admiration, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. Even Principal Luo and numerous faculty members cast approving and respectful glances in Su Chen's direction. As for the incident involving the fox and the bluebird, Xiao Limo ultimately confirmed the truth after persistent inquiries from several teachers. Despite the fact that denying it would not have altered their suspicions, they requested that it remain confidential, at least until Su Chen's strength reached a certain level before making it public. There was no doubt that Su Chen would undoubtedly become one of the pillars of Longhua in the future. Listening to the discussions of the students made Su Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. A faint blush crept onto his face as he smiled and replied, "Teacher Xia, I'm fine. As long as you are all right. I am so sorry. I never anticipated that a demon emperor would appear." Xia Limo gradually lowered her head, appearing like a child who had erred. In contrast, Su Chen seemed more like the teacher in this situation. At that moment, Xia Limo's gaze fell upon Su Chen's attire. Noticing a few torn holes, she promptly took out a room card, saying, "Your clothes are torn. Let us go. We will handle the rest with the personnel from the second battle zone. The hotel room is the same as before. Here is the room card." Hearing Xia Limo's words, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. He slowly shifted his gaze away from the direction of the trial area and nodded gently, replying, "All right. Thank you, teacher." What a significant loss. He had missed the chance to encounter a 5th-tier Divine Series beast. Although the training session had concluded prematurely, the rewards were still distributed as promised. The school did not disclose the truth but instead cited the occurrence of a demon beast tied in the trial area as the reason for the abrupt termination of the training. Simultaneously, news of Su Chen's breakthrough to the 3rd tier and his record-breaking performance at Yenjing University spread like wildfire. This news detonated like a bomb, creating a sensation in Yenjing. Without a doubt, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage. In an instant, Su Chen once again became the center of attention. Meanwhile, the heiress of Yenjing University, Yueyue, also emerged spectacularly. Her outstanding performance during the training and her stunningly pure photographs were unveiled, showcasing her unparalleled beauty. As a second-tier 9th segment individual, with unparalleled grace and a noble background, Yueyue surpassed numerous prodigies during the training, ultimately ranking 3rd and amassing countless admirers. At this moment, Yueyue was dining with Su Chen in a private room. Of course, it was Yueyue who had asked her father to invite Su Chen. "Su Chen, could you share with me what transpired after you were transported to the territory?" Yueye's gaze was fixed intently on Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The purpose of her invitation extended beyond merely fostering a closer relationship with Su Chen for future options. Fundamentally, she sought to confirm a particular matter. Yueyue had found herself in the 8th forbidden area of the Jianquan region due to a chance encounter with a few 3rd-year students, from whom she learned of the existence of the 8 great taboos. Coupled with Su Chen's terrifying rate of point accumulation, it was evident that he must have soloed the forbidden area to achieve such high scores. Being a renowned figure herself, it was unreasonable to think that he could accomplish what she could not. However, caution was still paramount. She organized a few students intending to challenge the most formidable forbidden area, the Dark King City, only to discover the same situation that Su Chen had encountered initially. When they were transported to the Demon Emperor's territory, their thoughts mirrored Su Chen's as they headed directly towards the mysterious Black Castle, hoping to negotiate with the Demon Emperor face-to-face. What transpired next was exactly akin to Su Chen's experience. The Demon Emperor did not engage directly, but instead suppressed all their contracted demon beasts, compelling them to face another humanoid demon beast alone. Without the aid of their contracted beasts, it was utterly preposterous for humans of the same level to defeat Yi Yunling. Consequently, the 5 of them predictably met with defeat and were ultimately imprisoned in the territory's dungeon. There, they encountered a dozen other students who had faced identical circumstances. Each had been sent to this location only after being bested by the humanoid demon beast. Upon emerging from the Demon Emperor's territory, Yueyue had sensed the aura emanating from Su Chen, which suggested that he had recently experienced a battle. Given the events that had transpired, she had ample reason to suspect that it was Su Chen who had vanquished the humanoid demon beast, thus ensuring their rescue. Upon hearing this, Su Chen let out a slight sigh. There was little to conceal regarding the matter, and so he recounted the events truthfully. Coincidentally, this provided him an opportunity to inquire about Yueye's thoughts on the Demon Emperor's actions. Naturally, Su Chen would not mention that he had actually encountered 2 Divine Series demon beasts. "I did not win. I merely grasped the right hand of the demon beast that attacked from behind at a critical moment, and the Demon Emperor abruptly halted the duel, releasing us." "Is that so?" Yueyue fell into contemplation. From the current circumstances, it seemed the Demon Emperor indeed bore no malicious intent. Otherwise, with the Demon Emperor's strength, amidst the main forces of Longhua concentrated in the northwestern battlefield and Tianmo territory, slaughtering half a city would be effortlessly achievable. It was improbable that they would merely be imprisoned in a dungeon only to be released afterward. Truly a peculiar demon beast. Chapter 74, The Vampire's Deal. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Yueyue gently patted her cheek, revealing a smile akin to spring blossoms. "By the way, Su Chen, I have something to ask you." Su Chen set down the chicken leg he had just picked up, his gaze falling upon Yueyue. "What is it?" Yueyue stood up and slowly turned around, a glimmer of enchanting light flashing in her eyes. Her voice was soft as she said, "In 6 months, may I invite you to participate in the Beastmaster Elite Championship of Longwa together?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I can. But only if you can keep up with my pace of advancement. I've heard that for this championship, the 2 partnered Beastmasters must be of the same rank, correct?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuyin couldn't help but smile. This Su Chen is quite the proud one. The current disparity in our levels is minimal. Even if Su Chen is exceptionally gifted, it is unlikely he could break through to the 4th rank in just half a year. I will accept your invitation. Yet he is so coy about it, which is rather endearing. I initially thought Su Chen was just a straightforward man. Although Zhao Lan possessed remarkable talent, she still paled in comparison to Su Chen. If given a choice, Su Chen was undoubtedly the better option. Well then, it's settled. By the time they returned to the hotel they had previously stayed at, it was already 9 in the evening. While the scenery outdoors was delightful, nothing quite compared to the comfort of a soft bed. Yes, it's decided. Tomorrow I will go to the mall to purchase a soft bed for the Beastmaster space. I must also prepare several changes of clothes. Su Chen pondered as he took out the room card and opened the door. However, in the next moment, he suddenly froze. His gaze was fixed on the sofa in the room, filled with astonishment. Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu sensed the danger and quickly leapt from the Beastmaster space, positioning themselves protectively in front of Su Chen. What do you intend to do? This is human society. Consider the consequences before you act. On the hotel room sofa sat 2 figures, or rather, 2 demon beasts. These 2 demon beasts were the very vampires they had encountered earlier that day in the Demon Emperor's territory. However, this time, they were not wearing veils, but rather displayed their pure and stunning beauty without reservation, captivating all who beheld them. Yueyue waved her delicate hand gently, causing the hotel room door to close as if touched by an invisible hand, emitting a soft click. Simultaneously, a domain barrier descended like a transparent curtain, instantly enveloping the hotel room and sealing off everything from the outside world. Within this barrier, time seemed to freeze. No one could perceive the events transpiring within. Then, Yueyue parted her crimson lips, her voice ringing clear like silver bells, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "Human, your name is Su Chen, is it not? Shall we engage in a transaction?" "A transaction?" Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated inwardly. Nevertheless, he swiftly halted Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, who were attempting to lead him away, and sat down on the sofa with them. If Yueyue truly intended to kill him, she wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Indeed, Yueyue nodded. "So, will you accept or not?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen and his companions were left bewildered. They couldn't help but wonder if they had unwittingly fast-forwarded, skipping directly to the final negotiation stage without having heard the details of the transaction. After a brief pause, Su Chen inquired, "May I ask what the transaction entails?" Yueyue gently shook her head, her gaze sharpening. "You still have the option to choose. If you hear what I propose, you must accept. Otherwise, I shall kill you." At these words, Su Chen nearly spat blood in indignation. He inwardly cursed. What kind of coercive agreement is this? If you don't reveal the transaction details, how can I decide? If I hear it, I must agree? Are you challenging the heavens, sister? Then I must decline. Su Chen feigned calmness, wrapping his arms around Shan Yueyue and Qing Lu, declaring, "I have a duty to protect them. I will never undertake a matter without certainty." Yueyue, seeing this, ceased her further discourse. She slowly rose, taking Yi Lingyun's hand, and turned to leave. However, this time, Yi Lingyun grasped her hand. "Sister Yueyue, let us take a gamble this time. I have great faith in this person." As she spoke, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head. Yueyue observed Yin's reaction, hesitating for a moment before exhaling a resigned sigh and returning to her seat. Her gaze settled upon Schen, imbued with a tinge of complex emotion, as she spoke slowly. "Allow me to be direct, Schen. Assist us in vanquishing a monstrous beast, and any request you make shall be granted." Schen was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't it a trivial task for an 8th-tier YOD like you to slay a mere beast? If you cannot accomplish such a feat, what use is there for a 3rd-tier beastmaster like myself? It seemed Yueyue could read Schn's thoughts, as she furrowed her brow and continued to elucidate. "Our target is the Huang Jin. Now, I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation." Upon hearing this, Schen nodded, his expression reflecting a dawning understanding. The Huang Jin, rank number 100, is an exceptionally unique beast endowed with the innate skill known as the Golden Barrier. This barrier generates a vast field centered around itself, permitting entry solely to beings of equal rank, humans and beasts alike. Creatures of higher or lower tiers are barred from crossing its threshold, unless one ascends to the 10th tier, wielding unparalleled might to shatter all worldly rules. The Yueyue Gu remains an insurmountable enigma against adversaries of disparate ranks. The human elite, through extensive research on the Yueyue Gu, have managed to construct rule-bound barriers in every city to fend off beastly invasions. However, despite their relentless efforts, it appears impossible to fully decode the rule-bound power of the Golden Barrier. Many students in high school dreamt of slaying the Yueyue Gu single-handedly, its renown rivaling that of reaching the top 10 in every city's Beastmaster rankings. It serves as a veritable touchstone for measuring prodigious talent. Yet, numerous doubts lingered. SCH turned to Yueyue and inquired, while the Yueyue Gu restricts entry based on human rank, surely there is no limit to the number of challengers? If we truly wish to slay it, why not hire a squad of Beastmasters? Yueyue shook her head, sighing once more. If it were that simple, we wouldn't have waited for decades. Our primary motivation for eliminating the Yueyue Gu is that it possesses our clan's cherished treasure, the Su Chen. Moreover, due to its absorption of the bloodthirsty aura from the Su Chen, its innate skill has undergone significant alterations. Within its golden barrier, Beastmasters are rendered incapable of summoning contracted beasts, and no beast can enter its domain. Upon hearing this, SCHN, TSHNUU, and QL finally grasped the situation. Yueyue had gone to great lengths to draw a group of students into her domain merely to assess their abilities. She had subdued their beasts, forcing Yueyue to engage in combat with the Beastmaster, yet there was no intent to kill. The sole purpose was to ascertain whether these Beastmasters possessed the requisite strength to confront the Yueyue Gu. However, TSHNUU soon furrowed her brow, raising a question. Why not seek out individuals from the Yueyue clan? I have heard that their individual combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary Beastmasters. It should be easier to find someone capable of subduing the Yueyue Gu. Yueyue shook her head once more. No, our treasured Su Chen is merely an ordinary bead to common Beastmasters, utterly useless. Yet, for members of the Yueyue clan, it is a priceless artifact that significantly enhances their beastly prowess. This item is crucial for our vampire lineage. While it is likely that members of the Yueyue clan do not recognize its true value and may not dare to refine it under my watchful eye, there is a saying among humans, better safe than sorry. If the individuals we recruit recognize its worth and succumb to the allure of power, refining it could lead our vampire clan to ruin. Understanding dawned upon SCHN. In this world, power reigns supreme. Many individuals would stop at nothing to acquire immense strength, often sacrificing everything, even their lives, in the pursuit of power. Even with an 8th-tier YOD observing from outside the barrier, one could not guarantee that everyone could resist the temptation of becoming stronger. Thus, the safest course of action was to enlist a Beastmaster not affiliated with the Yueyue clan to confront the Yueyue Gu. This way, even if greed were to take root, they would be powerless to act. With Yueyue's strength, reclaiming it would be a trivial matter. At this moment, Yueyue finally broke her silence. SCHN, you should be able to exchange a few blows with me. Defeating the Yueyue Gu should pose little challenge. If you help us reclaim the Su Chen, I will fulfill any request you have. Any request? SCHN asked earnestly. Are you certain? Yueyue nodded slightly, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying. Indeed, I am absolutely certain. SCHN smiled faintly, locking eyes with Yueyue. Is that so? Then, I desire you. Is that acceptable? At this declaration, Yueyue's face revealed a knowing expression. The allure of a divine-ranked beast to humans is immense. As a beast herself, how could she remain unaware? SCHN's response was almost entirely anticipated by her. Yueyue rose, performing a courteous kneel, and smiled sweetly. Of course, that is acceptable. However, I must clarify that I am not the 30th-ranked vampire, but rather the 5th-ranked vampire ancestor. As my Beastmaster, there may be some complications. Upon hearing this, SCHN remained unfazed. It is widely known that vampires feed on blood, a fact acknowledged in all realms. In this world, due to the constant need for beasts to combat, timely blood transfusions for injured civilians are essential. Thus, the blood banks in each city are abundantly stocked and almost exclusively filled with fresh supplies. A standard 500 milliliter blood package costs approximately 100 credit points. While this price is slightly higher than that of ordinary food, given SCHN's current financial standing, sustaining an entire family of vampires poses no challenge. Then it is settled. However, I wish for the payment to be made up front. Otherwise, I shall reconsider. SCHN declared resolutely. At present, Yueyue had a vested interest in him, which was why she refrained from taking action. She had previously mentioned that the Su Chen was the ultimate treasure of their vampire lineage. With such crucial information now in Sch's possession, who could guarantee that she would not betray him? After all, the lips of the dead are the most secure. Yueyue licked her lips lightly, her voice soft and low, infused with an irresistible allure. Do you wish to contract with me now? Are you certain? Her cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Particularly enchanting under the moonlight. For some reason, Chen felt an odd sensation arise within him. Why did it seem as though Yueyue appeared more eager to establish the contract than he? Yet, it mattered little. The regret of missing the opportunity at noon could not be allowed to linger into the night. Yes, Chen declared with righteous conviction, system. Allocate all 33 attribute points to YOL. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's YOL value, 725-1120. Upon hearing this, Yueyue smiled gently. She slowly approached Chen, extending her delicate, snow-white right hand, her fingers reminiscent of exquisite jade, lightly grasping Schen's hand. The contract is established. As her words fell, Yueyue's form began to transform. Her figure gradually blurred, morphing into countless radiant beams of light that danced like colorful butterflies. These lights intertwined, forming numerous strands of power that slowly integrated into Schen's being. Before long, a bat emblem began to materialize on Schen's right wrist. The contract is complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving the divine sequence. 3. You have successfully contracted your third divine sequence beast, a stunning beauty. Are you familiar with the term Yueyue? You have earned 200 achievement points. Congratulations on surpassing 3,300 achievement points. You are rewarded with 5 attribute allocation points. Congratulations on exceeding 3,400 achievement points. You receive the skill Intermediate Combat Technique. Intermediate Combat Technique possesses formidable close combat capabilities. Yi Long stood quietly nearby, her gaze fixed on Su Chen and Yueyue. Her expression was as cold as ice, reminiscent of a towering glacier, making her seem unapproachable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a barely perceptible smile gracing her striking features, revealing a sense of satisfaction and contentment akin to a mother-in-law who has finally found a reliable partner for her daughter. Even if Su Chen did not mention it, should anyone be able to handle the Blood Soul Pearl in the future, Yueyue would undoubtedly inquire about establishing a contract with her. Her powers could only be unleashed through the essence of formidable beings. Su Chen, at the first stage of the third tier, successfully contracted 3 divine sequence beasts without triggering any backlash of demonic energy, a testament to his talent and strength. Thus, he was perhaps the optimal choice for Yueyue's sustenance. Before long, Yueyue was summoned forth by Su Chen, her previously frosty countenance inexplicably transformed, blooming into a lively expression reminiscent of a girl in the throes of first love. Hee, Master Su Chen, she called sweetly, continually licking her crimson lips. An act that stirred a sense of affection. Yet, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, for he sensed that he had overlooked something significant. As Shan Yueyue and Qingluan realized the crisis had been averted, they sighed in relief. However, Yueyue's subsequent words brought knowing smiles to their faces. Elder sisters, it's getting late. You should return to the beast space to rest. Tonight, my master and I have important matters to discuss. All right, you two converse. I shall take my leave. Shan Yueyue replied with a smile before turning with Qingluan, eager to retreat to the beast space. As the newly arrived junior, Yueyue evidently did not fully understand Su Chen's character. Nonetheless, this was of little concern, as vampires were inherently nocturnal creatures, making the night perfectly suitable for them. With someone to accompany Su Chen in their place, it was a delightful turn of events. At that moment, Yueyue rose gracefully, smoothing her skirt before lifting the restrictions of her domain. Then, Su Chen, do take your time to rest tonight, and see to all matters here. I shall come to fetch you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, she stepped forward and vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there. In the hotel room, only Su Chen and Yueyue remained, standing face to face. Su Chen had not anticipated that happiness would descend upon him so abruptly, and with a playful grin, he asked, "Shall we take a bath first? I'm drenched in sweat, and I doubt you would appreciate that." Yueyue nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. "Of course, I can help scrub your back. Also, I am quite hungry." The next morning, as dawn broke, the clock struck 6. Su Chen lay sprawled on the hotel bed, his eyes ringed with dark circles, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, he regretted it deeply. He regretted it thoroughly. Shan Yueyue was the type to resist with all her might, yet ultimately succumb to Su Chen. Qingluan viewed such endeavors as mere tasks, closing her eyes and going along with it. Yet, Yueyue turned out to be the most proactive one, requiring at least 4 hours of such endeavors. Of course, these were not the main issues. Given Su Chen's physical constitution, he could engage for 3 days and nights without issue. The crux lay in the fact that this girl drained his blood while they were entwined, significantly diminishing his strength and reducing his physical constitution by nearly half. He had intended to inform her that he could take her to the blood bank the next day to buy some blood, suggesting she endure for the night. Instead, she revealed that during their contract formation, her innate skill, Blood Oath, activated simultaneously, thereby binding Su Chen to her as well. Henceforth, she could only feed on his blood, gaining substantial power boosts, even acquiring a fraction of Su Chen's demonic essence. Should she consume blood from others, her power would gradually wane until it vanished entirely. No wonder Su Chen had felt a nagging sense of having overlooked vital details. Upon seeing Su Chen awaken, Yueyue, who was applying her makeup, beamed at him, saying sweetly, "Master, I am hungry." Su Chen's face turned pale, and he protested, "But you were already sated last night. Why do you need more?" Yueyue licked her lips, her heated gaze falling upon Su Chen's lower half, a mischievous smile forming. "What, are you backing out now? I remember you swore during our bath that you would ensure I was well fed. I didn't say that. Please don't misrepresent me. All right. I'll make sure you are satisfied, but you owe me food in return. Consider it morning exercise." With that, Su Chen found himself once again in a passive position. 2.5 hours later, Yueyue finally disengaged from Su Chen, replacing her attire with a deep crimson dress. As for Su Chen, he had utilized one attribute point to enhance his physical constitution, swiftly restoring himself to peak condition. Otherwise, he might have felt as though he were being drained completely. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Who could have anticipated contracting such a beast? No wonder Yueyue had displayed such an expression when Su Chen expressed his desire to contract her. "Good morning, Su Chen. Shall we go get breakfast?" Shan, Yueyue, and Qingluan were overjoyed, and the term sister Yueyue flowed effortlessly from their lips, almost as if they had known each other for decades. "Please help me with extra meat. I'm a bit undernourished." "Of course." Shan, Yueyue replied cheerfully. Su Chen rose, took a shower, and then recounted the events leading to the incident in the Dark King City in detail. Upon receiving Su Chen's message, Yueyue displayed a look of astonishment. Such an outrageous occurrence. No wonder the First Battle District dispatched several 7th-tier Beastmasters to search for clues regarding the Demon Emperor. Yet there had been no signs in any domain. All this time, the Demon Emperor was searching for Su Chen. Moreover, he is an 8th-tier Divine Sequence Demon Emperor. No, that is not the key point. Su Chen, are you saying you contracted another Divine Sequence Beast? A 5th-tier Divine Sequence Beast? Indeed, though it requires quite a bit of blood. But do you have enough demonic energy? I do. Don't worry, Teacher Xia. I want to lose control of my demonic energy. Are you certain? Absolutely. It's just that the first and second battle districts require your assistance for some cover. Hearing this, Yueyue sighed helplessly. This student of mine, in just a few short months, has stirred up such momentous events that could shake the world. Is this what it means to be treated as an extraordinary genius? It seems quite acceptable to go with the flow. What about you? Are you untroubled by the task of defeating the Huangjin guy? Is your current strength sufficient to challenge beasts of the same rank? Surely. Well then, do take care. Yueyue felt an inexplicable confidence in Su Chen. After all, he was the man who had contracted 3 divine sequence beasts, the most valued man in her life. Of course, Su Chen replied with a playful grin. I'm still waiting to host a wedding for my teacher. How could I possibly perish here? Yueye's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully scolded, "Stop talking nonsense." Chapter 77, The Vampire's Mission. After changing into suitable attire and finishing breakfast, the clock struck 9. Yueyue arrived punctually, a hint of mischief dancing on her lips. She teased, "It seems you had quite a comfortable night." Su Chen rolled his eyes in response. "It seems I underestimated your ability to make me contract Yueyue, but aren't you afraid that I might die suddenly, causing her demise as well?" Upon hearing this, it was Yueyu's turn to roll her eyes. She chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten our lineage? Humans who have had their blood drawn by us vampires, in a certain sense, cannot truly perish. They simply lose the ability to walk in sunlight. Of course, since it was the true ancestor who drew your blood, the curse of not being able to walk in sunlight does not apply." Su Chen was taken aback by her words. He hurriedly checked his system interface. Indeed, under the skills section, a new skill had appeared. Curse of Blood. Physical recovery will be greatly enhanced, immune to various diseases, but resistance to light and fire attributes will be significantly reduced, now invalid. This explains why various films and dramas depict those who have been bitten by vampires as capable of regeneration even after losing limbs, yet unable to walk in sunlight. Su Chen mused. This effectively represents a permanent enhancement. Perhaps this is why Yi Long and Yi Lingyun agreed to pay the reward up front. With such a talent, the probability of defeating Huangjin Yangai would substantially increase. All right, it's getting late. Let us go. Yi Long's voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Yes. But where is this Huangjin Yangai you mentioned? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. Yi Long smiled mysteriously, not providing a direct answer, but instead snapped her fingers. In an instant, Su Chen felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. The surrounding scenery twisted and morphed as if under a spell, resembling a film reel played at an accelerated speed. In less than 10 seconds, Su Chen found himself in a fragrant flower field. The air was fresh and pleasant, infused with a gentle floral scent. In this field, blossoms of every hue bloomed in a competition of beauty, resembling a paradise on earth. However, something peculiar lingered here. Not far ahead, a massive golden circular light barrier enveloped a valley, resembling a radiant sun, dazzling and emitting a heart-stopping brilliance. Its radius must exceed 10 kilometers, a scale far beyond what one would expect from Huangjin Yangai's barrier. Su Chen furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is this the talent skill of Huangjin Yangai? The golden barrier? Why does it feel so expansive?" Yi Long sighed with a hint of concern. "Yes. And have you noticed? This barrier is continuously expanding." Su Chen glanced again, and indeed noticed that the golden barrier was extending outward at a rate of 1 centimeter every few seconds. It wouldn't be long before this flower field was entirely enveloped. Just then, two beast tamers, both around 30 years of age, approached from a distance. A handsome man and a sweet, pure woman. They resembled a pair of celestial beings. "Who are they?" Su Chen asked with some suspicion. "I know them from human society. They are a couple of third-tier beast tamers who have provided me with much intelligence. As I mentioned before, Huangjin Yangai is peculiar. Aside from the barrier preventing beasts from entering, it also has a remarkable ability to conceal itself. I summoned them to help you locate Huangjin Yangai's exact position." Yi Long explained. As soon as she finished speaking, the couple approached and greeted him. "Brother Su Chen, I've long admired your reputation. I am Zhao Xian, and I didn't expect you to take on this task. I am his wife, Su Xiaotian, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Yes, pleased to meet you." Su Chen naturally shook hands with both, showing no hesitation. "If you are ready, let us set forth," Su Chen declared, leading the way into the golden barrier. Zhao Xian and Su Xiaotian exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon entering the golden barrier, Su Chen immediately felt a strange force enveloping him like a tidal wave. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar and difficult to articulate. It felt as if he had ascended to a high plateau, with a heavy pressure descending upon him, causing an uncomfortable suffocation. Within the beast space, Yi Lingyun's voice resonated. "This is the power of the blood soul pearl, capable of stripping away or bestowing life force." Su Chen gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Yi Lingyun continued to explain. "It's not too problematic. Only we vampires can perfectly harness the power of the blood soul pearl. To completely strip a third-tier beast tamer of their life would typically require about 3 hours of effort from an ordinary beast." Upon hearing this, Su Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How is this not terrifying? No wonder Yi Long specifically brought 2 beast tamers skilled in search techniques. They are worried that Su Chen might not have enough time. At that moment, Zhao Xian's voice called from behind. "Su Chen, we have located the area where Huangjin Yangai resides. Follow us." Su Chen responded affirmatively and prepared to step forward. However, just as he spoke, the once flat ground began to tremble violently, as if disturbed by a slumbering giant. The surface became uneven, rolling like waves, threatening to engulf them. "What is happening?" Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Lingyun quickly clarified. As mentioned earlier, the blood soul pearl can grant life, and Huangjin Yangai excels in earth magic. It appears they have utilized the power of the blood soul pearl to imbue the earth with life. Nevertheless, it's important to note that Huangjin Yangai cannot fully control the power of the blood soul pearl. This terrain change will only pose an obstacle and is unlikely to cause you any harm. Is that so? So this ground is alive? Yes. But there shouldn't be any significant issues. I see. Su Chen understood and devised a plan. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his right leg, and then forcefully stomped down. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed. The once wriggling ground suddenly seemed to freeze, ceasing its tumultuous movements. Immediately after, the surface began to shatter, sending countless fragments cascading into the air like raindrops. Chapter 78, The Night Demon. Lin Xian and Su Xiaotian witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in astonishment, mouths agape, as if frozen in place by a spell, momentarily stunned before regaining their senses. Goodness, the earth was imbued with life, and yet it was obliterated? What kind of logic is that? We must act swiftly. 3 hours to explore such a vast area is no small feat. Su Chen furrowed his brow and glanced around. Speaking aloud, observing the situation, Zhao Xian and Su Xiaodian refrained from further discussion, hastening towards the direction they sensed. At that moment, Su Chen's instinct for danger abruptly activated, detecting an imminent threat approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a system interface revealing a monster appeared before him, despite the emptiness ahead. However, this interface vanished in an instant, as if it were merely a fleeting illusion. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, a chill surging within him. In that brief moment, he caught sight of several critical phrases. Sequence 199, Nightmare Demon. This creature was regarded with disdain even among monsters. Its presence would undoubtedly provoke an assault from both humans and beasts alike. Could I have misjudged? Wasn't it said that this entity had been eradicated long ago? How could it still exist? Su Chen mused internally, attempting to convince himself. Ultimately, he shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The pressing matter was to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Yueyue Long. Time passed steadily. 10 minutes later, Su Chen crushed the living ground beneath him, finally reaching the location where he initially sensed the golden rock puppet alongside Zhao Xian and his wife. Yet, the sight before him was disappointing. Had it fled? It truly was adept at escape. Su Chen sighed with a hint of regret, his expression betraying disappointment. Zhao Xian quickly reassured him, "Do not fear. The golden rock puppet moves slowly. It likely hasn't escaped far." As he spoke, he firmly grasped Su Xiaoyan's hand, and together they unleashed formidable demonic energy. The Demon Soul Compass. In an instant, a shadow resembling a compass appeared before them. The spoon atop the compass spun rapidly, producing a crisp sound. Approximately 10 seconds later, the spoon pointed northeast, slightly tilting downward, indicating the target's distance. At that moment, Zhao Xian shouted, "Su Chen, it's less than 500 meters northeast." "I understand." Su Chen nodded. Taking another step, he crushed the animated ground beneath him and pursued. Utilizing his crisis perception ability and insight skill, along with the knowledge of the precise location and approximate distance, Su Chen navigated effortlessly, soon discovering a golden rock puppet. Entirely composed of gold, this creature stood 5 to 6 meters tall, resembling a small building, exuding an unsettling aura. Without hesitation, Su Chen conjured an arrow of demonic energy, akin to a streak of lightning, aimed directly at the heart of the golden rock puppet. Instantly, it pierced through the heart. However, the immense demonic energy did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually formed a vortex at the point of impact. This vortex, akin to an endless abyss, relentlessly consumed the surrounding golden shell. Roaring in agony, the golden rock puppet trembled, striving to break free from the grip of the demonic vortex. Could one strike alone not suffice? Very well, then. Su Chen rapidly summoned 3 more arrows of demonic energy and unleashed them upon the golden rock puppet. The sound of slicing through the air echoed sharply. In an instant, the 3 arrows pierced through the puppet's head and legs, creating a vortex of demonic energy that accelerated its consumption of the puppet's body. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, the massive form of the golden rock puppet shattered, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments. These shards danced in the wind, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, as if they had never existed. It was evident that Su Chen had achieved victory with overwhelming force. He had expected the demoness in the Beast Master space to commend his valor and perhaps hope for a more proactive approach from him that night. However, what awaited him were 3 warnings, reminiscent of a yellow oriole's call. "Be cautious. There's an ambush. Su Chen behind you." At that instant, Su Chen's crisis perception activated, and his body instinctively reacted even before the warnings reached him. Everything unfolded in a flash, as if time had momentarily frozen. Su Chen subconsciously sidestepped. Yet, this attack was evidently premeditated, possessing tremendous power. Even as he evaded the brunt of the damage, the massive shockwave hurled him backward. Akin to a kite severed from its string, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. System, enhance my physique. Beep. Allocation complete. Current host physique value, 799,799. In an instant, a revitalizing current coursed through Su Chen's body, initiating its restoration. Once clarity returned, he finally discerned the true identity of his assailant. It was another golden rock puppet, twice the size of the one he had just defeated, radiating an alarming presence. Yet beside this golden rock puppet stood Su Xiaodian, dispatched by Yueyue Long to assist Su Chen and Zhao Xian, bloodied and on the verge of collapse, currently being utilized as a seat by Su Xiaodian. Su Chen's gaze filled with bewilderment. He could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. Looking at Su Xiaodian, he spoke with a hint of caution. "Su Xiaodian? What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" "Heh." Su Xiaodian grinned, revealing a chilling expression. With a casual flick of her right hand, a blade of wind sliced through the air like lightning, instantly severing Zhao Xian's head. His head rolled aside, blood splattering onto the ground, forming a ghastly pool of red. Tears glistened in the corners of Su Xiaoyan's eyes, tracing down her cheeks, starkly contrasting with her cold demeanor. This time, due to the wind blade she had just unleashed, Su Chen finally comprehended the true nature of the system interface. Species sequence, 199 Nightmare Demon. Level, 3rd stage, 10th tier. Physique, 440,440. Demonic power, 245,245. Talent skill, Nightmare. Skills, Wind Blade Slash, Demonic Power Ceiling. Nightmare, can invade other entities' bodies and control the host through dreams. Chapter 79, Soul Snatching. Indeed, it was this creature. I was not mistaken earlier. Su Chen's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes reflecting a trace of shock. In the annals of this world's history, the Nightmare Demon was infamously notorious. 500 years ago, it had been hunted down by both humans and beasts, disappearing entirely from the historical stage. The reason was simple. Its abilities were exceedingly bizarre. This creature could not only usurp and control humans, but also dominate beasts. More terrifyingly, while in control, they could acquire the entire memory of their original host, rendering any secrets vulnerable. Furthermore, they could utilize the host's body for continuous division and expansion. Slaying it proved immensely challenging. One must first eliminate the host, and, in the fleeting moments before the Nightmare Demon could possess another, eradicate its mist-like form. Thus, even the Beast faction regarded it as a mortal enemy, willing to pay immense costs to eradicate it completely. I cannot believe that what I witnessed was not an illusion, but reality. Su Xiaoyan has likely been entirely taken over by the Nightmare Demon, and the golden rock puppet beside her is undoubtedly an enemy under control. Su Xiaoyan's lips curled into a sinister smile as she spoke. Su Chen, right? The most formidable prodigy of Longhua in the past decade. Projected by the upper echelons of Longhua to possibly become the next Long Haojia. I adore this body. As long as we remain dormant for a few decades, we, the Yinma, shall once again manifest in this world and seize control of the universe. Ha. She clapped her hands, and a spatial barrier instantaneously expanded from her side, enveloping Su Chen in a translucent membrane. This was a demon power seal. Its effect was akin to Su Chen's silent words, capable of restricting the opponent's use of demonic arts. However, due to the vast disparity between her demon power and Su Chen's, the seal's effectiveness was nearly negligible. It could merely slow the accumulation of demon power, failing to achieve true silence. Su Chen's gaze darkened in an instant. It was clear that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated, and the opponent had evidently come prepared. From the very beginning, Su Chen had been perplexed. Yi Long had informed him that the matter of the Blood Soul Pearl was known to very few, and the Huangjinyan puppet was renowned for its clumsiness and dullness. Yet, at this moment, the Huangjinyan puppet was skillfully wielding the Blood Soul Pearl, which was truly unfathomable. It turned out that the Yinma was the mastermind behind it all. Continuously seizing hosts to accumulate experience, it had likely learned the method to utilize the Blood Soul Pearl. Immediately, the Huangjinyan puppet beside Su Xiaoyan swung its fist, larger than Su Chen himself, with a fierce wind, smashing down upon Su Chen like a small mountain. Crumbling rock fist. Lingyun's sister, when this is over, I shall demand my due interest from you. Su Chen clicked his tongue, inwardly lamenting. However, from Su Xiaoyan's actions, he seemed to discern a clue. Perhaps this Yinma required certain preconditions to possess a body. Otherwise, there would be no need to launch an attack on Su Chen. After all, if Su Chen were injured before being possessed, what if he lost an arm or a leg? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? With this realization, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, casting aside distractions and focusing intently. The imagery of intermediate combat techniques gradually clarified in his mind. Just a trifling third-tier Yinma. Do you overestimate yourself? As that enormous fist drew closer, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's eyes. In the next moment, he moved. His form darted like lightning, appearing beside the Huangjinyan puppet in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the Huangjinyan puppet, caught off guard by Su Chen's astonishing speed, was unable to react in time. Thus, it was sent flying by a powerful kick from Su Chen. Its colossal 10-meter frame soared like a cannonball, hurtling over 20 meters before crashing to the ground, creating a thunderous impact. A massive pit formed on the ground, shrouded in dust and debris. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Xiaoyan, with her frail physique, could hardly process what had just occurred. She stared wide-eyed, her face a mask of astonishment, unable to believe her own eyes. How could this be? Who on earth are you? Could you be from the Yueyue clan? But the Yueyue clan specializes in demonic power, not in physical techniques. Damn it, did you think we came unprepared? As her words fell, a mist-like figure gradually emerged from the body of the Huangjinyan puppet. This form coalesced, ultimately revealing a third-tier, 10-segment Yinma. It swiftly burrowed underground, and a skeletal demon of sequence 144 emerged from the depths. Clutching a rusty, grayish sword, a faint mist coiled around the blade, exuding a nauseating aura. Clearly, touching this mist would lead to dire consequences. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, such flamboyant tactics proved utterly futile. In the next instant, the skeletal demon found itself confronted by a colossal shoe imprint, crashing down upon its face with the weight of a mountain. Its head was instantly separated from its body. The remaining torso, propelled by the immense force, flew 100 meters away, dragging a deep trench in the earth. Take this. At that moment, Su Chen also launched an attack from behind Su Chen. An invisible wind blade coalesced around her right wrist, swiftly darting towards Su Chen's back. This strike, infused with all of Su Xiaoyan's strength, was certain to subdue the enemy. However, she was fast, yet Su Chen was faster. Su Chen's physical prowess was now equivalent to an ordinary 4th-tier, 5-segment demon beast. In contrast, Su Chen, possessed by the Yinma, was merely a regular 3rd-tier beastmaster. It posed no challenge at all. Su Chen barely registered how Su Chen struck before feeling a sharp pain in her chest. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, a smile crept onto her lips. Su Chen did not expect this, did you? A mocking voice echoed from behind Su Chen, declaring, "Your body is mine." It was the Yinma that had just been defeated, now possessing the skeletal demon. Seizing the moment when Su Chen's attention was fixated on Su Xiaoyan, the white mist embodiment of the Yinma found a crack to slip into Su Chen's body. Chapter 80. It must be the system sister. For the Yinma to possess a host, its greatest limitation was that the target's attention must not be on itself, or that the target must be in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, they initially attempted to incapacitate Su Chen to avoid unnecessary complications. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if he had toiled for 7 consecutive days and nights. His eyelids heavy and nearly impossible to open. Just at this critical juncture, a system notification rang out. Beep. Special energy detected within the host's body. About to seize control of the host's physical form. The host may fall into a deep slumber. Please expend 100 achievement points to eliminate this special energy. This voice pierced through Su Chen's lethargy like a blade, instantly awakening his consciousness. What the hell? The Yinma seemed to hear this system notification as well. Its mind flooded with countless question marks. Kid, something is off with you. This is possible. The system sister is indeed formidable. Let us expend those points. Beep. Initiating elimination. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily peculiar energy erupted from Su Chen's body like a volcanic explosion. Aya! The Yinma's shriek reverberated in Su Chen's mind. The agony was indescribable, akin to being engulfed in flames, as if encased in 1,000-year-old ice, or trapped in an underwater environment at 1,000 meters of pressure, or as if countless ants were gnawing at its flesh. The Yinma desperately sought to escape Su Chen's body, yet was horrified to find itself ensnared within a cage composed purely of energy. No matter how it struggled, escape was impossible. Why is this happening? The Yinma roared in defiance. However, all was in vain. In just 2.5 seconds, it vanished completely from this world. The fallen demon beast crystal core naturally rolled into Su Chen's beastmaster space. Sensing the complete absence of her companion's presence, Su Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. Her eyes filled with shock and fear. What have you done? Su Xiaoyan's voice trembled, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of the situation. I did nothing. Only that you may never see your companion again. But do not worry, I shall soon send you to meet him. Su Chen replied calmly. In a flash, Su Chen waved his hand once more, a tremendous force surging forth like a tidal wave towards Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan felt an immense force surge towards her, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Yet, Su Chen had restrained his strength, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. After all, as long as the Yinma chose to vacate Su Xiaoyan's body, she still had a glimmer of hope. As for her husband, well, that was a topic best left untouched. Damn it, why did it come to this? How could a mere beast surpass humanity in strength? Su Xiaoyan's curses echoed in the air, filled with indignation and resentment. Seizing the moment when Su Chen propelled her away, the Yinma swiftly exited her body, intending to hide for a while. The Yinma was elusive, nearly impossible to detect as long as it held its breath. However, it had underestimated Su Chen's abilities. The system interface displayed the precise location of the Yinma, leaving it with no place to conceal itself. If the Yinma had hidden within another creature, Su Chen might have needed some time to locate it. But now that it manifested in its true form, it was akin to walking into a trap. Su Chen formed his hand into the shape of a pistol. With a swift whoosh, the arrow of the monster coalesced and shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the Yinma's position. In an instant, The arrow struck the mist-like body of the Yinma with astonishing speed and precision. The Yinma let out a piercing scream before dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind a third-tier monster crystal core lying quietly on the ground, a testament to its former existence. Finally, Su Chen exhaled a breath of relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had to admit that he felt a moment of panic when he was first possessed. Who would have thought it would be the system sister to the rescue? After this series of actions, the three girls in the Beast Master space were left in awe, their scalps tingling. How could one effortlessly counter a possession by the Yinma? Wasn't that a bit too formidable? Su Chen, how did you manage this? Are you truly human? How impressive. Tonight, I shall reward you with a 6-hour swinging package. System notification. The bond value of the nine-tailed fox, Shan Yueyue, has changed, 7,580. System notification. The bond value of the Qingluan, Qinglu, has changed, 7,075. System notification. The bond value of the vampire ancestor, Yueyue, has changed, 5,060. Basic operations. Not 6. Su Chen declared triumphantly. Though he knew it wasn't over yet, there was still one more to deal with, and he still could not summon them. The golden barrier remained, indicating that there were likely other golden rock puppets still alive. However, this was of little concern. After vanquishing the Yinma, a portion of its residual power seemed to linger within Su Chen. With this power, he could easily sense the location of other Yinma, as if through telepathy. Perhaps this was how Yinma communicated among themselves. As for Su Xiaodian, she required some attention, as her injuries were self-inflicted. Fortunately, the Beast Master space was stocked with some medicinal supplies, which should suffice in an emergency. This is a critical situation. I am merely applying medicine. With no intention of being a rogue, Su Chen explained hurriedly, unsure to whom he was speaking. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the Yinma sustaining the golden barrier within the golden rock puppet sensed the sudden demise of its two companions and was struck with disbelief. As if plunged into an ice cavern. They are dead? How is that possible? It murmured, its voice filled with incredulity. This Yinma had survived in the world for 5 centuries, evading capture and daring not to reveal itself. Ultimately, it had successfully spawned 2 siblings 2.5 years prior, intending to use the power of the Blood Soul Pearl to expand their race and dominate the world in the future. Yet now, to suddenly learn that its companions had perished thrust it into despair and rage. Damn it, who dares to kill my kin? Just wait and see. However, before it could finish its thought, an unexpected voice rang out behind it. Just wait and see what? I never imagined that beasts would engage in such bravado. The Yinma jumped in fright, nearly fleeing its host body. Chapter 81. The True Hero. Who are you? The Yinma stammered, its face a mask of terror. Me? I am the one who has slain your 2 kin, and now the third awaits. Su Chen declared, unwilling to waste any more time. He swiftly conjured 3 arrows of the monster and shot them like lightning towards the golden rock puppet. With 3 resounding crashes, the body of the golden rock puppet shattered, revealing the true form of the Yinma. Impossible. How could a human possess such power? Why is this happening? The Yinma's face was filled with disbelief. Anything is possible. Have you never heard that phrase? A hint of disdain flickered in Su Chen's gaze. He conjured another arrow of the monster, instantly piercing through the misty form of the Yinma. Although the Yinma could easily usurp the bodies of other beasts, its own strength was exceedingly weak. With a physique value of Tier 3, Stage 10, it was even inferior to Shan Yueyue's Stage 1, Tier 10 value. Thus, it was only natural for Su Chen to dispatch it effortlessly. As the last Yinma transformed into a third-tier monster crystal core, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment of True Hero I. Completely annihilating the Yinma clan undoubtedly contributes greatly to this world. Have you ever wondered why beautiful women have always favored heroes? Achievement points gained, 300 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,500 achievement points. Reward, 5 points of free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,600 achievement points. Reward, 5 points of free attribute allocation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 3,700 achievement points. Reward, skill limit breakthrough. Limit breakthrough, significantly enhanced combat power for a short duration. Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving achievement points, and a full 300 at that. He had merely aimed to capture a female beast. Who would have thought such unexpected gains would arise? Truly remarkable. At that moment, Yueyue instantly appeared before Su Chen. She surveyed the shattered remains of the golden rock puppet with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Well done. I knew I did not misjudge you. Once the barrier was lifted, Yueyue leaped out from the Beast Master space. Eagerly, she exclaimed, Sister Yueyue, you must hear me out. Su Chen is incredibly strong. He defeated the golden rock puppet in an instant. It was simply astounding. My decision was undoubtedly correct. Is he really that strong? Did he truly eliminate the golden rock puppet in a heartbeat? Yes, absolutely. Moreover, that's not all. Knight Lingyun excitedly recounted the events that had just unfolded, leaving Yi Yulong momentarily stunned. Such a thing actually occurred? There are still remnants of the Yinma. Su Chen interjected cheerfully. Do not worry, dear mother-in-law. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Yinma in this world. After all, the system has made such a determination, so it cannot be erroneous. Really? Yi Yulong frowned slightly. How do you know this? And what do you mean by dear mother-in-law? Su Chen teased. Isn't that the case? Should I call you sister-in-law instead? Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of elaborating, Yi Yulong chose not to press further. She approached the corpse of the golden rock puppet and picked up a blood-red orb. She examined the orb closely and, after a few seconds, let out a sigh of relief. Although it had lost a considerable amount of power, the primal energy remained intact. It was not a major issue. After 30 years, this persistent worry has finally been resolved. Had it not been for Su Chen, he would likely have had to forcibly break through the barrier by surpassing the 10th tier. This evening, Su Chen was brought by Yi Yulong to the gathering place of their vampire clan for the night. Nestled deep within the mountains, this location is cloaked by a domain barrier, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to discover. Naturally, if this place were to be revealed to others, they would be utterly astonished. For here, one could witness dozens of divine sequence monsters that are seldom seen in the wild. The fact that Su Chen was brought here clearly indicates an absolute trust in him. Surprisingly, not a single vampire here possesses an unattractive appearance. Each one boasts flowing golden hair, blood-red eyes brimming with allure, and voluptuous figures, as if they have stepped out from a painting. It can truly be said that this is a paradise for men, provided one is in good health. After all, the vampire's desires in that regard are almost on par with the succubi found in Western fantasy novels. It is simply outrageous. Su Chen, came the voice of Yi Lingyun, laced with a hint of seduction as she slowly approached him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Su Chen couldn't help but shiver. He felt his heart racing, and a sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. He now understood the nightly moods of Shan Yueyue and Qingluan. Observing Su Chen's flustered demeanor, Shan Yueyue and Qingluan exchanged amused glances. Indeed, a villain requires another villain to temper them. Finally, there were monsters capable of dealing with Su Chen. The long night stretched on, yet the room where Su Chen resided was ablaze with light, standing in stark contrast to the darkness outside. Occasionally, the sounds of youthful laughter echoed within, infusing the tranquil night with a lively atmosphere. While the experience was undeniably delightful, he still needed to enhance his physical attributes swiftly. The following day, at noon, Su Chen, I cannot express enough gratitude on behalf of Lingyun and all our kin for your assistance. Yi Yulong said earnestly. If there comes a time when you need our help, or if you contemplate a contract, please do not hesitate to ask. We will always be your support. Su Chen waved his hand, smiling sheepishly. I don't have enough blood for you all to feed on. However, if I genuinely need your assistance in the future, I will certainly ask. Yi Yulong nodded, then turned her gaze to Yi Lingyun, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and reproach. Lingyun, remember to exercise restraint, otherwise, if Su Chen dies, you will suffer as well. Yet Yi Lingyun dismissed her concerns with a playful smile, retorting, Sister Yulong, you don't know. Su Chen is incredibly formidable. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulong blinked her beautiful red eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Really? Su Chen felt a grimace forming on his lips, inwardly lamenting. If he hadn't used attribute points to enhance his physicality, he might have already fainted. To lose consciousness at such a moment would waste his energy and deny him the paid experience, not to mention the teasing from the girls. A man must never admit defeat. Unfortunately, there are limits to how often one can engage in such activities. Yi Lingyun nodded vigorously, continuing, yes. Extremely formidable. Yi Yulong smiled sweetly, is that so? You make me a bit tempted. Her gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment, as if contemplating something. After some casual conversation, Su Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly time to take his leave. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the vampires were gazing at him with insatiable hunger, their throats occasionally making audible swallowing sounds. Su Chen's heart tightened. If he didn't leave soon, he might truly become a desiccated corpse at their hands. As for Su Xiaodian, she had been engulfed in profound sorrow since waking, weeping uncontrollably. She vividly recalled the moment she had taken her husband's life with her own hands. This harsh reality was unbearable for her, yet she felt powerless. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Such is the cruel reality of this world. To express her apologies, Yi Yulong presented a treasure worth hundreds of millions of credit points as compensation. Although these treasures could not soothe Su Xiaoyan's pain of losing her beloved, they would at least ensure her future comfort and even provide her the opportunity to break through to the 6th tier as a Beastmaster. The matter concerning Yi Lingyun had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Teacher Xia, this is Yi Lingyun, my new partner. Su Chen proudly introduced her to Xia Limo. Yi Lingyun respectfully performed a kneeling bow, smiling as she greeted. Hello, teacher. I often hear Su Chen speak of you. After thoroughly investigating all suspicious locations within the trial area, the personnel from the 1st and 2nd combat zones issued a complete lockdown order and ceased further pursuit. The scarcity of 7th-tier Beastmasters was such that they were constantly occupied with numerous tasks, leaving them no time to spare. In such circumstances, the most beneficial course of action was to seal the trial area, conclude the mission, and dispatch drones for continued surveillance. Thus, upon Su Chen's return to the hotel, he encountered Xia Limo, who had just completed her mission, and proceeded to introduce Yi Lingyun, the one who had compelled him to partake and meet the previous night. Another beautiful girl monster, huh? Xia Limo's tone seemed slightly off, tinged with a hint of disappointment, as her gaze fell on Yi Lingyun, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. However, she quickly regained her composure, continuing, by the way, Su Chen, I reported your breakthrough to the 3rd tier to General Han. He has instructed me to take you to the 1st combat zone right away. How does that sound? Are you ready to go? Absolutely. Su Chen replied without hesitation. What man could refuse the allure of being the strongest and most mysterious? Well then, shall we depart now? Yes, let us go. Xia Limo had initially anticipated it would take Su Chen at least a year to reach the 3rd tier, yet to her astonishment, he had achieved it in just over 3 months. Moreover, his strength far surpassed that of other 3rd-tier Beastmasters, having contracted 3 formidable divine sequence beasts. Such a rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Even novels wouldn't dare to depict such a feat. Before long, Su Chen was led to the basement of the Yanjing Beastmaster Association. At the center of the basement stood a massive teleportation array radiating powerful energy waves, adorned with extraordinarily intricate patterns. With the assistance of the association's staff, the teleportation array began to activate slowly. Terrifying energy surged through the surrounding air, creating visible ripples. A blue and white vortex opened above the spatial array with a thunderous roar. Is this the teleportation array? Su Chen marveled, feeling a sense of familiarity. Didn't it resemble the teleportation portals from a popular open-world game on Earth before his transmigration? This felt like an overlap of worlds. Let us go. Once we step inside, we will arrive at the 1st combat zone, Xia Limo said, tugging at Su Chen's hand with a smile. All right. Su Chen nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the spatial teleportation array alongside Xia Limo. In a flash of dazzling light, their figures vanished from sight. Apart from this remarkable sensation, it felt much like when he first crossed into this world. However, Su Chen noticed subtle changes in the scenery before him. While the overall layout leaned toward a futuristic technological aesthetic, it was evidently much more spacious than the previous basement. Have we truly arrived at the 1st combat zone? That was quick. Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? Xia Limo spoke with great pride, declaring, this is a product developed jointly by our 1st and 8th battle zones. Each major city's Beastmaster Association is equipped with it. Come, General Han wishes to meet you. Su Chen followed Xia Limo, encountering a myriad of Beastmasters along the way. Each Beastmaster emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura. Even though Su Chen's strength now rivaled that of a 4th-tier monster, he still felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Is this truly the 1st battle zone? How terrifying. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Xia Limo arrived at Han Xing, his office. Not bad. Quite impressive. Han Xing, he stood up, circling around Su Chen several times, scrutinizing him as if he were a rare antique. A satisfied smile spread across his face, growing fonder with each glance, even stirring an impulse to consider him as a godson. It is worth noting that even Long Hao Jia, the strongest Beastmaster in Longhua, took nearly 6 months to progress from a 2nd tier to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, yet Su Chen achieved this in just over 3 months. Such innate talent is truly astonishing. Han Xing, he silently marveled, as if he could see a future superstar rising. General Han, shall we discuss matters of importance? Su Chen asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under Han Xing's intense scrutiny. Realizing his lack of decorum, Han Xing, he chuckled and returned to his seat. Haha, my apologies. Clearing his throat, he continued, firstly, Su Chen, congratulations on officially becoming a member of our 1st battle zone. Resources will be allocated monthly, and Loli will explain the details to you later. This is your identification card. With it, you will possess the right to act first and report later in many matters. Other privileges will also be introduced by Loli shortly. As for your codename, we refer to one another by code names in the 1st battle zone. If you have time, feel free to create your own. There's no rush. Regarding your duties, do you remember what you told me earlier? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xing, his expression turned serious. In response, Su Chen straightened his posture and performed a military salute with conviction. To restore the glory of humanity, it is our unyielding duty. Chapter 83, Selecting a Villa. Excellent. Very good. Han Xing, he smiled, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. He then directed his gaze towards Xia Liemo. Now, please take them to select their accommodations. Xia Liemo executed a precise military salute and replied, understood. Them? A hint of confusion surged within Su Chen. Could there be others, aside from himself, who needed to choose their residences? Shortly thereafter, Su Chen accompanied Xia Liemo to the dormitory area of the first battle zone. The sight left him utterly astounded. Rather than a dormitory area, it resembled a row of luxurious villa estates. As he scanned the surroundings, he beheld exquisitely decorated villas arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, their opulence surpassing even Xia Liemo's villa in Yicheng. Accompanying them were 6 beast masters ranging from 3rd tier 10th segment to 4th tier 2nd segment. Among them, 3 were familiar to Su Chen. They often appeared on television and were renowned chief beast masters at various universities, commanding considerable attention. Each possessed formidable strength, sufficient to dominate the previous training sessions with absolute ease. Of course, this did not apply to Su Chen. The other 3 were strangers to him. But given their shared presence, their strengths likely did not differ significantly. At that moment, Xia Liemo halted, surveying the area before pointing at a villa before them. This is the dormitory area of our first battle zone. The villas without names on the door plates are unoccupied. You may choose freely based on your preferences. However, this is not a gift. To gain the right to use and own a villa, you must pass the assessments we have set. The more luxurious the villa you choose, the greater the challenge you will face. There is no limit to the number of attempts, but you may only apply for 1 challenge per day. You may also form teams for the challenge, but this means sharing a room. If you fail, you will have to temporarily reside in an inn. So please be aware of that. Now, you may begin selecting your villas. As Xia Liemo finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the scene. However, it was soon broken by a female beast master. Excuse me, Lieutenant Imoli, do you have a map? This place is enormous. And if we check each villa one by one, it could take us all day. That is something you need not worry about. Xia Liemo smiled gently, retrieving 7 terminal devices from her beast space. These are positioning terminals for the villa area. Once you select your desired villa, simply confirm, and you will be teleported to the assessment area. Upon completion, you will receive the keys to your new home. Hey, would you like to share a space? I'm Lin Yubin, the Chief Beast Master at Yanjing University this year. A 4th tier 1st segment Beast Master politely bowed to the only female among them, expressing, I believe with our combined strengths, we can conquer the most luxurious villa in the accommodation area. She coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I prefer not to share my living space with anyone. With that, she began fiddling with her positioning terminal, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. What a pity. Lin Yubin remarked, slightly disappointed, yet his expression revealed little sorrow. After all, individuals of their stature were accustomed to female prodigies flocking to them. It was improbable for them to linger simply because a female beast master was particularly beautiful. At that moment, Su Chen had made his choice and strode purposefully toward the distant Seaview Villa area. Of course, the so-called Seaview was merely a man-made lake. Who is that person? Quite ambitious. He aims for the remaining Seaview Villa, Lin Yubin commented, resting his chin on his hand, impressed. The forces behind them could easily purchase estates many times larger than these villas, yet they still sought to win one through challenges, not only as a rite of passage for all newcomers, but to facilitate orders as well. More importantly, the villa area was imbued with a specific spiritual energy barrier, constructed atop a dragon vein. Residing in such an environment accelerated the refinement of monster cores consumed by contracted monsters, with an efficiency equivalent to defeating approximately 30 monsters of the same level daily. It also enhanced the nourishing effects of rare materials, making it easier to boost one's physical and monster power levels. The larger the villa, the more dragon vein resources it possessed, resulting in faster upgrade speeds. With ample rare materials and monster cores, one could level up simply by resting here. However, there were only 35 villas in the Seaview area, of which 34 were currently occupied, leaving the largest one uninhabited. Yet, it was rumored that for over 30 years, no newcomer in the first battle zone had successfully completed the challenge for that villa. Even renowned predecessors had only a few who managed to pass, and those who did were among the most outstanding talents in Longhua. Although Lin Yubin was confident in his abilities, he would never be arrogant. To recklessly challenge such a formidable obstacle would be foolish. However, upon seeing that individual, a wave of curiosity stirred within him. That person seemed to be Su Chen, the one reported recently for achieving the top score among students in Yanjing at the age of 18. Is that truly Su Chen? Lin Yubin pondered in astonishment. His gaze was firmly fixed upon Su Chen, attempting to discern any signs that aligned with the rumors surrounding him. The Su Chen before him, marked by dark circles under his eyes from insufficient rest, appeared somewhat fatigued, devoid of any hint of arrogance in his expression, and walked with a slight limp. This was in stark contrast to the image of an extraordinary prodigy that Lin Yu Bin had envisioned. He did not resemble the quintessential paragon of excellence in any way. I had noticed him from the beginning. It was indeed Su Chen, the one hailed by various media outlets as the one most likely to become the next Long Hao Jie, a Beast Master. Another Tier 3, Level 10 Beast Master echoed this sentiment, his eyes filled with admiration. The sole female Beast Master present, upon learning of Su Chen's identity, cast a curious glance his way. However, apart from his slightly weary appearance and composed demeanor, she found little that set him apart. So he is Su Chen. I thought he was just some unknown passerby. She delicately licked her crimson lips and murmured, I wonder how a prodigy like him can withstand my advances? It's truly intriguing. Chapter 84, An Unpassable Examination. This female Beast Master, known as Ji Yueyue, was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Ji family, the foremost Beast Master family in Mo, due her exquisite beauty. Rated above 9 out of 10, had made her the object of admiration among many peers since she was around 10 years old. They vied for her attention, showering her with flattery, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. Yet, this excessive attention and pursuit had only served to deepen Ji Yueyuan's disdain for such sycophantic behavior. Her heart grew increasingly twisted, and she refused to even glance at those who sought her favor, her expression marred by disdain. Ironically, this earned her the title of an ice-cold beauty, which was utterly absurd. In contrast, those male prodigies who paid her no mind piqued her interest. It was not because she genuinely liked them, but rather because she reveled in the thrill of the hunt. She took great delight in using her unparalleled talent and enchanting beauty to entice renowned male prodigies. Of course, she would never target married men, as that would make her seem cheap. When they ultimately fell at her feet, she would ruthlessly cast them aside, deriving immense pleasure from this unique experience. From the very beginning, during the initial gathering, Ji Yueyuan had begun to meticulously count the number of glances cast upon her by the other prodigies. First and foremost was Lin Yu Bin, who nearly had the words "I want to pursue you" written across his face. The other four had also appraised her several times. Yet Su Chen was distinct in his behavior. He spent the entire time conversing with Lieutenant Xia Liemo, seemingly oblivious to Ji Yueyuan's presence, which made her feel ignored. At first, she had assumed Su Chen was merely an ordinary passerby and did not take him seriously, as his appearance did not suggest he was a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. However, upon discovering that he was the recently acclaimed prodigy, an overwhelming desire to conquer him surged within her. How would it feel to win over such a talent and then decisively dismiss him? The very thought was exhilarating. Su Chen was to challenge the villa reputed to be the most difficult. I shall follow to observe. Such an extraordinary prodigy must surely have never known the taste of failure, right? At that point, I could arrange a comforting package to let him experience my tenderness and care, making it an effortless endeavor to win him over. With this thought in mind, Ji Yueyuan ceased to ponder further and followed closely behind. The others, noticing Ji Yueyuan also heading towards the coastal villa area, were somewhat puzzled. However, the day was still long, and observing a bit more wound tea hurt. Su Chen remained oblivious to the discussions of the 6 others. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the coastal villa area. The air here was fresh and pleasant, with the sea breeze gently caressing them, carrying a hint of saltiness. Each villa stood like a work of art upon the land, their designs unique and breathtaking. The plots of these villas were all over 2,000 square meters, truly resembling estates. In front of each villa's entrance stood a refined nameplate inscribed with personal codes. However, the most luxurious villa, spanning over 3,000 square meters, bore no inscription at all. This must be the villa. It's enormous. The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Thus, it is decided. He activated his positioning terminal, inputting the nameplate information and pressing the confirmation button. In an instant, a powerful spatial transmission wave emanated, reminiscent of the transition to the examination area during entrance examinations. Su Chen's figure gradually blurred within this wave, eventually vanishing from sight. He entered? How reckless! What level of confidence in his own abilities does he possess? Ji Yueyuan and the other 6 Beast Masters arrived shortly thereafter, witnessing Su Chen's actions with expressions of surprise and confusion. Typically, after selecting a villa, one would ponder deeply, weighing their options and preparing thoroughly before commencing the examination to avoid missing a once-a-day opportunity. Yet he simply jumped right in. Was he completely oblivious to the rules? Or was he so self-assured in his abilities? Upon entering the examination room, Su Chen found the layout to be strikingly similar to the Beast Realm, featuring a circular arena themed in black. However, unlike the Beast realm, this place appeared more dilapidated and somber, almost rivaling the gloomy Night King City's domain. Though aware that failure in the examination would not result in death, the desolate atmosphere nonetheless instilled a sense of indescribable trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen slowly made his way to the center of the arena. He summoned Yueyue, eager to gauge her full strength. Yet, the opponent remained elusive, plunging the arena into utter silence. As this was merely a virtual examination, devoid of life and death stakes, and the opponent was a simulated beast, Su Chen's perception and crisis awareness skills could not be activated. Yueyue tilted her adorable little head in confusion and asked, "Are we just going to wait here?" Su Chen surveyed the surroundings, seemingly lacking any viable options. Teacher Xia Liemo had once mentioned that the examination system here was identical to that of the Beast realm, with the simulated beasts possessing a high degree of intelligence, indistinguishable from reality. Perhaps this virtual beast was not observing his actions at all, but rather hesitated to reveal itself out of fear of being defeated. With this realization, Su Chen decisively called out, "Yueyue, Shaoqing, you two come out and level this place. For the next week, I shan't call upon either of you." Upon hearing that they could enjoy a peaceful week of slumber, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qingluan sprang forth from the beast space without delay. The various area-damaging skills began to bombard the virtual arena. If one were to liken them to game classes, Tu Shan Yueyue and Qingluan were akin to mages, while Yueyue resembled an assassin. Such wide-ranging attacks were best left to the adept beasts. Finally, in that moment, Su Chen, with his keen perception, detected a figure emerging from the smoke. Of course, Yueyue sensed the disturbance simultaneously. She stepped forward, and the ground was instantly marked with spiderweb-like cracks. As she rushed towards the shadow with an astonishing speed, the sound of slicing air was accompanied by a chilling wail. The dark figure was dispatched in an instant. Following this, two distinctly different system notification tones erupted in Su Chen's mind. Chapter 85, is that all? Congratulations on completing the assessment trial. You will obtain ownership of Villa number 10086. The synchronization of the mental link is currently in progress. Esteemed Su Chen, greetings. I shall serve as your steward, responsible for managing all affairs within the estate. Simply call out to Xiao Jiu to activate the service function. You may choose to remain here for further training or return to the real world. Congratulations, host, on achieving your own home. You now possess a house with 4 halls and 20 bedrooms. Are you planning to take 20 concubines? Achievement points gained, 30 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your achievement points have surpassed 3,800 points. Reward, skill, Art of Domination. Art of Domination temporarily enhances the combat power of contracted demon beasts at the cost of one's own demon power. It seems rather trivial. Su Chen smiled slightly, affectionately patting the heads of the 3 demon beasts as he murmured. Before this, Xia Liemo had repeatedly warned him, describing the trial as exceedingly difficult. Initially, Su Chen had anticipated witnessing the astonishing power of Yueyue in her full strength. However, upon merely catching a glimpse of her figure, Yueyue effortlessly eliminated her opponent. Su Chen could only exclaim, "Is that all? Are they too powerful, or is this assessment too easy?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Liemo hurried back to the office where Han Xing he was located. As soon as she entered, without pausing to catch her breath, she eagerly exclaimed, "General Han, just as you predicted." Su Chen decisively chose the most challenging villa for his trial. Sitting calmly at his desk, Han Xing he appeared remarkably composed. He leisurely poured himself a cup of steaming tea, took a gentle sip, and remarked, "This was anticipated. After all, he is someone bold enough to speak of restoring the glory of humanity. He certainly wouldn't compromise on such matters." Hearing this, Xia Liemo nodded in agreement. "So, General Han, how many attempts do you think Su Chen will need to pass the assessment?" While Xia Liemo held great confidence in Su Chen's abilities, the trial for that seaside villa was the most challenging assessment that had gone unpassed for 30 years. It is crucial to note that those who reach the first battle zone are already extraordinary talents among countless others. Yet, even so, no one has succeeded, which attests to its difficulty. The demon beast in the trial is a shell ninja of the Divine Era sequence number 91, known for its swift movements and keen insight into weaknesses, and its level is guaranteed to exceed that of the challenger by at least one significant tier. Su Chen's current level is merely at the first stage of the 3rd tier, while his trial opponent, the Shell Ninja, has reached the 5th stage of the 4th tier. According to this challenge rule, if Su Chen's level is between the 6th and 10th segment of the 3rd tier, he would face an opponent at the 10th segment of the 4th tier, and so forth. This rule is undoubtedly unfriendly to Su Chen, who has just broken through to the 1st stage of the 3rd tier. Furthermore, the Shell Ninja is renowned for its surprising initial killing techniques. Nevertheless, Xiao Liemo firmly believes in Su Chen's potential for growth. It is likely that within a month, he will successfully conquer the villa assessment that has stumped newcomers. Han Xing, he smiled slightly, as if he had already discerned Xiao Liemo's thoughts. He softly stated, "My view aligns with yours. I also believe Su Chen should pass within about a month." Hearing Han Xing's confident words, Xiao Liemo felt a slight relief. His judgment has always been exceptionally accurate. Since he asserts this, it is certain to unfold as he predicts. However, at that moment, an unexpected broadcast suddenly echoed from Han Xing's intercom. "Old Han, this Su Chen is indeed impressive. So the resources you fought for him, I've decided to triple them. Even a 10th-tier demon emperor cannot stop me." Han Xing, he squinted, a hint of confusion and disbelief on his face. He quickly inquired, "Old Wei, what are you talking about?" "Huh, Old Han, didn't you see the messages in the notification group? The newcomer you brought, named Su Chen, actually succeeded in passing the Seaside Villa assessment on the very first day. That mansion, which had been idle for 30 years, now belongs to Su Chen." "What?" Su Chen chose not to continue training. After all, the training here merely summoned an identical virtual demon beast, easily dispatched with one strike. It hardly qualified as training. Rather than waste time here, it would be better to explore the Beast Mastery realm in the 3rd-tier area. The other 6 Beast Masters, having seen Su Chen begin his challenge, withdrew within a minute, displaying expressions that seemed to say, "I told you so." However, contrary to their expectations, Su Chen did not wear a bitter smile before departing. Instead, he took strides directly to the entrance of the estate villa. What is he up to? Perhaps he wishes to reminisce. After all, losing within the first minute of the first day. Haha, keep it up. Just as I suspected. Even the extraordinary talent Su Chen could not possibly pass this trial. Ji Shuiyuan wore a subtle smile, pondering to herself, "It seems I should take action. In this situation, an unintentional collision should deliver the greatest impact." With this thought, she took a step forward. Yet, after just that one step, she froze in place. The others did the same, mouths agape in astonishment. They watched as Su Chen murmured something. In the next moment, the villa's grand entrance swung open with a resounding boom. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, disappearing beyond the threshold. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. What on earth? Did he actually pass the assessment? How else could he enter the villa? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he has some relative working in the management, allowing him entry despite failing the assessment. This is the first battle zone, the strongest zone in Longhua. Such familial connections have no sway here. No way. This Su Chen is truly that strong. He really cleared a trial that no newcomer has ever passed in just 1 minute? Ji Shuiyuan was left astounded. Yet soon, that expression of shock was replaced with one of joy. Su Chen is such a remarkable talent. Just imagining the scene if he were to kneel before me is exhilarating. I must study Su Chen's preferences further. I must win him over. Chapter 86, the focus of everyone. Upon entering the estate, Su Chen immediately released the demon beast maidens from the beast mastery space. He began to explore the villa, which spans over 3,000 square meters. With a building area of approximately 500 square meters and 3 stories. The villa is fully equipped with facilities, comprising 4 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, and 20 bedrooms. Albeit in the simplest of finishes, allowing for future renovations according to his preferences. The only drawback is the lack of daily necessities. However, Su Chen had already stored most of the daily necessities in the Beastmaster space, with the addition of another sister. It was prudent to procure a few more supplies just in case, particularly the consumption of high C, which was the only way Su Chen could resist Night Lingyun every night, had significantly increased. Of course, apart from the villa area. The first battle zone also boasted an array of shopping malls and supermarkets. The variety of goods was dazzling, far surpassing that of major cities. Moreover, the prices were incredibly reasonable, all sold at cost price, with quality being top-notch. After all, this area had to cater to the exceptional beast masters of the first battle zone, so there could be no room for negligence. Su Chen, can we really use these rooms? Night Lingyun asked, gazing at the clean and tidy room before her, unable to suppress a gulp. The contrast with her previous living conditions was striking. Su Chen nodded, of course. You can choose rooms according to your preferences. After staying in the Beastmaster space for so long, it is necessary to get some fresh air. However, when I go out on errands, you all must accompany me. All right, I want this one. Night Lingyun unhesitatingly pointed to the room at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, exclaiming that it suited her perfectly. Su Chen readily agreed. No problem. If you like it, that's what matters. And Yueyue and Shaoqing. You can also select your favorite rooms and see what else we might need. Later, we can have a meal together and shop for supplies. Yes. My facial cleanser and conditioner are almost finished. Night Lingyun exclaimed. By the way, won't we attract too much attention walking around your human base? Don't worry. The first battle zone is very inclusive. Su Chen waved his hand in explanation. Since you have formed a contract with me, you are essentially one of us. So there is no need to be overly concerned. And given your beauty, those young merchants would likely welcome your presence. With that, Qinglu breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it feels quite pleasant. The design of the first battle zone was not vastly different from that of an ordinary city, encapsulated by a massive barrier. However, the layout had some variations. It resembled an expansion of the Great Wall by several 100,000 times, forming a city that stretched for dozens of kilometers. It was divided into 3 zones. The Vanguard Zone, which extended near Longhua, housed various impressive heavy weaponry. In the event of a beast attack, this area would instantly transform into a battlefield, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. The area closest to Longhua was the bustling commercial logistics zone, filled with a myriad of malls catering to the diverse needs of beastmasters. Su Chen found himself situated at the central point between the Vanguard Zone and the logistics zone, in the residential area. This area was home not only to the beastmasters of the first battle zone, but also to merchants from the logistics zone, beastmasters responsible for security, and some civilians engaged in logistical work, all choosing to settle here. As Qinglu, being Su Chen's contracted beast, was already registered in the first battle zone. They swiftly arrived at the bustling commercial street in under 10 minutes, thanks to Qinglu's flying ability. At this moment, Su Chen was unaware that he had become the center of attention for many. Each time he passed through a crowd, it sparked fervent discussions. Is it true? No newcomers have passed the assessment in over 30 years, and he did it in one go? Indeed. And reportedly, it took him merely a minute. How impressive. But what is Su Chen's background? It seems the first battle zone has been unable to uncover the truth after a lengthy investigation. What are you thinking? If his background were questionable, how could the first battle zone possibly have allowed him entry? They must be concealing the true heritage of the Su family behind him. To be honest, I have a little insider information, not sure if you believe it, but after today, I am convinced. What insider information? It is rumored that Su Chen hails from an ancient beastmaster family in Longhua, one that had been on the rise even before the appearance of the beasts a millennium ago, known to very few. Their status is likely comparable to that of the Ji family in Mo Du and the Long family in Yanjing, if not surpassing it. Upon hearing this, the merchants present erupted in astonishment. Is that really the case? No wonder Su Chen possesses such terrifying strength. The nature of humanity is to indulge in gossip and spectacle. Su Chen's name had repeatedly graced the trending lists over the past few months, with people filled with curiosity about his background and identity. As rumors and speculations spread like wildfire, some tales became increasingly outrageous, leaving many astounded. At this moment, Su Chen was enjoying barbecue at a street stall with his sisters. Naturally, Shan Yueyue had utilized the ability of Mirror Flower Water Moon to disguise their group. After all, being scrutinized and discussed along the way was quite uncomfortable. There were even numerous enthusiastic fans approaching for autographs, leaving Su Chen feeling both helpless and somewhat embarrassed. This is just absurd. It seems I have become the object of admiration for many, including these human girls, in addition to the beast girls who were initially drawn by my charm. Is it a sin to be too handsome? As Su Chen expressed his self-satisfied thoughts, Shan Yueyue and Qinglu exchanged eye rolls. Though they were beasts who had once been adversaries of humans, they had seen many human men, and it was evident to anyone with sight who was handsome and who was not. How can you, Su Chen, have the audacity to claim you are handsome? Meanwhile, Nightling Yun maintained an adorable pose with her hands supporting her chin, gazing at Su Chen with watery eyes, occasionally licking her luscious lips, revealing a smile as radiant as spring flowers. Indeed, Master, you are the world's most handsome. Given this situation, it seemed that Su Chen's stamina and vitality would soon face another rigorous test that night. Just then, he overheard 2 merchants at the adjacent table discussing him while drinking. By the way, do you know about the newcomer Su Chen in the first battle zone? Su Chen, of course. He is that newcomer beast master who conquered the last residential building in the Ocean View Villa area that afternoon, right? I see him trending every day. That's good. Let me tell you, the forces behind Su Chen are far beyond your imagination. It is rumored that he comes from the hidden Su family, one of the legendary families that existed even before the beasts appeared. Remember how throughout history, there have been numerous nameless beast masters? They possess immense strength, but remain hidden. Their true names known only by their code names, until death. It is evident that they are all unmatched prodigies from this family, who concealed their identities to train and reach the pinnacle. Wow, is it really that impressive? No wonder Su Chen is so powerful. He has finally emerged after 18 years of anonymity. Indeed. However, every time a hero rises, the world tends to plunge into chaos. We must be prepared. Upon hearing this conversation, Su Chen was utterly bewildered. His eyes widened as he internally muttered, "What is going on? Am I not an orphan with no parents?" The system has certified my achievements. How could such a powerful background suddenly emerge? Nonetheless, this dialogue piqued the intense interest of the three sisters. Their gazes were firmly fixed upon Su Chen, seemingly perplexed by the nature of his background. Possessing the extraordinary ability to forcibly contract other magical beasts, his prowess was astonishingly high, to the extent that he could endow these creatures with the capacity to learn skills and rapidly refine the energies of rare treasures. Although they were not human, they still possessed a modicum of common sense. Su Chen's capabilities were nothing short of that of a walking enigma, and it was impossible not to be curious. At that moment, a clear system notification chimed in Su Chen's mind, announcing, "Congratulations to the host for achieving the illustrious status. Over 1 million humans worldwide have remembered your name. Perhaps you could leverage this fame to woo some admirers." He received 50 achievement points. Could it be that simple? Su Chen's heart surged with joy. The name of this accomplishment hinted at further developments, and perhaps he might even have the opportunity to be interviewed by a television station. Surely, his popularity would soar then. Upon returning to the villa after procuring various supplies, he found 5 or 6 middle-aged women diligently cleaning outside. This was the result of his earlier directive to Xiao Jiutong Shui to assist in tidying up the premises. Clad in simple work attire, these women executed their tasks with proficiency and diligence, wielding brooms, mops, and cloths to meticulously scrub every corner of the villa's exterior. Judging by their efforts, it appeared that the interior had already been attended to. Upon noticing Su Chen, they merely greeted him with a nod and continued their work without further conversation. The image of a youthful maid in an anime, respectfully addressing her master upon his return, was perhaps nothing more than a fanciful thought. In this world, ordinary young women, particularly those of attractive countenance, would have long been claimed by beast masters, living lives devoid of financial worry, and thus had no need to toil. Conversely, those of average or below average looks typically married ordinary men, dedicating their energies to childbearing and nurturing, hoping that at least one of their offspring might blossom into a beast master. It was only after their fertility waned in their 40s or 50s that they would seek employment to procure resources for their children's enhancement. However, upon stepping through the door of the villa, Su Chen's assumptions were swiftly overturned. Before him stood a woman in her early 20s, possessing an enviable figure and striking beauty. Adorned in an exquisite maid outfit, she approached him with graceful strides, her demeanor exuding utmost respect, her eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible admiration. Akin to a devoted fan meeting her idol, she resembled a sweet made straight out of an anime. Bowing slightly, she humbly introduced herself. "Greetings, master. I am Yueyue, the steward responsible for managing the various logistical affairs of this villa. My sister, Yueyue, has met you previously." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that she was the younger sister of Xia Li's close friend. How had she come to serve as the steward of his villa? Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and simply waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Yueyue, you may call me by my name. It feels a bit awkward to be addressed as master. Also, how much longer will the cleaning take?" Yueyue raised her head to meet his gaze, replying, "It will take approximately another hour to complete the task." Su Chen nodded and continued, "Are you residing in the annex?" Maintaining her slightly inclined posture, Yueyue responded, "Yes. To be at your service 24 hours a day, we reside in the annex during our free time." Su Chen expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Very well. I have recently purchased numerous household items. Please have someone assist in arranging them in the master bedroom and the secondary rooms, as I will be using them tonight." Upon hearing this, Yueyue nodded slightly, her movements elegant and natural. She gracefully retreated 5 steps before turning to command the middle-aged women, her tone imbued with authority. The contrast in her demeanor towards Su Chen and her subordinates was striking, reminiscent of a beautiful executive issuing orders to her staff. Su Chen observed this scene with astonishment, appreciating her respectful treatment of superiors and her decisive management of subordinates. Though he was unfamiliar with the typical conduct of maids and stewards in noble households, he could not help but feel gratified by Yueyue's demeanor. At that moment, he glanced at his phone, revealing several unread messages from Xia Li's. It turned out that Yueyue had been summoned at her behest. After the training camp concluded, Yueyue had shared Su Chen's circumstances with her sister. In that instant, Yueyue transformed into an ardent admirer, filled with respect and admiration for him. Like Yueyue, Xia Li's did not hail from a family of beast masters, but rather from a modest background with some financial means. Consequently, resources were typically allocated to those with exceptional talent, leaving others to grow up as ordinary children. Yueyue was one of them. Fittingly, her skills aligned with those of a maid or steward, and given the customary presence of stewards in the villa area of the First War Zone, coupled with her infatuation with Su Chen, all these coincidences led to her assignment here, perhaps even providing her a chance to forge a connection with this potential prodigy. Furthermore, there was the matter of the escalating tensions in the 7 battlefields. Nearly all beast masters above the 5th tier, including Xia Liamo, had been dispatched to various battlefronts for support, and it was likely that he would not see them for at least several months. Chapter 88, Advanced Task. An hour later, the villa was spotless, both inside and out, rejuvenated and fresh. The air was imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, refreshing and pleasant, as though one were amidst a sea of blossoms. Yet, within this delightful ambience, a pair of eyes gleamed with intense desire, fixated on Su Chen. Master, it's 10 o'clock. Time for a break. Night Lingyun chimed, her cheeks slightly flushed. My queen, could we perhaps skip the blood-sucking tonight and indulge in more pleasurable activities? Su Chen whispered, a hint of pleading in his eyes as he leaned closer to Night Lingyun. No way. I'm feeling peckish. Night Lingyun pouted playfully, gently shaking Su Chen's arm, activating her charming mode. Upon hearing this, Su Chen let out a deep sigh. Being a man was truly exhausting. Yet what could he do? After all, Night Lingyun was his contracted magical beast. In the following days, Su Chen resided in the villa, leveraging the power of the dragon vein to upgrade peacefully. All his meals were managed by Yun Qian, and he felt as though he were living in paradise. However, with the end of August approaching, and having yet to complete the monthly tasks set by the Beastmaster Association, Su Chen resolved to utilize the remaining time to undertake some tasks and accumulate achievement points. After all, the dragon vein merely enhanced his upgrading efficiency. No method could compare to the swiftness of earning achievement points. The first war zone also housed a Beastmaster Association, and the locations for completing monthly tasks were not restricted to any specific city. Upon arriving at the task hall, he noticed it differed from those in other major cities. As the end of the month approached, the tasks released within the first war zone encompassed the entire nation, all classified as advanced difficulty tasks. It was not that tasks of lower tiers had been claimed. Rather, only those of advanced tier and above were issued here. In addition, for those beast masters affiliated with the first war zone, completing tasks here grants them an additional currency known as contribution points. Based on market averages, one contribution point is equivalent to over 100,000 credit points, and it can also be exchanged for rare treasures not typically found in the marketplace. Consequently, nearly all the elite of the first war zone, during their idle moments, congregate here to accept tasks. At that moment, a high-level mission suddenly materialized above the task hall. However, in the next second, the entire interface was engulfed in a dazzling red light, and the difficulty immediately escalated to a higher level. The previously quiet hall erupted into an uproar upon witnessing this mission light up once more. Had the mission to exterminate the monsters in Bashu failed again? How many times had this occurred? Indeed, the difficulty had increased. It was baffling to comprehend the rationale of the Beastmaster Association, which insisted on imposing stringent rules. The number of monsters in Bashu was exceedingly large. It seemed that sacrifices were necessary to prompt high-ranking beast masters to intervene, rendering one speechless. There was no alternative. The main battlefield was in dire need of personnel, and in clashes between soldiers and generals. The recall of any high-ranking beastmaster for tasks could potentially lead to a total collapse of the front line. Nevertheless, now that the difficulty had risen, 4th-tier beastmasters could intervene, which should hopefully resolve the situation. However, it was uncertain. It seemed more prudent to gather 5th-tier beastmasters for a decisive encirclement. The loss of even a single 4th-tier beastmaster would be a tremendous blow. Brother, since we have nothing else to do at the moment, this task offers excellent rewards. Shall we form a team? No problem. Let us gather a few more 4th-tier beastmasters to team up. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Su Chen also turned his gaze towards the newly appeared task. Proceed to the Bashu battlefield to assist the Second War Zone beastmasters in extermination operations. Difficulty, level. Estimated level, 4th tier, stage 1. Task reward, for million credit points. The Bashu battlefield? Su Chen murmured softly, a hint of curiosity and contemplation in his voice, as he diligently searched his mind for memories of the Bashu battlefield. The border of Long Country delineated 9 major battlefields. Among them, the Northwest battlefield is undoubtedly the primary battlefield of Long Country and the largest in the entire Asian region. The monsters that roam here are predominantly formidable beings of 6th tier and above. Each battle resembles a meat grinder, with a battlefield stretching thousands of kilometers, saturated with bloodshed and carnage. Apart from the Northwest battlefield, there are also the Anling battlefield, Goryeo battlefield, South Sea battlefield, Plateau battlefield, Southern Domain battlefield, and Bashu battlefield. Each of these battlefields possesses unique characteristics and dangers. The remaining 2 battlefields, the Bailong River battlefield and the Prairie battlefield, were concluded decades ago, ending in victory for Long Country. The situation in the Bashu battlefield, however, remains distinct. The monsters here are generally above the 3rd tier, with an average level lower than that of other battlefields. Furthermore, there are no high-ranking monster leaders stationed here. Yet, the reason the Bashu battlefield has not been completely cleared to this day lies in the emergence of an extremely peculiar miasma after the monsters arrived, enveloping the land of Bashu. This miasma, while not toxic and lacking any particularly significant dangers, possesses a unique ability to drastically diminish the attack power of the monsters and the efficacy of human-beast techniques. Moreover, the higher the monster's power, the greater the reduction it experiences. For instance, a 10th tier monster, which should possess destructive capability akin to a large nuclear bomb, finds its power reduced to that of a standard missile under the influence of this miasma, with shockwave effects extending merely a few hundred meters. The Bashu battlefield stretches thousands of kilometers with numerous ravines, relying solely on this diminished power to eradicate the monsters entirely, while theoretically feasible, would consume excessive time. And high-ranking beast masters simply do not have the luxury of such time to waste here. Considering the average power of 3rd-tier monsters, the impact of the miasma is relatively minor. Thus, this battlefield has been entrusted to the 3rd-tier beast masters of Long Country, who steadily reclaim lost ground at a measured pace. With these thoughts, Su Chen resolutely accepted the current task. The Bashu region is said to host a diverse array of monsters. Surely, it will yield numerous achievements. Additionally, over a dozen 4th-tier beastmasters also eagerly accepted this task. At that moment, in a corner of the task hall, a woman slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing an expression of complete control. It was Yueyue. This Su Chen, despite being only at the 1st stage of the 3rd tier, dares to undertake a task that has been escalated to the 1st stage of the 4th tier. Truly remarkable. Only such individuals warrant a strategy. Yueyue approached the front desk, smiling as she said, "Hello, I would like to accept this task as well." Chapter 89, The Bashu Region. Within the main logistics base number 1 of the Bashu region, a group of beastmasters above the 5th stage of the 4th tier were currently holding up placards outside the teleportation array, each appearing grimy and haggard, their eyes reflecting fatigue and sorrow. These beastmasters were captains from various bases. Due to the recent sacrifices of numerous beastmasters in battle, they had specifically come here to request support from their superiors. It was incomprehensible what the higher-ups were thinking. These tasks should have been upgraded to a higher level long ago, perhaps even to a level beyond that. Just look at how many newcomers we have already lost. One captain, Yi Huang, could not help but voice his complaints, his tone filled with helplessness and regret. "Shu, keep your voice down. We only need to fulfill the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, no need to question." Another beastmaster, Yueyue, quickly cautioned in a hushed tone. "I am not questioning. I am merely lamenting for those fallen rookie beastmasters. But speaking of which, Yueyue, didn't your base just receive 10 3rd tier, 5th stage beastmasters half a month ago? Isn't that enough? Enough for what? Those beastmasters were practically just here for fun. Perhaps the rewards offered by the association enticed them, and they wanted to try their luck, but once they arrived on the battlefield, half of them fled in fear. By the way, you took a 4th tier, 8th stage beastmaster who had contracted a divine sequence monster last time, right? Didn't they end up sacrificing?" Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression darkened immediately. He clenched his fists tightly, and the cup in his hand shattered under his grip, shards scattering across the floor. He angrily retorted, "Damn it. Don't say that. That bastard was just here to gild his resume, and didn't he step onto the battlefield at all?" Yueyue's face instantly reflected sympathy upon hearing this. The term gilding was all too familiar to those of them on the front lines. Just like many returnees from studying abroad, numerous young masters and mistresses from beastmaster families, despite possessing the most advantageous resources and contracting formidable divine sequence monsters, preferred to remain in the comforts of the rear, indulging in a life of luxury, too afraid to step onto the battlefield. However, voicing such sentiments might tarnish the family's reputation, especially if they wished to form alliances with other prominent families in the future. Thus, they resorted to the existing method of meandering through the 7 current battlefields to acquire the title of having participated in battles, while in reality, they never engaged in combat, merely loafing around at the back, a practice known as gilding. This behavior was highly disdained by the soldiers, yet they were left with no choice. After all, these guilders often had substantial backgrounds and resources, and the soldiers dared not offend them easily. "Sigh, we can only pray to encounter someone reasonable." Amidst their conversation, the summoned beast masters from various regions of Long Country began to arrive successively through the teleportation array at the first base. After accepting the mission, these beast tamers undergo an assessment by the Beast Tamer Association, which subsequently allocates them to various outposts based on their strength and experience. Thus, the beast tamers resemble students at a bus station, searching for their respective universities, each finding their designated place. At this moment, Yueyue had already welcomed 3 beast tamers, all elite individuals of 4th rank or higher. The other captains received similar support, almost all of them being 4th rank beast tamers. However, Yueyue's position remained conspicuously unfilled. What is going on? Is my support not arriving until tomorrow? Just as Yueyue pondered this, a 3rd rank beast tamer approached him. Dressed in a simple beast tamer uniform adorned with the emblem of the Longwa Beast Tamer Association, it was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen inquired, "Hello? Are you Captain Yueyue of Outpost 64? As he spoke, he produced the token issued after accepting the mission, clearly displaying the number 64. Yueyue gazed at Su Chen, his mind swirling with questions. A 3rd rank tamer? And only one. This is absurd. I have already upgraded to 4th rank. And yet a mere 3rd rank tamer arrived solo. Is this some kind of joke? Could he possibly be a gilded individual? Noticing Yueyue's silence, Su Chen continued. Is there a problem? No. You can wait in the lounge at the back. Yueyue quickly reassured himself, thinking of the other beast tamers. This is ridiculous. A gilded individual of 4th rank still hasn't left, and now a fledgling 3rd rank tamer shows up? Furthermore, he appears to be merely 18 or 19, with a youthful face and an air of naivety. Even if he is not a gilded individual, Yueyue cannot bear to let him step onto the battlefield. Typically, a regular outpost houses only 10 permanent beast tamers, equivalent to 2 small teams. Yet now he is informed that one is a gilded individual, who merely consumes resources without contributing any practical value, and cannot be offended, while the other is a 3rd rank novice, requiring special attention for his safety and barred from combat. Is the higher-up deliberately assigning him such burdensome training, believing he is not miserable enough? Is this necessary? Although Outpost 64 is not a crucial strategic location, must it be treated so poorly? However, his anxiety dissipated like smoke with the arrival of a stunning 4th rank female beast tamer. Yueyue approached Yueyue with a smile, gracefully extending her hand and presenting her identification card. Hello, I am Yueyue from the 1st battle zone, and I have taken on the mission you posted in the task hall. Is this the assembly point for Outpost 64? I am Yueyue, a 4th rank 10th level beast tamer from the 2nd battle zone. I am the captain of Outpost 64. On behalf of all the beast tamers at Outpost 64, I warmly welcome your arrival. Yueyue stammered, seemingly flustered by the sight of a long unseen beauty, especially one from the 1st battle zone. At 25 and still single, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all, on the battlefield, he lived alongside life and death daily, with little time to seek a beautiful wife. Moreover, due to interference on the battlefield, his phone had no signal, making it a luxury even to catch a glimpse of a beauty's livestream during his free time. Thus, he naturally did not recognize Su Chen. Yueyue smiled gently. Then it seems we are indeed in the right place. Should we return to the outpost now? Or do we need to wait here? At this moment, Yueyue received a response from his superiors regarding the support for Outpost 64. Only 2 beast tamers had been dispatched. Although the presence of the 3rd rank novice had indeed stirred his agitation, it was not without its silver lining. At last, Outpost 64 had a flower of its own. We should leave now. There is no one else here, Yueyue said enthusiastically. His gaze swept through the lounge, momentarily glancing at the still-present Su Chen with a hint of irritation, sighing in resignation. Yueyue muttered to himself. Regardless of whether Su Chen was a gilded individual or not, since he was assigned to him by the higher-ups, he could not leave him behind. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice and called out to the lounge. Hey, you there, Su Chen, right? We're leaving. With Yueyue's shout, many beast tamers turned their gazes toward him, including Yueyue, the head of Outpost 1, who looked on with envy. This left Yueyue momentarily stunned, scratching his head, puzzled. Did he say something wrong? He had arrived at the Bashu battlefield 6 months ago, where there was no internet, only radio communications. Thus, he was completely unaware of events that had transpired in the past half-year and knew nothing of Su Chen's significance in the beast tamer community. Of course, it was not just Yueyue. Other captains, including Yueyue, were equally unfamiliar with Su Chen's name. They looked at one another, bewildered, clearly lacking insight into Su Chen's identity. Conversely, Yueyue, who needed to ensure logistical support while maintaining close connections with the outside world, was naturally aware of Su Chen's reputation and strength. The 1st battle zone had assessed Su Chen's strength at the supreme 4th rank 7 stars. This meant that among all 4th rank beast tamers in Longwa, he had surpassed 70% of them and possessed supreme level potential. It should be noted that in nearly a century, only one beast tamer in Longwa had been awarded supreme level potential, the strongest beast tamer, Long Haojia. Even a genius like Han Xinghe had a potential rating merely 1 tier lower than supreme level. Such an extraordinary talent being allocated to your Outpost 64. Who would not envy that? Outpost 64 was located over 200 kilometers from the first main outpost. Normally, with the aid of flying beasts, the journey could be completed in just a couple of hours. However, to avoid alerting the beasts to their support operation and to test the physical endurance of the two newcomers, Yi Huang chose to walk, not even summoning a mount. He led the way, with Su Chen and Ji Shuyuan following closely behind. The fourth-rank beast tamer Ji Shuyuan, hailing from a prestigious lineage, had been nurtured by various heavenly materials and treasures since childhood, and her physical prowess was undoubtedly exceptional, allowing her to keep pace with Yi Huang effortlessly. Yet, what truly astonished Yi Huang was the third-rank novice named Su Chen. As Su Chen navigated through the woods, sprinting at full speed for over 30 kilometers, his expression remained unchanged, and his breathing remained steady. This caused Yi Huang to re-evaluate this gilded individual. Perhaps he was not as unremarkable as he first thought. However, the real test was only just beginning. With over 170 kilometers left to traverse, Yi Huang was determined to see if Su Chen could keep up. Time ticked by. 2 hours later, beads of sweat had formed on Ji Shuyuan's forehead, and she gasped for breath, as if every inhalation required all her strength. Despite her impressive physical value of 71 points, achieved through various treatments since childhood, she lacked systematic training. And the prolonged run coupled with the complex forest terrain had rapidly sapped her endurance. As for Yi Huang, his own breathing had begun to grow erratic. Despite possessing an impressive physique score of 94 and often finding himself amidst intricate battlefields, prolonged high-speed running still left him feeling a tinge of fatigue. He cast a glance at Su Chen, astonished inwardly. Could it be that this Su Chen is truly a third-tier beastmaster? Such speed would be taxing even for an ordinary fourth-tier beastmaster, yet here he was, a third-tier beastmaster, effortlessly keeping pace without so much as a hint of breathlessness. Of course, Su Chen could not have achieved this so effortlessly. It was all thanks to a single point allocated to his physique, which instantly restored his health to full. However, Yi Huang soon shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He pondered that they had already traveled nearly 80 kilometers, which was ample for the test. Drawing a deep breath, he waved his hand, summoning the creature, Songstress, from sequence 184. Both of you come aboard. We shall ride it for the remainder of the journey. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuyuan sighed in relief. Though she still felt a flicker of dissatisfaction, she shot an exasperated glance at Yi Huang, muttering to herself, "What is the meaning of this? It's not as if riding a beast is prohibited. Why make us run for so long just to say this? Is he trying to show off in front of me?" The trio traveled in silence, the gentle breeze caressing their faces. Before long, they arrived at Outpost 64. The 6 beast masters stationed there erupted in excitement upon seeing Ji Shuyuan eagerly surrounding her. Among them, a blond man with slicked-back hair, exuding youthful vigor, rushed forward with uncontainable enthusiasm. With a confident smile, he introduced himself. "Beautiful lady, I am Chu Xiaohe from the 3rd Beastmaster family of Han City. A 4th-tier Beastmaster. If you didn't know me before, you certainly do now. As your teammate, allow me to show you around the outpost." Ji Shuyuan coolly replied. "No need. I'm a bit tired and wish to rest." With that, she headed straight towards a room within the outpost. Chu Xiaohe found himself momentarily awkward. Having revealed his identity, he was taken aback that this girl showed no interest whatsoever. Was she attempting to play hard to get? Yet, since she claimed to be tired, pursuing her further would only appear tedious. Consequently, the gaze of the onlookers shifted to Su Chen, instantly mirroring Yi Huang's earlier thoughts. Yi Huang sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation, and briefly introduced Su Chen's background. In an instant, the enthusiasm on everyone's faces dissipated. So it turned out there was yet another gilded individual? A mere 3rd tier at that? This is a battlefield. The absence of even a single individual's strength could lead to a complete mission failure. They would have to expend energy safeguarding these pampered scions. It was impossible not to feel discontented. Chapter 91. Shu Yun Cave. With this thought, a hint of disdain flickered across the faces of all present in Outpost 64. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder why their attitude towards him was so starkly different from that towards Ji Shuyuan. Was it merely because he was not a beauty? How absurd. Nevertheless, Su Chen held a profound respect for these warriors who remained steadfast in their duty to protect Longhua. Without their fearless sacrifices and silent contributions, it was likely that the remaining 7 battlefields would have long since fallen to the beasts, plunging the citizens of Longhua into endless misery. Thus, Su Chen took the initiative to approach each soldier with warmth, greeting them with a smile that conveyed genuine emotion. He retrieved precious materials from his Beastmaster space, presenting them to the soldiers while detailing their effects. "Greetings, my friend. I am Su Chen. This is Tianhe Cucumber, which can significantly enhance your physique and bolster your combat capability. And this is Green Arrow. Consuming it will amplify your beastly power. granting you the opportunity to form contracts with even more formidable beasts. My dear brother, I appreciate your hard work at the border. Here is a white spirit feather, which offers a boost to both your physique and beastly power. I hope it expresses my respect for you. As the soldiers received the precious materials, they did not decline, their faces reflecting a sense of understanding. After all, even gilded individuals were still beast masters of Longhua, despite their inner disdain and aversion towards such people. Safeguarding them remained their duty. Receiving some precious materials also somewhat alleviated their feelings of estrangement. However, when Su Chen approached Chu Xiaohe, the situation took a different turn. Chu Xiaohe merely let out a cold snort and retreated to his room. Having arrived here over half a month ago, he had certainly heard of Su Chen's name. However, his understanding of Su Chen only extended to the level of a college entrance examination top scorer. He was completely unaware of Su Chen's achievements during the training at Yenjing University or the news from the First Battle District. This so-called top scorer had somehow advanced to a third-tier beast master within a few months. Such an astonishing pace surely implied the use of some underhanded means. It was nothing short of self-sabotage. Thus, amidst the onslaught of gifts, Su Chen managed to awkwardly integrate into Outpost 64. At the very least, he was not actively obstructed in any regard. During dinner, the group initially shared laughter and conversation. However, when a message crackled through Yi Huang's radio communication, the atmosphere instantly froze. The situation has changed. We commence operations tonight. Su Chen, Ji Shuyuan, prepare yourselves and remember to bring extra antidotes from the storage. Beasts in the Bashu region often possess some toxicity. These supplies are essential. Understood. Su Chen saluted in a military manner in response. By the way, is the mission content the same as what we discussed this afternoon? Ji Shuyuan inquired. Earlier in the afternoon, Yi Huang had summoned everyone to elaborate on the mission initially scheduled for 2 days later. This mission was to be jointly executed by Outpost 64, Outpost 60, Outpost 65, and Outpost 61, targeting Shu Yun Cave, located approximately 30 kilometers away in a straight line. This location was one of the pivotal junctures of the Bashu battlefield, bearing immense strategic significance. Securing this site would facilitate deeper incursions, providing a natural barrier for supply lines, which would be crucial for the overall development of the battle situation. To put it simply, this was a contested territory of utmost importance. However, Shu Yun Cave was also the primary habitat of the evil-eyed snake from Sequence 488. Previous intelligence assessments indicated an estimated several thousand evil-eyed snakes residing there, all around the third-tier 8 segment, with many having crossed into the 4th tier, presenting a formidable challenge. Additionally, there were the leaf-vine snakes from Sequence 447 and the Icefire Ghost Python from Sequence 374, though their numbers were not expected to exceed 100. 10 days prior, these 4 outposts had already launched an assault on the beasts of Shu Yun Cave. Although they had successfully exterminated over half of the beasts, they had also suffered tremendous losses. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the outposts had no choice but to request reinforcements from higher-ups to ensure the mission's success. This time, it was imperative to capture Shu Yun Cave. Yi Huang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the mission details remain unchanged. Everyone, hurry and finish your meals. We must gather here by 9 o'clock. Yes, the crowd chorused in unison, hastening their consumption of jerky. However, at this moment, Chu Zio suddenly stood up, appearing rather abrupt. Without a hint of hesitation, he walked straight into the room. Meanwhile, he waved his hand, signaling to others to disregard him. His intention was abundantly clear. He had no intention of participating in this encirclement operation. To this, Yi Huang did not exhibit excessive surprise. After all, it was somewhat unreasonable to expect these gilded individuals to partake in such a high-risk endeavor. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as Chu Zio, being a 4th-tier, 8th-stage beastmaster, could defend the stronghold, alleviating one of their concerns. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Su Chen once more. Su Chen, will you remain as well? Su Chen, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Had he not come here specifically to partake in the mission? Moreover, if he stayed behind, how would he accrue achievement points? Why would anyone even pose such a question? I must participate in the mission. Very well, at least you possess some backbone. Hurry and eat. Though Yi Huang's expression still bore a hint of disdain, deep within, he could not help but admire Su Chen a bit more. Regardless of whether Su Chen was truly one of the gilded individuals, he at least had the courage to execute the mission. This alone surpassed many of his gilded counterparts. And one more thing to remind everyone. Since we entered the Bashu region, we have already entered the area covered by the illusion. Though it may not feel significantly different, your combat capabilities have been, to some extent, affected, diminishing compared to before. This is something everyone must heed. Do not be blindly confident, Yi Huang declared with a serious countenance. Shortly thereafter, everyone was prepared. Yi Huang extinguished all sources of fire within the stronghold, donned night vision goggles, dressed in a gray-brown stealth suit, and led the group towards the Shuyan cave located to the northeast of Stronghold 64. Chapter 92, The Eradication Operation. At 8:50 p.m., the night unfurled like ink, speckled with stars. The 9 members of Su Chen's group, clad in stealth suits and adorned with night vision goggles, silently approached the periphery of Shuyan Cave. The night vision goggles developed by the Dragon Country government not only possessed night vision capabilities, but also featured a telescope-like focusing function for long distances. With the aid of the goggles, they beheld dozens of extraordinarily robust purple serpents swirling around the cave's vicinity. These serpents were larger than humans, evoking a sense of dread. In a previous life on Earth, such a formidable threat would likely prompt the national military to mobilize entirely. Yet, the Shuyan cave before them resembled a colossal underground park, approximately 300 meters wide and 500 meters high, its magnitude beyond imagination. Initially, Su Chen had wondered how a cave could accommodate thousands of such massive beasts. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he realized how shallow his thoughts had been. Yi Huang fixed his gaze on the messages from the communicator and lowered his voice, saying, "The personnel from the other 3 strongholds have also arrived. Thus, the operation commences now." "Yes," everyone replied in unison, summoning their contracted beasts and charging towards Shuyan Cave. In an instant, powerful beastly auras permeated the air. The average beast power value of a 4th-tier Beastmaster hovers around 70 points, while those from prominent Beastmaster families, nurtured from a young age by celestial materials, often exceed 80 points. As for those above 90 points, they are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in a million 4th-tier Beastmasters. 4th-tier beasts, excluding those of the Divine Generation series, averaged just above 30 points in beast power. Consequently, all Beastmasters, including Ji Shiyuan, had contracted nearly 2 beasts each. When the group of serpents noticed yet another reckless human initiating an attack, they retaliated without a shred of fear. In the blink of an eye, the serpents surged forth like a tidal wave, engaging in fierce combat with the contracted beasts. A bloody storm erupted, drowning the entire forest in a cacophony of sounds. The roars of the beasts intertwined with the cries of pain, resembling a symphony of death. These battle-hardened Beastmasters shared a tacit understanding. The stronger contracted beasts led the charge, while the other provided cover and safeguarded the Beastmaster's safety, preventing a catastrophic loss of life. This was invaluable experience earned through the blood and lives of countless predecessors. Representing the most prudent combat strategy, a myriad of skills illuminated the air, colliding to create brilliant sparks. The powerful forces clashed, producing deafening sounds. Soon, the other beasts within the cave were drawn to the intense battle, joining the fray. However, the initial group of dozens of serpents stationed outside the cave had already suffered heavy casualties, and the reinforcements arriving were merely in groups of 10s, swiftly facing annihilation. Falling into a vicious cycle, Yi Huang's gaze was firmly fixed on the 2 contracted beasts summoned by Ji Shiyuan, the Ice Crystal Butterfly from Divine Generation Series No. 64 and the Snow Fairy from Series No. 110. The Snow Fairy effortlessly employed mental manipulation to control the enemy, while each ice explosion unleashed by the Ice Crystal Butterfly was ferocious, instantly dispatching the serpents. Their synergy was flawless, their movements fluid, as if a war god had descended. Is this truly the unparalleled prodigy from the first battle zone? They are indeed formidable, Yi Huang could not help but exclaim, simultaneously casting a glance at the still motionless Su Chen, shaking his head in resignation. Nearly 3 minutes into the battle, Su Chen appeared frozen in shock, merely rummaging through the corpses for beast cores. Could it be he did not even know how to summon his contracted beasts? Truly useless. Just then, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. What? How is this possible? Suddenly, one Beastmaster's chest was inexplicably pierced by a 10-centimeter wide circular hole, as if an invisible blade had stabbed through. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. His body trembled in agony, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Concurrently, at the moment his life force was entirely extinguished. His contracted beast disintegrated like a shattered illusion, fading into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, everyone present staggered for 2.5 seconds, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yet, before they could recover from their shock, another Beastmaster's chest was suddenly pierced, blood erupting as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, realizing that an unimaginably powerful beast seemed to have emerged. Yi Huang was the first to regain his composure, shouting loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. Immediately evacuate Shuyan Cave, retreat swiftly." However, just as his words fell, another warrior's arm was instantly pierced, blood splattering everywhere. Everything unfolded so rapidly, without any forewarning whatsoever. Fortunately, His injury was not fatal. Yet, as everyone attempted to flee from the cave's entrance, they were astonished to discover that they seemed to be obstructed by a mysterious barrier. This barrier was as impenetrable as a fortified wall. What is happening? Damn it. My beast's attacks cannot breach this barrier. It must be a barrier cast by a beast of 5th tier or above. Damn it. The radio communication is also down. What is going on? Why was there no such barrier before? As panic and confusion engulfed the crowd, a cold and menacing voice resonated from the vast cave entrance. Humans, you truly dare to trespass on my territory. Last time, my arcane arts fell short, inadvertently granting you a reprieve. This time, however, you shall all meet your demise here. As the voice resonated, the gaze of the crowd turned towards the depths of the cave. Emerging from the shadows was an elderly man with flowing white hair. His eyes gleamed with a chilling serpentine gaze, seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of one's soul. Behind him, a long serpentine tail subtly revealed itself, unmistakably indicating that he was not human, but rather a transformed member of the serpent clan. Name, Baihe. Species sequence, 085 Naga. Level, 5th rank, 2nd stage. Physique, 12081208. Demonic power, 956,956. Innate skill, Emperor of 10,000 Serpents. Skills, Venomous Fangs, White Storm, White Shadow Blade, Shadowless Barrier, Serpent's Eye, Perception, Toxic Art, Constriction. Bond value, 0. Emperor of 10,000 Serpents. Capable of summoning avatars of any serpent-like demon beast to engage in battle with foes.